Just as an example, if you look at the Waverly Farmers Market up on 32nd, that is normally just a lot. It's normally not very used, but then every Saturday it's busy, there's tons of people, and that is not because of the parking. It's almost in spite of it. It's because there's activity that is being used on that lot. And I want to make sure that people consider that that opportunity could be extended to a lot more places. Obviously, we need to consider the needs of different areas when doing that, but there is also a lot of opportunity in this bill and not just costs to be considered. So, but thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Kelsey Wyatt.
How's it going? My name is Kelsey Wyatt, and I'm from the Embrace Initiative at UMB. And I currently serve as a housing case manager for the Embrace Reentry and Resource Center. I provide housing-specific case management, primarily supporting folks with housing crises, as well as like relocation and moving support. So in other words, my most commonly used tabs are Zillow, apartments.com, and affordablehousing.com. We've already established that affordable housing is a significant need in the city, so I'm not going to continue to convince you all of that. But instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on what this means for clients and for people who are providing direct services to clients looking for housing. Over the past 3 months, excuse me, sorry, I'm a little nervous. Most of my clients are low income, so they might receive government benefits or income benefits, so SSI, SSDI, TDAP, TCA. Some are unemployed, receiving no income, and others are underemployed, so making less than 30% AMI. In a 3-month span, roughly 50% of my clients were receiving government benefits. So again, the SSI, SSDI, TDAP, 30% or 35%, excuse me, were unemployed or underemployed, and 10% have no income. So what this means for, practically what this means for clients who are receiving SSI, they receive $967 a month, and that's all they receive. You should pay no more than 30% of your income on housing. So for someone receiving SSI, that means that their maximum rent payment should be $290 a month. I encourage you to go on Zillow and try to find an apartment for $290 a month. It's not possible. Unfortunately, what this means is that only income-based or income-restricted housing are really the only units my clients can apply for. However, most places are operating off of a very long wait list, could be 3 to 5 years. So that doesn't help any of my clients right now. Lowering the barriers to creating more affordable housing to get more folks into housing, more stabilized, is how we serve current Baltimoreans and the future.
Thank you. Jody Landers.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, I have copies of my full testimony.
Can you pull that mic up, please? Just so we can.
I will be passed out to members of the committee. I very much appreciate it.
Pull that up.
Jody Landers, a lifelong resident of Baltimore City, former member of the Baltimore City Council. The question that this council and mayor need to answer concerning the bills 0064, 0065, and 0066 is how will these measures contribute to improving the quality of life and well-being of existing residents and neighborhoods? Councilman Middleton asked the question, how does it affect neighborhoods? Why citywide? The bills under consideration are presented as solutions to problems, but in fact, they cause more problems for existing residents. I have not been able to identify a single neighborhood association that's clamoring for increased housing density, larger building footprints, less off-street parking, and less open or green space. And that's what's encompassed in all of these bills. Instead, what I hear from residents is a desire to protect and enhance the qualities that have made their neighborhoods desirable for generations. Residents value the green spaces, adequate parking, and neighborly connections and lower crime rates fostered by lower density living. They're concerned that increasing density without regard to infrastructure, parking, public safety, or the preservation of open space is only going to undermine the unique qualities and identities of their neighborhoods and erode their investments in the fact that their families have made in the community for generations. It's difficult to understand how these proposals, which seem to cater more to outside investment interests than to the voices of those who live here, will address the needs of current residents. The measures risk creating serious unintended consequences, including the loss of neighborhood character, diminished green space, and increased competition for limited amenities like parking, which is a quality of life issue for many neighborhoods. No, I'm not finished, and I would beg the committee's indulgence.
No,
this audience has sat here for an hour and a half. The proponents had 20 minutes.
You're going to lower your voice.
The proponents had 20 minutes. The bill's sponsor spoke for 25. I want another 3 minutes. I'm sorry. And there are many members of the public who should be accommodated as well. We sat here for an hour and a half. Thank you.
Mr. Landers, I'm the chair of the committee. I will extend you 1 more minute out of courtesy because you're a former councilman. But if you raise your voice again, I'm going to end it, okay?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. You're so generous. Let me get to the specific comments about this bill, and I'll be back up for the second bill, by the way. I really thought we were going to go in order. I wasn't really prepared to go in outside of order. Anyway, City Council Bill 250065 completely eliminates off-street parking requirements for automobiles. The current minimum requirements of 1 off-street parking space per dwelling unit has not been shown to hamper development or new residential developments for throughout the city, partly because the existing law, and the councilman's synopsis points this out. The existing law has a number of site-based or use-based exemptions to the parking requirements. The proponents of this measure argue that the city should just stop arbitrarily mandating how much parking would be required. The reality is, parking and access to parking in many high-density neighborhoods with large numbers of motor vehicles is a major time-consuming and quality of life issue. The parking requirements were put in place not to hamper development or to add to the developer's costs. Instead, they were adopted to benefit the existing residents.
Thank you, Mr. Landers.
The current zoning code is not arbitrary at all. In fact, there are a number of specific
Thank you, Mr. Landers. Your time is up. Please turn off the microphone.
I can speak over the microphone, Mr. Chair. I think it's outrageous that you would limit this testimony to 2 minutes when everybody has been sitting here for an hour and a half.
We are back from recess. We will continue with public testimony at this time. Matt Hill from Public Justice Center.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Hit that. Hang on 1 second.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matt Hill. I'm an attorney at the Public Justice Center. We are in support of the Spaces for People Act. Part of what our organization does is defend people who are facing eviction. And I've been doing that work for about 17 years now. And we're able to find a defense and help the vast majority of people who we represent in these cases. But for many people, we are not. We are not able to find a legal defense. They are going to need to move. Some folks just want to leave. They want to move out. The renter-landlord-tenant relationship is broken and they need to move somewhere else. They need to find safe, stable housing. And unfortunately, I have to tell my clients right now, when they're in that situation, that there is nowhere for them to go. The affordable housing crisis is the worst that I have seen it in 17 years. And the chances of them finding alternative, affordable rental housing in this city or anywhere in Maryland is, with an eviction judgment on the record, almost impossible. And we know that 25% of the folks who are evicted are going to become homeless, and this is a racial justice issue. We support this bill because we understand, and we've spoken with a couple of our community partners, that the one-size-fits-all parking requirement in Baltimore City, where it doesn't depend on the neighborhood, where some neighborhoods with access to high-quality transit are being forced to create parking that's not being used, does impede the development of new affordable housing. That's why we support the bill. We understand the concerns about, and we hope that developers do work with residents and provide them an explanation of how a parking formula is determined. And we urge the council to double down on efforts to create more high-quality public transit access. We also hope that the council will turn to housing stability as well as supply. It needs supply and stability. The council's done work on that. We encourage them to continue to do so, and we hope to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So earlier we had some people who had signed up, sign-in sheet, but not checked the box to testify. We put the sheet back there to give folks a chance to sign up again to make sure they let us know they want to testify. We're going to go to that sheet now. Catherine Pugh. I knew we had a former councilman in the house. I didn't know we had a former mayor. Good morning.
Good morning. First, let me say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you all this morning. Excuse me, I have an infection, so it's nothing you can catch. I gotta make sure I don't catch anything. So let me just first say that my councilman did come to our community meeting and told us that we should be very much aware of these bills and that we should take everything into consideration. Let me also say that I am very pro-business, very pro-Main Streets, but in the community where I live, in the Ashburton area, it is about 15 blocks, and it is a neighborhood that is residential, and in some of those streets, it is very hard to park. When I first saw these bills, I was thinking of Todd, transit-oriented development, when we did development around our transportation modals, because we wanted to create not just walkable housing, but we also wanted to create walkable businesses. I think there are cities like Virginia who've done a really good job of this. DC has done a very good job of this. But there are communities, I live in a community where 26% higher elderly than any other part of the city. And so they struggle as it is to make sure that there's parking in their neighborhoods. Now, the reason I'm here is because I made a phone call and I asked, are there any neighborhoods that are exempt from this? And this might be something that you all might want to take a longer look at, because there are some neighborhoods where this is not appropriate. And there's some neighborhoods that are on the backs of businesses, like when you look at areas like Pigtown, where, it's hard to park when you got a business there, or you're in some parts of the downtown neighborhoods and it's hard to park there. But there are neighborhoods like Ashburton, Gwinnett, some areas where it's just residential. And I just want to leave you with this one point. In our neighborhood, there are 4 major churches. And there was a fire about 2 weeks ago. And the fire engine could not get down the street. And the people could not even park near their homes because some of the churches we're having a big convention right near our neighborhood. So please, you all, take the opportunity to remember that this is not a cookie cutter city, that different neighborhoods have different requirements and different needs. So we ask you to really take a look at what you're doing with this particular legislation. You see how I've signed up. But more importantly, I want to remind you all that it's not a cookie cutter city. It is a city of diverse neighborhoods, diverse communities, and all kinds of parking issues in some neighborhoods and maybe not in others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cynthia Gross.
Okay, hello. My name is Cynthia Gross. I'm here just representing myself. I don't see my councilman here, so he's not on this committee. But I want Antonio Glover to understand that I oppose this bill. So if I don't speak to you, understand that. I'm a little bit appalled. I haven't been at a hearing in a very long time, but the way the public has been treated, I am not happy with. And I took off work today. And I'm a senior and took off work. I'm not getting paid to be here, but when I walked into this facility and I heard all of these nonprofits talking about how they were in support of this bill, it kind of bothered me because many of these nonprofits don't pay property taxes, right? But they always are seeking some kind of extra incentive to build. Then I heard someone talking about RPP. Well, RPP is in my neighborhood, but that's a tax on the people who live there. It seemed like every time I heard someone talk, it was okay to tax the residents, but not okay to tax the developers for what they want to do. And if that's what this group is about, I'm appalled. And I have not been very happy with the actions so far. So I'm opposed, and I want to let you know that I live very close to Johns Hopkins Hospital, and the parking lots play a very big role in my community, because we are snow emergency routes. So when you all order us to get off the streets, we have no way to go. And those parking lots serve a purpose for us. So they're not dead space. They might be dead space to you, but they're not to us. And they also allow us to do flexible things with my community association that we can't do in some open spaces. So I don't think a parking lot is necessarily dead or not needed. They are, and they're needed in our neighborhoods. And parking, on-street parking is needed in my neighborhood. Again, because I'm so close to Johns Hopkins, it is a fight every day. And as an elder, I couldn't park in front of my house. The other day, I actually had to park 2 blocks away, and I got a ticket because I wasn't RPP because part of my area. So now I have to pay just because I want to park in my neighborhood because we're always competing for parking. So yes, Baltimore is very diverse. I have not heard you at one of my community association meetings. I haven't seen anyone talk about this bill. So I would hope that you would do a lot more investigation and community engagement, because I've seen no one. And everyone in my neighborhood is older and we're struggling. But all I hear about you all doing is taxing me, making my life harder, but making it easier for a developer that doesn't pay property taxes. And I pay a heck of a lot of property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gross. Ari Plout.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the committee, I'm Ari Plout. I'm here on behalf of the Greater Baltimore Board of Realtors, GBBR. We're an association of realtors, brokers, title lawyers, advocates for the real estate industry, and support of this bill. We've heard all the arguments, and I'll just reiterate that the housing stock and affordability are major issues that we're all facing, and we believe that this is a good step at addressing those issues. This bill will lessen restrictions that we believe will lead to positive outcomes for home ownership. Unfortunately, a member was with me earlier, Brad Cox, but he had to leave. He had a showing. And he just wanted to, a couple things that he wanted to point out. Lower barriers to housing production. This would reduce development costs. Importantly, the bill does not prohibit developers from including parking. It just removes the mandate for that. And with that, and also just wanted to let the committee know the Maryland Housing Needs Assessment that was produced by the Budget Director. They have some good, mentioned that housing challenges, and this, one of the policies that was recommended is this bill. And with that, I will just request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is everybody who has signed up in person and noted that they wanted to testify on the sign-in sheets. I believe. Yeah, okay. I hear you. I hear you.
I didn't check the first box, but.
All right. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 people here. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with John Murphy. We will go over here first, and I'm going to work my way left to right. I just counted 8 people. I saw 8 hands. We're going to hear from 8 people and not more than 8 people before I go to the online testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Mitchell. I am a resident of the Garwin Oaks community. I also wrote a letter to everyone here. I am opposed to this bill, vehemently opposed to this bill. This bill will create congestion in my neighborhood where parking is already at a minimum. We can only park on one side of the street, and DOT does nothing with regards to parking enforcement. If this bill is so important and must be passed, I recommend that it is rewritten more thoughtfully and more targeted and not blanketed. If you want to rebuild and do affordable housing, maybe look into many of these vacants in our neighborhoods that already have parking and will not cause parking issues for us. Please focus on the areas that are in need. I pay far too much money for my home and in taxes to have to play the Hunger Games to park in my neighborhood. I should not have to park up the street, around the corner, or anywhere else because the house next to me is a 3-apartment building with 2 adults in each who each own cars, which is 6 parking spaces. And imagine 3 of those on your block, which we currently have. And again, parking is only on one side of the street. It is unforgivable, and we pay too much in taxes for this. We were not notified about this bill. No one came to our communities to talk to us about it, and we should not have to pay for this. Affordable housing is great, but remember the people who already own homes and are paying taxes. We do not want this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Keandra Pryor. Good afternoon. I'm the president of the Reservoir Hill Association. Reservoir Hill is a dense neighborhood with 70% of my neighbors live in multifamily housing. But we're not in love with parking, but we are in love with the freedom of movement. The history of Baltimore is that this council, in its other iterations, dismantled access to public transportation for my community. Access to a car is by design of the Baltimore city government a means to the access of movement. The argument being made by proponents are meant to confuse. Are the bills concerned with the cost to residents or to developers? I think we've already made it clear. It's about developers. But the real cost to residents is the cost that exists because of redlining and segregation. One main legacy of segregation is the difficulty to move. In my neighborhood in 1950, we had access to 3 streetcar lines. Now, we have 2, we are lucky because we actually have access to public transportation, but many people don't. This legislation focuses the burden of the developer going on the process, but it should be focused on the cost to us. You care about the cost of impervious surfaces when talking about the changes to land use, but you don't care, you care about it with parking, but you don't care about it with land use, so be consistent. Yes, I'm concerned about heat islands. Yes, I'm concerned about the environment, but you should be consistently concerned about that throughout all your legislation. Parking is one of the most contentious issues in our community. It has a real cost. 60% of our community members rely on a personal vehicle to move. 23% rely on public transportation. 2.8% walk to move around the city. Only 1.28% use a bicycle as their primary form of transportation. Pitting bicycles against cars makes no sense. People already see it as a signal of gentrification, and now you're just reinforcing that idea. Can I have 1 more minute, please?
I really need to move this along. I'm sorry.
And
I'll give you 30 seconds. I just really need to move this along. We have another bill hearing that we have not even begun yet, and the committee time was supposed to end 15 minutes ago.
The public really should get more time, but I won't focus on that. I just wanted to address one point made about Reservoir Square, because that's in our community. We would support a variance for their parking. They could not have any parking there. They never requested. The only thing MCB has requested is actually an increase in parking. So it's a farce to use that as an example. We don't have a commercial Main Street because the city demolished it. We want a walkable neighborhood. This is not the way to get there. This is not the way to get to affordable housing. If you want affordable housing, we need rent stabilization. We need an increase in co-ops. We need to make sure that people are safe in their communities and they know that they can pay the same amount month to month to live there. This isn't gonna do that. And you know that it's not gonna do that.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
I'm obviously in opposition for the record.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Carson Ward of the Reservoir Hill Association. I'm in opposition. So Mayor Scott says Baltimore should be blackety black black, and that if you're black, you should come here. But what good is that when Baltimore is not a good place for black people? Baltimore is not a good place for black people, not when majority black neighborhoods like Midtown Edmonton are getting sick from environmental poisoning while elected officials take donations from the companies poisoning them like P. Flanagan and Sons. Not when families are struggling to keep their lights on while elected officials accept contributions from BG&E. Not when black homes are auctioned off over small tax bills to developers. Not when there are children in black neighborhoods who have a reading level lower than the city average, while the school commissioner collects nearly $500,000 a year. Baltimore is not a good place for black people, not when black health is suffering. The city's own data shows that in black neighborhoods, life expectancy is over a decade shorter than in white neighborhoods. But instead, the city proposes removing green spaces, spaces proven to reduce heat, combat pollution, and offer critical relief. In your justification, Councilmember John Bullock said it's a nuance because of landscaping and mosquitoes. Baltimore is not a good place for black people, not when the city proposes single stair egress, when even the most powerful national firefighter union, the IAFF, warned you how dangerous it is to move forward with this bill, but instead the city goes around them and gets approval from the local fire chief, a friend of Mayor Scott. Ignoring public safety of residents that are black, saying that it will lower the cost of housing, but not enforcing any requirements for developers to stick to affordable housing like rent control. Baltimore is not a good place for black people, not when the city proposes eliminating off-street parking requirements citywide, while Baltimore remains a transit desert. Baltimore does not have the robust, reliable public transportation infrastructure needed to justify such a measure. There's no coordinated expansion of bus routes, no connectivity between light rail and subways, and no mobility plan for residents in disinvested neighborhoods. Removing parking requirements penalizes black residents who rely on cars, forcing congestion, worsening accessibility, and disincentivizing families from staying in or moving to the city. And to the dot person who said that it is a density problem, we had the streetcars, and that was taken because of segregation, not because of density. And Baltimore is losing density because Baltimore is not a great place for black people.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. John Murphy.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, very nice to be here.
Thank you for joining us.
I've
You
been
have 2 minutes.
practicing law for a long, long time in Baltimore City, before many of you were born, probably. I've had the fortunate to be represented by Mrs. Middleton for many years. And I would like to make this point. All my years of practice, and I really didn't understand the suggestion that single-family zoning and zoning was a means of segregation. I remember my first zoning case was the Mount Holly Improvement Association, an African-American community. So I've represented all different groups. I think that's an incorrect accusation. But my point is this. As Mrs. Middleton knows, in any residential neighborhood, we have a mixture of housing. In all my years of practice, the one thing that people really didn't want to have happen with multifamily housing, they feared the parking effect. They feared the loss of parking in their neighborhoods. It's not because the effect of the housing itself is fine, but the overflow into another neighborhood. And the single-family neighborhoods are really the backbone of this city, and we have to protect them. We really have to protect them. My final point is this. These 4 bills are really proposing a massive change in the zoning procedures, standards of Baltimore City. It's equivalent to another transformed Baltimore. There's no question about that. These bills were introduced on May 12th of this year. Here we're having the hearing on September 12th. This is 5 months. I can tell you, the people in my neighborhood and the people I know don't know about these bills. We need to have another comprehensive look at the whole issue of housing and not just these bills. There's pluses and minuses in this whole issue. We cannot go forward with these bills now.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Lisa Harvin. I am a 5th-generation member of historic Ebenezer AME Church, which is located at 20 West Montgomery Street in South Baltimore, Federal Hill. I am standing in strong opposition to this bill. You received a letter yesterday, Committee Chair Dorsey, from Father David Milad from St. Barnabas and St. Susanna Church. We are among no less than 10 churches in the Federal Hill area. As you know, it is a dense area. We have seen a serious decline in street as well as off-street parking. With the entertainment district, the stadiums, and the various activities that take part, it compounds the issue for us to not only worship, but also provide programming within our community. As we know, communities are about relationships. It is difficult to forge those relationships when people can't park. Tenants without parking options move. As they have children, they move, meaning no investment in the community, meaning increased crime, as we have seen in our area. There are many other issues that are impacted by this bill. A couple of questions. Why does the inclusionary housing policy eliminate a requirement for developers to provide parking? What relationship does one have to the other? People still have to park, and inclusionary housing is important for our relationship with our developers.
Ms. Harvin.
So that's one question. Have I been 2 minutes?
Yes.
Please let me ask my second question.
I'll let you ask your question.
Will agency heads come back to communities to discuss how they will remediate the negative impacts of this bill, should it be passed?
Thank you, Ms. Harvin.
Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Betty Bland Thomas, if I have it correct. How you doing today?
Can the people in the back, can you hear me? Yes. I want you to know I oppose this bill. Yes. I oppose this bill in its entirety. One of the reasons why I oppose it, let me give you a personal story. I live in a neighborhood that's rich in history, has been the subject of segregation. We've lost half of our community space due to the city's eminent domain plan. And as a result of that, we have 2 sports facilities, the stadium, we have M&T Stadium and the Orioles Stadium. We also have Top Golf, the casino, and we also have the lovely Federal Hill Entertainment District. We're being squeezed out of our own community. For the parking authority persons that are here, I'm also a member of the Parking Authority Resident Advisory, and I approached them several years ago to get parking restriction, RPP, because we couldn't find a place to park during stadium games. You know, I had to make a decision. Either I go and have dinner with friends or wait to the end of Ravens game to come back home. My vision is poor, so I don't like to be out too late. You're affecting the quality of life, not only for myself, but other people who live in this very dense, area. So taking away, eliminating off-street parking presents major problems. I live across the street from a 250-unit apartment complex that has parking, but they've also have 4 retail businesses. I call 311 almost 24/7 to get the person who's parked in my block who does not have a parking pass to please move. I don't ride a scooter, Mr. Dorsey. I'm too fat. I don't ride a bike either, Precious. When I go out, I prefer to drive my car, take some of my senior friends, and we go out and enjoy ourselves. To have to make a decision, do I go out? Do I socialize? Do I re-socialize? Or do I stay in my home and be depressed because I'm afraid to go out? Give me one more minute if I can, Mr. Dorsey, because I've allowed you to speak over and over again. I just want you to know this bill should not pass. We need to look at it again. I think everyone who spoke before me made good comments, and we need to revisit this. Mr. Zach Blanchard, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Betty. We had one more woman in the back here. I'm going to come to you, Doug. We had one other person that I said I'd go to first, and then we're going to finish with Doug.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I also oppose this bill. My name is Sonia Edie, and I live downtown Baltimore in the community of Poppleton. First, I would like to propose a question. How many of you on this council have visited your active community associations on this idea before and after they became a bill? No one came to my community. From my own experiences, because of the apartments in my neighborhood, 262 units, parking costs $150. Our neighbors, mostly seniors and working class people, were forced to park blocks away from their homes, taxing residents to pay for parking permits, causing violence, verbal and physical fights, and some that led to arrest. Parking flexibility will make Baltimore more affordable for developers, not for the city. Unless you move into a neighborhood walkable for work, entertainment, shopping, or your place of worship, people will use cars, and that requires parking. Parking flexibility will harm businesses and churches. If you don't live in a neighborhood as a customer riding around for 5 to 20 minutes looking for a parking space, limited parking in residential neighborhoods like Federal Hill, trying to go there out to dinner and can't find a parking space, Baltimore will never get rid of cars. Parking flexibility will mean more spaces for people. Yeah, you're right. More space means more density. When there are no development restrictions on parking, this allows the developer unmaximum amounts of units that is a benefit for their wallet, not for the neighborhood or the people who live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edie. Doug?
So as you know my name, you must have seen that I did tick the box too.
I called you at the very first, you were the very first person I called. You had stepped out of the room momentarily.
Oh, well, that's because I had to go feed the meter.
Yeah.
Douglas Armstrong, 2828 North Howard Street. And I've got a little refutation of the sheet here. The very first one is Baltimore is in no way applicable to Birmingham or Buffalo or Seattle. Seattle and Buffalo I know very, very well personally. The second item, parking flexibility, an argument that has never held water in the 30 years I've lived in Baltimore. The third thing, parking flexibility will protect Baltimore's environment. Really, you're gonna buy that when you've got a companion bill number 64, which is 100% lot coverage in R8 and elimination of all backyards. That's only gonna contribute to the heat island effect and water runoff. Number 4, parking flexibility. Where is the compelling data for this? Didn't have any information from Transpo other than, oh, we agree with this. And yet Transportation Department, Article 31, under Section 2.5, General Powers and Duties, Section 2-5(1)I, it's their business to determine parking needs and provide you the data. I didn't hear anybody talk about that. The fifth item, parking flexibility. I can't even begin to challenge the vain argument that's there. And number 6, the back page shows that the prime target is your row house neighborhoods. You really hate the row house neighborhoods, and I'm kind of sad and sorry about that because that's what Baltimore is, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Okay, that concludes our in-person testimony. We have a few people signed up to testify online. Great, we will go in the order that we have here. We have Corey Russell. Are you still with us online here? If you can unmute yourself, Corey. All right, we will go to the next person on our list, Mr. John Eckenrode. Okay. We don't see John online. We do? Okay, great. John, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
There you go.
I'm trying to do that. Okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is John Eckenrode, and I live in the Westfield neighborhood of Baltimore City. I want to express my opposition to Council Bill 25-0065, eliminating off-street parking requirements. I don't have any statistics and cannot cite any urban planning studies, but I can speak from personal experience to say that accessibility to parking can be a key factor in the desirability and quality of life of a neighborhood. When I lived in a large apartment complex in DC years ago, it offered no off-street parking. I would routinely come home from work, search 15 or 20 minutes for a parking space, and finally find a semi-legal space 4 or 5 blocks away from my front door. Parking tickets have become regarded as a living expense. In my 19 years of living in Federal Hills section of Baltimore, I saw over time how parking availability shrank almost as badly as DC as the neighborhood became more gentrified. 4 years ago, I moved back to Baltimore after living in Tacoma Park for 9 years. After my experience in DC and Federal Hill, parking availability was a high priority on my list when my wife and I went house hunting. I am retired now, and the parking situation in my neighborhood is quite accommodating. I use a car much less now and often utilize the bike lanes on Harford Road and Walker Avenue. But now I think that I need to speak out of concern for those who are working and others who are depending on cars for daily living. Coupling increased housing density with the elimination of off-street parking requirements sounds like a losing combination for residential neighborhoods. Trying to reduce car dependence without first offering viable alternatives, such as improved public transportation, only aggravates the situation. This is why I need to express my concerns and, as a result, my opposition to the eliminating off-street parking requirements bill. Thank
you, John. All right, great. We will come back. We'll call Corey Russell again. Corey.
Hi, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Corey Russell. I am a resident in Canton, 28 years old, and I'm in favor of this bill 2565. I also work for the Maryland Department of Natural Resources, but I'm just testifying on my own behalf. Basically, I just wanted to give an anecdote in favor of this bill. I live very close to the Canton Safeway, which is a sea of parking. And I think that's one thing that's not being considered a lot. We've heard about the benefits and costs of parking a little bit. It sounds like the only benefit to people is the actual space to put the car. I think there's just a ton of costs to these massive parking lots in Baltimore City. The Safeway parking lot by my house is one of the most unsafe areas, it feels like, in my entire neighborhood. It's about 2 acres of pavement with like dystopian blue lights. I'm sure it decreases property values next to my house. And it's just an unpleasant place to be, to like walk to get groceries. And, you know, that level of parking was created because there was a city mandate to have such an unnecessarily large parking lot. So there's just a lot of better uses, I think, that could happen with that space. And I also just disagree, I'll wrap this up, but I disagree with the arguments some other people have made where it's like green space and parking being tied together. I think these parking requirements are actively decreasing green space in Baltimore City. It's common for parking lots to be paved over vacant lots as opposed to, you know, planting those vacant lots. So yeah, I prefer much less seas of asphalt in the city, and I hope that happens with approval of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Patrick Hislop, last person we have online. Patrick, are you there, and are you able to unmute yourself?
There we are. Am I unmuted?
Patrick?
Yes.
Hi. You got 2 minutes.
Hi. Thank you. I am Patrick Hislop. I am a resident of the 11th District. I would like to acknowledge the many concerns that people have brought here today about the necessity of parking and the value of parking in some areas of Baltimore. And, you know, we certainly hope that as transit and other options become better developed in this city, that can be less the case for more of Baltimore's residents. But I am in support of the idea of this bill, because in many cases, you know, parking may add value in some neighborhoods, but to have it as the default when it does come at a cost to residents like us. It reduces space that could be used for community life, or in terms of monetary cost, or more economically productive and taxable activity within the city. These are concerns for the city. These are land use concerns that are fundamental to how we function as an institution. And I believe that reducing the blanket requirement to provide parking as the default for all development is a good move, and I stand in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this concludes our public testimony on this bill. I appreciate the patience of our committee members as we are still about to get to our second bill. Before we take maybe 2 minutes to regroup and start the hearing on the next bill, I'm going to give the floor over to the council president for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just first thank everybody for showing up and testifying today at a time when our democracy is struggling. It is really good to see Baltimoreans participating, arguing for or against legislation, and I just appreciate it. I also want to really thank the bill sponsor, Councilman Blanchard, who I think has been making a really good faith effort to engage across the city at community associations on this bill. Really appreciate you doing that. And per some of the testimony you heard from today, there are definitely other associations that would love to hear from you about it. I'm going to briefly address Councilman Landers and some of the concerns that he raised. And first I want to say, Councilman, thank you for your service. And do not come into this chamber and disrespect the chair or this committee. And I want to be very clear. Rule 10-3, scheduling hearings, which you referenced. Scheduling hearings in general says that if an agency fails to reply to a bill within 30 days of the referral, the committee may hold a hearing on the bill without further delay. These bills were introduced 4 months ago, so this hearing is absolutely able to proceed. Additionally, Rule 10-13, limit on public testimony is at the discretion of the chair and is limited to 3 minutes maximum. Sir, you took 4 minutes. Let me again be very clear. As a former member of this body, your voice is always welcome, but do not come in and disrespect the rules of this committee, particularly when you are unclear about what those rules state. I thank you, and again, I truly appreciate all of the engagement of communities from east, west, north, south, and all over the city of Baltimore. It is so good to hear Baltimoreans speaking out about an issue that you care about deeply. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsor. Thank you to all the committee members that are here today. And I'm looking forward to hearing another bill in 2 minutes.
Thank you. We're going to recess for 2 minutes here, regroup, and then we're going to go to the next bill. I'm going to bang my gavel. It's coming down. All right, we're back. I don't think that we're quite at barn burner status yet, but I appreciate everybody's time here this morning. I'm going to make a couple notes before we begin this next bill's hearing. One, committee members, for the last bill, we did have an amendment distributed to us. We didn't go over amendments. We will cover amendments at our next hearing a week from today, when we will consider a vote on these bills. We will not be considering voting on either of these bills today. Okay. We will make sure that any amendments that anybody has for any bills are distributed to the committee prior to next week. If anybody wants to mention any intentions about amendments, that's fine. We will go on now. With Council Bill number 250064, zoning, bulk, and yard requirements amendments, sponsored by Councilman Gray. Both this and the previous bill were advertised as required in the newspaper and such. And at this time, we will go to the sponsor of the bill to present this to us. And then we don't have a panel or anything for this, no. We'll have the sponsor of the bill present it, and then we will take committee questions for the sponsor. and then we will go to our agency reports before going to public testimony. Again, if you are online and wishing to testify virtually on Council Bill 250064, zoning, bulk and yard requirements amendments, there is a link in the chat on WebEx, and we want you to go to that link and sign up and fill that form out. That is the list that we will call for anybody wishing to give public testimony online after we have taken all of our in-person testimony. If you are in the chambers, we have forms in the back of the room near where people entered. There is a box on the form specifically asking, do you want to testify? In the last bill hearing, we went back and we called a lot of people who had not checked that box. I'm not going to do that again. If you want to testify, go to that form and check that box that actually says, I want to testify. It's got a big red text heading to it, making it really clear. Check that box. I want to testify. That's who we're going to be calling for public testimony today. Again, we will begin here now with Councilman Gray. Thank you for sponsoring this bill. Thank you for presenting to us. Take it away.
Thank you. And before we start, can we just have a moment of silence for those that we lost, I guess at this point, 24 years ago, during 9/11. Today is 9/11. I know there's a lot going on, but we have a moment of silence for those we lost and those we lost in the aftermath of what
Absolutely.
happened. Thank you. Good morning, Council President, Chair, members of the Land Use and Transportation Committee, but most importantly, our neighbors that are here in the chambers and those online. Today, I'm presenting Bill 250064, bulk and yard requirement amendments. This bill comes from a simple reality. Baltimore's zoning code is too rigid and often out of step with how families actually live, but more importantly, want to live in the city of Baltimore. I want you all to think about the grandparent who makes space for their grandkids, or that parent who has to move back after falling down on hard times, an older adult who wants a small dedicated space for a caregiver, an expanding family that loves their neighborhood but just needs a little more room as they grow, or the hardworking Baltimorean who wants to add a kitchen extension or a deck to their home that they've invested in. Right now, too many families are told no, not because their plans don't make sense, but because our zoning code makes it nearly impossible without months of delay and costly variance hearings. At its core, this bill makes modest but meaningful adjustments to bulk and yard requirements in our residential districts. It reduces some side yard and corner setbacks, slightly increases allowable lot coverage, and gives homeowners more flexibility to make small additions or improvements without jumping through those unnecessary hoops. This means as an older adult, you can easily add a small rear addition for a caregiver. A family can finish a basement for a returning adult without facing red tape. A multi-generational household can adapt their home to fit to their evolving needs. This bill is not for developers. It's for everyday residents who don't have the money or time to fight through the variance process. This isn't a neighborhood changer. It is a tool of equity, one that levels the playing field for all communities. In a city where generational stability has too often been undermined by disinvestment, redlining, and rigid systems, the ability to improve your home shouldn't be a luxury only available for those with extra time and extra resources. Let me be clear. This bill does not upzone R1 single-family neighborhoods. It does not allow duplexes, triplexes, or large-scale development where it doesn't belong or where it isn't allowed right now. What it does is give homeowners dignity and autonomy over their property while keeping neighborhood stability intact. This bill brings compassion through common sense. It respects the character of our neighborhoods while making the zoning code better for people who live in them. I urge my colleagues for their support, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. Do we have questions for the sponsor of the bill? Councilmember, can you take the initial round of questions from up here? Great, thanks. Either there or have a seat, whatever you want. I know. We can't all the time. We got to reserve that for Tony at the moment. Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Councilman, I want to have a conversation about what the process would look like for any type of community involvement if a structure is built on some, if a structure is built on, within the area of the, within that green space area. Talk to me about how community will engage in this process. So for example, if a person wants to build a secondary structure on their property, how does the surrounding community interact with that process? Is there consideration for the surrounding community to have an input in that process?
For if it's just on your own property.
On your property, yes.
If it's on your own property and there isn't any type, if you're not breaking any type of like previous zoning law, then you're able to just do so. Okay. This gives you just the autonomy on your property to do what you need to do on your property.
Okay, and so if there is a discrepancy from surrounding neighbors, how will that be resolved?
So for example, if side yard, if it's 5 feet and somehow you think it's 6 feet, then I think at that point it can be reported and they would have to come out and I guess just do the measurements. But as far as the setbacks, what we've been hearing, what we see is not most people are taking the whole 5 feet or the whole 10 feet that the setbacks will change for a lot of the zoning. What we see is people are being stopped because they want to go additional 2 feet out or 3 feet out and they're being denied. And so those numbers of 5 or 10 feet are usually they're just there to give people that breathing room.
So the reason why I asked that is because, of course, we came to this committee with 1,100 Bayard where it was just a couple more feet and we had to go through the entire process. And so I made it an effort to engage community, get community buy-in, make sure that we adhere to any type of master planning, community engagement plan with the community association, along with that as well. So if this bill should pass, I would recommend having some sort of community input component to this so that we're able to be in lockstep with community so there's no issue, with folks rightfully doing things to their own house and to their own property, but it may be analogous to feelings of the community.
Okay, so. Yeah, and that's definitely something we can talk more about.
Other committee? Councilwoman Middleton.
Does this change the going to the BMZA process for zoning? You know how you have to go to that, committee or office and go through that process. Does this stop or affect that?
As long as you're not going over what is allowable. Once it's changed, whatever, so if, for a lot of the maximum lot area, area coverage, it's a 10% increase. If you're going over that, you may have to, but if you're standing within your boundaries, whether it's the setbacks or what's allowable to build more, you don't have to go to the BMZA.
So will this start to change the character of the community and why people moved to that particular community? It's clear that you're going to start to see changes. People are going to build up to lines, the dividing lines of homeowners.
So we're not allowing folks to build up to anyone's property line. So it's right now there's for most zoning areas it's like a 10-foot setback. Some are 20 when it comes to the side yard. It's not 100%. So you still have to go either it'll be 5 feet or 10 feet, and that neighbor still has their setback in place. So will that house be closer to their line? Yes. Are you going to be closer to your line? No. But I think the fundamental question is, if I need this for my growing family, if I need this because I would like to make the dream addition to my home, why are we telling folks they can't do this? Because what we're seeing is in certain areas when folks aren't able to expand, they're moving out. And so we're losing people. And if we can keep people in the city by allowing them to make these modest adjustments, I think it's a win for everybody.
How does this affect areas that have covenants?
So for areas that have covenants, it really, there's no, if you have a covenant, there are certain rules that may protect you, but I also want to like lift up for the ADUs. October 1st, the state actually passed a law that our ADUs are allowable across all zoning categories. So it doesn't matter if you're R1, R10, if you have the property and this is attached home, you can build that ADU on your property. So a lot of these, some of these rules are already being changed at the state level. And it doesn't really matter if you have a covenant or not, but for this, if you're able to build, you can build. And if you want to make a decision to sell to someone and tell them that they can't and they agree, that's fine. But I think the days of telling folks that you can no longer do something because we want to keep every house this size. It sounds great, but we also see that there are people that are moving out of the city because they need to expand and they want to make a modest increase to their house, and they're being told no. And this is not just for rich people. These are families in all neighborhoods who just want to make these modest adjustments to make sure, like I said, the caregiver can stay there, to make sure that, you know, grandma can come and move in. And they're just being told no because we have rules in place that were codified back when we didn't have the same issues that we have now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I brought up this quote earlier from Donald Shoup. This precision implies certainty, right? I think even more than the formulas in the previous bill we heard of, you know, you need one parking space per dog washing station in your dog washing place or whatever. You need one parking space per X square feet of open works or whatever it is. I think even more so, these numbers are really exhibit kind of the arbitrary nature of kind of how these things happen but really show off how none of this is scientific in any way, especially when you just look at the basic history of this, right? So like the city was built, almost all of the city was built before the zoning standards that we have today were created. They were all conceived not in order to just like ensure that the perfect city comes about. They said, this is the city that was already built. Let's codify what already exists today so that nobody can ever do anything different than what already exists ever, right? And so they said, well, you know, mostly these houses cover about 30% of the lot, and mostly they're set about 10 feet off of the lot line between it and the neighboring property. So let's just make it a law that no house is allowed to cover more than 30%, and no house is allowed to be any closer than 10 feet to the lot line. And the whole motivation there in writing that is just to never allow anything to ever change at all. And I think that's really the challenge that we're facing here. I see that we do have our zoning board chair, Leland Shelton, with us, and I'm looking forward to hearing from him as well, but I think that what he'll attest to is that these are reflective of the kind of, like, as you said, Councilman, very modest changes that people want to make to their home. This is not developers, this is everyday people. And in fact, it's the developers who know how to like squint and turn their head a little bit and be like, can't you see it this way, when they explain how their property is unique to the zoning board, right? But that's the standard that we're up against, is that I have to somehow be able to go to the zoning board. If I want to go from a 10-foot setback on my property to a 8-foot setback or a 7-foot setback on my property, I need to go to the zoning board and ask for a variance. And I have to say to the zoning board, but members of the board, please understand that my property is somehow intrinsically unique, that there is something utterly different about my property than all of the other properties in my neighborhood and on my block, because that's the standard that the law requires us to meet, that there has to be something fundamentally unique about my property. And that's just impossible to do when I've got a rectangular property that's the same size rectangle as every other property on my block. And so the zoning board says, we hear you. You want to do something that's perfectly reasonable and that we'd love for the people who already live in Baltimore City, who aren't developers and don't know or don't have the money to like hire some fancy land use attorney to come here and represent them and tell us how we could like massage our understanding of things. Everyday people come to us and we say to them, we want to be able to approve this for you, but we don't have the legal standard met. We just can't see how your property is uniquely different from all of the other ones next to it, even more so with row home properties. And so in reflection on that, I mean, this bill is a great representation of extremely moderate changes, modest changes that reflect that desire and that need to give people a little bit more leeway without creating the impossible barrier of requiring them to come for a variance in a way, you know, and it needs to be said also that there's plenty of variances that were essentially illegally approved long ago. It doesn't mean that we can just keep doing something illegally. We need to actually change the fundamental code so that they don't have to come seek the variances in the first place. And I just really appreciate this bill for that.
Thank you. And I just want to just add for those that are concerned about R7, R8 areas. I was at the Planning Commission. I heard those calls, I heard those cries, and I think the next day I met with planning, and we're trying to come up with some type of way to either introduce like a green area ratio, greenery for some type of stormwater management, because we don't want issues, I don't want to call out Houston, but other cities that where they just build without being thoughtful and careful. Like the point of this is to allow people to have autonomy over their home, but we also want to promote good stewardship of the city overall. So I heard you, I will continue to hear you, and so that is something that we are doing to address that, so.
Blanchard.
Yeah, thank you for introducing this bill, Councilmember. Just briefly, one, as I mentioned, the Planning Commission, I've had 4 requests in my district for variances to Vulcan Yard. 3 of them have been for young families trying to expand beyond the allowed amount, and right, none of them have been able to pass. So I'm really excited for this, like just because I know there's like that's what I'm seeing in my district. And then I really appreciate your commitment to figuring out this effort on like the green infrastructure stuff, because we want a zoning code that gets more of the things we want and less of the stuff we don't want. And so, you know, we want more housing and more flexibility in housing, and we want more green space and trees and all that type of stuff. So I am looking forward to seeing what you come up with on that one as well. Thank you.
Bullock? You good, Mr. Council President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilman Gray, for your leadership on this bill. You mentioned in your opening presentation that, and I apologize if I slightly paraphrase this, but it was essentially modest but impactful change through this bill. Is that right? Okay. Could you share, similar question to what I asked Councilman Blanchard, what this bill does and what this bill does not do in really simple terms? Because again, I think with any big bill package, especially something that's going to change the zoning code, there is going to be a lot of conversation in the public. And I think it's really important that we're really centered and focused in on what the actual impact of the legislation is. So if you could, in just a minute or so, just what exactly does the bill do, and what are some of the things that we've heard concerns about publicly or otherwise, that it does not do?
Yep, I'll be less than a minute. I want to give everyone a chance to weigh in from the public. So this reduces, what it does, it reduces side yard and corner setbacks, modest reductions. It slightly increases the lot coverage limits, the maximum lot coverage limits in most zoning areas, and it streamlines small.
Just define lot coverage just for a quick sec for anyone who doesn't.
So if right now, and like if you're, I believe in what our 3 or 4, it may be like a 30% coverage, you will be able to extend that to 40. If you are in 6, I think it's, I want to say 35, you can do 45. For R7, R8, those are a little different. You can go out to 80, and in some certain cases, you can go out to 100% lot coverage, but that's starting from 60%. Already. And so that's why I wanted to address the green area ratios, where applicable, green roofs or some type of stormwater mitigation. And so we're talking about a 10%. So if you have 750 square feet, if you're gonna, or 1,250 square feet, if you're extending it by 10%, that's 120 square feet. So when you hear we're going to extend the maximum, it sounds like a lot, but 120 square feet going around an entire house where you can make those additions, you will see a difference, but it's not the demonstrable difference that I think people are thinking about in their head. And so, but more importantly, it gets rid of the red tape for like just the small additions, the things that folks just want to do to make their house their home. You've been there for 20 or 30 years, you realize you want to add that addition to your house, and because you're at the 60% already, they're saying, no, you can't go past the 62%. Because I want to extend my deck, you're telling me, no, I can't do that, or I can make an addition to my kitchen. I can't do that because of some arbitrary law that I'm sure your neighbors would not care about. And so we want to make sure that folks are, the folks that live here, not the folks that are moving in, the folks that live here have the autonomy to do what they would like to their house, because we know that people that move in with a new build, you can make your dream house. When you move into your dream house 20 or 30 years ago, after a while, you have new dreams. You want to do new things. And so I think it's very important that we streamline that and not make people go through a costly process or a lengthy process where they're taking off time. Most people don't have the time to take off or the money, quite frankly, to do so. What it doesn't do is upzone our R1 or a lot of our semi-detached homes. There's no upzoning. That's not a part of this bill at all. I think there was a lot of confusion around the entire package. And so I think a lot of the bills are being clumped into one big package. And so when they hear anything related to zoning, they think these changes may be to the actual R1, and it doesn't change the fundamental capabilities of what a R1 is or its limitations. It doesn't allow duplexes, triplexes, or large-scale development in areas where it's not allowed already. So it does not do that. And more importantly, it serves the people. This is not for developers. This is for the people of Baltimore. A lot of those people who have gone in front of the BMZA, especially over the last 2.5 years, since we've been really enforcing, and rightfully so, to make sure there's equity, really enforcing a lot of the zoning, the balking yard requirements. It gives everyone a fair playing field. It puts everyone in the same game. You don't have to hire an expensive lawyer to come and know the language or know the lingo and be able to twist it in your favor. You'll be able just to do it because it's the right thing to do.
So I know something that Vice President Middleton and I have been really passionate about is our aging population. We're a city with many elders. We have a large and growing older adult population in Baltimore. So something like a in-law suite or something where if a elder wanted to be able to move in with the family, is that kind of what we're talking about?
Absolutely. And I love my mother-in-law, and I would love for her to live with me, but if I could build something, right outside the house she had for herself. That would be amazing, right? That was a joke, sorry. But no, it's for that reason. It's for if you want to have an ADU, if you want to make that addition, if you want to make a little more room for your family, if you want to, like I said, be able to make that, to make the dream living room or sunroom or whatever you would like to do to your house. If you have that ability, you have that space, why not? Why are we restricting people off some arbitrary rule that was made up, 60, 70 years ago that has no value today? And so I don't think we're going to see a significant change overnight. It's still expensive, especially for a lot of our historically R1, R2 zones. A lot of those are CHAP. So if you want to, go 10% and then also have to keep into the CHAP guidelines, like good luck with that. That it seems hard just to get new windows, much less to make a 10% maximum lot area increase to those homes. So I think a lot of it is just a lot of confusion that's been out there. But hopefully, we're not voting today. As we talk more about it and people actually read the bill and look at the table, you'll realize that it's not so much of the boogeyman a lot of people think.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Councilman. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Middleton in just a second, but one other thing that occurs to me is, like I said, these laws were written in a way that generalizes a codification of what already existed. And so what that also means is that, we said generally this zoning category, whatever it is, R3, whatever, we're gonna say has a 10-foot side yard setback requirement and a maximum lot coverage of 30%, meaning that the house itself can't cover more than 30% of the lot. When in fact, as a generalization, that may be true, but probably plenty of these houses already extend to 8 feet or 7 feet from the lot line and are at 32, 34% lot coverage. And what we're saying is would the sky fall if we were to just say, okay, actually 5 feet is enough for side lot coverage. Plenty of these houses are already at 7 or 8 feet. What's 2 feet difference? And similarly, we're already at 34% lot coverage. Even though the law says 30, what's 40? And I mean, frankly, 40% lot coverage. In a case like that, it's why am I being told by the government that I can't utilize more? I can't even use half of my home property for my home. And we're also way out of step with what you see in so many other places. We have extremely generous lot setback provisions relative to many, many other places, not just in their law, but in how they're practically built. And you can go all around the country and see, not just in cities, but in small towns, that Baltimore is wildly spacious by comparison to other places. And so there's plenty of room. And I think this idea of neighborhood character also is if I've got a neighborhood with, let's say, 500 houses in it, and one person on one block decides that they're gonna put up an addition, or change something about their house, did that change the character of the neighborhood? No, it changed something about that house, but the prevailing character of the neighborhood, no, I don't actually think so. If 2 people do it, I'm still probably not sure that that's changing the neighborhood character. There's, I think there's a threshold that is, the difference between we're impacting the neighborhood versus we're allowing a person here and a person there to do things that are normal, reasonable, unimposing. Councilwoman Middleton.
So one concern that's expressed to me in my Northwest neighborhoods is that if this bill is passed, it's going to increase construction activity. And because we already have problems with staffing and code enforcement, they just see an increase of people doing added things to their home, and it's just gonna explode with people doing whatever they want to do. how do you answer that?
Yep, that's a great question. And so I know in a lot of communities that I have in my district, the same thing happens. We share a lot of those communities. We already have folks that are making, flipping houses and not doing the requisite work. And so on that part, we as a city council has to be the body that puts more on DHCD, but I also have a lot of communities that when anyone does any type of construction, they immediately call any type of thing. And so it's not the greatest answer to say, we all have to also work together when we see these types of things happening. If someone's making an addition, it's a 311. You can literally check and they'll stop. But at the same time, I don't know. It's a very expensive process to try to make if you have something that's, 60% lot coverage, make it 80 or make it 100. And so I don't think it's going to be happening at the pace that people think. But at the same time, I think that we as a city council, as a body, we have to make sure that as we're giving more and asking of DHC to do more, that we are pushing them to make sure that they, are on top of these types of things and not being reactive, but a little more proactive and coming up with creative ways, but also relying on council offices and also neighbors that if you see something, any new construction where someone's building, and it looks like they're making some type of weird addition, it's a quick 311 and our code enforcement will come out and they'll have stop work order.
Thank you for that answer. I just like the committee to take note on our next budget session where we really need to share how important we need more staffing with code enforcement and apprenticeships to get to that point. Thank you.
Seconded. Okay, we're going to thank you, Mr. Councilmember. We will go to agency reports now. I'll do another quick plug here. If you are online and you are planning or hoping to testify online, there is a link in the chat. Tony, if you could just drop it in there again now. There is or about to be another link in the chat for you to sign up to testify online. And again, if you are here and want to testify in person, there is a sheet and you need to check the box saying that you want to testify here in person. Okay, we will go to agency reports here. Baltimore City Fire Department. Tyler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Tyler Chanella from the Mayor's Office. The Fire Department stands behind their favorable bill report. Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Good afternoon again, Mr. President, members of the committee. Eric Tiso, and I'm also joined by Brandon Canoy, who staffed this item. The Planning Commission recommends amendment and approval with two very technical amendments. Both are on page 2 in the table where values were changed. The original value was accidentally left in place, and so it would just strike those as necessary to fulfill the intent of the bill.
Great, so we have an amendment from planning that notes basically typos.
Right, and it's probably within DLR's authority to correct as a drafting error, but we mention it here for completeness.
We'll make sure that we have an amendment. In fact, I think that we already have that in the packet from, where is it? Yes. Yes, it's in the packet. Yeah. Great.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to correct, I had the wrong report pulled up. Actually, for this bill, the fire department's position is without recommendation, as the bill doesn't change any requirements for submission of plans to the Office of the Fire Marshal for review of construction, fire detection, notification, suppression systems, or automatic sprinkler installation.
Great, thank you. Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Wright, representing DHCD. We respectfully stand behind our favorable bill report.
Great, thank you. Finance?
Ben Brosh, Department of Finance. The Department of Finance supports this bill. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Law.
Good afternoon. Desiree Lucky on behalf of the city solicitor. We approve this bill for legal form and sufficiency.
Great, thank you. Do we have questions from the committee for any of our agency representatives? Great. We will go on to public testimony at this time. I think we have some people who probably signed both sheets, maybe one erroneously. I am going to start with our zoning board chair, Leland Shelton. Come on up. You are here essentially speaking on behalf of the city board, and so I'm going to extend you more than the 2-minute public testimony portion and treat you essentially as agency staff. As I would agency staff. And so I just really appreciate you coming here. Thanks.
Thank you for that courtesy. I promise I won't be stingy with my time. Mr. Chair, Council President, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leland Shelton. I have served as a member of the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals since 2022. And as of this summer, I have the honor of being its chair. Over the past few years, I have presided over countless hearings where bulk and yard regulations have become the star of the show, not because of their brilliance, but because of how often they confound common sense, needlessly frustrating the very people who are doing exactly what the city portends that it wants and needs, investing in neighborhoods and homes. I've watched Orthodox Jewish families in Northwest Baltimore try to add a few more feet of living space so that families can remain in their homes within walking distance of their synagogues, only to be told, sorry, the zoning code prefers your side yard remain just as it was in 1950. I have seen parents and young couples face months of delay, not because their neighbors objected, but because the rules did. I've seen small developers and local contractors, certainly not the greedy investor boogeymen as they're often portrayed to be, working block by block to bring vacant homes back into productive use in our city, realize that they can't even create a marketable home unless they go through the charade of proving a uniqueness and a practical difficulty. These are not outsiders exploiting the city. These are people investing their lives and their livelihoods in Baltimore. And yet too often I find myself saying, sorry, the code does not allow for that. This bill makes modest, rational adjustments, slightly more lot coverage, slightly smaller minimum yards, nothing radical, just aligning our code with how people use their homes and lots in 2025. Both the Planning Commission and Housing have recommended approval, noting that these changes will reduce unproductive trips to the BMZA, shorten renovation timelines, and unlock development of lots that today are simply stuck. The Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership has emphasized that this reform is not just about homeowners' convenience. It is about dismantling barriers that keep families, particularly low-income families, from safe and affordable housing in our city. Now, I know some community leaders are worried. For example, in historic Marble Hill, some residents fear losing green space or neighborhood character. These concerns come from a place of care for their neighborhoods, and I respect that. But let us be honest, the current standards are not based on some scientific formula for neighborhood health. They are relics of an exclusionary zoning regime that was designed to keep people out. Pretending that a 20-foot side yard versus a 15-foot one is the linchpin of neighborhood stability is, at best, an act of faith. If someone can show me the holy book of land use and zoning that explains why 10 feet of side yard is safe, but 9 or 5 is chaos, I will happily repent. Until then, we should stop pretending these numbers are sacred. They've all been made up, and they can be changed. Of course, one person's tasteful addition is another person's eyesore. That is the story as old as property ownership itself, but we cannot let the aesthetic discomfort of a vocal minority override the legitimate needs of property owners who have chosen to stake their futures here in Baltimore, where the property taxes are twice as much as surrounding jurisdictions. Our job is to not enforce a single aesthetic. is to keep Baltimore livable, equitable, and growing. Passing this bill will not unravel Baltimore's neighborhoods, and I'm finishing up, Mr. Chair. What it will do is this: for homeowners, fewer headaches and faster timelines when they want to invest in and modernize our city's aging housing stock. For small developers and homesteaders, a chance to turn vacant shells into livable homes without adding another layer to navigate in the obstacle course that is 417 East Fayette. For the city, more of our housing stock back into productive use, more tax revenue, and fewer frustrated city residents who want to flee to the suburbs and their attractive property taxes. And for the BMZA, the ability to focus on complex cases instead of spending hours deciding whether a corner yard should be 10 or 15 feet. As one supporter wrote, much of our built environment in Baltimore predates present bulk and yard requirements. Adjusting them allows for diversity of building types and enables more people of different incomes and needs to live in more neighborhoods. That is not just planning jargon, that is common sense. In closing, I will say this: Baltimore desperately needs to put more of its vacant, underused, and aging housing stock back into productive use. We cannot afford to let arbitrary numbers in the zoning code be the reason a family moves out or a vacant housing stays vacant. This bill is not a silver bullet, but a crucial step in the dismantling of relics of exclusion and replacing them with rules that serve today's and future residents' needs. I urge you to support it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, really happy to have you serving as the zoning board chair. Thank you for coming to testify with us today. Okay, I'm gonna begin with the list that I've got for public testimony. I can see that there are a lot of people who signed up who were testifying on the previously heard bill who are not here, but I'm just gonna shout out their names just for the sake of it. Will Holman, Ari Plout, and Brad Cox. Lisa Harvin scratched out her name. Jody Landers, you are up. You will have 2 minutes.
Right, okay. Yes, City Council Bill 250064 will absolutely reduce the amount of open and green space required and permit increased densities. Let's be real. All of these bills are designed to increase densities in all neighborhoods across the city. It does so by permitting increased lot coverage, reducing yard requirements, and reducing the lot area square footage per dwelling unit at a time when residents are demanding, and the market is demanding, more open space to improve public health, air quality, and reduce the heat island effect in our neighborhoods. It doesn't make any sense to reduce the minimum lot areas, increase bulk lot coverages, and reduce yard requirements in residential zones. The bill permits larger buildings in almost all residential zones in Baltimore City. For example, and what's being told is these are minimal changes, very small changes, but you have to look at the numbers. For example, the maximum lot coverage in an R1 alpha district increases by 40%. 40%. In R2, it's 33%, and in R3 and R4, it's 28%. These are not small percentage changes in the lot coverage and the side yard. The minimum interior side yard reduction ranges from 25 to 33% in R1 through R4. And the side yard requirement is reduced from 10 feet to 5 feet. That is a 50% reduction. Now, what's significant about that? You can't put a driveway in a side yard that's 5 feet wide. And we don't allow parking pads in front yards. So what you're doing is, in looking at these bills in total, you're creating a conundrum for existing property owners in neighborhoods.
Thank you.
I would just like to make one other point.
No, I'm sorry.
Target these bills to the neighborhoods where there are high levels of vacants, but don't target these bills to all neighborhoods in Baltimore City. We're blessed to have a patchwork quilt of diverse neighborhoods. Let's keep it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Mitchell. Joan Floyd.
Many people had to leave. Many people just had to leave, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Before we begin the time on you, I'll just make sure everybody acknowledges Joan provided an extensive packet of insights in the red folder that each of you received. Thank you for your diligence. You can see that.
And it will only matter if you all read it, so I hope you do read it. Please do. I did the research into BMZA denials for the last 2.5 years. They are not corrected by this bill. So this bill is not for that purpose. The BMZA denials that were actually corrected by this bill are primarily the ones that add more multi-family units and make larger multifamily buildings. I'm going to move on. This bill bumps the R5 through the R6 zones, through the R8 zones up in multifamily density by an entire zone. It gives the R5 zone the apartment density of the R6 zone that is currently existing. It gives the R6 zone more than the apartment density of the current R7 zone. It gives the R7 zone the apartment density of the current R8 zone, and it gives the R8 zone an apartment density greater than that of the current R9 zone. It does these things without notifying the property owners on those blocks who have no reason to expect such a change. Thousands of homeowners do not know what is being proposed in this bill. Those who are aware of the bill are not being given good information by those we are paying to do so. With the increased density, multifamily structures, both current and future on row house blocks, can be physically larger because obstacles are removed. Additions can be built to the shared property line, yes, of course, which of course means firewalls up to 35 feet high in the R5 through R7 districts, and in the R8, 45 feet. Also in the R8, those additions, those firewalls can go back 12 feet from the rear lot line or on lots less than 80 feet deep. On an alley, the additions can go all the way back and fill the entire backyard under this bill. R8 becomes the first residential zone that does not require a rear yard for every home. R8 becomes the first residential zone that allows 45 feet of height for every house. Please look at the photographs in the first page of your packet. Please look at those photographs and try to imagine these changes applied to those houses. What are those houses next door to someone else's house? Look at those yards. They are, some of them are 20 feet, some are larger. Please look at the packet. Understand what this bill is for.
Thank you, Joan. I will certainly look at the packet and encourage my committee members, as you have, to review it thoroughly. Thank you. Ms. Marita Goodman. Jed Weeks.
Good afternoon, Jed Weeks, Executive Director of Bike More, again, lobbyist for Bike More in Action. You have my written testimony in the file. Again, I wanted to just sort of move the two things here. One, just a reminder to committee members that, like the last piece of legislation, there's overwhelming written support from members of the public for this bill. On the last bill, even including the testimony we heard today, over 96% of the submitted testimony is favorable, and it's the same with this bill. Just to speak a little bit to the model that was here, I think there's like a really good anecdote around that in my neighborhood. My neighbor just a block away is trying to stay in his house. He's got a young family that was born there. They're trying to grow in that house. They want to stay on the block. They love their block. They are building exactly what was in that model. And they're able to do it because they happen to be over a ghost river. It's the Sumwalt Run. Their house is collapsing into it. It's a unique circumstance that permits them to stay in the neighborhood, essentially. You shouldn't have to have a unique circumstance to be able to raise your family in the house they were born in. You should be able to adapt that house and have that family stay in the neighborhood. And I know, we're hearing the communities are not aware of this. My community of Remington is aware of this. I know the neighborhood wrote a letter of support for it after having public meetings around it. And so I know like my R7 neighbor who just spoke might be opposed to it, but a lot of my R8 neighbors in my neighborhood are very supportive of this. If there's any questions for me, happy to take them.
Thanks, Jed.
Yep.
Nate Prettle. Cynthia Gross. Catherine Pugh. Keandra Pryor. Carson Ward. She's online. Okay, well then we'll come to the online then. Nancy Marinick. Hit that button on the right side of the, hit the button on the right side in front of you. There you go.
Oh,
Thank
excuse
you.
me.
Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon again. My husband and I bought a house in the community where we live because we moved from a row home development and we were looking for more space. So we found a house with 10-foot setbacks that provided the space that we were interested in. We invested in that house and invested in the city of Baltimore that it would be a good home and that our investment would be protected by the legislation that is passed by the people who are elected to office. This bill is going to destroy our investment. It is going to result in developers buying houses or investors buying houses and dividing them into the series of bills together, dividing houses into units of 4, building out into the green space, and people moving in who now have 2 cars and the house is divided into 4. There will be chaos of trying to park. I feel that this is a very destructive legislation. I think that you're attacking the parts of Baltimore that are the good things about Baltimore. And I realize that there's a need for affordable housing, but I think that it should be attacked where it really is important, with vacant houses and the slum communities. Don't attack the good communities that are the successes that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Marinick. Sonia Edie. Oh, sorry. Go back to Luke Ziegler here.
Again, I oppose this bill. I see it as a problem, first of all, because it was made a citywide bill. So you're not looking at the neighborhoods individually. You know, this is a collective thing, and all of our neighborhoods have a different makeup. So I see this as a bill that will affect the architectural character of our neighborhoods. Also, our private investments, which is, this is the largest investment that you have, which is your home. This also will allow for people to build buildings that would obstruct your views, which will also cause issues when it comes down to natural sunlight, causing you to have a higher gas and electric bill in the wintertime, because you don't have that heat coming from the sun. Then in the summertime, you have your air conditioners because there's too much of, in the winters, there's shade. In the summertime, you don't get the sun, so you have to burn your systems to create that coolness. And so I see that those are some of the problems. And with those issues, then it begins to affect your quality of life. Most of Baltimore's inner city's row homes does not have a lot of green space to build on, and even less green public spaces where there is no place for our younger kids to play. I can see vertical additions, which most people have done by adding decking for additional living space. And when I'm saying that, that's already an existing house. My house is a 3-story. It's on the top of my rear. I can go up another addition. And that wouldn't take anything away because all of the houses on that side are the same. So I see it as an obstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edie. Luke Ziegler.
Hello again. I'm Luke Ziegler, city resident representing Balt Pop. We just want to express our support of this bill. I don't want to reiterate too much what's already been said, but just to the extent that we know that a lot of the buildings that are in Baltimore already historically are non-compliant with this requirement and other requirements that have gotten discussed. So this isn't suggesting so much a dramatic change, so much as legalizing and allowing what already exists across the city. It gives more flexibility for homeowners and for other residents that we want to keep in the city. And it just increases flexibility for those who are already living here. And so I just want to express my support, but I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the testimony that we have in person signed up. We will go to our folks online who have signed up using the form. We have Ms. Pryor again. Ms. Pryor, you have 2 minutes. We will start the clock when you unmute yourself here.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there you are. We got you.
Okay, my name is Keandra Pryor. Again, I'm the president of the Reservoir Hill Association, and we are in opposition to this bill, mainly because we don't see the evidence that this bill will actually forward affordable housing. Again, reducing the cost to developers does not translate to cheaper housing costs. No reference comparable city has lowered the housing costs based on these changes. Nor any of these cities have lower housing costs in Baltimore City. Developers are a business, and they have the fiduciary duty to pass on profits to their shareholders. I want to ask the council why 96% of the written testimony is in favor when clearly the majority of people in person are in opposition. That could be an issue about how much information was provided for people to actually participate. I want to note that the Planning Commission estimated that this bill has the potential to eliminate 4.8 million square feet or 100 acres of pervious surface. These postage stamps add up. It's in opposition to the way that the Department of Public Works deals with stormwater management. Increasing the size of ERU means a decrease in revenue for DPW storm management. It also opposes the Lower Jones Falls Small Watershed Action Plan of 2008, and it increases the heat island effect for Baltimore City. Instead, we should look to our sister cities to see, and the comparable cities that you have chosen, to see how they have addressed this issue. For example, Philadelphia was able to address the issue of vacant housing by offering a 10-year tax abatement to anyone that would develop a vacant home. That would work here. It worked in Philly. In Chicago, the Green Alley Initiative encourages porous pavement wherever somewhere needs to be paved. Portland, Seattle, Chicago, New York, all have green initiatives that offset impervious surfaces. Why aren't we adding this into our bill? Why is the bill encouraging impervious surfaces without addressing the larger effects it has on cities?
Thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you.
Carson Ward, we will give you your 2 minutes when we get you unmuted if you're still here online. Okay.
Hi, sorry.
Hello, is that Carson?
It is. Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute on my.
Go ahead, you got 2 minutes.
Okay. I went to the Planning Commission hearing, and even planners admitted that they weren't experts in zoning changes they're pushing. They dismissed credible data in the Black lived experience and made a recommendation in favor of this bill, knowing that residents could end up carrying the burden like they are throwing spaghetti on the wall and seeing what sticks. Let me be clear, this bill is dangerous. At a time where summer heat is deadly and green space is critical infrastructure, especially in disinvested red lines neighborhoods, the city is considering cutting back protections. That's not just bad policy, it's negligence. Green space can lower temperatures by up to 15 degrees, improve air quality, and save lives. Removing it in already overheated neighborhoods puts Black, low-income, and elderly residents at serious risk. You could face real liability if people get sick or die. Zoning has long been weaponized in Baltimore to keep Black families out of white neighborhoods. Segregation isn't history here, it's still policy. And these bills, this package of abundance bills, continues that legacy. You say this is about abundance in a housing shortage. That's just false. We have vacant homes. What we don't have is affordable, safe, stable housing or a functional DHCD that enforces codes, prevents lead poisoning, and protects renters from illegal conversions and displacement. And you can see that with the recent departure of Alice Kennedy. And so I just want to say that this opens the door to more disinvestment, more erasure, and a city that's already unlivable for Black people. And I'm sorry, but Mr. Sheldon, you neglected to state that you work at MCB, and that's really important as you are also the head of BMZA, which could be a conflict of interest when you consider all the zoning benefits that are in favor of MCB. The last thing I want to say is to Councilmember John Bullock, who informed me that he did not say the green space should be decreased because of the mosquitoes. It was another colleague. I just want to make that correction for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this concludes our public testimony. As I said before, we are not voting these bills today. We have a hearing next week for a couple of other bills, and likely we will vote these bills at that time, giving council members, committee members, further time to consider everything that we've heard in both of our bill hearings today, and to distribute any amendments or anything that anybody may be interested in. I want to thank our committee members, those who are still here and those who stayed here as long as they could. We ran almost twice our normal committee duration today. Thank you to our staff. Thank you to all our agency folks from the mayor's office. Thank you to the members of the public. How you doing, George? Good to see you. Thank you to everybody here who has participated or just followed along online, and to all those who wrote in with testimony submitted in advance or sometime today. We are in recess. This committee's next hearing is 1 week from today, Thursday, September 18th at 10 a.m.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Please come in and take a seat. Happy Ravens Victory Monday. Yeah, we're gonna get started. That's what's supposed to happen when you score 40 points. You're supposed to win. You are supposed to win. We got it right this time. So thank you, everybody, for being here this morning. We all know we are here for the annual CTP tour. We are joined today by so many of our partners in government. I'm going to start on this row and then come back around. We are joined by our Council President Cohen, Councilman Parker, who has followed the Council President into the 1st District, Councilman Gray, who is the worst basketball player on the council, Council Vice President Middleton, who's definitely better than Councilman Gray, Delegate Edelson from the 46th District, Delegate Wells from the 40th District. I see Councilwoman Porter. Oh, I see you, Councilwoman Ramos, from the 10th District, Councilwoman Ramos from the 14th District, Delegate Boyce from the 43rd District. Delegate Boyce is an alum of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhoods, so that makes her especially exceptional in my eyes, of course. We have Councilman Blanchard from the 11th District, Councilman Jones from the 12th District. He is the muscle on the City Hall basketball team. If you thank Anthony Mason, if anybody knows about the 1990s. Councilman Dorsey from the 3rd District. I believe him and the NTA administrator rode down together from Northeast Baltimore. The birthday girl, Delegate Addison, happy birthday. Let's see. Oh, you gotta move your head. Oh, all right. Delegate Embry, a Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice / Monsey alum, so she's also exceptionally special in my eyes. And then my delegate, Parker and Spencer's mom, Delegate Smith, is here as well. And then we have Delegate Young, who is the delegate that lost to the mayor in track and field the most. So thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I think I hit everybody. There we go. Good morning, everybody, and thank you to be here. It's great to have our state colleagues here with us, and of course, our acting secretary, Secretary Bidle, to discuss the state's consolidated transportation program. We are always grateful for your partnership, especially the work to address both local and regional transportation challenges. Baltimore is proud to be the economic engine and transportation hub of the great state of Maryland. And as you know, we're the only jurisdiction in Maryland responsible for maintaining all of our roads and even a highway, I-83, that we all love, within our city's limits. Between the fiscal years of 2015 and 2025, Baltimore spent $131 million of our HUR funding on state routes. That's compared to just $14 million on local streets. 90% of that funding has been spent on state roads. We know that the vast majority of our investments and need lie along roadways typically maintained by MDOT elsewhere in the state of Maryland. And to be frank, we know this is not sustainable. MDOT must consider for us assuming maintenance responsibilities for I-83 and I-295. This has already been done successfully with 95 and 395 because maintenance of these complex, expensive, and I do mean expensive, assets is beyond what could be reasonably expected of any county, or in this case, the city. As a result of the current system, highway user revenue continues to serve as the backbone of our transportation budget. Our allocation of highway user revenue funding increased from 8.3% in 2023 to 9.5% in 2024, and we saw the impact across the board. Thank you very much to our partners in the General Assembly. As an example, in 2023, we built 64 speed humps. In 2024, we built 681. And I had 681 emails to make sure that everyone knows how real that is. In 2025, we kept our progress going as our fund allocation rose to 11%. This helped us fund projects like the rehabilitation of 25th Street and Huntington Avenue, improvements in Johnson Square, pedestrian safety improvements on West North Avenue, and a $16 million investment to replace deteriorating traffic signals that have been there since I was in high school. Our current need requires us to increase that to $36 million by 2027. But because of our scheduled reductions to our allocation, we may be forced to cut back $8 million. We know from experience that maintaining our infrastructure, much of which is aging, requires predictable and sustainable funding, which is why these scheduled reductions are deeply concerning to us. We will be fighting during the General Assembly with our wonderful delegation to maintain our current allocation moving forward. But I want to underscore to our MDOT colleagues just how impactful previous increases have been and how detrimental cuts would be. Beginning in fiscal 2028, Baltimore's share of revenue is set to drop from 12.2% to 9.5%. That would create a $70 million hole in our capital program. 2 years of 12% HUR will only make a dent in our infrastructure backlog, and 9.5 will entirely fail to support our long-term deferred maintenance needs. As a reminder, that would set us back to where we were when we were just building 64 speed humps a year. This plan does not provide the capital funding we need to complete the basic infrastructure improvements and maintenance. Take, for example, ADA compliance. In the past year, we have constructed in Baltimore nearly 400 ADA compliant ramps, advancing equity and accessibility in our communities. Reaching basic compliance with the federal ADA settlement will require approximately $12 million annually in ramp construction beginning in fiscal 26. And preserving that funding allocation at current levels is essential to sustaining this work. But the same goes for our transit needs. We all know nearly 1/3 of our households do not have access to a personal vehicle. Over 24,000 residents commute into downtown Baltimore every day from all over the city and beyond. And many of our students commute to school on public transit. Everyone who caught the bus on MTA in the room, raise your hand. There we go. The ones that didn't, they were spoiled. Their parents dropped them off. Be More Bus improvements will help us specifically address these needs. As the plan states, 80% of MTA's ridership is on core bus service. We know the need is there, which is why we are deeply concerned that the 10-year plan is not funded in the 6-year CTP draft. This week, you all can anticipate a letter from my office that underscores the need to fully fund this program. In addition to bus investments, the light rail modernization project will improve safety and service for key transit infrastructure, and the transformative Baltimore Red Line will connect West Baltimore with Baltimore County, downtown Baltimore, Bayview, and countless residents and places in between. But none of that is possible without additional capital funding to make up for our scheduled reduction in HUR allocation. Baltimore cannot continue to grow and thrive, meaning Maryland cannot continue to grow and thrive without this deeper partnership with our friends in the state government. I look forward to working with each and every one of you to manage the transportation challenges and opportunities facing the city and state in the years to come. Thank you very much. And I think before I turn it over to you, Madam Secretary, we're going to hear from our City Council President, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Secretary, to the entire MTA team that is here. And let me just welcome you to Baltimore. Thrilled to have you all here with us for the road show. Want to just thank all of my colleagues who are here, both from the City Council and from the state delegation. I feel like for the last 2 years, we have really shown up together, and it makes a huge, huge difference. I also want to thank the mayor for his leadership. I want to thank our city administrator, who I see over here, and all of us, the advocates, the transit riders that have come here today. Also want a special shout out to our Land Use and Transportation Chair, Ryan Dorsey, for excellent organizing. Where are you? There you are. Excellent organizing and advocacy these last 2 years. Let me just say, as the mayor said, we are here because this is Baltimore's moment, but only if we adequately fund our transportation system. And while states like Pennsylvania and Illinois struggle to fund transit in particular, Maryland has an opportunity to demonstrate true leadership in this moment. Unfortunately, that type of leadership is not clearly demonstrated through this draft CTP. In June, MTA released Be More Bus, a 10-year visionary plan to create the high-quality, frequent, all-day bus service that Baltimoreans were promised with Baltimore Link but never received. The plan also identified how much in capital investment it would take to achieve this vision: $650 million for a 5th bus division and $365 million for additional buses. That's just over $1 billion total. In this 6-year CTP, Be More Bus is mentioned and celebrated, but not funded. In fact, capital spending on core bus decreases by $24.5 million compared to last year's CTP. We cannot afford to let the Be More Bus plan sit idle on the shelf. Our young people cannot wait 10 years to get to school on time. As a former teacher, I saw firsthand how the transit crisis contributes to our chronic absenteeism crisis. Our workers cannot wait 10 years to access jobs. Right now, the typical resident can access only 7.5% of our region's jobs with a transit ride under 1 hour. And our city and region cannot wait 10 years to reap the many economic development benefits that come with transformative transit investment. The cities who are growing and thriving in the 21st century are those that have made major transit investments. And it's not just cities and states with transit-friendly governments that one would expect, but cities like Houston, Charlotte, and Atlanta. If they can do it, why can't we? Even Indianapolis, which sits in a state that banned light rail investments in 2014, has built an innovative and wildly successful bus rapid transit line that generated over $700 million in economic development. It has another opening in 2028 and a 3rd line in planning. If they can do it, why can't we? This is why, and we do appreciate sincerely improvements that were made last year in the CTP, but this is why we cannot take our foot off the gas. The $6 million decline in state of good repair funding for transit does not work for Baltimore and must be reversed. We must build the Red Line and continue planning the north-south corridor, which will serve as the backbone of a high-quality, frequent transit network. Finally, we need MDOT's partnership in undoing the 28 HUR funding cliff, as the mayor said. Our transit system and all transportation modes depend on well-maintained roads. Baltimore is responsible for maintaining more of our roadways than any municipality in Maryland. I trust that with your partnership and collaboration with our incredible General Assembly that showed up today, we will get this thing done for Baltimore. We need your commitment. Thank you, and I look forward to a productive meeting today.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now turn it over to Director Macbeth.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veronica Macbeth. I'm the Director of Baltimore City Department of Transportation. On behalf of Baltimore City DOT, I want to echo the mayor's appreciation for Acting Secretary Biddle and take some personal privilege to just say it's an honor to work with you in this capacity. She and I have grown together through our times at MDOT, MTA, working, and me being with the state, but also in a women's transportation seminar program. So it's just phenomenal to see her in this role. So little butteriness, but heartfelt. So on behalf of DOT, I want to echo the mayor's appreciation for Acting Secretary Biddle and the MDOT team. Your partnership and commitment and vital to advancing Baltimore's transportation system. Baltimore is uniquely situated in Maryland, and our city sits at the heart of the state and the crossroads of the Northeast Corridor. As the home of the Port of Baltimore and the direct connections to I-95, I-83, and critical freight and passenger rail lines, Baltimore plays a central role in the economic vitality of both Maryland and the broader region. Ensuring that Baltimore's infrastructure needs are addressed is not just a local priority, but it is also a statewide and regional imperative. So I'm going to start with talking about some of our primary priorities, which is HUR, the highway user revenue. So Baltimore has made very meaningful progress toward creating safer and acceptable infrastructure. For example, we have installed, as the mayor said, nearly 400 ADA compliant ramps, and we are actually closer to the 500 mark, as Councilman Blanchard let me know. So please look out for a fun post that'll be on our social media platforms. We've had to scale our needs to continue to far outpace resources available. So highway user revenues are essential to nearly every core project Baltimore City DOT does, and every activity, from filling potholes and resurfacing streets to repairing bridges and to upgrading critical corridors. And the current level of HUR grant funding is serviceable, but it is not enough to address the massive level of need. Beginning in fiscal '28, Baltimore's HUR share is set to fall from 12.2% to 9.5%. Creating an annual funding gap of $70 million and a fiscal cliff that will be felt for generations to come. For over a decade, Baltimore has grappled with a massively reduced allocation of HUR funds, and while originally started because of the 2008 recession, funding cuts stretched into the 2020s and costing our city nearly $1 billion in lost revenue. So between fiscal 15 and fiscal 25, Baltimore contributed $131 million of its HUR on projects along state routes, compared to just $14 million on all of our other roads. As it goes for deferred maintenance, Baltimore faces a deferred maintenance backlog exceeding $2.1 billion, with $1.8 billion found along state routes alone. The city's aging traffic signals will require a minimum of $380 million in investment to create a basic, I'll say it again, a very basic state of good repair over the next decade. This figure is constrained to traffic lights in the downtown and only along major gateways. So we cannot hope for funds or our needs while grappling with the plummeting share of HUR funding. This scale is unmet need, and it is daunting and unsustainable. And without an adequate amount of state support, Baltimore's infrastructure will continue to languish and decay. As far as transit priorities, which are also one of the critical priorities for the city, every day more than 24,000 Baltimore City residents commute downtown, and nearly one in every three households lacks a car. This May alone, MTA's core service moved nearly 5 million riders in Baltimore region, and that is light rail, rail, metro, and local bus. And for Baltimore, public transit is not a luxury. It is a critical resource for tens of thousands of low-income families. So in closing, that is why we were asking the state to fully fund Be More Bus and to ensure that Baltimore Red Line moves forward. These major transit projects are an important step toward addressing a historic pattern of disinvestment in Baltimore City and the most vulnerable communities. Furthermore, I want to urge the state to consider directly supporting the maintenance needs along I-83 and Route 295, as was done in I-95 and I-395 years ago. These highways are regional assets that serve commuters and freight in the Baltimore region and beyond. The scope of their long-term upkeep exceeds the city's capacity, and the maintenance of these assets should be in the state's hands. Finally, and most importantly, it is critical that the state preserves Baltimore's share of HUR. We can work with what we have and not a dollar less. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Director. Madam Secretary, I will turn it over to you, but I will announce that I will be leaving shortly. I have to go to a high school that we call Merville's West Side Practice Facility. That will be Carver for some big announcements in just a few minutes.
Understood, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for spending the time with us here this morning. Also, thank you for spending the time with us this summer at the MACO meeting. I think that we got to talk about a lot of these shared priorities, and so appreciate your time here today. Know that we are still in good hands with Director Macbeth and other representatives of your team and the esteemed council and delegation who are here with us today. I do have to take a moment of personal privilege, as Director Macbeth did, to just say that it is really an honor to, the journey that we've been on together and to both be here in these seats. Mr. Mayor, sorry for being in between our moment here, but if you'll indulge us just a minute, these roles are never easy ones, and it is helpful to be part of a community within transportation that we all really do try to support each other day in and day out, given whatever kind of stressors come our way. Thank you, Mr. Council President, as well for your remarks. And thank you, everyone who is here today. That goes for members of the advocacy community, members of who are elected officials, who are special interest groups, my own team. I think, Mr. Council President, you mentioned it as well. There are times when these meetings were not as well attended, and I will say that we do not do anything in regards to the CTP based on attendance at the meetings, although we do see varying levels of attendance and engagement. And what I would just like to thank everyone for is the engagement that continues, not just here at these meetings, but as we continue to work year round, whether it's in individual districts, individual projects, individual meetings with the modes here. I think that it's really important and a sign of a lot of progress that we have made in building and sustaining really meaningful partnerships. So I just want to thank all of those. That was a very long point of personal privilege, but I do appreciate everyone's attendance here this morning. So to be back on the record with the official remarks, for the record, I'm Samantha Biddle, Acting Secretary of the Department of Transportation in Maryland. And we do thank you for inviting us to provide an overview of our draft 6-year Consolidated Transportation Program, more commonly known as the CTP. With me today are various members of the MDOT team. I'll allow each of them to introduce themselves when it is their turn. And as you know, we have many members of our staff here today who can help you out after today's meeting and going forward with any other questions or concerns that you have. I do want to try to keep our updates concise because my goal is to listen to your concerns and provide answers and feedback as much as we're possible to. And I do want to, again, I know Mayor Scott had to step away, Ms. Leach here as well. Thank you so much for being here and representing the city. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to connect, understand, and look at ways where we can partner together to accomplish these shared goals. I referenced the meeting that we had over the summer, and during that meeting, one of the things that we talked about was support in federal funding and grants for projects. And I think we have a really healthy dialogue that continues with our team and yours, and we continue to keep in touch about opportunities to advance those efforts. If we turn to the draft CTP, hopefully everyone has dove in before coming here today. It is important to know that MDOT is utilizing every dollar and making strategic investments in the Moore-Miller administration's transportation priorities. Those priorities, if we're looking at 3 major buckets, are enhancing safety, maintaining our system so that it is in working order, and driving economic growth across the state, and that includes right here in Baltimore City. The draft CTP is an exciting follow-up to a very productive legislative session this past year, and I want to thank our General Assembly partners very much for allowing us to be able to publish this plan today. Along with Governor Moore's leadership and the support of the General Assembly, we were able to secure roughly $400 million in additional transportation revenue every year. With these additional dollars, MDOT is stretching this funding by combining and matching it with federal resources and financing options, turning the $400 million into an additional almost $700 million in annual transportation funding. So sorry. Without these additional resources, MDOT would have seen sustained and deepened cuts to transportation, not dissimilar to those that Director Macbeth mentioned in her remarks. And thankfully, those cuts are not necessary in this plan. Instead, I can share that the draft CTP includes investments in Baltimore City and all across Maryland. To get into the details of the draft CTP a bit more, our balanced 6-year capital budget is $21.5 billion. The result is an increase of nearly $300 million, compared to last year's final CTP. The additional dollars are also being used to take significant action to further maintain our system and keep it in working order, ensuring millions of Marylanders can get where they need to safely and reliably. Some of these highlights include getting transit in the Baltimore region back on track with a nearly $1.4 billion investment to modernize the 32-year-old light rail system, continuing to support the city's Hanover Street Bridge project, and advancing transit-oriented development at Reisterstown Plaza, Rogers Avenue, and State Center. We're also supporting several safe routes to school projects to improve bicyclist and pedestrian safety, and are advancing the Francis Scott Key Bridge rebuild by starting demolition of the remaining structure. The draft CTP does keep highway user revenue funding at the current level through fiscal year 2027, but I do want to acknowledge remarks that have been made by some of our speakers so far this morning, and know that it is, it is very much on our radar where we are with highway user revenues, not just for the city, but for all jurisdictions across the state, and we will remain an active participant in all conversations about highway user revenues going forward. Before I close out, I do just also want to acknowledge, thank you for the feedback on the Be More Bus plan. I think it is a good sign that it is a plan that we see support in. There are elements of the plan that we have alignment. It's a plan everyone is excited about. And so while we do not currently have full funding for that plan in there, I think it is encouraging to me to know that the work that Holly's team did, the feedback that came from so many stakeholders, has developed a plan that people are excited about and want to see put into action. I think that that is something to celebrate, and we will continue to be partners in advancing that plan forward. But I will now turn it over to our modal team to talk through updates respective to their modes. Holly?
All right, good morning, everyone. For the record, I'm Holly Arnold, Administrator at the Maryland Transit Administration. I appreciate being at all of the CTP meetings, but especially here in my home city and seeing so many of you, including several of my representatives and my city council representatives, so thank you for being here. Diving into the CTP, so obviously the prioritization of transit in the Moore-Miller administration's budget really helps us to get transit back on track here in Baltimore City and the Baltimore region. This year's draft enables MTA to make some needed investments to preserve and strengthen our system. I'm going to go through a few highlights by mode, starting with Metro. Our new Metro subway cars are undergoing final system integration testing, and we're looking forward to having the first car in revenue service by the end of the year and hoping to celebrate with many of you for that milestone. These new cars are really a game changer. They're going to provide riders with a smoother, more comfortable ride, improve reliability, and enhancing the overall efficiency of our transit system. As the Secretary mentioned, the draft CTP also supports funding for our light rail modernization program. This is a $1.4 billion project to replace our current light rail fleet with modern vehicles and upgrade station systems and maintenance facilities. And I really want to not undersell that. It sounds like it's a state-of-go repair project. This is the first major investment that we have done in light rail since it was built 30 years ago. It really is a huge opportunity for us to partner and invest in the system, and I want to thank the city for their partnership on that already. On our core bus and paratransit systems, we continue to invest in vehicle replacements to ensure that we have a reliable system. On the MARC side, the draft CTP dedicates resources for the design of enhancement projects, including the Penn-Camden connector just south of Baltimore. These projects will improve our system reliability and flexibility and position us for future expansion opportunities on the MARC system. Beyond just our infrastructure, we are serious about safety, and we continue to prioritize investments to support a safe, secure, and resilient transit network. We recently launched our Rules of the Ride. It's a code of conduct that sets clear expectations about what is acceptable behavior when using our system. This effort helps to clarify and helps to protect our riders and employees, especially our operators, and reinforce our commitment to a safe and comfortable ride for everyone. Effective October 1st, riders who violate the code's bannable offenses will face permanent or temporary suspension from the system, and that is thanks to support from the General Assembly, allowing us to make that happen. MTA is also proud to support Baltimore City's local transit operations, including the Tri-City Circulator, with nearly $5.3 million this fiscal year. Before I turn it over to Bruce at MDTA, I did want to address, since I received texts and emails from several of you, two things that are impacting MTA service right now. First is a cybersecurity incident that happened about 3 weeks ago. We are continuing to partner with Do It to investigate that, and I can't share a lot there, but on the operations side, I did want to share that the team knows the impacts, is fully focused on doing our best to make sure that we can fully recover from this. Paratransit was the most impacted, and I want to shout out to the team for the huge amount of work that they've done over the past 3 weeks to get the call center back up and running. Our wait times are now returning to normal. We just went to normal call center hours this past Friday, so we are kind of restoring some normalcy. We do know that restoring the web page is critical because a lot of our riders do need to use that to book, and so that is our next step and focus there. On the core system, real-time availability is impacted. Our team is continuing to work, day and night to try and improve that. I will say it's hit or miss. This morning, my buses were not tracking. I encourage everyone to use the Go app or the Go feature on Transit app to kind of help their fellow riders with that. But we are committed to, restoring service to where we were. The other impact is the Howard Street fire that happened about 2 weeks ago, and I want to thank the city for their partnership on that, especially Chief Administrative Officer Leach. Maintaining that corridor and getting our light rail service back up and running is critical. It is impacting the rest of our system because we have to pull buses from other routes to run the shuttle, but in partnership with the city, it looks like they should be on track to hopefully finish within the next week, and we can be back up and running and have service for the next Ravens game and for all of the other things that people need to take light rail for. All right, so that's all I've got. Thanks for listening. Next up, I'm going to turn it over to Bruce at the Maryland Transportation Authority.
Thank you, Holly. Good morning. I'm Bruce Gardner, Executive Director of the Maryland Transportation Authority. Just want to start off by saying how much we appreciate the city's support as we continue making progress on the Key Bridge rebuild. The rebuild team has accomplished more in 1 year than most projects of this magnitude have in 5 years. We began a mechanical demolition of the structures of the remaining bridge earlier this summer, and we also have reached the 50% mark on the design of the new bridge. Still, there is more work to come. This is a once-in-a-lifetime project, and it has been generating national interest. The test pile is expected to begin in the next month. This will clear the path for construction of the new bridge. As we advance the bridge design, MDTA will be updating the estimated project cost and schedule. We have heard your concerns about traffic. We know it's very significant going through the tunnels. As a daily user of the tunnels myself, it has been a big impact on the region. We see that every day. We have been making improvements where we can in this difficult situation. For those of you that have been traveling on I-95, you may have noticed some new pavement markings going down on 95. This is to help with those merge points onto 395 and 95 to be very clear about which lanes are proceeding to those major arteries. We've also moved, we're about to move the toll collection points on 895, so the toll collections that are happening right in the toll booths on 895, the last remaining toll booths on our system, will be moving to gantries, most significantly north of the 895 tunnel, and then over onto the ramps for Child Street and the other ramps. So that is just a piece of a multi-phase project to improve 895 in the long term. Unfortunately, the major improvements to happen in that area will need to wait until the completion of the Key Bridge so that we don't impact that corridor any further. So thank you for your time, and I'm going to now hand it over to Will Pines of the State Highway Administration, and I will exit stage right.
Well, thank you, Bruce, and good morning, everyone. I'm Will Pines, Maryland State Highway Administrator, and I also want to take a moment to thank Director Macbeth for our partnership on local programs with the city. She's very responsive and collaborative in working together. Additionally, I'd like to echo the Secretary's emphasis on safety. We are serious about the safety of all roadway users, as it is our top priority. And our partnership on safety-focused projects with Baltimore City DOT has been a highlight. We're working on the MOU and procurement for the Jones Falls Gateway Trail project on the south side of Falls Road, as well as the Middle Branch segment of the Baltimore Greenway Trails Network connecting Gwynns Falls Trail to the Inner Harbor Promenade. Our Safe Routes to School efforts include $177,000 in design safety features for Cecil Elementary and $973,000 for safety improvements at Hilton Elementary, Tench, Tillman Elementary and Middle, Westport Academy, and Pimlico Elementary and Middle Schools. We're also pleased reconstruction is underway on the Inner Harbor crosswalks and bicycle wayfinding, fueled by a Transportation Alternatives Program grant. And we're happy to announce that the city is receiving a $160,000 Kim Lanphier Bikeways grant to aid design of the Remington Avenue bike path between University Drive and the 28th Street cycle track. And now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Chrissy Nizer at the MVA, and we'll take questions at the end.
Thank you, Will, and good morning, everyone. As Will said, Chrissy Nizer, MVA Administrator.
I'm proud to report that our Baltimore City branch office has experienced 2 years in a row of a 5-minute wait time, and that is truly reflective of the wonderful employees we have at the MBA who not only prioritize efficiency, but also accessibility and service for all Marylanders. We continue to encourage customers to sign up for their MyMBA account. You can take advantage of more than 60 different transactions online, but if you need to come to a branch office, we're also committed to have a one-stop shop experience, and thanks to our partners in the legislature, we now have the ability to print both death certificates as well as birth certificates to truly make that a one-stop shop experience. You don't have to leave and return. Customers can also now see real-time data. We have a dashboard online to allow customers to see not only branch wait time, but other critical information like electric vehicle information and other things we know are important to our customers. As part of our ongoing outreach, we partner with the Food Project in West Baltimore to provide permit testing to over 120 people on a monthly basis. And we also offer on-site learners permit tests at city schools, youth groups, and that includes YouthWorks and the Department of Juvenile Services locations. The MBA and our partners also remain committed to developing solutions to save lives on our roadways, as we're all committed to reaching that goal of 0 fatalities. Last year, we lost 67 people in Baltimore City, and we know that that represents real people and impacting communities throughout the city. While we thankfully are seeing a decrease in fatalities statewide this year, we know that there's still more work to be done. And as part of that effort on the behavioral side of the house, MBA recently awarded highway safety grants that include $12,000 to the Baltimore City Police Department, that's for overtime enforcement, as well as $40,000 to Bike More. This funding helps address distracted, impaired, aggressive driving, as well as pedestrian and bicycle safety. So thank you for your time, and next up, we'll hear from the Maryland Aviation Administration.
Good morning. My name is Shanetta Griffin. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the Maryland Aviation Administration. The Maryland Aviation Administration plays a critical role in supporting travel, tourism, commerce, and jobs in Baltimore City. BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport serves as a major aviation resource and an engine for economic development. With an economic impact of $11.3 billion, BWI Marshall generates and sustains more than 107,000 jobs throughout the region. Looking ahead, BWI Marshall's AB Connector and Baggage Handling System project, which is the largest improvement project in the airport's history, will be completed this fiscal year. Then we turn much of our attention to capital projects to help modernize facilities, enhance safety and security, and improve the overall passenger experience. MAA also supports the state's public use airports that serve several local communities. Through our statewide aviation grants program, MAA intends to administer $135,000 for the Pier 7 heliport in Baltimore City to support the installation of a sophisticated automated weather observing system. Thank you all for your time, and now I'll turn it over to Bob Monroe with the Maryland Port Administration.
Good morning. My name is Robert Monroe. I am the Deputy Executive Director of the Maryland Port Administration. I am filling in today at the last minute for Jonathan Daniels, who is the Executive Director. Unfortunately, Jonathan had to deal with some unexpected health issues relating to his mother. I know he would want to be here with all of these important stakeholders, but unfortunately that can't be the case today. The Port of Baltimore remains strong. Our latest cargo volumes show a continued recovery following the 2024 year challenges. All of our targeted commodities, including autos, containers, farm and construction machinery, paper and break bulk, are up over last year's. And some of those cargoes, containers and cars, are up over our record 2023 year, which was prior to the collapse of the Key Bridge. To date, we have not seen large impacts due to tariffs. However, we continue to monitor them due to the complexity of the supply chain channel and the decisions being made by our stakeholders. Our cruises continue to sail at full capacity, and we're happy to be welcoming a larger Carnival cruise ship in 2027. CSX will reopen the Howard Street Tunnel later this month. The double stack capacity is completed in there. However, we still have some bridge work to do to make it fully functional. So later this month, the tunnel will be open for single stack trains. And we expect that the overall bridge work associated with the tunnel will be finished spring of 2026. The entire project is expected to increase business by roughly 160,000 containers and create about 13,000 jobs. We're also moving forward with our EPA Clean Ports Grant, which will procure more than 200 new zero emissions vehicles, charging infrastructure and equipment. This will dramatically improve the air quality at the port and also help our underserved communities in dealing with some of these challenging issues. Now I will turn back to Acting Secretary Biddle. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Executive Director Monroe. Before closing out and turning it back over to our partners at the city, I did want to just thank one more time Director Macbeth and your team just for the tremendous partnership, communication coordination, and the accomplishment on your ADA ramp. That may not seem significant to every single person, but I'm sure if it is a ramp that is on a corner of the neighborhood where you live, and if you have a mobility challenge, then it is something that's well appreciated. As someone who has completed ADA assessments in my past life, working in the private sector, doing one for another state, you see those numbers of how many pieces of infrastructure need to be addressed, and it can be overwhelming. So your work in getting to that threshold is just really stupendous, and just wanted to acknowledge that effort and the combined efforts of the whole team. But with that, I will turn it back over and welcome any questions or feedback from those in the audience.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Biddle. So we have Q&A that's going to be facilitated. So I guess we have members of the public. We have, who else do we have? An elected official. So I think we should start with any questions from elected officials. And so we'll start with the state delegation and then move to the city council.
Good morning, all. I'm Delegate Melissa Wells, represent the 40th District, but I'm also the chair of the Baltimore City House delegation. Acting Secretary Biddle, it's a pleasure to meet you, and thank you to your team as always. CAO Leach, as well as Director Macbeth, great to see you both, and thank you so much for all that you do for the city. I think I do want to begin by acknowledging, I think it's been a really great road that we've come as a delegation in terms of how we show up to the CTP. This is my second term, and I see a very stark difference in even the presence of the people in this room. I think even the coordination of our delegation when it comes to reviewing the CTP and continuing to think about how we can partner with the state and also continue to partner with the city on improving transportation in the city. And there has been a lot of progress. This past session, we had a robust session where we were able to secure a lot of the funds that weren't in the initial draft CTP, and our colleagues, along with the state, along with the city, really fought hard to make sure that we could get those resources specifically for the light rail modernization. And so I cannot express enough how glad and grateful we are for that partnership, and I think that it shows the support, it shows that our state does prioritize Baltimore. But there are, I think, more steps that we have to continue to take to make Baltimore whole and to really make this Baltimore's renaissance. And so I think, as we know, we are in the midst of a renaissance. And for the first time in the decade, we're seeing that our population is growing, which is a forecast that we weren't expecting, but it's a beautiful outlook. We're making historic investments to reduce vacancy and blight. The state is making significant investments in blight reduction. And we're repairing the harm and disinvestment to our communities, especially our legacy communities here in Baltimore City. We have gotten national attention for our crime rate, seeing the reduction in crime, and really just making sure that we continue to improve upon that. And in doing so, I can't help but think how that is contributing to some of the attractability of the city for folks to stay in the city, as well as bringing in more people into the city. And then we have to also talk about our children and their education and the historic investments that have been made with the blueprint for Maryland's future. We are already seeing some great progress in terms of those investments themselves. We're also seeing increased enrollment in our schools, right? And so I think that one of the things that we want to also be mindful of is what is missing, right? And mobility still is a challenge in many cases. Light rail is great, and I think that we will see a lot of those changes being made through the light rail modernization, but the bus system is still the backbone, as has been stated already. The mayor stated that, others have stated that in their comments. And so for that reason, the Be More Bus Plan, we really want to make sure that we do see some investments, some dollars going towards the implementation of the Be More Bus Plan. That's going to really help grow and integrate our transit system and allow for our young people who rely on the buses, who rely on public transit to get to school, allow them to get to school on time, to also access the core programs that are offered as a result of the blueprint, which are oftentimes not on site at the schools that they attend. They have to use transit to get there. And so we really want to make sure that even when we look at the renewal of our communities, and that it's not just the brick and mortar aspect, but it's the ability for folks to access through transit and mobility to be able to access jobs, get to grocery stores, and access healthcare and all the really vital necessary resources that they need. And so with that, I want to really express how it is our hope that the final draft CTP will include funding for the Be More Bus Plan. I think in the plan itself, you state the tremendous economic contribution that it will make to Baltimore City and to the state. And you also really highlight how vital those services are to moving Baltimoreans. So I think that it only, it further proves the need for there to be some investment in this final CTP. I also can't leave the podium without stating that I know that we are facing some very strong headwinds from the federal government, and that we are on our second go-around with the red line. However, we, as a state, we have to find a way to fund the red line and find a plan that will help us make that happen. We know that east-west connectivity is so vital, and so we must find a way to fund it. We are committed to working with the state, to working with the city as a state delegation to figure out how we can make that a reality. We have made hard things a possibility and a reality, so I have confidence that we can make the red line a reality. And so I thank you all for your support for Baltimore City. I thank you for your continued partnership, and looking forward to seeing many of the suggestions that you're going to hear, as well as what I just raised, seeing those suggestions included in the final draft CTP. So thank you very much.
While Delegate Smith is coming up, I would just say thank you so much, Delegate Walz, for your comments. I think it's so essential, the connections that you made between transportation, health, and housing. It's not just, we can't find success if we are just always operating within our own silo, and that's certainly the approach that we've tried to take, working with the multiple aspects of both city government as well as state government, because I think we can do hard things together. Do you just want to emphasize for the record, from the perspective of funding for the Be More Bus Plan, I think it's important to note that we do have a down payment in the draft CTP. It is not certainly at the level that is going to get us the full plan, but do want to acknowledge funding for the right-of-way real estate purchase for the 5th Bus Division, something that Administrator Arnold's team is actively pursuing right now. So just knowing that we will continue to make every opportunity, or take every opportunity we can to make advancements there, as well as with the red line. I agree that together we can do hard things. So thank you again.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. I don't know, I'm pretty tall up here. And also, thank you both for responding to me as recently as last evening. I want everyone to know you're on the job, even on the weekends. I want to say thank you to the Scott administration and everyone assembled, because we know both the Scott and Moore administrations together are very committed to a stronger Baltimore City. So I know everyone's here wants the right things, but one of the good news pieces I want to share with everyone is that it's just a draft. It's not final. That means we have an opportunity to make changes as we see fit. Just for the record, I'm Delegate Stephanie Smith. I proudly represent the 45th District in East Baltimore, Northeast Baltimore City, and I traverse Biddle Street regularly. I don't know if there's any relation there, but I do want to say that as I serve on appropriations, I chair education and economic development, and we know that transportation is key to being able to access both of those sectors in a robust fashion. And so I do want to kind of piggyback on Madam Chair's remarks about we've made historic state investments in education, and we want to ensure that our students are able to adequately access those investments because we've already put that money in. But I also want to mention another investment that is all too familiar to everyone here as well, which is the Baltimore Vacants Reduction Initiative, which we've secured $50 million annually just from the state to help reduce blight and vacancy across the city. And as we know, having these communities, not just homes, transformed into more livable and safe spaces, it should be paired with the ability for people to open the door, go to work, go to school, and do all the things they need to do to live a robust life. So I want to add, in addition to the education investments, those investments we're making in reducing vacant housing are another testament to the state's commitment, not only to Baltimore, but to making our city more livable. And so that's why we think it's really important. We appreciate the down payment on Be More Bus, but we want to see continued growth in our support of that program because in many ways, the reliability of transit expands the types of folks who are willing to use transit. And I think a lot of people around the table are aware of that. The more reliable it is, the more frequent it is, the more you see all types of people not only relying on it, but choosing to rely on it. And so that is something that I think is necessary as we've seen modest population growth and also are seeing growth in our city schools population. I just want to kind of double down on that framing. I will remind everyone here, it's okay to be redundant. We want you to know that we all care about this deeply from every nook and cranny of the city. But also I want to say that we're not unfamiliar, particularly on the Appropriations Committee, about tough decisions. There are things that sometimes you can't support that are worthwhile and are important, so we do understand that. But we want you to know that you have a partner in the city and in the city delegation and making sure that those hard decisions don't always leave our most vulnerable on the other side of those hard decisions. And so I thank you so much for the time you spent here. And so in summary, house, transit, job, healthcare, school, and then, last but not least, I definitely think that we are at a turning point. If we do not continue to build upon our infrastructure, other states and communities are going to leave Baltimore and Maryland behind. And so, red line. Now, and even if we don't have the partnership of the federal government, there is a version of the red line that we can do as a state, so do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you for your time, your commitment.
Good morning. Can we set the record straight? Is it bitter or vital?
For the record, it's Biddle.
Thank you, Jesus. Okay. That was killing me. I heard 3 different versions all day. Well, good morning, Secretary Vital. Biddle. Check. Biddle. I haven't read it phonetically here with the I. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Madam CAO. Director Macbeth, and it's such a pleasure seeing you up here. We go back, and so it's always an awesome time to see you guys here. But first of all, thank you, and I want to say thank you for the work that you've already done on behalf of not only statewide CPP, but essentially for Baltimore City. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for having Baltimore as the first stop on the CTP tour so that Baltimore can kick off the tour with the big CTP energy. Public transportation is critically important for all of our users, but public transportation is vital for our school-age students. We know that attending school regularly and timely strengthens participation and activity and impacts students' readiness. When the bus is timely, the former can be achieved. Public transportation supports independence and freedom and allows students to build social skills with other students and the broader community, things that they do now as constant riders. The beauty of Baltimore is that our students have school choice, and the opportunity to choose places our students at every major bus stop across the city to get to their chosen corner of the city 5 days a week. One of those large intersections lives in District 43A, Green Mountain 33rd. We know at times getting across the city is hard, to get to because of school choice, but it's challenging, it's frustrating, and cuts down on the ability to attend school regularly and on time, challenging their school readiness. My colleagues and I are ever so proud of the investments we have made for our students through the 21st Century School Buildings Program and the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, but we are pushing for the linchpin of these investments, the Be More Bus Plan and the Red Line. Without either of these investments, the investments made of our students, our city will be in vain. The city delegation is requesting the governor and MDOT to work with us and partner to prioritize and locate funding for both plans. Without the funding and implementation of both transportation plans, our students will be left on corners, late for school, and the investments we have made on their behalf will fall short. It will be in vain, leaving Baltimore, most importantly, our children behind. And if I can just insert a little story here. Back in the day when I lived in the county on a major intersection at Security Boulevard and Roland Road, I had to take the bus to get to Towson University. As someone who comes from the Montgomery County area, you make the phone call, how do I get around? How do I get to this place? And so my route was, I had to wake up at 6:30 in the morning, leave my house by 7:15 on the dot to walk a mile out of my community to get to the major intersection, to get the M6, to get the 44, to get the 8 or the 11, to get to Towson by 9 o'clock. In 2025 versus 1996, 97, 98, that should not be the travel of our students, any of our students to date. And so our governor's tagline has been that for it to be Maryland's decade, it has to be Baltimore's time. Given the many efforts and collaborations of the city, state, and our federal government, the city is experiencing a historic decline in crime, an increase in students' test scores, attendance, and population, a reduction and continued reduction of vacant and blighted property, and the stabilization of our population. With all this movement, it is certainly time for a world-class transportation system worthy of a major East Coast city, worthy of students who need it, and worthy of a city who since 1960s has worked to do just that. It is now Baltimore's time, and if I did not say my name for the record, it is Regina T. Boyce, District 43A, proud Vice Chair of the House Environment and Transportation Committee. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So my name is Delegate Jackie T. Addison, and I proudly serve the 45th District, Northeast and East Baltimore. I wanted to come, all of my colleagues have spoken about, first of all, let me take a step back and say thank you all for being here today along with us. But my colleagues have spoken about student bus ride and all those things that honestly, I'm not prepared because I did not know I was speaking, but I am going to speak about House Bill 1144. I serve on the Environment and Transportation Committee, and that bill is very important. We did a bill that would not allow you to get on a bus and do any bodily harm. She spoke about the bill, and that bill goes into effect on October the 1st. We see it all around, the country where there are folks who get on the MTA, they get on the MARC train, Amtrak, and they are harmed by citizens. Also, our bus drivers and our Amtrak workers. And so we put that bill in so to prevent that from happening in the state of Maryland. Just wanted to say thank you, Holly, for helping. Yeah, thank you for us pushing this bill through, and that we pray that this bill will allow people not to be on public transit harming one another. I can speak about someone who was harmed in the 45th District, which is my district on Moravia, where we had a driver who was killed in the 45th District, right on Moravia at the apartments. And so I thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me about this bill that we have. So I'm gonna hand it over to my colleague to talk about public safety as well.
Thank you so much, Secretary Biddle, and Chief Administrator Leach, and Director Macbeth, and all of your teams. It's such a pleasure to see you all here. And I want to first say thank you on behalf of this delegation for what you did put in the CTP. I mean, when we consider the draft last year, this is light years ahead, and so we're really grateful for that. I'm here mostly just to add my voice to my delegation. I'm so proud to be part of this delegation that cares deeply about transit in Baltimore, our transportation investments, and just really grateful to be part of them and to be able to work with our city council team. I want to touch on two things. One is I serve with Delegate Boyce representing 43A. Our district is served by the buses. That's our form of public transportation. And I also, have some horror stories over the years of just watching full buses on the Red Link line just pass by one after the other at commute times. I really appreciate the investments made, both in last year and then this year's draft budget. But as has been said, we need to do better. You know that. You have a plan to do better. We want to see that funded more fully. We need it. I want to talk about economic development and public safety very briefly. We've made huge investments. These are priorities of the governor. They're priorities of the mayor. We are shooting ourselves in the foot by not having an adequate public transit system. People cannot get to work. They cannot, if they're coming out of prison, we do a lot of work in our delegation supporting reentry efforts. That's something that the state can do better. We are doing better. But if people can't get to their appointments, their probation appointments, their job appointments, their drug treatment, you name it, we are just making it so much more difficult. So I'm here to add my voice, here to be part of the team. Grateful you're here, and just want to say, please, we can do better. Appreciate what you've done, but we can do better. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Secretary, CAO Leach, Madam Director Macbeth. My name is Mark Edelson. I represent the 46th Legislative District in the House. I have the great honor of serving on the House Appropriations Committee with Delegate Smith and Delegate Ruff. As mentioned, we know how to make hard choices. We know that you had to make hard choices. You've had to make many hard choices. But let's just take a step back and say, oh, what a difference a few years makes, right? It wasn't that long ago we were having to consider cutting commuter bus. And here we are in meetings talking about fully funding the light rail modernization program. It wasn't that long ago we were having to talk about a potential BRFA because we weren't going to be able to hit state of good repair levels. And here we are seeing them at incredible levels for many years to come. And I want to mention MTA's great efforts at spending at a high level the allocation of state of good repair money. I also want to mention, we talk a lot about MTA in the city, as we should, but all of the modal agencies do an incredible job and make such an impact on life in the city and in the state. I feel like every time I hear from Director Nizer, wait times are lower at MVA. Every time I hear from our folks at SHA, Director Pines, we're talking about making our roads safer. The port is just an incredible economic engine for the city and the state of Maryland, frankly, the whole East Coast. All of our modal agencies make a difference. The folks at MDTA, as Director Gardner said, what has been done in a year in order to get us to that next bridge is what would be done in 5 years in other places. And so we often come to these meetings and say how much more we need to do, which is absolutely the case this time, but it's also important for us to stand here and say how much we have been able to do together. That is due in large part to the work that you all do. That's in large part to the work that the city and the state have done, but it's also incredible to see our advocates and stakeholders here today. This is like standing room only in this room, and at the end of the day, that is how we're able to do the work that we all do together. So I'd love for us to give a round of applause to all of the advocates and stakeholders here today. They live, eat, and breathe this work, and it makes all the difference in the world for us to be able to stand up here and advocate for them. So as we look at where we are right now with the draft CTP, you've heard three general messages, and I just want to sort of encapsulate those. The first is on highway user revenue. I recognize that it is an odd scenario for us to be standing here talking about highway user revenue because that is really statutory. But the case that we want to make to you all is that it does not have to be a zero-sum game. We can continue funding highway user revenue at the levels that they've been up until now and will be through FY27, and also fund state of good repair levels at the place that they are in the CTP and the light rail modernization program. As I said, 2 years ago, we were worried about cutting commuter bus. We didn't have to do that. A year ago, we were worried about catastrophic cuts to state of good repair, and look at where we are now. So what I would implore you to do is Let's think about how we can make both of these things happen together without it being a zero-sum game, because we know that we're at a decade and $1 billion of lost highway user revenue for the city, that Director Macbeth could talk for hours about how far behind we are on the roads that we have to maintain, but also, more importantly, how much work Baltimore City has done since highway user revenue levels were increased in 2018 and then again in 2023. That is what is so important, right? This is progress that we have made that we cannot afford to lose. The state investing in highway user revenue in the city is a good investment of taxpayer dollars. That is the case that I want to make to you. The second is on the outstanding Be More Bus Plan. You might not have expected to come here today and hear about that as much as you have, but I will tell you that I've had plenty of meetings with constituents of mine that don't usually bring up conversations around transit that say to me, wow, that Be More Bus Plan is pretty cool. How can we make it happen? And you can see how many folks are sitting in this room today in support of that plan. It is not an insignificant investment, we know, but it is the kind of thing that can separate Baltimore City and set this region apart as to the way that we move people around. And it is a critical investment for us, and we look forward to working with you to make it happen. And finally, actually, just on the Be More Plus plan, I want to say, it is also so important, so many folks in the city delegation have raised this point, because it is so critical to our students. They are a voice that is not in this room right now by themselves because they're in school, but it's a voice that we have to lift up because they are our future. And in order to help them get to school on time and be able to choose the school that will help them achieve their utmost educational potential, to me is one of the priority things that we as elected officials and state representatives must do. So in order to ensure that we are listening to their voices who are crying out for a more efficient, reliable, high-functioning way to get to school, we've got to find a way to fund this plan. And finally, the reality is that we all need to be standing here pounding our fists on the desk saying, we have got to build the red line. We've got to build the red line. We know that this is a situation in which we're not going to get the kind of support from the federal government that we were hoping. But to me, that is why it's a time for us to stand up and say, we will find a way to do it without it. There are ways to do that. I think that we have to, converge around the way to do it and to frankly show that we don't have to be so reliant on the federal government for everything that we want to do. Yes, they are an incredible investor in the city and the state and in the entire region, but there are times when we're just going to have to go it alone, and this might be one of those times, and we have to show the people of Baltimore and the region that we can make this happen. And so I implore you, let's find a way to build the red line once and for all. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for all that you do. This is a great CTP meeting. Thank you.
Ditto. Good morning, everyone. I'm Delegate Malcolm P. Ruff, District 41 in northwest and west outer half of West Baltimore City, and wanted to absolutely say ditto to not only my great colleague on appropriations, Delegate Edelson, but also to all of my colleagues in our state delegation. All of the priorities that we've brought up absolutely need to be top priorities that we will partner on. And I do want to just offer my thanks because I think last year when I was standing here, I was in a much different position of saying, yeah, I know, Holly. I was saying things like, you must reverse course and you must restore many, many more dollars to this plan. And like my other great colleague on appropriations said, we saw that and we felt seen and heard, and I'm glad that this partnership took the right path last year. So I'm not coming with as much doom and gloom, but I do want to obviously, again, echo everything that all of my colleagues have said. This is a critical time for us to be able to make the investments now so that today us are taken care of, tomorrow us right now. I just want to harp on the state of good repair piece and say that we heard that last year. You guys heard us loud and clear, but unfortunately, it looks like the funding is at a lower level, just a slightly lower level than as of last year for state of good repair, and I think it's to the tune of about $6 million. We want to go in the other direction, right? We have a lot of deferred maintenance deferred maintenance on our books to a large number, right? And I talked about last year, on the west side, not only do we have bus service, but luckily we have also subway service, the train service, which, there are issues with people getting up and down the elevators and the escalators, and of course, personnel is another issue. But I am imploring that we make sure that we try to make sure that we're going in a different direction, right? More funding to the state of good repair, because we know that the dollars that we spend in transit, right, are going to be expounded in economic development probably 5 to 6-fold. And that's exactly what our constituents need right now is the investment today. And so I thank you all so very much for this draft. I hope that we can find a way to increase the funding to state of good repair. I did have one question for you, Director Pines, and it is related to the audit of the federal projects, and wanted to get your response about how that could affect the CTP and how it could affect our budgeting going forward with all of the requests that we're making about the Be More Bus Plan and for the Red Line. I'm kicking stuff. But also just to make sure that we are aware of how we need to be facing this situation and how we can support you moving forward to make sure that we're fully funding the things that we need.
I do want to come back on state of repair, but can defer to Administrator Pines, on an update there and how it may impact the CTP. But just I want to thank you for kind of raising both issues. I think are both equally important. So.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for the question. We do want to thank the auditors for their work. This has been an issue for State Highway that started back following the pandemic. And essentially, at that time when revenues were declining, inflation pressures are there, we strategically made the decision to leverage more federal funds, as much as possible, frankly. Most of you would think using federal money is a good thing, right? But certainly from the state's perspective, it has amplified, especially coming out of the Inflation Reduction Act, the IIJA bills. There are a lot of federal actions that are required for every federal dollar we receive. And so in our strategy to pursue federal funding, the volume of transactions still has grown and requires a lot of continued processing by us in order to have receipts on those transactions back from the federal government. We appreciate that the audit report was clear that the transactions may be receivable, right? And so we are actively working with our federal partners to receive this funding. We are behind on that. And unfortunately, State Highway wasn't tooled with people, systems, software when the pandemic hit to be able to handle the volume that we're processing now. So it is a significant issue. The way I like to sort of frame this, one of the questions around accounting, right? If you think about a normal business, if you have a good customer, you can have accounts receivable. You go out and do work and you wait for them to pay you. The same is the case with the federal government, right? We have a balance of account receivables where we've went out and done work and now need to process the paperwork to receive the funds back from them. We do not yet have a clear, exact number on how much we'll get back, but the way that our process works, there is what's called advanced construction in the Code of Federal Regulations. That allows us to fund projects up front, wait for the federal money to be available to obligate against that, And only 7 steps down into the federal process are we allowed to get reimbursed. So we're clearing those steps. That has to happen on a project-by-project basis. It is not this wide sweeping big bucket of dollars sitting somewhere for a whole program. It's individually based, and so we have to work through literally thousands, hundreds of projects to clear those transactions individually. So I don't have an exact magnitude because we're working through the list, and we have taken a number of steps to make improvements to deal with this as we worked with the auditors over many months. And again, appreciate their work. They were helpful in identifying some great recommendations on reporting and SOPs and things that we think will be helpful for us as we move through this.
Okay.
Thank you, Administrator Pines. Another area where I do want to give Administrator Arnold the opportunity to respond on state of good repair, because I think having the money programmed is one thing, and then spending it and turning it into the projects that improve our system is another. And I do want to acknowledge Administrator Arnold's team fully in taking the time and to doing what needed to happen behind the scenes in terms of internal processes with procurement, with staffing, with training, to make sure that we have a pipeline that is ready to go, so that it is not just money programmed, it is money that will be spent and turned into real projects.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary Biddle, and thank you, Delegate. I was laughing because, last year we were sitting here not sure where we were going to be with light rail, and we sit here today with that fully funded and advertised. It got advertised last Friday for the vehicle and train control, and so, again, a huge kudos to the team. We're trying to prove that if you give us money, we will spend said money and deliver on said projects to make things better for our riders, and so that has really been the focus, and I want to give Kate Sylvester and her team a ton of kudos for the work that they've done to build up our team and build up our capacity to spend. We did spend 97% of our funding this past year. We did publish the capital needs inventory back in July, which shows that for the 6 years of the CTP, the first 5 years, we are 90% funded in state of good repair. And the way that a lot of our projects work, our capital projects, is it's big bumps with major investments that are kind of like once every 30-year investments, and then it kind of goes back down. And so that's what we're seeing a lot of times, especially with the reduction this year, is the Metro project, our signaling and train car is almost done. We're getting close to finishing. We should have those vehicles in service later this year. And because of that, you're seeing a reduction in what we're putting into Metro. It's not that we're reducing what we're investing in, it's more just that that big major expenditure, right? You replace the roof once every 20 years. It's not a normal level got finished. Elevators and escalators are fully funded and are moving forward, and we're continuing to invest in the system. It's definitely something we're keeping our eye on and paying really close attention to. But thanks to the support of the Miller administration and Secretary Biddle, we are continuing to make progress in that area.
Well, that sounds great. I'm going to be jumping on the Cold Spring station real soon so I can check your work.
We'll have you come celebrate when we get the new
I
vehicles
really
in.
appreciate you as always, and thank you guys for the time. Thank you for your effort. Thank you for investing in Baltimore City.
Good afternoon, or good morning, everyone. My name is Kayla Young. I'm State Delegate for the 45th Legislative District. I represent East and Northeast Baltimore City. Also giving a ditto to all of the good work and leadership, and thanking you all for the leadership that you've done. I defer a lot to my colleagues, especially folks like Vice Chair Boyce and Delegate Edelson, who you all work with on these issues, and to hear their remarks and how they've responded today is heartwarming for me and makes me feel really good about the direction we're going in. Just a few things I want to just highlight, and again, I don't pretend to be an expert in transportation or spending a ton of time on it, but a few things that I think are important, especially in my experience moving about Baltimore City. Administrator Arnold, we live in a similar neighborhood. You're not too far from me, and Councilman Dorsey has put the bike lanes all over Harford Road and Argonne Drive, as you know. But that being said, I want to just emphasize that micro mobility in today. Recently, my car was out of commission. So I found myself on a lot of Lime bikes and scooters over the last few weeks. And in my experience, while we have been doing a great job of building out that infrastructure, there's still a severe need. And I think I'm just going to highlight Delegate Lewis, who leads on that effort a lot, to just emphasize that we need to continue to make sure that those revenues are there so that way we can build out that infrastructure. I heard a lot of good stuff also about the Be More Bus plan. The thing about that, though, that I want to emphasize, too, is the opportunity that we also have with the new technologies coming online. And how can we leverage these buses? How can we leverage all of our infrastructure so that we're informing our 311s on high grass and weeds, on potholes, on all of the things to keep our city clean and safe beyond just getting folks to where they got to go. But how can we make our city better? How can we help the city administrator have that data so that way her people can get those things accomplished? I know that in phase 2, I did see in phase 2, we're talking about an expansion of connected and autonomous vehicle infrastructure. I think that some of that is coming online a little bit faster than what the plan may currently have in its draft. So just encouraging you all to continue to push as quickly as possible on that. I think that's an opportunity to continue to bring down costs for our residents, while at the same time increasing mobility in ways that might be helpful, especially as we seek or struggle to seek funding for some of the bigger projects. And then lastly, talking about the Smart Signals program, and how can we make sure that all of our signals, all of our signals are out of date. I think some of the talking points that the Council President's office passed to me talked about how almost, I think, 60% of our signals might be well beyond repair. But certainly we have an opportunity, therefore, to improve those, to upgrade those, so that way they're talking to each other, so that way they're moving people faster and better. So I thank y'all for taking the time to listen, and thank you once again for your leadership. Y'all have a blessed day.
Good morning, Ryan Dorsey, City Council District 3. How did Delegate Boyce put it? Big CTP energy, that's what I'm known for. First, I just want to acknowledge again how many people are here today. This is amazing. I'm so happy to see so many of my colleagues, and those of my colleagues who are really invested in making sure the state understands that Baltimore's leadership across the board understands the importance of transportation, transit, and the challenge of budgeting for it, and that it's important for you to hear from us. So thank you for being here to hear from us. I love the partnership vibes up here, it's just great to have people here who I truly call friends, it makes me feel like we are working truly in partnership. It's also great, as was mentioned by several others, to come here feeling so much better overall than we were last year. Last year, I was like, how am I gonna keep it cool? and this year, it's really, we come from a baseline of saying, y'all heard us. You did great in the revised budget last year, and this year starting out is just so much better than what we started out with last year. I also want to reiterate the Department of Transportation's, the City DOT, and the administration's emphasis placed on deferred maintenance costs that we face as a city, how we carry costs disproportionate to other jurisdictions, and we carry costs that are just in no way carried by other jurisdictions. Again, things like maintenance of 83 and 295. That I think it's really important to emphasize that request from the city that the state take over maintenance of these immense cost burdens, so that when, again, the HUR discussion is a little bit misplaced here because it's a statutory matter, but I think it relates to how we're able to stretch those HUR dollars the farthest when we get them, so that we're not dumping them into highways that no other jurisdiction really needs to maintain similarly. And then again, I think the biggest thing that folks here are concerned with also is the Be More Bus plan. Acknowledge that setting aside money for the acquisition of real property for a 5th bus division is an important part of this investment, is an important part of this plan. But if it's the only thing that's funded in this 6-year plan out of a 10-year plan, then it really looks more like we're talking about Be More Bus not as a 10-year plan, but as a 16-year plan, that we're deferring really the commencement of that 10-year program to fund that. And that's really, that's too long a time. As we've heard, our kids can't wait 10 years to get to school. They can't wait 5 years to get to school. They're waiting an hour to get to school, and that's longer than they need to wait. 80% of all of MTA's service riders are on the core bus service. And the current plan, as has been mentioned already, does a great job at funding the light rail and state of good repair, but is an overall reduction, not just this year, but over the course of this 6-year plan, right? $6 million this year, $24 million over the course of this 6-year plan. We want to see that restored, but again, that's not enough. That doesn't get us the Be More Bus plan, and that's just. My dad's going to be 80 years old this year, or next year. He grew up in Baltimore. He came into this world at a time when Baltimore's thriving streetcar system was being dismantled. The headways that we run on Baltimore's transit today are nothing like the headways that we were running 80 years ago. They don't compare by any means. And the Be More Bus plan is, in a way, just a way of us getting back to the quality of service that we operated 80 years ago. The future of Baltimore depends on us simply restoring the past that Baltimore had. And so I'm happy, so thankful. We've been asking what is it going to take to get us to that level of service for so long. And so I was very happy to see the plan introduced, and I'm very thankful to have Mayor Scott issuing this supplemental letter to state unequivocally the city's priority to see the Be More Bus plan funded, but it just can't wait. The last thing I'll say is the thing that I had to really temper myself over the most last year is something that I still see present this year, and so I have to stress this, is that we are significantly funding above our obligation to the Washington, D.C. transit system and failing to fund Baltimore's needed bus investments, cutting year over year the investments that were shown as planned last year, while again substantially funding beyond what we are obligated to Washington, D.C. Governor Moore has been steadfast on the need for housing improvement and housing opportunity to grow in the state. Most recently announcing that there will be priority consideration for housing project funding for those local jurisdictions that are independently at the local level making headway in getting outdated laws out of the way. My committee, the Land Use and Transportation Committee, and this City Council are taking up a suite of bills right now that will, I hope, put us at the front of the line of local jurisdictions that are paving the way to reap the benefits of priority funding for housing. But housing alone does not a community make, right? Livability is rooted in where we live, where we work, and how we get between the two. And the transportation funding that we need in Baltimore is what I think of when, in order for this to be Maryland's decade, it has to be Baltimore's time. It's never, in order for this to be Maryland's decade, it has to be DC's time. We need to fund at and above the level that is required for Baltimore Transit, not just to sustain, but to thrive and grow. And we can't come at the expense of DC funding. Thank you.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. I also echo and give greetings, Secretary Biddle and the whole panel, and also our state delegation. I, Sharon Green Middleton, serve as Vice President of the Council and also I'm starting my 5th term representing the 6th district, which is mostly part of the state's 41st district and part of the 40th district. First of all, I am so happy that you mentioned MACO as a former president of the Maryland Association of Counties representing the city. That organization is a very good advocate and representative, just helping to advocate for all of us as well. And also, basically, the main person on the executive board for the National Association of Counties, not just for Baltimore, but for the state, and also serve on the steering committee for transportation. And I have been doing that for the last 18 years. And, but I'm here also making sure that you include and listen to the voices and advocates, particularly for our older adults, that, you know, safety is also very important for them. Our mayor continues to mention how we are the economic engine of the state, and also our council president continues to mention the strength that we need for our students, and also for my partner with older adults as we also work to create the Office of Older Adults for our city. Just here again to push, and I'm an advocate for the Be More bus plan and also the Red Line, and all of us here have just been emphasizing the importance of the continuity and safety of the city. And when all of you spoke, you talked about pieces, the port, you talked about our wonderful trails, the renovations and connections that we are having with Druid Hill Park, and how that was a separation for many, many years. But I also want to include all the investment that the state is partnering with Pimlico. And we need those connections for people to ride the bus to go to Pimlico. Pimlico is going to be open year-round, not just, you know, during Preakness. People are going to be coming from all over. And I'm really familiar with, you know, the light rail system at Wabash. We just built, in fact, I don't know if everyone knows this, but that was the first trans-oriented apartment building built right next to that Wabash and Cold Spring. West Cold Spring Lane is becoming extremely busy. There was a bridge that was connected, mostly federal funds, crossing Northern Parkway, and this is the connection with the Jones Falls Trail that was mentioned, which leads all the way to downtown. There needs to now also, I want to put this in your thought, that there needs to be a bridge crossing Cold Spring. It's just so imperative. I live in that neighborhood and have seen the growth of loads of bike groups going and stopping right there on the street. There has been accidents there. Maintenance is also very important. I'm still questioning CSX and how that partnership, and they still need to improve cleanliness and working with the city and state, and not just the trains and the rails, but they're going through neighborhoods, and they still need to show that they care about our neighborhoods. And I'll just kind of, I'll stop right there, but everything that all of us have said is just, this is how we're going to keep our city moving. And thank you again.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. And I would just say on the Jones Falls Phase 5, the crossing of Northern Parkway, I think when we were going through the implementation phase of that one, I used to oversee the Transportation Alternatives Program at State Highway. many moons ago, but to that point, it was many moons ago. So I think at that time, we did look at some options in partnership with the city for Cold Spring, and maybe our teams could reconnect to see, given the land use changes that you've pointed out and the changes in volumes there, maybe that's a new conversation that we need to reinitiate. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Please reach out.
Thank you. So sorry. Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, Secretary Biddle. Like many of us here, we're trying to build a relationship to make sure that Baltimore grows, thrives through the state of Maryland. Me, myself, I live on East Biddle Street. I have a lot of primary streets that, operate on bus routes off the secondary of Biddle Street. So I just want to make sure that we make sure that the neighborhoods and the folks around us are able to maintain safe operations of our buses. But the Be More Bus Plan is really, really crucial to us. As my colleague mentioned early on around Dorsey, like 80% of MTA riders depend on the bus services each and every single day. Students, families, things of that nature. I know for sure this summer we had 24 youth workers working inside my office. Many have mentioned the safety around those buses. Many were saying how they would bring weapons on the bus, not to take into the schools, but just to provide safety for themselves on the buses. And some of those weapons are stashed outside of the schools before they leave the destination to come back home. That is very, very important to us. But as some of my colleagues mentioned early on, how we want to make sure that we're pushing the real line. I mean, this is how we get Baltimore workers to the outside counties to make sure that, again, like the mayor mentioned early on, Baltimore is the engine that makes sure that Maryland moves forward. To pass and to echo the sentiments of my colleague Ron Dorsey early on when he was saying about, the D.C. metropolitan area, we want to make sure that Baltimore is the priority. Many times, and even to the day, our governor will continue to push over and over again that we're not going to leave anyone behind, right? And we mentioned this last time we were here as well. If we don't fund, our system and in Baltimore City, we will be leaving individuals behind. So let's stick to what our governor, spoke about. He continued to speak on that. And again, that's leaving no one behind. So I ask that you make sure to take consideration and giving Baltimore what it needs. Our delegation is here, our city council is here, our constituents are here, stakeholders are here, and we're really serious about making sure that this plan, B1 Bus Plan, is working and is for the residents of our city. So again, please take in consideration Secretary Biddle. Again, I'm Councilman Antonio Glover, who lives on Biddle Street, and just want to make sure that our secretary, primary streets are operated. Thank you so much. All right.
Good morning, Secretary Biddle. Good morning, guests. I'm Councilman Jermaine Jones of District 12. I represent the other portion of East Baltimore, the other portion of Biddle Street. So I felt inclined to come after my colleague, Councilman Glover. Just wanted to quickly bring up 3 quick points and try not to repeat what's already been said, but bring the conversation locally of what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing in my district. The first thing I just want to talk about is safety. The top concern that I hear from residents within my district, often you would think is potholes and, the roads and hitting a pothole. Often for years you hear those issues, but no, now it's about traffic safety and how to slow traffic down in their neighborhood. That's the #1 thing that I'm hearing. So when we're talking about investments, we aren't just talking about like luxuries. We're talking about people's lives, and it's a necessity. It's not a luxury anymore. Just for instance, I received a text message this weekend. Residents in my district, they invested in trackers to track the cars that's going down the road and the speed that the cars are going in, so we can get data and make informed decisions as a community on what's best for our neighborhood. And the information I received this weekend was that at the corner of Preston and Greenmount, in a 24-hour period, the average speed for 6 hours for a car is over 50 miles an hour. 50 miles, and that's data. That's public data that you can see and you can find. These are the concerns my residents have. These are the things that they're trying to slow down. When we're talking about investing in roads and infrastructure, these are the things we're looking to address. And that can't get put off till next year or 2 years or 3 years from now. It needs to get addressed now and immediately. Unfortunately, even a few months ago, I lost a resident in my district who was a biker and an artist who was unfortunately struck by a vehicle and lost his life. Every day we defer these investments have real impacts on family and residents of Baltimore. So I just want to echo again, it's a matter of public safety. To the point in which, you know, bike lanes are a really hot topic in my district. Some people love them, some people are against them. But after I have a conversation with my residents about how a bike lane will create congestion and slow down vehicle traffic in your neighborhood, it's amazing how many people who are adamantly against it will then be, you know, a little more open and actually happy to see that bike lane once they find out that the average speed of their, you know, the cars going down their neighborhood where they live and where they're raising their children will be slowed down. So with that said, next thing I want to talk about is the Be More bus, mass transit. I have a bike lane being installed on Washington Street from St. Louis Drive to Alisana, you know, and it's about 2.3 miles. You know, this is a heavily trafficked road, especially on rush hour. It's two lanes right now, but once it gets installed, it's going down to one. There is great concerns from the residents of how that congestion will be handled and how it will really impact traffic going down to one lane. It will be fine and everything will be great as long as we provide an additional option for folks, which is bus and mass transit. I think going down to one lane will be perfectly fine. But if we continue to make these type of investments without also making the investment in mass transit, we will then just have a bunch of cars on the road because people feel like the only way to get back and forth is by getting in the car. And now that we're investing in other options, we also have to make sure we invest in mass transit so that the system actually works. Because I remember growing up, you know, you would think you would only take the bus if you absolutely had to, because there was no way of getting to one end of the town to the next. But those days are long gone, and we need to get away from that. We need to make our investments in the mass transit system so that it's not only something you ride because you have to, it's something that you ride because you want to, and you look forward to it. And unfortunately, Baltimore, well, fortunately, we're in a completely different situation than our other counties, our friends in our other counties. We need mass transit investment. People come to Baltimore and live in Baltimore, not so they have to own a car. Where in other counties, people look at it realistic. Like, it's a realistic expectation that you may own a vehicle. But some people love Baltimore because they don't want to own a vehicle. They want to be able to walk and catch a bus and meet their neighbors. And we have to make the investments in mass transit so this can be a reality. And lastly, economic development and jobs. I just want to say, I understand there's going to be tough decisions being made, but if there's one smart investment to make, it's in our mass transit system because it's such a force multiplier. Not only are we investing in our infrastructure, not only are we improving housing conditions in neighborhoods, but investing in our transportation system, we're also providing jobs and job opportunities for folks. We have two massive economic development projects going on with Amtrak and with CSX, and the amount of jobs that it's providing is amazing, and the amount of job training coming into new people I watch that's entering in construction, it's having impacts on family, children, and so forth, and we want to continue to see that type of investment and that type of economic mobility moving forward in Baltimore. And as we invest in Baltimore and our transit system and everything else, those are the type of improvements that we see, and that's the type of impact that exists and I see every day in my district. So I just want to thank you for coming and allowing us to be the first stop and hearing from us all, and I look forward to working with you to make sure we provide our residents with the type of mass transit and transit system they all deserve. Thank you.
And one moment, and don't think that I'm doing this just because you happen to walk up at the same time. I'm doing a chime check. We're at 11:46, and I want to be respectful of the secretary's time. So if we can manage our time to try to keep it to 2 to 3 minutes, because we also do want to hear from our stakeholder groups that are here that would like to make comments as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, no problem. First, I want to acknowledge this great woman power here up front. This is exciting, especially in in a field that's usually so male-dominated. So thank you for being great leaders. My name is Odette Ramos. I am City Councilwoman for the 14th District in Baltimore City, which is north central Baltimore. I want to emphasize a couple of things. One is obviously the Be More Bus Plan, very important. I have a constituent, she's not my constituent unless she's at the school that she's in. So she lives in Cherry Hill, so that's Councilwoman Porter's district, and she takes several buses to get to City College. Well, now it's less because cities. But, you know, my point is that, you know, we should make sure that our kids should be able to go to whatever school they want, no matter where they live. And that is also the case with people where they are living to get to whatever job that they want, especially since we are so invested now in making sure that our neighborhoods that have been traditionally disinvested are now going to be revitalized, and it's going to be exciting, and we need to make sure that all of those transit opportunities are there for them. I will be right there on advocating for the HUR, so just want to echo that for with my colleagues. And as my 43rd district delegation folks have said, you know, 33rd and, Green Mountain Avenue, York Road corridor is the highest bus ridership in the entire state. So the fact that the north-south corridor plan has not been funded is a challenge. So it really impacts Green Mountain Avenue. We like having everybody there. I think we can do with the plan that has been started, make sure that that is efficient and effective in getting people where they need to go, but also can stop and shop at our wonderful Waverly Main Street. And the last thing I'll say is this. Today is it starts Hispanic Heritage Month. And we always have to acknowledge, and I will always acknowledge in this space, the 6 men who died on the Key Bridge, who are Latino. And I want to make sure that this body is making sure that all of our workers are safe, and that those investments and the cost that we're putting into all of our improvements also includes safety. That is number 1 in my book. So I'm asking to make sure that all of the improvements that we see in the budget, absolutely make sure that that safety is there. It is extremely, extremely important. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Secretary. And as what may come as a surprise to my East Baltimore colleagues, there are indeed 2 blocks of West Biddle Street. They're both in the 11th District. So I just want to say it's really an honor to meet you in person, and I thank you for your service. Governor Moore has a really ambitious housing package. He's probably he's one of the most pro-housing governors in this country. That is a huge asset. The work that some members of the City Council and the mayor has been leading on with creating more opportunities for housing in Baltimore City is more ambitious than the state's plan. So we are just as serious about creating more housing, and with that comes a very obvious chicken and egg situation, right, with transit. And I know everyone understands that well. So I just want, as the lead sponsor of the bill to repeal parking minimums in the city of Baltimore, I have spoken with, I've sent over 250 email responses to Baltimoreans who have asked questions to me about this. I've spoken with over 20 neighborhood associations about my bill. I've spoken at Planning Commission in a recent first reader for the bill. And so there is just trust that I've had a whole bunch of conversations, and the way this ties into the transit situation is that not the most common, but one of the most common things I hear is this question of, hey, how do we make the bus plan work so that this whole thing can kind of make more sense? I am fully on board with Be More Bus as the solution there, and obviously we've got to fund it. So I do have a question for Administrator Arnold about how much money do we need to advance design for the Be More Bus plan, and besides that, so come back to that question in a sec, and I'll just also briefly say, one, red line funding in general, I think it's incredibly important that we can't let the occupant of the White House, who that person is, determine that, you know, we are going to just give up on figuring out creative solutions for funding. And I ask that, you know, everyone involved here be really ruthless in coming up with out-of-the-box ways to fund the red line. It's incredibly important for my district as well as as a whole. And then lastly, I just want to briefly shout out the Port Administration for the sake of time. Something we can talk about later, but obviously the 11th District has the work that y'all do is incredibly important to my district, to our neighborhoods, for our economy. So thank you for that, and looking forward to working more with y'all going forward. So, all right, thank you.
Just to answer your question, Councilman, so the overall Be More Bus plan is a number of different pieces of it. The largest piece is funding the 5th Bus Division, which would unlock the ability to store more buses, to deploy more buses out of it. The cost for that, we're still in the kind of very early concept phases, but we estimate somewhere between $400 and $600 million. We think total design is probably around $40 million, but the reality is, you can get started sooner with lesser amounts. When we did the Eastern project, we spent about a little less than $10 million before we brought on our CMAR partner. That was a lesson learned. We may not want to bring on a CMAR partner without knowing we have construction funding, but we can, even like $10 million gets us started. And I did want to address the red line as well, and note that we do have $150 million funded for planning, project development of the project. The team is here today, hiding somewhere. We brought on a really fantastic senior project director to lead that work, and has been, we're committed to the project, committed to advancing it, and trying to find creative ways to get there. So just want to note that as well.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, MTA Administrator Arnold, for those notes right there. Mark Parker represents the 1st District in Southeast Baltimore, a part of the city where even before different reforms are being enacted, we've seen by far the most rapid growth in housing and population in this city, much of it predicated on transit investments that haven't yet occurred. It's galling, not to point fingers at anybody, but it's grating to go through communities that have really high density apartment complexes and see the right of way that was preserved for the Red Line and for Greenway Trail, neither of which we have. And so that disconnect, that chicken egg you talked about, that the chicken hatched a long time ago, right? And our transit investments haven't realized there, and for many reasons beyond the control of anybody sitting in front of me. So just to name, that's where we are, but also to say then the urgency of those investments, both in bus, in Greenway and alternate transportation modes, and the Red Line remain critically important for the 1st District and for the city overall as we aim to continue to grow. The other thing I lift up, and some of this was mentioned before, is the importance of pedestrian safety, the investments made in pedestrian safety and speed humps and other aspects are critically important, especially in high density, row house driven, growing neighborhoods. The disconnect between the volume of cars we're trying to put through those communities and the number of people who want to and need to be out, both accessing transit, riding their bikes, using scooters and micromobility, and simply navigating their community, has resulted in pretty dangerous situations and circumstances. And so we're grateful for our partners in the City Department of Transportation for their work with communities and with elected officials around the city to prioritize those investments, and for the way that the state is making that possible as well. I note that when public safety grants were available to community associations around our city a few years in recent fiscal years, not through transportation budgets, but in other parts of the state budget, many of those communities, when they said, how could we spend money flexibly in our communities to make our communities safer, some of that went to LPRs, some went to cameras. A ton of that money, the top priority for communities was, we need these intersections, these entry points to Patterson Park, these entry points to our schools and educational facilities, into Cannon Crossing. We need to prioritize. We need to spend our money on that. And so to simply then come back to both our city and our state officials around transportation funding and saying, like, that is a critical part of public safety, is making sure that people can navigate, and that the streets that we're sharing between different modes of transportation are serving the full needs of our communities. Thank you.
think it's still the morning. Good morning, Director Biddle. I am Paris Gray, councilman of the 8th District, and also, I guess, the worst basketball player on the council. So, in Baltimore's 8th District, residents live with the daily impact of decades of underinvestment in infrastructure and transit. That's why maintaining highway user revenue funding and delivering on the red line are not just a matter of statutory process or abstract policy debates. They are urgent, tangible needs in my community. Corridors like Liberty Heights, Emerson Avenue, and Frederick Avenue are vital state roads that run directly through my district. They move thousands of people, buses, and commerce every single day, yet they are plagued with potholes, outdated signals, and sidewalks that are unsafe or non-compliant. After years of cuts, Baltimore lost nearly $1 billion in HUR funding. We cannot allow that to happen again. At a minimum, current funding levels must be protected and ideally strengthened. Deferred maintenance is another pressing issue, with nearly 60% of Baltimore traffic signals are beyond their service of life. Many are in my district. More than a third of the roads are in substandard corridor conditions, and on top of that, our ADA backlog makes it difficult for seniors, parents with strollers, and residents with disabilities to move safely in their own neighborhoods. These aren't just numbers. They represent a daily frustration for families that cannot get to school, to work, to a medical care facility, or for me, to basketball practice. Baltimore cannot tackle these challenges alone. Sustained state support is essential. And finally, I want to talk about the red line. My constituents along the Emerson Avenue corridor have waited for decades for a reliable east-west transit system. The red line is not just another project. It will be transformational for my area and for the city of Baltimore. But residents are understandably wary after years of stops and starts and broken promises. The project must be fully funded and delivered. Without it, West Baltimore will remain cut off from opportunities from long overdue remedies to the legacy of actual redlining, legacies rooted in neighborhoods like the Emerson Village area. If we're serious about equity, serious about economic growth, and serious about public safety, then we must invest in these corridors. We must safeguard HUR funding, and we must deliver on transit. West Baltimore cannot afford another delay. We need and welcome you as a partner to realizing our renaissance. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilman. And just, I know we have more speakers, and I'll be brief. Whoever is up next is welcome to come up to the podium. But just know that the Red Line is a project that I worked on when I first moved to Baltimore 20 years ago. And it's something that's very dear to me, to Administrator Arnold. And so hearing everyone's wide-ranging geographic support for that today is very encouraging. Don't want to dismiss your other comments as well. Those are very well taken. But just wanted to know that it's personal.
I'll just jump up really quickly. So, good afternoon now, Councilman John Bullock. I know we all have to run, but it was very refreshing to hear you talk about the red line. I represent the 9th District, which is west and southwest Baltimore, and that highway to nowhere that many people are familiar with runs right through the heart of our district. And so we look at the West Baltimore MARC station as a hub for transportation, but also thinking about the opportunities that are going forward. So realizing that we need our state funding, because we can't necessarily rely on the federal government right now, is very key. Things like the Reconnecting Communities grant, which we were getting before, again, that's significant. There's been a lot of work done on the ground. I'm just happy to stand in lockstep with my colleagues who've talked about the importance of transportation for disinvested communities, particularly East and West Baltimore. But again, we appreciate you guys being out here today. Thank you so much.
Up next, we're going to head over to our stakeholders, and I just want to say thank you again to our elected officials for taking the time to sit here and then also comment. So the order that we're going to call community advocates, members, and elected officials. We will start with Jennifer Vey from Greater Baltimore Committee, then Roger Schulman from the Fund for Educational Excellence, Michael Huber for Johns Hopkins University, and then Eric Norton for Central Maryland Transportation Alliance. Folks, we are at a timeline where we're a little bit over, and we want to respect Secretary Biddle's time and her teams and everyone else's. So please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think it is now officially afternoon. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. I'm Jennifer Vey. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer at the Greater Baltimore Committee, which is the leading voice for the private sector in the Baltimore region. I'm speaking today on behalf of both GBC and the Baltimore's Transit Future Coalition, which includes approximately 70 business, civic, and nonprofit organizations, including many of the largest employers in our state, around a campaign to support a strong regional transit system in Baltimore. BTF is a joint effort between GBC and the Greater Washington Partnership, which is a nonprofit alliance of leading employers in Maryland, Virginia, and DC that's committed to championing regional economic growth. I'm joined here today by Lauren Magnato. Give a wave if she's here. There she is, who is GWP's Director of Regional Mobility and Infrastructure. First of all, I just want to say that the BTF Coalition really appreciates the relative stability of this draft CTP compared to last year. Predictable and sustainable funding is essential to the region's economic growth. Our companies, our workers, our investors, both those here now, but also those that we want to attract, need to know that the state is committed to maintaining a strong and reliable transportation system. But stability isn't the same as sufficiency. First, Maryland must continue to keep pace with state of good repair needs, ensuring that light rail and metro, MARC, and the buses are resourced to be not just functional modes of necessity for some, but modern, dependable, best-in-class options for all. That really should be our goal. This year's CTP meets 90% of current state of good repair needs, which, of course, we all know is a significant improvement from where we were last year, thanks to the efforts of the governor and to a lot of folks in this room. Still, while the funds are there, we recognize that much work lies ahead to turn those program funds into actual completed projects. State of good repair needs to remain a top priority, and Baltimore's business community stands ready to work with you on critical projects like the light rail modernization plan that are funded in the CTP. That being said, we also need to remain focused on the future. Creating a system of choice requires that we invest in the kind of strategic expansion projects that make our transit system more accessible, more reliable, and that ultimately improves mobility for everyone. But as we've talked a lot here today, so I won't belabor the point, but we know that major priorities for system growth, like the Be More Bus plan, like the Red Line, aren't fully funded in this CTP. We know that they're both essential to connecting workers to jobs, students to school, residents to goods and services and amenities. And funding that advances these projects really just should be considered a smart investment that's going to repay itself in long-term receipts over time. Financing delivering these priorities will be challenging, but Baltimore's business community encourages you to be creative and strategic, to just keep us moving forward, and we're prepared to be supportive however we can. Finally, I do want to just acknowledge that we too, like many in this room, are deeply concerned about the looming highway user revenue fiscal cliff. We know that if it's not addressed, jurisdictions, the city and around the state are going to face shortfalls that will just undermine the ability to undertake basic road and bridge maintenance, and to address those backlogs, those critical backlogs that were created by prior funding cuts. This is, going to undermine safety, mobility, and ultimately and importantly, just increase costs over time. So firms and workers are the backbone of Maryland's economy. Our transportation system is its circulatory system, supporting business and population growth, housing and commercial development, and community vitality. And for this reason, we urge the state to sustain predictable and robust state of good repair investments, address the impending HUR declines, and accelerate funding for transformative projects like Be More Bus and like the Red Line. As always, BTF and GBC stand ready and willing partners in this work. Thanks so much.
I just wanted to note Council President Cohen had to leave, and so he wanted to extend his apologies, but also thank you for coming here. And his staff is still here if you have any questions for them at any point.
Thank you so much. My name is Roger Schulman. I'm the president and CEO of the Fund for Educational Excellence, and I appreciate the opportunity to be up here. Also want to acknowledge my colleagues Corey Schoenberg, Kwan Wyatt, and Jade Johnson, who frankly did a lot of the work that I'm about to talk about right here. For those of you who don't know, the Fund for Educational Excellence is a local nonprofit that believes that all Baltimore City public school students deserve an excellent and equitable education. The fund strives to build support for school system improvements, promote racially equitable policy and practice, attract and oversee philanthropic investments, and manage innovative programs that support city school students and communities. One of the ways that we do this is through qualitative research that amplifies the voices and experiences of students, families, and educators. About 5 years ago, we spoke with hundreds of students in Baltimore City Public School about how they get to and from school. These students represented a racially and geographically representative sample of our student population. And in 2021, we published a report called Not in Service, Why Public Transit Must Aim to Serve Students, that summarized these findings and recommendations. At least 25,000 city school students rely on MTA public transit, primarily buses, to travel to and from schools, jobs, internships, and extracurriculars. I think it's worth pointing out that while Baltimore City is the only school district in the state that relies on public transportation to get their students to and from schools, this is not at all uncommon. There are cities all around the country that use public transportation to get their high school students to and from school. These students are an estimated 18% of the annual ridership on core service in Baltimore, and transit frequency and reliability and its impact on student learning and opportunity were major themes of the interviews that we had with our students. Infrequent, unreliable transit can lead to lost learning time. We heard from so many students that they are late to school at least once and sometimes multiple times a week. Case in point, in 2018-2019, which was the last full school year before we issued our report, there were 20,653 high school students enrolled in city schools. Collectively, they were tardy to their first period class over 335,000 times, with 79% of high school students arriving late for first period at least once. Public transportation is the primary reason students cited to us for being late to school. And obviously, being late means huge impact on their grades and outcomes. So the Be More bus plan released by MDOT MTA in June would increase the frequency of bus services on weekdays, including outside of peak hours. Buses would arrive every 30 minutes or less on all routes and 10 minutes or less on 7 city link routes that serve to 21 schools. This additional services would decrease the amount of transfers that students have, would likely get them to school in far shorter periods of time, and help them participate in extracurricular activities and work after school, all of which are things many of us in this room say we care about. We urge MDOT and Governor Moore to fund and implement the Be More bus plan on an accelerated 6-year timeline. As many others have said, we cannot ask our students to wait 10 more years for better bus service. MTA's core transit service has been neglected for far too long. MDOT makes billions of dollars in capital investments every year in roads and highways, and as many people have talked about, the light rail modernization project is terrific, but it's the first major capital investment in over 30 years. So we ask that you fund the Be More bus plan in the current CTP and begin implementation now. Our students need and deserve frequent, reliable transportation to school, and it is long overdue. Investing in public transit to help students get to school both safely and on time promotes their future academic and career success, which in turn contributes to the long-term welfare of Baltimore and the economy of the state of Maryland. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Huber, and I'm the Director of Maryland Government Affairs at Johns Hopkins University of Medicine. It's an honor to be back in City Hall to request that MDOT provide the resources that the city and MTA needs in order to ensure a world-class transportation and transit system in the city of Baltimore. I'll be as brief as possible in the interest of time, but I'll point out that at Hopkins we employ about 40,000 people in the city and about 50,000 people in the state of Maryland, in addition to the countless patients and students. And to one degree or another, all of them rely on public transportation to get to appointments and to class and to work and for so many other purposes around town. And we are seeing now, as we recruit for faculty across the country in a very competitive market, that having a not only functional but really a world-class transit system is it becomes a factor in recruitment and retention efforts. And so we would encourage MDOT to maintain current levels of HUR funding. We should provide adequate resources for deferred maintenance. We should fund Be More Bus, and we further encourage MDOT to provide funding for state of good repair. It's in the interest of our employers, our patients, our students, and the economy as a whole that we do these things. I'm happy to take any questions. Happy to be here. All right, thank you.
You made it. We made it. Oh my God. Good afternoon. It's never good to be standing between such a large group of people and lunch, but I'll try and be quick. I'll skip some parts because you heard a lot of repetition today, I think, because there's a unity and clarity of purpose. My name is Eric Norton. I'm the Director of Policy and Programs for the Central Maryland Transportation Alliance. We advocate for improving and expanding transportation options for the people and businesses in Greater Baltimore. I'm also a Mount Washington resident and a parent of 2 city school students, one who bikes or walks to school and one who relies on MTA's light rail. So when I talk about the importance of investing in transit, biking, walking infrastructure, it's not abstract policy for me, it's personal, and it's personal for everyone in this room. We're all affected by the investments we make. And I remember when the light rail was first built, I was back in middle school. Our school was so close to one of the stations that we had a community engagement team come, as you do. And now I'm the parent of a middle schooler. And in those years between, Maryland has barely managed to maintain the system we have. If this draft CTP moves forward as written, fully implementing Be More Bus, no construction funding for the Red Line, no north-south corridor, then by the time my daughter graduates high school, fingers crossed, that'll be an entire generation where we'll just have barely maintained the status quo system. That's an entire generation with no meaningful transit investment. And that's why this budget matters so much. We appreciate the Moore-Miller administration stepping up to fund long overdue state of good repair projects like the light rail modernization program. We thank our legislators, who I think have mostly left, but we thank them for identifying revenue sources to put together a record-setting transportation budget. And while that maintenance is essential, it's not enough. Riders don't just want the system to survive, they want it to get better. They want transit that's faster, more frequent, and more reliable. And with $21.5 billion over the next 6 years, this is the largest CTP in state history, we think Maryland has the opportunity and the resources to make transformative investments. The question is whether Governor Moore will make it a priority. I'm going to skip my talking points on the Be More Bus because you've heard them all. Let's get on board Be More Bus. This draft CTP takes some steps in the right direction, and we recognize that progress. But we need to invest in growth, capacity, better service. We urge you to program funds for implementing Be More Bus fully and building that 5th bus division. We've never had more money in our transportation budget than we do right now. Let's use it to deliver a transportation system worthy of the people of Baltimore, not just for today, but for the next generation. And thank you so much.
Sorry, I was so close. Thank you, everybody. This was such a great, robust conversation, and you could hear the passion in the room about our needs for CTP, but more importantly, just the fair representation of those folks who are Baltimore residents. That being said, for me, I'm going to thank everybody. I would like to thank the council president, Councilman Dorsey, for their leadership in coordinating and bringing us all together. And of course, MDOT, Secretary Biddle and her team, and all of my colleagues who are also the sister agencies under MDOT. And thank you for your attendance. Thank you, community members. And of course, thank you for our advocacy partners and stakeholders, and for taking the time to participate. So Secretary Biddle, if you have any remarks just to close out. Otherwise, that's it for me.
Thank you, Director Macbeth. You captured it all well. I hope everyone has a great rest of your day, and we look forward to the continued collaboration. Thanks all.
Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Land Use and Transportation Committee meeting. I'm Ryan Dorsey, chair of the committee. I represent the 3rd City Council District here in Baltimore City. Today, we have 4 items on our agenda. We have 2 bill hearings, and after we conclude the hearings on those 2 bills, we're gonna go into a voting session for committee members. We're gonna vote 3 bills today. There is and I'll explain as we go. We are going to begin today with 250040, zoning uses retail small box establishment. But before we begin, I'm going to acknowledge folks who are here. To my left, we have Councilmember Zach Blanchard from the 11th District. We have, standing at the podium, already ready, waiting to present her bill, Vice President of the City Council and Vice Chair of the Committee, Councilmember Sharon Green Middleton from the 6th City Council District. To my far right, we have Councilman Mark Parker from the 1st District. Then we have, to his left, we have Councilmember Paris Gray from the 8th District. To his left, we have Councilwoman Felicia Porter from the 10th District. To my immediate right, we have our wonderful staff committee member, Mr. Tony Leva. How are you doing this morning, Tony?
I'm doing well, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
I always feel like I'm like David Letterman or somebody like asking, like a talk show host, like saying hi to the band leader or somebody. How are you doing this week? We also have representatives. We also have Councilwoman Odette Ramos, co-lead sponsor, shall I say, of the first bill that we're going to hear today. And we have various members of representatives of city agencies, the mayor's office, and a number of members of the public here. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining us, as well as some staff from our city council offices. How you guys doing? All right. Charm TV got us going live on the screens and online. And so here we are, going to begin with Council Bill 250040, zoning uses retail small box establishment. We will have a presentation of the bill from the sponsors of the bill. Then we will have committee questions for the sponsors. And then we will have agency reports and committee questions for the agency representatives. And then we will go to public testimony in person. And then public testimony from anybody who has signed up online. About this real quick, if you are here in person and you want to testify on either of the 2 bills that we are hearing today, 250040 or 250062, there are paper sign-up sheets in the back of the room. If you want to testify on either of these bills, you need to sign up on the one or both of those forms and make sure that you check the box that says, I want to testify, not just I have a position. Check that box that says that you want to testify. We still have more of these sheets in the back. Okay, great. And if you are online, there will be a link in the chat to a form to fill out, to sign up, to testify online. So please fill out that form and we will call people from that sheet. With all of that out of the way, Madam Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Dorsey, and good morning, colleagues and members of the Land Use Committee and everyone in council chambers. I'm here representing the 6th District and also a co-sponsor of Bill number 250040, zoning uses retail small box establishment. I first want to say that, last year, this is a bill last year that we tried, Councilwoman Ramos and I tried to get through, and it failed. So this is a clear example. If something fails the first time, you can go back and see what needs to happen to really get a bill passed that you really feel sincere about and you think it would be helpful for the city. So I have partnered with my colleague, again, on this bill, Councilwoman Ramos of the 14th District, to address the rising number of small box stores, particularly dollar stores in certain areas. Many have noticed that these stores often cluster in the same neighborhoods, creating saturation that limits shopping variety for residents. This concentration not only reduces consumer choices, but also impacts the economic landscape, making it difficult for independent grocers and specialty shops to succeed. It is important to note that this bill does not target the following: grocery stores, stores with pharmacies, or primarily selling hygiene products, fuel stations, and thrift stores. This legislation aims to establish specific use standards for new small box discount stores to ensure they meet community needs and zoning requirements. Community concerns have been growing regarding the effect of these stores on local businesses and access to essential goods. While these stores provide affordable options, their concentration can harm local businesses by drawing customers away. Additionally, the clustering of dollar stores may contribute to food deserts, limiting access to fresh produce and healthier foods, which can worsen health disparities. Our goal is to create a balanced retail environment where small businesses can thrive alongside larger chains, offering a variety of products that meet diverse needs and preferences. We are confident that with the right policies, we can build a more equitable and inclusive community that supports economic growth and the well-being of its residents. Finally, I want this bill to clearly define key terms related to small box establishments for clarity and effective regulation. With your support, we believe this legislation can lead to a more resilient and inclusive neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration, and I also want to thank that has been working on this bill with us, as I said, since last term. Johns Hopkins played a big role. The planning department also played a big role. Thank you for that. And we can't thank legislative reference and the law department going back and forth with amendments. This was clearly collaboration between the mayor's office, administration, and the council sponsors. And I think we cleared all the bumps in the road. And I'd like my colleague, Councilwoman Ramos, to come up, because she's going to also talk about the amendments, and just really appreciate the partnership that we did with this bill. I'm telling you, it was just, it took a lot, took patience and working back and forth, and I think it is a good start to just try to work with what the challenge that we have here with these stores.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ramos, good morning.
Good morning. I don't see my stoop by my desk, so I'm on my tiptoes. Is that it right there? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Councilwoman Odette Ramos from the 14th District. I'm honored to be able to work with Council Vice President on this bill. Yes, I'm going to take advantage of my stoop. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right.
The Barbara Mikulski special.
Oh, so much better. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. Good morning. I'm, again, Councilwoman Ramos from the 14th District. Honored to be working with Council Vice President on this bill. I want to thank her for her leadership and also thank all the folks that we've been working with throughout the city, as well as the Law Department and Mr. Chair for helping us through to get us where we are today. And Madam Vice President really gave the background of what we are trying to do here. So what I just want to concentrate on is the amendments before you, and you should have them in your packet. So the first, you'll also note that the Law Department has amendments, and we have incorporated the Law Department amendments for the most part. in this. So I'll go through all of that. So amendment number 1 is suggested by law, and it actually places the small box establishment category, just like we would establish the retail, big box category and other categories that are currently in the zoning code, in the building code, so that if somebody is going to establish a small box store, they still have to get a use permit for that. So they have to go through the permitting, they have to go through all the inspections, et cetera. The second amendment, also suggested by law, changes the original definition of small box stores. Our original definition was basically the dollar stores, looking at Dollar General, not saying the name, but it was that they were certain square footage, that they sell discount goods, and that they were part of a chain of 10 stores in the city. The law department said, let's not do it that way. Let's do all of the small box stores, even if they're family owned, if they're small. And that's because otherwise it would seem like it's discriminatory, that we're only treating dollar stores differently. And that's not great, but at the same time, we can live with it. So let's say if Herman's in my district, which they're not going anywhere, they own that building, they're not going anywhere, but if they wanted to add another store somewhere else, we would still have to go through this process that we're going to describe in the bill. The third amendment is that law clarified the definition of grocery store, so grocery stores are exempt. And then the fourth amendment removes language about the conditional use. So what our bill does is it says, for this category of small box, which we define, we are making it a conditional use in all C zoning districts, C1 through C5 and all the other Cs, okay? And that means that they have to go to the board, to the zoning board, to be able to get approval to be in that zoning district, which means, for the most part, they have to come to the community for a conversation about being in the neighborhood. So initially, we wanted, if the use is approved and they leave, so for instance, the dollar store has just left 32nd and Greenmount, that the conditional use would go away immediately, or 30 days. And the law department says, nope, can't do that. Every other use that has a conditional use has a 2-year wait. So that is so that another store could go right in as well. And so rather than, we took that part out. So it's still going to be the 2-year wait. And that's so that these small box wouldn't be treated differently than any other use. And so we were able to get the approval from the law department on the amendments in the bill, the way that we have presented it to you all. So I'm happy to take any questions. And I do think that it's going to be, even with taking out the conditional use discontinuance piece so that you still have to wait, it's going to be tough to locate any new small box stores and dollar stores here. So I think that that's something that at least the community will be involved in the conversation because they have to go to the board to get approval. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to yield, but also take any questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ramos, and thank you, Vice Chair Middleton, for bringing this bill. I love this bill, actually. In my very first term, I introduced a bill to ban new gas stations. And part of that was understanding that new gas stations with like a tiny little like transactional retail space don't really exist anymore. The only kind of gas stations that do get built these days are ones with huge convenience stores that I think are not dissimilar from the way that small box dollar stores adversely impact neighborhoods' likelihood of attracting grocery stores and things that are more beneficial and more community oriented. And so I'm very familiar with this research and the implications. And so very thankful to have you bringing this bill today. Thank you. Do we have questions from committee members? Yes, Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you so much. I want to go back, Councilwoman, I want to go back to a conversation, and I know you and I have talked about that conditional use. How do we ensure that the establishment actually follows the conditional use? One of the major issues that we're having in community, not just with these small box retailers, but with other establishments as well, they are not necessarily following the conditional use, and the community bears the brunt of them not following the conditional use, and the lack of oversight ensures that, it's longer and longer for these issues to be presented and demonstrated in community. How can we fully ensure that the conditional use, if any new retailer comes in, how can we ensure that they indeed do follow the conditional use?
Thank you for that great question. So the conditional use itself is just to have the establishment. But I think my understanding of what your question is that when the store comes to the community to say that they want to establish there, that there can be an agreement made, an MOU, saying, you've got to pick up the trash, you've got to close at certain hours, you've got to, all of those things. So that is our hope, that they would have that dialogue, and that then the community would agree, and then there would be, and they may not agree, but that if there is an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, that then that gets attached to the conditional use. Mm-hmm. And then if those things that are in there continue to be violated, the board would be informed and revoke the conditional use. There was not a lot of backbone to that a long time ago, but this board and moving forward has been pretty clear that, we want to establish these things and we will hold them accountable. So it is going to take some diligence from the community in terms of 311s and measuring that there's been some challenges. Again, I'll just use the dollar store on 32nd and Greenmount, where they never even had a dumpster. Mm-hmm. So it was a nightmare. And we could, so if we had that kind of situation, we could say to the board, hey, they're continuing to violate this MOU, and so we need you to revoke the conditional use, which means then they would have to close.
Yeah, and so I completely understand that, and thank you for that clarification. My only concern is that some of those issues demonstrate for 2 years, 3 years, and in some instances up to 5 years. And so the community is exhausted. And so when we are talking about any type of enforcement oversight, I'm not confident that if we simply rely on the makeup of the board to ensure that the conditional use is enforced or not, we should be utilizing levers in our toolbox, such as laws, to ensure that regardless of what the board makeup is, we are still consistently maintaining the quality of life for those areas. My second question actually
Can I just add one thing to that real quick? So Senator Washington had introduced a bill at the state level about this issue, defining what the small box was, but also saying, and this was all in May, so we didn't exactly follow it, but what she wanted to do was to have community benefit agreements that were like the, Community Law Center and others could enforce. Our law department said we cannot do that. And so we ended up, that was one of the issues with last term's bill. And so we ended up taking it out. And so we're hopeful that, and I absolutely hear your issue because we see it. But our hope is that with this dialogue and that there is an MOU, that then the board would revoke it. I've seen it happen once in my district, so I want to make sure that it's consistent put in, and we can maybe think about other ways that we can put in the statute that MOUs are
contractually binding.
Yeah, and so, but right now the tool that we have is to really work with the board.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And my second question has to deal with the 2-year mark.
Before that question, I just like to add that.
Vice Chair Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just like to add, we definitely understand what you're trying to say, and those were we were in this bill full blast, and we have to be careful so that we're being kind to all businesses, and we don't want to be sued by a business for something small. So I look at this as ways that we compromise to at least get something started. Mainly, the distance was one of our priorities. And, you know, that is what we tried to focus on, at least to get something started. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we actually didn't mention that earlier. We have in the bill, we have a distance requirement.
Yes.
So that
Yeah.
the dollar stores or small box can't be within half a mile of each other. Because
Sure.
I know you have two right next to each other.
I had
and,
really
yeah.
4 in one, all within a block, Liberty Heights and Garrison. And I think that might have been half of the reason of the big chain of Walgreens. Here we had the dollar store in the front of it, Family Dollar behind it, and then a privately owned another convenience store, right, all within that block, 1 block radius, which was terrible when other things could have come there. So definitely understand where you're coming from, but we have to do this in pieces to at least get something started. And I think this bill has also created the dollar stores to start to have dialogue with that area, all those 5 neighborhoods. And I think someone's going to testify too about that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And there was also mention, and I just want to make sure that I have clarification. You mentioned if a small box retailer comes out of a location and they have a conditional use, the new operator, do they have to engage with the community under the current MOU, or do they not have to engage with the current MOU?
We really tried here, okay? We really tried to say that, we'll use 30-second and Greenmount again as an example. If they had a conditional use for a small box there, they leave, which they have left. Our original goal here was so that use would go away completely. And so if another dollar store was gonna move in, they'd still have to come and do the conditional use and go through the process again, okay? The law department is saying to us, we cannot do that unless we do it for, the law department is saying we can't do that because it discriminates on just these uses. So it's something to think about in terms of conditional use writ large.
Sure. And so this last question is for the law department. If an MOU is, I'm assuming, and this is under the assumption that an MOU is somewhat binding, if it's written out to a certain legal entity, why are we not considering a new MOU or a new entity once a new operator comes in, because they would have to sign that MOU?
Can we hang on to that till we do agency reports?
Sure.
Great, we'll do that.
I very much appreciate this line of questioning. Thank you.
Are there other committee member questions for the bill sponsors? Okay, great. Thank you. Now we will go to agency reports, and we will start with the law department.
Thanks, Chair Dorsey and members of the committee. Jeff Hochsteller with the Law Department. As explained further in our report, there were some initial concerns with the wording of the current bill, but with the suggested amendments that Councilwoman Ramos explained well, we can approve for form and legal sufficiency. Councilwoman Porter, to your question, if a conditional use when it's been approved, it comes with the conditions that have been placed on that use. So it's my understanding that even if ownership changes, those uses would, the conditions on that use would still, need to be in effect and enforced. And obviously that's in addition to any of the code enforcement problems that it sounds like you were referencing.
Even if the legal entity has
earlier.
changed?
Right, it's a condition on the use itself.
It's a condition
not
on the use.
Not on the owner.
Yeah, but I'm talking about specifically the MOU. So if the legal entity is signing the MOU, I'm not talking about the use for the property. I'm talking about the MOU. If a legal entity is signing that MOU, then why does the MOU follow the conditional use. It's a different legal entity that's signing that document associated with that conditional use.
Do you have in mind sort of side MOUs apart from the conditional use approval?
So for example, and Mr. Chair, can I just have a moment of indulgence to explain?
Sure. If I just could. There are two different ways of making an agreement at the point of a use permission or something like this. One would be like a completely separate independent MOU between an entity, say a community organization, and a corporate entity. And I have personally seen how that plays out poorly for community members who then would have to hire an attorney in order to represent them when the corporate entity fails to uphold their side of the agreement. But when the zoning board approves a conditional use, there can be enshrined in the approval of that permit a legally, municipally enforceable set of conditions associated with that. And that is not unique to the applicant. That, because the land use permit and anything associated with it goes to the property.
Yes, no, I understand that. I think we're talking, no, I know we're talking about two different things. So I'm not talking about the conditions that are associated with the zoning. I'm talking about any type of MOU, additional MOU that will be signed by the community with this applicant that is connected to this zoning, that is connected to the use.
Yeah, Councilwoman, I think that would depend on sort of the wording of the MOU, if it, and whether or not it would bind any successor. I think for the zoning purposes and for conditional use approval, sort of getting the conditions as part of the use itself that are, would be important at the outset, because there could be some, we wouldn't necessarily be able to advise on what a side agreement between the owner and community association might be able to say.
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Ramos.
Thank you. Just to clarify, what has happened in some of the cases in my district is that the agreement actually becomes filed as part of the conditional use. So in the resolution that comes out from the BMZA, it actually says Ann has to follow X and such and Y and such. So that becomes a condition that is enforceable by the conditional use approval.
Planning Commission. Oh wait, was there anything further from the Law Department? We've got the amendments. You've reviewed the amendments. They're good. Form and legal sufficiency.
Form and legal sufficiency. Appreciate the cooperation with the sponsors and DLR. So
great.
All approved.
Planning Commission.
Brandon Canoy from the Planning Department.
It's on. It's on. Yeah, just pull it a little closer.
Let me just get a little closer. Brandon Canoy with the Planning Department on behalf of the department. We are recommending approval, and we stand by our report. And just to clarify the Planning Commission's recommendation, when it was presented to the committee, the amendments to the building code were not presented, so the numbering is a little off, but the intent of the Planning Commission's resolution was to adopt the amendments which deal with the definitions and better defining certain parts of the small box store and other things like that, and then did not recommend the amendment which would remove the distance and spacing standard.
Great. Thank you.
And Chair Dorsey, if I may, the initial in the Law Department report, it was an inadvertent deletion of the line about the distance requirement, and many apologies for that. So that was a typo. That was never the intent of the Law Department amendments.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it was also my understanding that the Planning Commission rejected the last part of the third amendment, which was to remove the conditional use. They wanted to keep the abandonment and discontinuance in the bill that we had.
Correct. That was the Planning Commission recommendation.
Right. Understand. Finance. Tyler, you're here for them?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Tyler Schnell, the Mayor's Office. The Department of Finance stands behind their report.
Thank you. Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Wright, representing DHCD. We respectfully stand behind our favorable bill report.
Great, thank you. The bill was not referred to BDC, but we did get a BDC report. I'll allow you to report as long as it's favorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Tom Welly, on behalf of the BDC, our report is indeed favorable, and we stand by it.
I'm joking, but I am a biased chairperson. Thank you. Any questions? Any other questions from committee? We've been joined by Councilman Bullock from the 9th District. Thanks for being here.
I'm a member of the Planning Commission.
Who do we have from the Planning Commission? Oh yeah, yes. Sorry, one and the same. Do we have any questions for agencies from the committee? Okay, great. We will go to public testimony at this time. Again, if you want to testify on this bill, we ask that you sign the form that was in the back that Tony just collected. And if you are online, there is a link in the chat to the form to sign up to testify. Please go to that link and fill in that form, and we will call names from there at the time. I'm going to call all of the names on this form because nobody checked the box saying that they actually wanted to testify in person. But we do have a number of people who did sign in, and I assume that some of them just missed that box. So I will call everybody here one by one. We will start with, and each person will have 2 minutes to testify. Tony, do we have the clock ready? Cool. Harold Dams is the first person I have on my list here. Harold? Is there a Harold here? Wants to testify? Oh, you don't want to testify. Okay, great. Dwayne Alexander. Good morning. State your name hit the button on the right side of the microphone there, and just state your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes, sir.
My name is Dwayne Alexander in the Liberty Heights and Wabash community. Everybody calls me Wayno. I'm here to testify on the horrible job that's being done in our community in servicing our people. The dollar stores negatively impact neighborhoods by displacing local grocery stores, exacerbating food deserts and poor nutrients through limited health food options, reducing local job creation and wages, extracting wealth from our communities, VA corporate profit, and potentially increasing crime and safety issues due to unsafe and lax security. Now, right here in the community that I'm from, our Honorable Councilwoman told you that we have 3 dollar stores within a block of each other. They're filthy. The products that are on the shelves are outdated, and we're constantly having issues with panhandlers in front of those buildings. Now, when we look across the country, we've seen numerous states like Cleveland, Ohio, who've also had the same issue, and they have eliminated these dollar stores being a block away from each other because they realized that it increased the crime rate, it increased the poverty rate, as well as it increases our unhealthiness rate. You know what I mean? So we have, we don't have enough fresh food markets in our community, and our community is suffering. And now with the new administration in position, what does that look like for us in the next couple of years? I just ask everybody to choose wisely, because I have a bedroom community. I have a partnership with the Maryland Food Bank, and we feed our seniors who are in dire need. They don't have the means to go and pay $5 and $10 for a box of cereal in Walmart, in a dollar store that's outdated. You know what I mean? This is really hindering us from moving forward. And because of the research that is already done, I expected a lot of folks that are in these rooms representing us to have done the same research, because, you know, the dollar stores have increased crime across the country. Birmingham, Alabama also had a 69% poverty rate. And when they did the research, they realized that the dollar stores in those communities played a major part in that. You know what I mean? So Cleveland, Ohio, Birmingham, Alabama, I think we should have been way beyond them.
Thanks, sir.
Of, yeah, our history. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Is it Laren Bowles? I'm sorry if I can't read this handwriting specifically. From Main Avenue? All right, I'll go on. David Scott? Okay. Okay, it is a sign-in sheet, but nobody signed up. Literally nobody checked the box saying that they wanted to testify, so I'm calling everybody on this sheet. Michelle Lefebvre.
I thought I signed up, checked the box.
You checked the box saying you're for the bill, but there's another box next to it with big red letters and a big red arrow saying check here to testify.
Before I introduce myself, I just want to say I parked my car in beautiful downtown Guilford and took the circulator down here. Zoom, zoom. I'm never going to drive down here again.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, Michelle, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Michelle Lefebvre. In my third professional career, I was a local administrative law judge, zoning hearing examiner, and zoning code enforcement officer. In that capacity, I reviewed proposed zoning legislation and applied and interpreted government zoning codes in relationship to various land use applications and appeals from agency decisions. There is often a significant chasm between what legislators think a bill will accomplish and what it actually accomplishes. For these reasons, I support the Planning Commission's concurrence that the bill be approved by the City Council with the amendments proposed by the Law Department. And I'm going to skip over what had been my critical concerns because I believe they're addressed in the amendments. I do, because I found it difficult to hear Law Department. I just do want to point out two things. One, Baltimore City has generated much of Maryland's law nonconformities case law, and the legislation as drafted, I don't know how it was amended, will add to that. Particularly with the minimum separation distance, because nonconformities have a right to intensify. And Baltimore City rarely gets that right. And I'm going to skip two more things because I also want to answer Councilman Porter's questions. Relatedly, I support the Office of Law suggestion and its May 29, 2005 review that consideration should be given whether the use should be added to the list of uses that require a building permit for continuation upon transfer or operation in the various sections. There are many reasons why this is important, but the one reason, and I know this from having looked at this issue a long time, is that employees can often have horrible working conditions. And so the permitting process will assist that. If I could quickly, a conditional use runs with the land. It's not specific to the property owner. The Board of Appeals has the right on a specific application, not for everyone, to require periodic renewals of a conditional use. I routinely gave 2-year renewals, something I'm not sure they do as a practice. And lastly, someday, the sale of alcoholic beverages in grocery stores are going to come to our city. And you need to think about this use in relationship to that at some juncture. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, last person on my list, Sharon Jones. Yeah, please. Oh, her name. I got her. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair and everyone.
Good morning.
I ask for patience and forgiveness. I'm speaking with a lot of hats and a lot of things that need to be said. Okay, so first.
Just start with your name.
I am. My name is Sharon Jones, but I'm speaking as a resident, a messenger of the Liberty Coalition of Neighborhoods, and as an employee of Healthy Neighborhoods. I'm a native of Baltimore. I'm a City College grad. I'm an Ashburton resident, and I'm the Northwest Community Development Coordinator and Grants Coordinator for Healthy Neighborhoods. Okay, this bill has a lot of support. Lauren Kelly Washington, formerly of Jubilee Baltimore, now Robert Dortch, Kate Jennings, Reservoir Hill ED, Reservoir Hill Improvement Council ED. I'm sorry, I'm trying to go fast, but slow down. And Nika Namdi, SOS Fund, Fight Blight, all are backing, and Healthy Neighborhoods are backing this bill. I need for you to understand that health, wealth, and safety, that's really what we're talking about here, health. We're talking about health of your residents. The food quality, like Wayno mentioned, is not the best quality. I need you to understand that the second brain in your body is your gut, so when you put in subpar quality food, when you look at your crime rate, I want you to see correlations with that. Wealth, Healthy Neighborhoods, Baltimore City's middle neighborhood strategy. We are literally fighting to raise property values, retain citizens, bring people in. A proliferation, because that's really what we're talking about, a proliferation of dollar stores is problematic to the exact plans and strategies that you're putting in place to buy back the block. You have organizers and coordinators like myself in the community putting their finger on the pulse to come to say to you that the dollar store is detrimental. The Liberty Coalition of Neighborhoods is 14 neighborhoods between Ashburton, Grove Park, Garwin Oaks, and West Arlington. Like Councilwoman said, it is 3 small box stores along with one in Mondawmin, one at Belvedere, and all of you can speak. Councilwoman Ramos, this is the first time I'm really seeing you, Ms. Porter, Councilwoman Porter, but we can all stand inside of our neighborhood and point. So really what we're talking about is we need protections in place, and Councilwoman said it best, this is a start. This is not the end. We are all sitting here, the people that I mentioned are trying to build capacity, Greenmount, Liberty Heights, Heritage Cross in South Baltimore, trying to build capacity in your neighborhoods, and this is a direct opposite of what we're trying to do. So I need you to look at it and not just this one bill, like was mentioned by previous people, but in a guise of you guys are investing money in different ways around the city, and we need help. So a moratorium, a pause, a dispersal restriction, we need all the tools in the toolbox, and think about it in a 5-year period. What can we do in 5 years if we all play together nice? Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Sharon.
Oh, does anybody have any questions for me? Okay. Okay, leave. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any comments from the administration?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to thank the sponsors of the bill, Vice President Middleton and Councilwoman Ramos, for their partnership. Obviously, as the Vice President said, right, this is a true testament to you come back the second time to get it right, and the Vice President and the Councilwoman brought this bill back to us almost immediately to make sure that we were able to have the conversations with the agencies to parse out any concerns in the bill. So we are supportive of the bill with the amendments introduced by both sponsors.
Thank you. I will note that Councilman Blanchard's bill is a second time go around too, because I introduced a bill to eliminate off-street parking mandates in my first term. So I'm really happy to have a couple of these joints on the docket today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I have somebody here testify that was not
Okay,
able
great.
to sign
You want to call your person?
Yeah. Executive Director of Waverly Main Street, Diana Emerson. Thank you.
Hey, Diana. How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I will be quick. Diana Emerson, Waverly Main Street. In 2022, the Dollar General moved into our Main Street corridor. It called for an immediate community outcry, which was unanswered by the property owner. We met with the dollar store to encourage an MOU to make sure that they could operate in good faith behavior, which they declined. The dollar store then showed us how they truly felt about our community. They allowed continuous pileup of trash in both the rear and the front of their building. They have very, very lax rules and regulations as it relates to shoplifting and theft, which meant our local businesses had to increase their own security presence to protect their businesses. They also, on a regular basis, ignored city rules, laws, and regulations. This is not a good partner. They have showed us time and time again across the city what they think of our city and our communities. As a Main Street, we thrive with small businesses. This is their livelihood. Our residents and our neighbors are very concerned when we have businesses like the dollar store that move in. In our area from York Road to Greenmount Avenue, we have over 6 dollar stores that are all within walking distance of each other. They all sell the same poor quality products, and they show us time and time again what our value and what our worth is. This bill allows our communities to have a voice in who we bring into our communities. It allows our businesses to thrive, which is huge in making sure our economic development improves, not just in downtown, but in our small neighborhoods, especially our main streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Okay, with no further public testimony, I will just ask that before we conclude the hearing on this bill, that members make note of the amendments that are in your packet immediately following the first reader text of the bill. There are 4 pages to them. It is 4 numbered amendments, and the sponsor of the bill will bring them up when we go into our voting session after the next bill hearing. With that, we conclude our hearing on 250040, and we will move on to 250062.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I step up to the podium and hand the chair over to Vice President Middleton so I can present this bill, I want to note to the committee members, I sent an email around about process and run a show for today and had intended to vote 250062 today, but unfortunately was presented with additional amendments from the fire department at 4 o'clock yesterday. And they are, while technical in nature, substantive enough in the, or substantial enough in the drafting requirement that there was no world in which DLR was going to be able to get them ready for the hearing today. I had initially thought maybe I would ask members if we could vote the bill without any amendments and put forth those amendments on second reader. But instead, what I'd like to do is add this to the voting session that we will have next week. We have 10 other bills that we're going to hear and vote on next week, plus 2 others that we already heard and will be voting on. So at the beginning of next Thursday's hearing, we'll just start with a voting session on those bills related to Amtrak and single stair, and then we'll move on to the 10 other bills. Does that make sense, folks? All right, great. Madam Chair, I'm going to hand it over to you. And I have about a 15-minute presentation I'm going to do, but nobody else following me.
State your name for the record.
Thank you. I'm Ryan Dorsey. I'm presenting Council Bill 250062. I represent the 3rd City Council District. I do have a PowerPoint presentation that's going to be up on the screen. Tony's going to pull that up. There are also printed copies of these slides for members at your seats. Great. Multifamily buildings in the U.S. are boring. They cannot serve diverse needs and mostly take the form of huge block or half block size buildings. Basically, every new apartment building you've ever seen looks more or less just like every other one you've ever seen. They can't help but be this way because of the one simple and outdated rule: this bill will change. In the rest of the world, especially Europe, the possibilities of multifamily design are far more flexible. But in the US, buildings are forced into a particular fixed form by a rule that requires all buildings higher than 3 stories to have 2 stairwells and a hallway between them on every floor, what's commonly referred to as a double-loaded corridor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, it is legal to build anywhere from 4 to 10 stories with just 1 central stairwell. Next slide. The double-loaded corridor standard came about in response to tragic fires in the early 20th century, but since then, building materials and firefighting technology have improved greatly with sprinkler requirements, smoke evacuation from stairwells, fire-rated construction methods and materials, and smoke alarms. What was once a common sense rule is now an obsolete regulation that holds back housing production. A recent study by Pew Research showed no difference in fire safety outcomes between buildings with 1 stair and buildings with 2 stairs. Single-stair buildings like what this bill allows are already legal and have been for a very long time in New York and Seattle. In New York City, there are 4,440 modern single-stair buildings in which the overall rate of fire deaths is the same as in other residential buildings. Looking at New York City and Seattle's modern single-stairway buildings between 2012 and 2024, Pew found a total of 4 fire-related deaths, but the lack of a second stairway did not play a role in any of those fatalities. In the Netherlands, where single stairway construction is common in 4- and 5-story buildings, the fire death rate in those buildings is on par with the fire-related death rate in other types of residential buildings, and overall, residential fire-related deaths in the Netherlands are 1/3 those of the US. Next. It may shock some to hear that Americans are not the best at everything, but allowing single stair up to mid-rise heights, that is 5 or 8 stories, is best practice in all of the developed world. Next. Here's your typical status quo building. It only works at large sizes because that's when the economies of scale start to kick in. If you want to build above 3 stories, the space that is given up and the cost to construct the second staircase and hallway are so great that to make the economics work, the footprint of the building has to expand as well. This, of course, means that there is no opportunity to develop multifamily greater than 3 stories high, except on lots that are half a city block or more in size. When then, the only people who can develop such buildings are the biggest developers, the ones with the greatest capital access. And even still, the economics remains so challenging that it incentivizes the highest number, smallest, and most expensive possible units. This should be concerning to anybody who wants smaller homegrown developers to have more opportunity to shape our city, and to do so in a way that meets more people's needs and fits better into our neighborhoods. Additionally, because of the 2 stairs and linking corridor, units have no cross ventilation, and the vast majority have windows facing only one side. It's not just the economics, but the design of these buildings that disincentivizes family-sized units. If your whole apartment faces only one side of a building, in order for each bedroom, your living room, and kitchen to all have natural light from windows, you would have to line up each of those rooms in a row, essentially turning your whole apartment into one long hallway. Nobody really wants to live that way, so nobody builds 3- and 4-bedroom apartments in this way in these status quo buildings, and so 3- and 4-bedroom apartments simply don't get built. Not only do multifamily buildings all end up looking and feeling the same, but that sameness becomes a place of comfort for lenders and investors who end up not wanting to fund any form of development that doesn't match that formula. Next. Ironically enough, this sameness exists no matter how strange a shape the building is or how great in size it is. The double-loaded corridor building cannot exist on smaller parcels, and the scale of product the status quo incentivizes is wildly out of scale with the rest of basically any neighborhood. Here are some examples from Boston because I borrowed these slides from Julian Frost's presentation for the Congress for the New Urbanism there, but these are equally relevant to Baltimore. You can see here the way a common-sized lot could be situated with a 6-story building containing anywhere from 6 to 24 units. And you can compare that to what actually gets built on much, much larger lots. Next. I'm not saying, oh, Councilman Bullock has stepped out. I've got a slide from his district here. I'm not saying that the physical characteristics of the building are why La Cité is such a problem in the Poppleton community, but it's a stunning example of what the status quo incentivizes and necessitates, where the alternative that single-stair design allows is something that's much more incremental in size compared to the rest of the neighborhood. A typical row home property may only be about 2,000 square feet, and a small development of a 4 or 5-story building might have a footprint equivalent to just 2 or 3 row homes, say 4,000, maybe 5,000 square feet. Instead, we get La Cité drop down on 100,000 square feet of land. But it's not just in Poppleton. In Riverside, 1110 Key Highway is a 60,000 square foot parcel. The Woodbury on West Cold Spring Lane sits on a 270,000 square foot parcel. In Hamden, the apartments at the Rotunda are situated on a similar sized portion of that much larger lot. In my own district, MCB Real Estate just opened the Enolia on 129,000 square feet. But Harford Road also has some of the smallest developments happening in the city. But small is still relative. Sohi Union is 24,000 square feet. And the only other development in planning on that corridor is over 37,000 square feet. And it's not just the cost and character of market rate housing that is driven by the double-loaded corridor standard. The subsidized and affordable apartments built in partnership with Rebuild Metro in the Johnston Square neighborhood take over 11,000 square feet to make work at Greenmount and Chase. Healthcare for the Homeless opens Sojourner Place in the Oliver community on a more than 30,000 square foot parcel. These are great and important developments for so many reasons, but it shouldn't be impossible to create the housing we need on smaller parcels and smaller budgets than what these projects take. If we want neighborhood development that is much more like its surroundings, then we have to actually allow it by removing the double-loaded corridor standard that prohibits it. Next. Here's the alternative this bill allows. Buildings that take up a small individual footprint but can be chained together for blocks or parts of blocks, whether by one developer or many. Buildings that, without a hallway required to go from one end of the building to the other, can have units of different shapes and sizes and allow a light and a cross breeze from windows on 2 or 3 sides instead of just one. I'm gonna get my water. Here's another look at the fundamental differences between the layout of a double-loaded corridor building compared to a similar-sized chain of single-stair buildings. On the left, you see a building with little unit diversity and 2 staircases fitting 20 units per floor, versus 4 buildings, each with its own staircase, offering fewer total units, 16 total, but of more diverse sizes and overall better design. Next. And here's another look, a reminder at how these compare in terms of natural light and airflow. Next. And would you rather step into a scene out of The Shining every time you walk out your door? Or a place that's designed for community and openness? You want The Shining. Some of y'all are sick. Red rum. Next slide. Here's the last thing I want to emphasize, and then I'm going to quickly review the basic provisions of the bill. What this bill allows is something that we already have and already permit. We have had single-stair buildings in this city for more than a century. Many of them have been continuously occupied and not had to even be upgraded. And some have been sitting vacant for decades, like the ones that caught on fire just a couple of weeks ago, shown on the slide that we have here. If you want to open up a 4, 5, or 6-story single-stair building in Baltimore today, you can do that, but only if it's an old building that you have to make extremely difficult modifications to in order to meet fire safety standards. The International Existing Building Code, the IEBC, separate from the International Building Code, the IBC, that this bill amends, the International Existing Building Code already allows single-stair in existing building renovations. What this bill does is create a similar standard as what exists in the IEBC for allowing the same thing to be newly constructed. If we believe the fire safety standards are good enough when being retrofitted into 100-year-old buildings, there's absolutely no reason the same standards can't be much more easily applied and adhered to in brand new construction permitted and inspected under the IBC. Next slide. The Crook Horner Lofts opened earlier this year at 301 North Howard. Bell Urban and the Civic Group renovated and combined a 4-story and a 6-story building into 2 retail spaces and 15 gorgeous and fully leased apartments above them, all with just 1 staircase. The same standard that that project and others like it have adhered to for existing buildings are what this bill will allow for brand new buildings. Next. The bill is barely 2 pages long, and basically it is nothing but a list of ways to address fire safety above and beyond what we require for other buildings. As I mentioned earlier, the standards that exist in other places, like New York and Seattle, have been thoroughly and independently researched and are shown to be of no lesser safety than modern buildings of different types. This bill proposes those same standards that exist elsewhere, and in certain ways are even more stringent in this bill. These are the main points. Single-stair buildings for long-term residential occupancy, that is, not hotels, not rooming houses, boarding houses, what's called R2 occupancy, may be up to 6 stories in type 1, 2, 3A, and 4 construction, and 4 stories in type 5 construction. The number of units in a building is limited to a maximum of 4 units per floor. The entrance to a unit may not be greater than 20 feet away from the stairway and must be separated from the stairway by a fire-rated hallway. The distance from the stairway to the farthest distance inside a unit is limited. The building must be fully sprinklered. The staircase must be pressurized, meaning a mechanical system must be installed to ensure that the staircase cannot fill with smoke in the event of a fire. The staircase, walls, doors, and other construction elements are required to be variously of 60, 90, and 120-minute fire ratings. Next. The buildings these standards produce are exceptionally safe, are shown to cost less to build, and to allow for construction projects that are needed and wanted but impossible today. I ask for your support, and we'll take questions now, but at some point we'll also want to mention the amendments that we have from the fire department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Dorsey, for your presentation. Does the committee have any questions at this point for the sponsor of the bill? Yes, Councilman.
I almost called on them myself.
Councilman Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When it comes to safety and fire, you spoke a little about the numbers in which it seems like it's the same in the Netherlands, correct? Could you speak about the provisions in which every building would have to comply under when it comes to the single stairway? Because I think a lot of people's concerns are, if there is a fire, what is the game plan? How are people able to get out when, if you have two staircases, there's a plan in place. I don't know how much people will actually follow it or not, but there's a plan in place that you use one, and then the fire department is actually able to go up the other.
Thank you, I appreciate the question. So the two staircase rule came from a time when the prevailing mentality was, if a fire starts anywhere in any building, the whole thing's going up like a match. It's just, you got to get everybody out as fast as possible or everybody's dead. Because of the advancements in the advent of sprinkler systems, fire alarms, materials, even like drywall and fire-rated caulking and things like this, and pressurized staircases, most fires that start anywhere in any building that has a sprinkler system never spread beyond that room and are suppressed where they begin. And so all of these systems, as well as the heightened standards, so in other buildings, you might not even have a fire rated wall requirement for certain types of walls in certain types of buildings, but in this, we say that certain walls need to be of 60 or 90 or 120-minute fire ratings so that fire can't spread from one room to the next, or from one unit to the hallway, which has a heightened fire rating, or from the hallway to the staircase, which has a heightened fire rating, and the entire building is sprinklerized. And so what this bill does is so dramatically reduce the likelihood of a fire that causes kind of a panicked evacuation of a building that also has a smaller footprint in the first place, so there are fewer people potentially coming down that staircase in the first place, that this conflict of the possibility of fire going up and residents coming down is essentially mitigated. If I could go to one of my super secret slides. I've got some super secret slides, so I appreciate this question. Let's go to the next one. This is what the status quo allows on the bottom and the right. And in the top left is what's being proposed here, right? So right now, I can have just two stairs, and I can have a building that's the size of the length of 2 football fields, or a hallway that's the length of 2 football fields. And I think that shows 48 units on one floor, which is like totally plausible as a contemporary status quo development. So I could have 48 units on each floor of a building, all coming down one staircase if the other is filled with smoke, because it isn't required to have a pressurized staircase, right? So I've got one staircase fully full of smoke, and so I've got the fire department maybe going up that one staircase that's full of smoke, and 48 units of residence from each floor of the building, all coming down the other staircase. Or if the staircase is the one is so full of smoke, maybe the fire department's going up the one that's not full of smoke at the same time, that those 48 units of residence are all coming down from each floor of the building, almost 300 units all using one staircase, instead of a maximum of 4 units per floor coming down one staircase.
Thank you. And just a follow-up, can you just
hold that? So, I know you're going to do agency reports, but since we're on that question, I think the fire department wants to add an answer to, since it's fresh in our minds, to what your answer was to his first question. Yes, go ahead.
So, Councilperson Dorsey, thank you very much. Excellent presentation, 100 on there. I can see some eyes that were going on to this. He is 100%, and probably some of the questions that members might be feeling is exactly as he said, a single stairwell for the number of persons in a 4-unit apartment building is wide enough for members to come down. The sprinklers will turn around and are generally as long as the sprinklers are in the buildings. NFPA standards, American Fire Sprinklers, National Fire Sprinklers, all corroborate everything the councilperson is saying. And then the doors, that corridor is a protected rated corridor. And I see the things going in, as you brought up about the IEBC, those were existing buildings that were approved at the time and under that code. And to not create an economic cost to make you go back and retrofit. And Baltimore has always been innovative, exactly as the councilperson has said. We have apartment buildings in the Guilford area and all that have one stairwell and a second means of egress. You go through the bathroom, it's a coated glass door. You bust it and you go through the apartment and get to a fire escape. That was all premised because there was no sprinklers. With everything that councilperson is proposing and asking, it's definitely going to be 100%. So if you're trying to figure out about old construction to new construction, that's the variation and difference, and I hope I elaborated for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and just identify yourself as a matter of record.
Sorry about that. Captain Dennis
That's okay.
Dawson, Baltimore City Fire Office of the Fire Marshal.
Thank you, and then we'll go to your second question.
Yep, and I guess you can answer this question, and fire department, you guys can also chime in. Could you go over what exactly a pressurized stairwell is? Because once again, I think the important part is we can talk about all these things, but if for the folks that are here and people that are watching online and will watch online, I think it's important to kind of explain what that is so people can get an idea of what it does.
Sure. So the bill requires that if you have only one staircase, that it be quote unquote pressurized. What this is essentially is a mechanical system that serves to evacuate the stairwell of any smoke. So it just cannot be filled with smoke in the event that smoke exists.
Yeah, any questions?
So to add on to it, when the stairwell's pressurized, if that door is stuck open, blocked open, or kept open, it creates pressure. Smoke will not enter that door well. And then prior to that, the ventilation system evacuates smoke out. So as soon as the fire alarm or sprinkler is triggered, it'll pressurize just like on a high-rise building. If that door is stuck open, the smoke will stay out of that doorway and keeps clean, safe air egress for members to go out.
It's a thing that exists as a requirement in very tall buildings, but that in buildings of mid-rise height like this bill is addressing is not required in 2-stair buildings, but if you were in a very tall high-rise building, it would be required. And so we're taking that high-rise technology and applying it even to the even smaller buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, comment from the 11th district.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilman, for the bill. Just briefly going to know, one of my brothers is in the Air Force, was stationed in Germany for 3 years. He had the top floor apartment in his building, which was a 5-story with single stair. It was a 3-bedroom unit that was the coolest apartment I've ever been in, and like a building that is prettier than like anything we have in America, in a neighborhood that was like not a particularly ritzy area near a military base, right? And so I would love to have that type of stuff in Baltimore.
Thanks. Yeah, and look, the character, the quality of single-stair buildings offers a lot of opportunity that like I said, the margins are so tight on the economics of construction of double-loaded corridor buildings that essentially you get developers using kind of the cheapest cladding on the exterior of the building or the most like humdrum kind of finishes and things like that inside of units. Whereas you go to places that have made single stair construction the norm for literally centuries in most of the rest of the world, and you do experience buildings that are kind of a much nicer finish and have a much nicer character to them and have nicer elements to them. My wife and I traveled to Berlin a couple of years ago, and we spent 9 days there. We were 3 days in three different apartments of 3 different friends in 3 different neighborhoods, and all 3 of them were single stair constructed buildings. Some of them were pre-war buildings, some of them were modern buildings, and some of them were pre-war buildings that had post-war additions put on to make them even taller, and still single stair buildings. And all of them are nicer than any of my friends' apartments in Baltimore. And when I go to New York, I visit friends, and literally every friend I have ever visited in New York lives in a single stair building, I think. Most places I have traveled elsewhere, in Paris and around Italy, in Sweden and Japan. I've been to places, and almost every place I've ever stayed where that is somebody's home was in a single stair building. It's just absolutely, utterly normal everywhere except for here. Yes.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Porter.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Councilman Dorsey, I want to focus on some of our older adult populations, and how do you account for kind of aging in place with this technology?
Thank you. A couple, one, single stair buildings are not necessarily devoid of elevators. So the Crook Horner Lofts building that I used as an example has the single stairway and the landing area, the hallway area where you go from the stairway then to the entrance to the units, goes from the stairway straight to an elevator. So there's an elevator there. Elevators are not required. They are also extremely expensive to build in the United States in a way that they are not nearly as expensive in other countries. I would love to have small elevator reform, but we have ADA issues with that. The other thing is that when you build above 3 stories, I think this significantly increases the likelihood that you build 4 or more units total. And in addition to the ADA, there is also the Fair Housing Act. And the Fair Housing Act has a requirement that if you are building 4 or more units, which again, I think is much more likely if you're building more than 3 stories, if you're building 4 or more units, the first floor, the ground floor units, any ground floor units that you're building have to be designed and constructed as what the FHA refers to as adaptable. They don't necessarily have to be ADA fully accessible from the jump, but they have to be designed and constructed in such a way that if a person who has disability needs later on says, I want to rent this apartment, that is essentially easy and feasible for the owner of the building to convert that or to make those modifications to meet those needs.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the first district? Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Councilperson Dorsey, for bringing this before us. I'm very excited about it. And forgive me if you cover this, but I think in reading the materials and listening to the presentation, obviously it's focused on new construction, but reference was made to existing construction, both from a historical example of this has been normal in the past and still functions in really normal and safe ways in our city and others, but also was lifted up, I feel like maybe in your presentation, certainly in prepared materials, that somehow this bill would also make reuse of historic single-stair buildings more affordable or more possible. And so just remind us, because then one of the examples you gave that we were just talking about a second ago on Howard Street was of historic buildings that were redone. So does this touch on the reuse of buildings at all?
No. Thank you for the question, and glad to give the clarification. So this bill modifies the IBC, which applies to new construction. Separate from the IBC is a parallel set of standards called the IEBC, International Existing Building Code. The IEBC already has this in it. And that's how projects like the Crook Corner Lofts and others, I don't know if Jake Wittenberg is here, but I know Jake is the president of Maryland Building Industry Association, Baltimore chapter, and he's done single stair buildings in Baltimore that were permitted under the IEBC as well. So it's already possible to reuse existing buildings.
And it may have been then in well-meaning, but potentially folks who didn't understand the nuance of the proposal of public emails and things that arrived. But you had also lifted up the buildings on Howard Street that had burned. And so I thought perhaps there was an argument that those were sitting vacant because something was preventing their reuse that we were going to address. So I just wanted to make sure I understood.
I appreciate that. No, I just point out the prevalence of buildings that have always been in use, are coming back into use, and still waiting to be in use. And I do think that as we normalize single stair construction as a means of brand new infill development, say where we have, and this is the other thing, the bill allows various types of construction to go up 4, 5, 6 stories, but it doesn't mean that every single stair building is going to go to that maximum height, right? One thing that I think, we might see here and there is a block that has, say, 60% vacant row homes, where maybe there were 2 or 3 that were adjacent that have been raised and are just a vacant lot at this point, all adjacent in the middle of a block. And if it's, say, a 3-story home block with this big gap tooth in the middle of it, maybe 1 4-story building goes up in the place of that. And as we start to mix new construction single stair into the pattern of blight abatement in the city and otherwise infill development, I think it becomes more normalized. And as I said also, because the market of lending and investing is so skewed by the status quo and only wanting to lend to things that fit that particular model, we start to see new lending patterns happen when this becomes done more and more. And then I think that also helps to accelerate the rate at which we see renovations of existing buildings done.
Thank you, Thank you, Councilperson. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. No other questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Middleton, for holding it down. Okay, Tony, I think we're done with the slides. Thank you. Okay, we will now go to agency reports. We will start with the Law Department.
Desiree Lucky on behalf of the Law Department. The Law Department approves this bill for form and legal sufficiency.
Great, thank you. Where is my list? On here. Planning Commission.
Good morning, Caitlin Audette with the Planning Department. The Planning Commission heard the bill at the August 28th hearing and voted 6 in favor, 6 in present, in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Caitlin. Finance. Tyler Schnella from the mayor's office was here earlier. He was, the finance department could not be present today, and he spoke on their behalf in the previous hearing. But I will just concur here. I'm sure that we have a favorable report from the finance department. We have a do not oppose from the finance department. Thank you. Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Wright, representing DHCD. We respectfully stand behind our favorable bill report.
Great, thank you. And the Fire Department.
Good morning, Captain Dennis Dawson, Baltimore City Fire Department. We are supportive of the building amendments that we worked on with the council person and worked diligently to address the noted issues you pointed to.
Great, thank you. I will talk about the amendments that we don't have with us today, but first I want to see if there are any questions from the committee members for any of the agencies. Okay, great. So regarding amendments, and then we will go to public testimony. If you are here in person and want to testify, be sure you signed the sheet for this bill in the back and check the box with the big red arrow pointing to it saying, I want to testify, please. And if you are online, there is a link in the chat to sign up to testify there. We will go to the in-person testimony before we go to the online testimony. But just quickly, as I hope I can, we had several amendment requests from the fire department. The purpose of those amendments are outlined, are detailed in the fire department's bill report. That was the result of a lot of back and forth over many, many months. And I have to give a lot of thanks to Tyler Schnella for being a great go-between with me and the fire department to just make sure things kept moving along. But then there were two other amendments that the fire department brought up yesterday. One of them regarding type 3A construction, which is limited already to only 5 stories of R2 occupancy. And so the amendment that will also be added to those noted in the bill report is essentially technical. It's just clarifying that R3 construction does not allow up to 6 stories of occupancy, but only 5 of occupancy. It will be written in such a way that also respects that you can have type 3A occupancy. So if you're not familiar with the building types, type 1 and 2 are referred to as non-combustible, meaning that the structure and the exterior of the building can't catch on fire. They're made of concrete and steel. And then type 3 has a combustible interior, but a non-combustible exterior. So you have wood framing to the building, but you have, say, brick cladding on the exterior. Type 4 is a building that is made of mass timber, and type 5 is entirely combustible. So the bill says that you can have up to 6 stories for types 1, 2, 3A, and 4, but only 4 stories of occupancy for type 5. And this amendment will clarify that even in a 6-story building that maybe has a concrete constructed ground floor, what's referred to as a podium, that would be a type 1 or 2 non-combustible first floor, you could still have 5 stories of type 3A construction above the podium, what is commonly referred to as a 5/1 design. The other amendment from the fire department, which I appreciate them bringing to my attention, or our attention, I just wish I'd known sooner, is and maybe I should have known this, but when you modify the building code, anything that you do in the building code has to also be copied word for word into the fire code. And so essentially the whole bill has to be rewritten and have all of our amendments incorporated into that text, so that that text can be added simultaneously word for word into the fire code as well as the building code, which we have in front of us. And There are also a couple of tables that need to note a couple of these things, and tables are actually quite cumbersome for our diligent drafters in the Department of Legislative Reference to put together. So when they learned about all of this additional amendment drafting that they needed to do just yesterday, there was really just no way they were going to have that for today. And so as I noted at the beginning of our session here today, I'm not going to ask for this bill to be voted today. But DLR is going to get us these amendments right away, and we will put this on at the voting session at the beginning of our next hearing. But between now and then, I will come individually to all the members of the committee to make sure that you understand all these amendments in the next week. Okay? We will go now to public testimony in person. We will start with, is it Dustin or Dustin? Dustin, thank you. Dustin Watson. Hit that button on the right. Thank you. Good morning. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Dustin Watson. I am representing the American Institute of Architects Baltimore chapter. I'm a director on the board. I'm also representing myself as a licensed architect in the state of Maryland, as well as a number of other states and provinces. I'd like to read our letter from the AIA board to you guys. On behalf of AIA Baltimore and the nearly 1,000 architectural professionals we represent, we express our enthusiastic support for City Council Bill 250062, which will update the building code to allow for a single exit stair in multifamily residences under certain conditions. We expect this change will propel sustainable development in our city, favoring density, affordability, and diversity among other benefits. We are excited about the potential this will unlock for us as design professionals and for the communities we serve. As architects, we often work hard on exciting housing projects with great clients, often local developers or nonprofits, only to learn that the financing simply will not work and the drawings sit on our shelves. Affordable housing projects are frequently lost in the cycle because of the constrained budgets and the complicated financing involved. The single exit legislature could make all the difference. By reducing the spatial footprint of circulation, this forward-thinking approach allows for increased housing density, more natural light, ventilation, and greater flexibility in unit layouts. In many cases, this will mean the difference between a project that remains a dream and one that gets built. As architects, we are committed to helping create beautiful, safe, affordable housing for our diverse community of Baltimore neighbors, and the proposed code updates would be a powerful new tool to help us do so. The brilliance of a single stair building, I'll skip ahead. Along with the climate resilient, single stair buildings will support more social resilience as well. Instead of the traditional double loaded corridor, lined with studio and one bedroom apartments, a single stair building can support a variety of unit types and the accompanying diversity of family structure, lifestyle, age, and income level that they attract. Neighbors can support each other, age in place, and lead healthier lives. For these reasons, we are excited about the positive paradigm shift that this legislation poses for our industry and our city. We believe it will empower us as architects to be innovative and brave as we pursue housing solutions for Baltimore. Sincerely, AIA Board.
Thank you, Justin. Jack Bevier.
Thank you, Council. My name is Jack Bevier. I'm here with Dominion Properties. We're a small developer and renovator. We've been active in the city since 2002. Our office is on the 1000 block of Calvert Street. We are most active in Baltimore's middle neighborhoods and have always endeavored to create projects that have a naturally affordable component to them. Making pro formas work has obviously been more and more difficult. And unfortunately, I think it's been our experience that we've seen new multifamily construction, the unit sizes get smaller and smaller, it seems, every year. I think that really enjoyed Mr. Dorsey's presentation. I think you proposed the case for the situation very eloquently. One of the main factors in trying to keep projects better and more affordable is how much of the 5,000 square foot building can we actually turn into usable square footage. And the two-stair impediment is something that increases the loss factor, how much space we have to build that people don't actually get to live in. And this will alleviate some pressure on that front, which I think will make the quality of the units that are built better and more naturally, and alleviate pressure to keep things more naturally affordable. So for those reasons, very much in support of this bill and appreciate your guys' consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua Fannin. Morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. My name is Josh Fannin. I am the president of IEFF Local 964, Baltimore Fire Officers, representing the lieutenants, captains, and battalion chiefs of the Baltimore City Fire Department. We believe that fire code is written in blood, and therefore any revision to it should be approached with a high standard of care. And because, in my opinion, a high standard of care, collaboration, cooperation, and due diligence did occur here in crafting this specific piece of legislation, I stand here in support of it. I want to make everyone aware that the International Association of Firefighters has a policy statement out against or opposing single staircase in 6-story residential buildings generally. I spoke with the authors directly. I believe if they had the specific fire code standards that are incorporated into this specific legislation, they might have a different opinion. I also spoke to some of my brothers in the Uniform Fire Officers Association, Local 854 in New York City, where they've had this on the books since, I believe, 2013. Some of them who have responded to fires and other emergencies in buildings like this. No one of them had any opinion. They had no belief or opinion or experience that there was any increase in life safety risk or hazard as opposed to any of the other buildings that they had already seen. And for all those reasons, I support not only this legislation, but I'm really happy about the way that Councilman Dorsey had gone about it in collaboration with the local unions, the Baltimore City Fire Department, the experts in the Office of the Fire Marshal, and members of the committee. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Jed Weeks.
Morning, Chairman Dorsey, Vice President Middleton, members of the committee. Jed Weeks here with Bike More in Action, and we're in support of this. You have our written testimony. I did just want to focus on a couple things that committee members asked.
Can you pull the mic down just a little bit?
Yeah, sorry. Specifically, from your second secret slide, the chairman talked very much about, if one staircase is out of service, you're back down to one staircase, and you have a ton of units that need to exit that single floor. But we really didn't focus on the length of that 2 football field length building, right? And so if you are someone in the middle of that building and you need to get to one of those staircases, you're traveling an entire football field length before you even reach the stairs. Whereas in these single stair buildings, you're opening your door into a very short corridor and you're immediately at the staircase. And so you can exit the entire length of the stairs of that building before you'd even get to the stairs in one of those double loaded corridors. That really also goes to accessibility. So, older adults who, might not be in a wheelchair or something, but still, are slower moving or, can't walk as far, it can really limit their access in those buildings. And so legislation like this, particularly paired with parking minimum repeals, can allow building designs in such a way that allow older adults to age in place a lot more easily, and that is why the national AARP and the local AARP have been very supportive of legislation like this. I think that is the only point I wanted to make beyond our written testimony. So if you have any questions for me? Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. Joan Floyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here because of questions and concerns about how this bill relates to, or could relate to Bill 250064, which is a bill that increases the number, size, and density of attached multifamily structures on row house blocks. And I brought my exhibit from the other bill, and I'll leave this with you all today, but this is what we're talking about in terms of a building envelope. And I noticed that both the DHCD and the fire department do think and seem to think in their agency reports that this will be perfect for narrow lots. And, you know, so we're talking about long apartment buildings on narrow lots in the R8 zone, 12 to 24 feet. However, we do have lot consolidation by right in this city. So they could end up being consolidated lots and larger ones with little or no rear setback and 45 feet in height, which is the envelope of what can be added by right on row house R8 blocks under this package of bills. What exactly will these buildings look like? Will the 45-foot firewall right next to someone else's little backyard, will it be, 2-hour rated, 1-hour rated? Will there be windows for the new bedrooms, or will windows no longer be required? I was trying to figure things out, but I don't want to have to do that myself. Will there be fire escapes? Will there even be a rear exit? I'm just asking for someone to please translate this bill into something that we can anticipate when we look at this whole package of bills, and especially, like I said, with respect to 250064, what that's going to look like on our blocks, R8 blocks. That's it.
Thank you. The bill only changes what the bill changes. So there is where windows are already required in the building code or the fire code, there is no change to the requirement for there to be windows. Luke Ziegler. Is there another sheet back there? Just before you do, Luke, I only have one other name of one person who has signed up and checked that they want to testify. If there is another sheet and anybody else has signed up to testify that wants to do so now, because we're going to collect that last sheet. Thank you, Luke.
All right, good morning. I'm Luke Ziegler. I'm a city resident. I'm also here representing Vault Pop, which is a local urbanist advocacy organization. And I'd like to express approval for the bill on behalf of the organization. So just personally, I can second the expert testimony that Councilman Dorsey and others gave just based on my own experience as a renter in Baltimore City. So the apartment building I currently live in is a two-stair building. It's a modern building, and it demonstrates a number of the disadvantages that were discussed. So the hallways are dim and uninviting. It's not shining, maybe it's like hospital kind of vibe. The central courtyard is steep and narrow. It feels kind of more like a ravine than a usable space. And unsurprisingly, I've never seen anybody using it, basically. And within the apartments, the windows are pretty limited. Some of those problems can be mitigated with design, obviously, but others are built into the requirements of the building code. I have lived in apartments that didn't have those issues, but they were universally old structures, early 20th century, before the single stair was outlawed. And I think that if we do want to bring those back, where there's kind of like well-lit, welcoming rooms and where there's courtyards that are actually grassy and nice, then we do have to consider making changes like the one suggested in the bill. So obviously the main concern around the bill is fire safety, and many elements of the building code, like the representatives from the fire department were mentioning, are needed to protect lives. But single stair buildings, from what I've seen, have a strong safety record. And in the rest of the world where single stair buildings are allowed up to a certain height, fire deaths aren't higher than in the US, and in fact, they're often lower. Moreover, the requirements for the fire safety in these buildings is going to be higher than it is for regular apartments, not to mention single family houses. And so these buildings should actually be safer than the buildings that are currently being constructed. I'm a renter. My friends and family mostly do live in rented accommodations, so I wouldn't support the bill if I thought it increased danger, but I think it does, and I think it'll make a lot of new things possible for the city. So thank you, and I just want to once again express support.
Thanks, Luke. William Washington. The first man to enter the chamber this evening will be the last to speak. Or this morning, rather. You're tall.
Okay.
Pull it up a little bit.
All right.
There you go.
Yes.
Tell us your name.
Okay, my name is William Washington. I am from East Darlington in the 7th Council-Atlantic District. I'm in favor of this bill because I think it does a number of things as far as opening up new opportunities for development. Around where I live, there are very large houses, but they're limited as to what you can do with them because of the current building codes. With this change, those sites could become available for development, whereas right now a lot of them are, especially further up Liberty Heights Avenue, a lot of them are vacant. They're constant fire hazards because of squatters. There are also other places where I could think of that would open up. The Parkview area, which is around Druid Hill Park. There are a lot of vacant buildings, vacant lots around there. I think that would be a great way to leverage that great public amenity. There are also a number of spots around Woodbury that have sat vacant, where you're getting, I've overheard, people in conversations, I've had conversations with people when I'm out and about the problem with squatters and vacants. And if we opened up, and as far as the concerns about parking, I think with the limits as to how many units could exist on one of these projects, I think that concerns about parking is mitigated. So it's a pretty good bill.
Thank you. I concur.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes public. Oh, we have in-person public testimony, and then we have 4 online. I will call you, and then do we unmute them, or?
We send it to them, and
All right, so you'll have to unmute yourself when we get to you. The first person I'm calling is my buddy Julian Frost. Thank you so much for letting me borrow your slides. Julian, you are up. You got 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The members of the committee. My name is Julian Frost. I'm speaking as a Baltimore City resident strongly in favor of this bill. So by increasing the story limit for a single stair up to 6 stories, this bill opens up small lots for infill development, which will increase the number of safe, sprinklered, up-to-code, and newly built dwellings for people to live in Baltimore. Developers of market-rate housing and affordable housing alike will take advantage of being able to build up to 6 stories on a slim footprint. In May of this year, in my role as a board member of the Congress for the New Urbanism Mid-Atlantic chapter, I organized a design competition that challenged local architects to design a single-stair building on an underutilized lot in Baltimore City. This initiative experienced an outpouring of support and enthusiasm from architects, developers, and just regular folks. The design proposals demonstrated how this bill would make housing possible on tight lots, which before single-stair reform, we simply accepted as surface parking lots or dusty, neglected gaps in the urban fabric. From an urban design perspective, single-stair reform allows Baltimore to dream big. With the right coordination, large vacant properties like the Superblock and TOD sites can be redefined, rebuilt in the European style, with slim buildings built to the street, allowing ample room in the back for communal courtyards and other amenities. Single-stair reform is the flagship policy of a burgeoning informal movement in the US and Canada to critically examine elements of our building codes that have been sold to us for decades as rational, scientific, and necessary for safety, but in fact, increase construction costs and suppress housing supply for no demonstrated safety benefit. To date, 19 states and 11 cities in the US have taken on single-stair reform. Please give this bill a favorable recommendation so Baltimore City can operate on the forefront of research-backed housing policy. I also want to express my appreciation of our local fire officials and unions for their willingness to weigh trade-offs and work collaboratively. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian. Also, thank you so much for organizing the CNU competition, and thank you to Lauren and AIA for hosting that competition. If there are any committee members who want to see the designs that were proposed for single-stair buildings, I have a packet from that competition. The charge was hypothetically take a vacant or underdeveloped lot in Baltimore City and design a building concept for that site. And 9 architectural practitioners chose 9 different lots around the city, and we have examples, the buildings, the concepts that they designed for those sites all around the city, and there's some pros and cons to them, and I'd love to share them with committee members. I have them all up in my office. Thanks again, Julian. Next online, we have Keandra Pryor. Is she Keandra, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello?
There you are. I hear you. You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. You're a little bit quiet, but we can hear you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to speak louder.
Oh, great.
Hi, my name is Keandra Pryor, and I am representing the Reservoir Hill Association. I want to note that a lot of things were clarified this morning by the panel that we consistently had concerns and questions about, mainly that this bill would only apply to new builds of buildings, because the research available only applies really to buildings. Specifically, the Pew Charitable Trust research applied to buildings built after 1968. That seems to be addressed. So my only comment really is that within the text of the bill, it would be wonderful for it to be clearly written out that these changes are specifically for new construction and new buildings, and that the existing code that would require the alteration of older buildings already exists, and that older buildings that have a single staircase would also need to adopt some of these strategies, or which strategies they would need to adopt. I think that is the basis of a lot of people's concerns and confusion around this bill. So I just wanted to make that very clear, because of the presentation showing modern buildings and older builds. A lot of residents and a lot of people listening to this bill were confused by that presentation. The other thing that I just wanted to note, I do have a concern about the way that the public is being shared these amendments. So our testimony is based on not having access to the written out amendments, which I'm concerned that is against council rules, because I do believe that should have been distributed before the start of today's meeting. And obviously I am not the person that is following and keeping up with the law and how this is ruled, the rule of law within these chambers. But I do want to flag that as a concern, maybe not in this specific instance, but in the future, that any kind of proposed amendment should be provided to the public before the actual council, not a council meeting, but the committee meeting, which this seems to be against those rules. So I look forward to actually seeing those amendments written out. But those are the only things that I just wanted to raise, other than the fact that it seems, I just want to reiterate something I've said many, many times. There is no clear indication that these changes will help support affordable housing in Baltimore City. I think that is a separate discussion. It does seem like it will reduce the cost to developers, which is I think for a lot of people, really great. I just think the argument that leaps from that to those costs being translated or those savings being translated to the consumer are not definite and not borne out in any available research. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say that the bills that we are voting today, we do have the amendments and they were distributed to the committee members in advance of the hearing. So that's that. We're not voting this bill today, largely because we don't have the amendments to distribute to the members. Emily Havermill. You gotta click the thing. All right, so you should be able to unmute yourself. Why is it a two-step thing? I don't know. I wish we, maybe we can change a setting in there so we just unmute them. All right, I see you've unmuted. Emily?
Sorry about that. Good
Hey,
morning.
we're
Mr.
sorry, too.
Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Emily Hovermail, and I'm the External Affairs Director at the Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership, here today to express our support for City Council Bill 250062. The Baltimore Regional Housing Partnership is a nonprofit organization that expands housing choices for low-income families who have historically been excluded from housing in well-resourced neighborhoods by helping them access and transition successfully to safe, healthy, and economically vibrant communities. Every day, we witness the life-changing impact that access to opportunity housing has on the more than 4,300 families who we serve in the Baltimore Housing Mobility Program. But one of the biggest barriers we face is the lack of affordable housing in those resource-rich neighborhoods. This bill, we think, is a smart, practical step towards changing that. Right now, Baltimore's code requiring 2 stairways for buildings over 3 stories adds significant cost and takes up valuable space, making it harder to build affordable homes, especially on smaller lots. We know the need for affordable housing in Baltimore is urgent. Over half of Baltimore renters are cost burdened, and thousands of families are spending more than half their income just to keep a roof over their heads. This bill helps address that by making it easier to build more homes while making efforts to ensure safety is not compromised. The RHP's support for this bill is about affirming our mission to create pathways to thriving communities for families who've been historically excluded from resource-rich neighborhoods. By amending the stairway rule and allowing smaller apartment buildings to be built, we can unlock more housing options across Baltimore, especially in areas rich with resources and opportunities. For the families we serve, this bill represents a meaningful step towards housing access and thriving futures. This bill opens the door to safe, stable, and affordable homes in neighborhoods where our families can thrive. For these reasons, we urge the committee's support for Bill 250062 to help Baltimore lead the way in equitable housing policy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Emily. Next up, Carson Ward.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. So I just want to first just reiterate Keondra's point, because what I think she was trying to say is that the amendments weren't shared with the public, but I will continue. I just want to also say that we're glad to see amendments were made, even if it took longer than it should have. It seems like you finally understood the logic and the concerns the public has been raising, and I think that's a step forward, but I do still have a few concerns. So my first is that Baltimore is in a crisis. We are at the brink of a housing collapse, and this is no longer just a local issue. International financial institutions are taking notice, and according to Bloomberg, some banks have stopped lending to small business developers in Baltimore altogether, and that's not just a red flag, that's a financial indictment. Now, we've heard from a lot of developers who are testifying in favor of this bill, but frankly, I think that article from Bloomberg speaks more to failures in terms of developers than their credibility. And I think that when you look at developers like Chasen, By the Wood, Dean Harrison, who are scaling back on major projects or have failed to deliver on past promises, it's a track record of failure and it's a warning sign. And it's not just on them, it's also a reflection of the failures of DHCD. There is a lot of dysfunction in our code enforcement and permitting process that has directly contributed to unsafe housing and failed developments across the city. My second concern is that the concerns or the comparisons to New York City are pretty misleading. New York has a significantly stronger building code, better enforcement, and the resources to back them up. And when you look at New York properties, most of them are not wood frame buildings. So we're talking about, apples. We're comparing apples to oranges. And then the third concern is just that there isn't proof that this will create affordable housing. What this proposal does is allow developers to cut costs by lowering building standards. But in a city that's already struggling with unsafe housing and failed oversight, that's not progress, it's a risk. So I don't want to pretend that this is an affordability solution because without real enforceable mechanisms to require affordability, what this bill enables is not equitable housing. It's just cheaper building standards. So what I want to ask is, what will you do to ensure affordability? How can we strengthen the code to be more comparable to New York City? And how can we trust DHCD to manage this when their failures are very well documented? So without clear answers, this bill is not a path to equity. It's just deregulation disguised as reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Carson, for your comments and questions. Okay, last person we have online, Corey Russell.
Thanks for hearing me, everybody. I'm Corey Russell. I am a resident of Canton in Baltimore, and I'm in favor of the bill. Basically, as an anecdote, all along the Canton waterfront and in Brewer's Hill by the Target, there's these buildings you described today that you showed on a really helpful presentation, I thought, where it's these cookie cutter Lego buildings that look a lot like what DC is now full of, because they had a lot of development and there wasn't an opportunity to make better looking buildings. So yeah, I'm in favor of this bill to hopefully get some more mixed typology of housing in the city and improve the architecture here. So thanks for presenting. That's it.
Thank you, Corey. Before we conclude the hearing on this, anything else from any of the committee members? Okay, we're going to take a quick recess so I can run to the restroom, and then we will reconvene and we will be in a voting session. On the three bills that we're going to vote today, for which we've already held and concluded the hearings. And so this will be strictly a voting session for committee member discussion and committee member voting. We are in recess until I come back in just a couple minutes. Okay, committee, we are back from recess. Where's Councilman Blanchard? Great, we are in a voting session now, committee members. We are going to vote three bills here in order of number. It will be bills number 250040, 250064, and 250065. So beginning with 250040, there is an amendment package for this bill. It is 4 pages. It is in your packet. It is 4 pages. It is 4 amendments. To the sponsor of the bill, Councilwoman Middleton, do you want to say anything about these amendments before we take a motion on voting them?
Just again, I'd like to thank Legislative Reference and the Law Department for really working with us on the details of these 4 amendments. And for me, they're pretty much technical, and just making that agreement to help this be a starting point. I appreciate the support on the amendments.
Great. Would you like to move the amendment?
And I move approval for the 4 amendments. Do we have to do each one separate?
We can do them all together as a package, unless a member asked for specific reason to have them separated out as separate amendments, but I don't see any reason we can't vote them as as a set. So the amendments have been moved. Is there any questions or unreadiness or comments about the amendments before we take a vote? Okay, then all in favor will vote by a voice vote. All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed say nay. Abstention? Great. The committee recommends the amendments. Madam Vice President, would you like to move the bill with the amendments?
I'd like to move the bill 25-0040, small box establishment.
Great. There's a motion to move the bill and to vote the bill, to recommend the bill favorable with amendments. Are there any questions or comments about that before we take a vote by roll call? Seeing none, Tony, do you want to call the roll?
Chairman Dorsey?
Votes yes.
Chairman Dorsey votes yes. Vice Chair Middleton?
Yes.
Vice Chair votes yes. Councilwoman Porter?
Yes.
Porter, yes. Councilman Bullock?
Yes.
Bullock, yes. Councilman Parker?
Yes.
Parker, yes. Councilman Gray?
Yes.
Councilman Gray, yes. Councilman Blanchard?
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Councilman Blanchard.
Briefly, I just want to, because there was a snag. I am a co-sponsor of the bill on Legistar. I think there was some typo, it didn't show up, but it is on the bill package that I am a co-sponsor of the bill. I am a huge supporter of this. I think it's a wonderful idea. I appreciate both the Council Vice President and Councilwoman Ramos for their leadership on this. I think from both the woman who gave the testimony for the impact on middle neighborhoods, and then also our Main Streets Director who gave the testimony there, it's extremely, this is a very real benefit, and we're going to end up with better main streets and better middle income neighborhoods because of this legislation, and I hope the council continues to look at things like this moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. That is 7 in favor. The bill, 7 out of 7. Congratulations. We will recommend this bill favorable with the amendments to the full council at its next council meeting. Next bill, 25-0064, zoning, bulk, and yard requirements. We have an amendment from the sponsor in the packet. We also have an amendment from the Planning Commission separate from the packet. And I'm also going to offer one additional verbal amendment for a typo in the bill. Councilman Parker, would you like to offer up your amendment? Oh, sorry, Gray.
Yes, this amendment is
both
on,
of y'all join.
This amendment is on behalf of Councilman Parker and some other members in talking, particularly in the R8 area. And what it does is takes out the by right for houses on like narrow streets and on corners. And anything, it keeps it at, it changes it from 40 to 30 feet, and it's conditional use as well.
Great, thank you. Councilman Parker, do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, thank you, Councilperson Gray, for the help and the introduction here. And so the sponsor's been approached, a number of members of council have been approached by zoning to say, listen, currently there's this conditional use variance or this conditional use for 35-foot heights or 45-foot heights in R8 zones. We always say yes, it happens very rarely. It'd be great if this didn't go up the works over here and we had it just kind of a by right situation. As part of that amendment, which is in the original bill, this amendment, it had a language of when the street widths are 30 feet, above 30 feet, that's when the conditional use is possible. And so then as part of that, removing the conditional use, it's extending it to 40 feet widths, just to say it's going to be by right, it's not going to come up with the works of DMCA, but we are going to have it be applicable to streets that are a little bit wider than had been before, because there's no review process. And so absent the review process, just widen the streets a little bit and have it be by right.
Great, thank you. Councilman Gray, would you like to move this amendment? The amendment's been moved by Councilman Gray. Are there any other comments or questions on this amendment before we take a voice vote on it? Okay, then, all in favor of recommending this amendment, approving this amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Okay, the committee adopts the amendment. As the chair, I'll bring forth the Planning Commission's amendment. The Planning Commission amendment addresses two typos in the bill where numbers that were being struck from the text of the existing code and replaced with other numbers did not have the brackets placed around them that indicate the striking of those numbers. So this addresses that by striking those numbers that should have been there. So I will move this amendment. Is there any questions or concerns about this amendment? None, then we will take a voice vote. All in favor of adopting the Planning Department's or Planning Commission's amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Great. And then there is another typo that Council Members Gray and Parker noticed that I'm going to offer as a verbal amendment here that I've just reviewed also with our law department staff in advance, so they are very aware of this and can help us translate this to DLR to make sure that it gets drafted properly so that we can recommend it as a committee adopted amendment rather than a second reader floor amendment when it comes to that. So it is on page 4 of the bill. What's that? Thank you. Page 4 of the bill, the table slot for lines 12 and 13 in the 5th column, it says 45 or 60 feet with a footnote number 2. That 2 is erroneous and should be a 3. So it will be on page 4 of the bill in lines 12/13 in column 5. Strike the 2 after 45 or 60 feet and replace it with a 3. And so I move this amendment. Are there any questions or concerns about this amendment before we take a voice vote? Okay, then, all in favor of adopting this amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Great. The committee has voted to adopt 3 amendments. Mr. Sponsor, would you care to move the bill favorable as amended? The bill has been moved. Is there any questions or anything before we move the bill as amended? Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gray, for all your good work on this. The only thing I mentioned this to Mr. Gray while we're sitting here today, and it may be worth, I'm just pointing out not to impact our vote in this moment, but to think about whether there's a floor amendment possibility. I know one of the things that exists in the code as it currently exists is this distinction for minimum lot area between multifamily dwellings and age-restricted multifamily dwellings, where the current code has lower square foot per dwelling units for across the board, well, except in R9 and R10, but in 5, 6, 7, and 8, lower than the current square footage. So, for example, currently in R5, it's 2,500 for multifamily and 1,875. It's designed to give some incentive to age-restricted and allow more age-restricted units. The bill, as it currently stands, doesn't amend anything thereon related to the minimum lot areas for multifamily. So in the end, we're going to wind up at the moment with higher numbers, higher square foot per dwelling unit in that row of the chart than for multifamily. And so I'm just raising the possibility that those two should be considered as maybe there's some consistency between that ought to be achieved, or maybe there's a policy goal that we want to continue to advance where it's a lower number for age restricted, if that's still a policy goal that makes sense to this council.
Good and smart point. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anything else on this bill before we take a vote?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
No, we're in voting session. This is only for committee members. I'm sorry. We have moved the bill. We've had discussion on it. We will take a voice vote. Tony?
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey votes yes. Mrs. Middleton?
Sorry, this is a vote for the bill with the 3 amendments adopted by the committee. I vote yes.
Vice President Middleton?
No.
Vice President Middleton is a no. Councilwoman Porter?
Yes.
Councilwoman Porter is a yes. Councilman Gray? Yes. Councilman Gray is a yes. Councilman Bullock?
Yes.
Councilman Bullock is a yes. Councilman Parker?
Yes.
Councilman Parker is a yes. Councilman Blanchard?
Yes.
Councilman Blanchard is a yes. 6 yeses, 1 no.
The bill passes with 3 amendments with 6 voting in the affirmative, 1 against, and will be recommended as favorable by the committee at the next city council meeting. Finally, Council Bill 250065, zoning eliminating off-street parking requirements. There is an amendment from the sponsor for this bill. Councilman Blanchard, would you care to offer your amendment?
Yep, absolutely. So this was brought up by Councilman Ramos as a concern where a new owner was moving into a property and the land use, the new use was I think a dance studio, and so there was more parking available than would have been allowed for the parking maximum. So just to clarify and make it remove any legal ambiguity so that you can grandfather in if you have an excess of parking and you would not need to go out of your way to reduce the amount of parking for a change in the land use. So I thought that was a perfectly reasonable amendment there.
Thank you. So shall we move the amendment?
So moved.
Great. We have an amendment from Councilman Blanchard moved. Is there any questions or comments about it before we take a voice vote? All right then, Councilman Blanchard's amendment. All in favor of approving, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Abstention? Great. The committee recommends that the bill be amended with Councilman Blanchard's amendment. Now we have the bill to be voted with the amendment. Councilman Blanchard, would you like to offer that up for a vote?
So moved.
The bill has been offered up for a vote with the amendment. Is there any questions or thoughts before we vote on that? Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our lengthy public hearing and conversation last week, I heard 2 very consistent concerns raised. There may have been others, or my colleagues may have heard different things rise to their attention. One had to do with the loose connection, I think, between the availability of more housing that this bill would allow and potential gains in affordability, which would only be kind of by increasing supply and maybe eventually getting back to the actual rents that people pay for things or the purchase price for them. And so I was mindful of that and think that it's a good question for us to ask. I know when the previous city council approved larger than 20 multifamily units, it was part of an inclusionary housing law, and so there was affordability baked into the legislation that was also removing the parking requirements. And in here, it's just the parking requirements on its own without that kind of direct control over costs that was included in inclusionary housing law. Not that in the end, increased supply might eventually trickle down to renters in the city, but a good amount of that increased supply will benefit the people who are trying to pencil out the projects and the potential profitability of the projects as well. So I just wanted to mention that there's a difference here and that I heard that clearly. I think the other thing to mention, I think the thing we heard the most about was concerns around particular building uses, uses both in residential, but especially in commercial zones, behavioral health, addiction-related items. I just simply note that the sponsor did point out that there may be some other legislation on your handout last week. There may be other legislation, such as that introduced by Councilperson Torrance or by Councilperson Porter, that might help us address some of those concerns. But I do note that at the moment, those are separate pieces of legislation and aren't directly addressed. No amendments have been proposed to this legislation that would address those concerns. That's fair to say?
That is correct.
Sorry. Other committee members?
Can I respond to?
Sure.
Okay. So I'll respond to Councilman Parker's both points briefly. So one, related to the affordability, so there's an indirect aspect of increasing the supply of housing, but there's actually, in this case, there's also a very clear direct aspect of the type of housing being built because it doesn't require the additional burden of adding additional parking, right? Both driving up the cost of the housing, but also allowing things physically to fit that wouldn't just be able to physically fit in, right? So there's two ways that it addresses affordability. One is the supply and demand conversation, and the other one is the type of housing that's getting built. So I'll address that. And then, yes, you're correct. We did, regarding residential care facilities specifically, this is something I've heard concern from several members on, fully share the concern about. Long story short, it would be, discriminatory in a legally unacceptable way to have that as a specific use be carved out. And so we did explore that. That was not able to be addressed via that concern.
Thank you. Others? Okay, so we have the bill with an amendment recommended by the committee and a motion to vote to recommend the bill with that amendment favorable to the council. We will take a roll call vote. Tony, take it away.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Vice President Middleton?
No.
Councilman Bullock? Yes. Councilwoman Porter?
Yeah, no, I would like to explain my vote, Tony, please. I'm sorry.
We'll wait until the end to explain your vote?
Sure, it's
Great.
a no.
Councilman Blanchard?
Blanchard.
Yes.
Councilman Gray?
Yes.
Councilman Parker?
Yes.
5 yes, 2 noes.
Great. The bill passes and will be recommended favorable with 5 in the affirmative, 2 against. Councilwoman Porter would like to explain her vote.
Thank you. Just wanted to laud the bill sponsor for all of their hard work on this bill. While I understand the intent of the bill, I think that Councilman Parker, your most recent comments about the distinction between the connection of the original law with how this particular ordinance is framed really kind of pushed me in the opposite direction. And so, Councilman Blanchard, definitely appreciate all your work on this, and I look forward to continuing conversation. But at this time, I just can't move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That concludes the committee's business for the day. Thank you, Councilman Bullock. You got to get to the Planning Commission, doing double duty. Appreciate it. Committee's in recess. We will take up the vote on 250062 at the very beginning of our meeting next week at 10 a.m.
Just need your signature on these 3.
Baltimoreans are sharing their stories on the new show 5 Minutes with Gabby, now on demand at CharmTV-Baltimore.com and airing on Charm TV Channel 25.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Public Safety Committee. My name is Mark Conway, Chair of the committee and representative of the 4th District. Today I'm joined by members of the committee, Vice Chair Zach Blanchard of the 11th District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Paris Gray of the 8th District. Representing the Mayor's Office, I don't see Tyler around, but I'll get around to him. And for committee staff, we have here Ethan Navarre. Today we are having a meeting to discuss LO 25-0005, Legislative Oversight, Crime Reduction and Violence Prevention. for the purpose of holding regular hearings with the police department, the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, and other agencies to monitor the progress of the city's crime reduction and violence prevention efforts. Today, we're going to be specifically focusing on returning citizens after having a brief preview of general crime metrics across the city. I'll say, you know, generally how we handle these hearings. We get an overall look of crime across the city before diving into a particular topic. So we've got visitors here from from DPSCS. So I appreciate you guys for making the not so long trek to come visit us today, and really look forward to hearing your insights on issues around returning citizens. We also have other special guests here, Harold Bailey and a couple of other nonprofit partners that are here to help us think about how we can support returning citizens. But first, I want to hand off to the police department to walk us through their presentation, which will talk about general crime metrics. Commissioner, floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a real brief preempt. I will have to leave almost as soon as my presentation is done. I got an emergency dental surgery. So I'd rather stay, but unfortunately. So I'm gonna go with our clearance rate starting off. First of all, before I even get to that, you're gonna see a lot of really positive numbers today. That goes to the hard work of the men and women of the BPD, along with all our other state, federal, and city agencies, but most importantly to the community who actually is reaching out and giving us assistance. None of the stuff that we accomplish would we be able to do by ourselves if it wasn't for all the great partnerships of everybody working together to make the city safer. So as you'll see, our homicide clearance rate, 60%. You can see as you go down, as we go down, every single clearance rate is higher than the previous year. And most of them, if not all of them, are above the national average. Our homicide rates, you can see, have gone up 50% since, well, 30% to 60%. Basically a complete huge increase compared to where we were. Now we're above the national average. And that goes to the great work of the homicide detectives, but it also goes to the fact that we have less homicides. So that's helping our detectives. The more time they have, you can see what they do when they have the time to investigate the murders. But every category is down. Every category is up. Burglaries, this is a huge win that we don't look at or we don't talk about a whole lot. The national average is 14%. We are almost double the national average. And we had a huge focus on that because a lot of people, when they say they're moving out of the city or they don't want to be in the city, those are some of the things that they talk about mainly are the property crimes, the stolen autos, the burglaries. So you'll see our stolen auto numbers are down when we get to those numbers, but the clearance rates are a huge win, and that goes back to the support of the community who's reaching out and helping us. And on the next slide, you'll see something that has increased significantly as well as our narcotics violations. Went from 1,341 to 1,534 this year, and some quality investigations, one of which I think is going to come out today or tomorrow, or maybe came out yesterday, about a cooperation with us, Delaware State Police, Maryland State Police, Baltimore County, all work together. But you'll see those, our handgun violations have gone down a little bit, not significantly, not as much to worry about, but I think that is simply because there's so many things going on in the city that we have our resources tied to a lot of different major events that have gone on in the city and represented the city well. Everything else is pretty close. The murder one is down, but we have less murders than we had last year. So a lot of positive stats here. And then you go to gun-related crimes. Even though our gun are down 4%, we've made almost 1,000 gun arrests in patrol already this year, and over 1,000 total. And you can see each district, huge differences you'll see in the Southwest has made a huge increase. Central is still number one. Even though they're down slightly, they still have a lot more guns than almost every other every other district in the city. But even those will pick up a match last year. But I go to the fact that we're taking more and more guns off the street, the legislation against the ghost manufacturers, and all the other great work that's being done by us and all of our partners. Then you go to homicides by district. Almost every single district is down compared to last year. Right now we're sitting at 98 compared to 141. That's as of today. And you'll see just 2 years ago, we were at 200 compared to, we cut it in half. And we've set records in both April and August for the least amount of homicides for a month. April had 5, August had 7. Those numbers had never been even come close to since they started keeping the numbers in 1970. And at our shootings, the big difference there you'll see from 25 to 23, again, more than cut that in half for the non-fatal shootings. Then we go on to robberies by district. This is one that it's also come down significantly because of our clearance rates. We've reorganized our criminal investigation division a little bit. Citywide robbery unit, and the lieutenant is doing, and all the sergeants and detectives doing a phenomenal job. We hear it every single day on the crime call. It's all the coordination and all the intel that's sharing on a real-time basis that's helping us to reduce the amount of robberies. And then you see we go to felony CDS, over 900 felony CDS arrests this year compared to 840 last year. And then next you have the misdemeanor, which are also up by over 100 from year to year. Some districts significantly, the Southeast up significantly. Everybody else is right about the same or a little bit higher. Central's up over 100. Then we jump to the domestic and youth violence. You'll see both of these are headed in the right direction. Really happy with almost every category that we're showing you here today. We still have a lot of work to do, even though these numbers are down. They're still higher than we want them to be. We want to continue to drive the numbers down to a point that we'll never be satisfied and we'll never reach zero, but we want to get as close to that as possible. And you see just the next one, it just shows our CAD proactivity. And you'll see the traffic, the amount of traffic stops that we've made. They're going to come up on the very next slide as something that not a lot of people pay attention to, but is a huge win for BPD. And then we can jump to the next slide, which is traffic fatalities. I think we'll all agree when COVID hit, a lot of people just forgot how to drive or just decided they wanted to drive the way they wanted. And we started having more and more fatal accidents. Last year, we had a total of 40 fatal accidents. This year, we're at 22, which is down 43%. And that goes back to the traffic initiative we started last year, where we concentrated on a lot of different issues that we're having. Number one, speed, and just everything that was happening that was causing these fatalities. And now we're going to move down to even some other minor things with the scooters and mopeds and all those other small vehicles that seem to think they can go in and out of traffic without any repercussions. And then the last slide is recruitment. This is an area where we're making huge advances, 153 new recruits in 2025. The classes that we have coming out are larger. And the next class that's going to go to field training has over 40 officers in it. We're going to run 5 classes in 2025, 5 more classes in 2026. The hope is that we can get to the point where we are winning each year. And the good thing is that with our contract, and the officers got a raise, it's keeping the officers here as well, so we're not losing as many. We have incentives for officers, relocation to Baltimore City incentive. We're doing take-home vehicles for certain officers who have training in crisis intervention and FTO. They live in the city, they take it home. If they don't live in the city, then they keep the car is theirs. And then something that we're doing, we've got 17 cadets hired compared to 6 in 2024. And we have, I think, 90 junior cadets. But with that, I will turn it over to Lisa Reynolds. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Reynolds. I am Chief of Youth and Community Partnerships at Baltimore Police Department. On this slide, we are showing the year-to-date arrests up until 9/15/25. One of the things I want to significantly point out here is that in 2025, through centralization of booking functions, we are now tracking paper referrals. Those are misdemeanor offenses that are arrest-related for juveniles. As you can see, we're ending the year total 629 and 636. But in 2025, we actually have paper referrals in there. So juvenile arrests are down, and I think we can attribute that to a lot more communication with our partners via USTAT, with all the city agencies, working with MONSE, talking with the state's attorney when we bring in youth, requesting detention to get them able to go to court armed with the information, and also the youth of concern. We now meet weekly with DJS to go over those youth and do a case review to talk about not just what police intel we have and behaviors of youth in the community, but give DJS a chance to align their services and give them more supports and opportunities needed to keep them from committing new offenses. So I know we reported out about the Youth Advisory Board, but we've made several significant accomplishments here, so we wanted to just highlight that. Not only were we able to work with MOED this summer with the Youth Works program to get youth input and get them paid to give that input, but we now have built out a framework where we're working with ACE Academy. So instead of the youth coming to us, we're going to be going to the schools to have our advisory board meetings and work with the principal there to really get students engaged. Major Jenkins just attended the back to school night, had a lot of interest from families and youth, so we're excited to start that out. Not just work around policy, but how we can interact better with youth in the community. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Arnold Jenkins, major for the Youth and Community Partnerships Division. All right, so you'll see right there that we are currently at our full capacity presently. So we are looking to expand. Earlier this year, we had lower than 50 junior cadets total. At this point now, we have reached our goal. So we are starting to think about next steps at this point. So we actually still have over 20 Baltimore high schools represented, including Cristo Rey, Mervo, Mergenthaler, Patterson, ACE, Poly, and many others, including Baltimore City College. So we're trying to make sure that we reach out to as many schools as possible. Just looking at the planning for the meetings, we intend to make sure that we're focusing on a discussion curriculum that will prepare them from the step of being a junior cadet to potentially being a cadet, and then finally to becoming a police officer trainee to become an officer. So right now, we are looking to expand capacity right now, and a part of that is also planning with our various teams within BPD to make sure that we're able to accomplish this goal. All right, next slide, please. All right, so this one is really fun to talk about. I know that Councilman Blanchard, I believe you had a discussion about the Orioles last time, so we have followed up on that. So Jen Steyer, the executive assistant for the Orioles, actually at the senior leadership team, we have been in coordination with them. So I'm actually going to include them on a meeting with Miss Phil over at Parks and Rec from Towanda, and also the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation. So it's really good to see, that everybody works really well together. Otherwise, I know that the Orioles and the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation are already partnering on STEM centers, and I think they actually just unveiled a recent one. The great thing about this program too is not only the summer camp, which was out in Aberdeen, it allowed myself, 3 sergeants, 6 officers, 2 professional members, one of whom was actually from the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy, to participate in the mentoring program. Badges for Baseball is really all about making sure that we're focusing on sportsmanship, leadership, communication, teamwork, everything that you really need to make sure that you're doing a good job, and just about everything, frankly. So it's more than just about baseball, it's about life. So that's really why it's so important for mentoring and making sure that people also know what happens, or how to deal with maybe like a defeat or a loss, for example, and how to move forward beyond that and achieve what they need to achieve. So really great program. The summer camp itself was actually out at Aberdeen at, I believe it's a 3/4 scale version of Camden Yards, which is pretty cool. They were able to play softball, Baptist baseball games with the kids and meet other partners as well. Tawanda was a really good initiative too. We were able to actually get input from our NCO officers, neighborhood coordination officers over in the Northwest and also the Northern District. So I want to thank both Major Saunders and Major Yorkovic for allowing that partnership between the two districts. Tawanda is right on the boundary of both the Northern and the Northwest District. So both districts were able to adopt a rec center. They were able to send officers to the location 1 week, and then the next district would send officers to the location the following week to make sure that we had the available capacity in order to participate. So that ran from July 14th until August 18th. Currently, of course, in a couple of days, actually, we have our meeting that was scheduled with the Orioles, Cal Ripken Senior Foundation, and us to see how we can continue this. It looks like, based upon how everything is going so far, the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation has been successful in achieving their goal that we were able to support as far as obtaining their application for funds to support a coordinator. So now we are actually going to have that meeting, and things are progressing. Just an example of the flyer that is on the page up there for you. That is something that one of our NCO officers put together. And so far, it's been a great program. But I did want to just give you a follow-up on your question about the Orioles connection as well. That's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
I'll open the floor to questions. This will be the first half of the meeting, and then after this, we'll have an opportunity to hear from some of the other folks on returning citizens. I'll start with one of my own. I noted that there was I'll say this, things continue to look really, really great. Continue to see crime trending down, even though it's already the low it's been on record, I think is really remarkable. And I think I will continue to take my hat off. I don't have one on now, but to the hard work that you guys continue to do. And I think as we continue to drive the crime rate down and to put together the systems that help us be an effective and efficient and dynamic police department, I'm still going to continue to push us to find ways to be better. But I will say it is really encouraging to see the progress that we've made. And so I want to thank you, Commissioner, for the work that you and your team, your executive team are doing. I appreciate all the hard work you guys are putting in. I wanted to turn over to the clearance chart. This is, I think, the second or third slide. We had some pretty good metrics here, noting pretty good clearance rates, which is great. I mean, this is what we've been pushing for a very long time. So kudos on the great work here. I'll always ask this question because when we do things wrong or things don't seem to be going well, we always ask why. But I think it's just as important, if not more important, to understand when things are going well, why. So I'll pose that question to you, Commissioner, or any of the folks that can help us understand. What are we seeing here with the clearance rates? Why are they so good? And to that effect, what more can we do to further make sure we're doing a better job closing cases?
What I think mainly is, I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a lot of the credit to the men and women of the BPD, but again, we can't do it alone. It's all of our partnerships that are all working together to make Baltimore safer. But I think the biggest key is that we are starting to win back the community. And I think we're getting more and more tips from the community. They're starting to trust us a little more because we've shown that we've been able to both lower crime rates and basically restore public safety and confidence in the department and reform a police department at the same time. But this is what happens when you start to see as well, with a lot of the crime categories are down, which means there's less cases, which means our detectives have more time to spend on the cases, which allows them to get better quality investigations. And then we reorganized a couple different times, different things, and I think right now we are about where we want to be with everything. We streamlined at our intelligence. All our criminal investigation division is all under one, and I think we have everybody in the right seats, and they're all working together with all of our partners to make Baltimore safer. And I think it's just teamwork. Nobody can do it alone. State's Attorney, BPD, Muncie, all the city agencies, and then we've got, now you see the last couple weekends, we've had help from state police. And we've always got school police, sheriff's office, and all of our federal partners that are here doing their investigations. So it's a complete team effort that's accomplishing the goal.
I appreciate that. I think you said this time and time again, and I would agree 100% that the relationships and trust that the department has in the community is in part why we can continue not only to have low crime rates, but to continue to drive them down as people, as we continue to rebuild that relationship and build that trust. It's really, really, really important. And it makes me think about the consent decree and our effort to fully implement the consent decree. There's still a lot of work for us to do, and we know that. Other reports have come out saying that we still have work to do, but I do see some of those benefits. I'd be very curious, and I know you could not share this here, but what data we have to the number of folks that have been helpful in cases, whether informants or otherwise. But it is helpful to know that we're getting more of that cooperation, which allows us to close these cases and get some of the certainly violent folks off the streets. Is a really, really important part of the equipment that we need to succeed. So the other question that I had, speaking of the consent decree, there's a chart around proactivity, which is it's slide 11, that just kind of gives a sense of proactive business checks, foot patrol, traffic enforcement, and bike patrol in each respective district. I think this is helpful. It would be helpful to see how this is changing relative to previous years. I know one of the requirements in the consent decree is, I think, to get to, was it 40% of officers' time to be proactive work, whether it's foot patrol or business checks. I'd be very curious to that end, how close we are to getting there. And I don't know if you know this anecdotally or off the top of your head, but by way of officer time, how close are we getting to that, I think, 40% goal?
Yeah,
What's the goal first?
I don't think we're real close yet. I think
Okay.
we're probably in the 20s if I had to guess.
Okay.
And that's still, that is mainly because of the shortage in officers. We're still over almost 500 officers short. The majority of those are a good portion of those are in patrol. So lots of times we still have 20 to 25% of our officers working patrol almost every day or on an overtime basis or a drafting basis where we're forcing them to work. We're trying to get away from that, and we've done a really good job with that. But as we get more and more officers coming out of the academy at quicker, bigger classes, you'll see that start to go down. And then the fact that we have other ways to handle calls through 311, you can go online. We have the telephone reporting unit. So we're doing a lot of things to try to keep our officers free to be able to do the proactivity that we want them to do. So we'll get there, I think.
You know, to the PC's point, I think one of the hardest things that we're still trying to muddle our way through is how do we effectively track proactivity and community engagement, right? So, you know, we're limited to specific CAD entries of what the officers are doing. So they can be out doing something proactively, and if they don't document it through CAD, it's never going to be captured. Because sometimes it's just me being me and interacting with the child and fixing a bike or doing something, and they never get on the radio because they're on foot or they're on a business checks, but they don't stop that to say, but I also did this. So it's about us educating the officers of when it does transition, when it changes, making sure you document that. So that's one of the things we also trying to tweak as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think this is probably, I don't know how long we've been tracking proactivity, but I would imagine it's pretty tricky to track. That said, I think probably one of the things that would be helpful is tracking the negative. Like if we know that someone is on calls and responding to calls 80% of the time, there's only a 20% availability for proactivity. So at best, if 100% of their otherwise time they're using it for proactivity, the best it could be is 20%. So yeah, I think that's a helpful metric. I think, part of the reason why I think proactivity is really, really important is because often what I'll hear from, and we perennially hear this from constituents, is concerns about getting officers out there in the community. That sort of like community policing component, like building those relationships, and to what we just said, Commissioner, building those relationships. They want to see the officers that walk the beat, get out of their cars, and we're always trying to find ways to do that. So, I think the proactivity piece is going to be, however we measure it, if it's the way that we have it here in this chart or the negative, when they're not on calls, we assume that they're doing proactive work or paperwork. I think is going to be pretty important for us. But yeah. All right, I'm going to turn over to my committee members. Any questions?
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this the first time y'all have shown the traffic fatalities? Is that slide normally on there? That's, yes, it is. It's a new one?
Yes, it is a new
Okay,
slide.
yeah, cool. That,
It's a very good suggestion by Lieutenant Colonel Carell back there, where the commissioners talked about it and talked about it in ComStat, but we decided to include it.
yeah. I appreciate you having it on there. Just maybe as an aside, I'd love to get a meeting with whoever runs the AIU and just understand how that works. And obviously there's a BPD component of this, and there's also a DOT component of this, and just understanding how we're creating just because the person who killed you with the car didn't mean to kill you with the car doesn't mean it's not a tragedy. And making sure that we're focused on that as well is really important. So, moving on, the side note, and thank you, Major Arnold, for the Badgers baseball update. Very cool. Definitely need to get up there for next summer's camp. See what you got going on. So I want to talk about the recruitment and the cadets and the junior cadets program. This might be for the major, but so just so I'm understanding it, so a cadet they are under 21, and so I guess what does a cadet do, and how do they become or not become a trainee?
So to answer that question, sir, so let me see. We have the cadet program, which is going to be between 18 and 20 and a half. That is a paid position. You're also going to have the junior cadet program. So that is a voluntary sign-up position. So essentially, you just fill out an application. Permission from parents are required, of course, for the junior cadets. When you actually get into the cadet program itself, part of why it's so good is that you will do 2.5 years as a cadet before you become a trainee, which takes time off of your retirement as well, too, which allows you to retire within 22.5 years. So that is a positive aspect of signing up to be a cadet. They start around $31,000. Roughly, and then of course starting police officer salary once you get to that point is around $74,000 at this point.
Okay. So you mentioned cadets, junior cadets. So the junior cadet program is a voluntary thing, and so they can once they graduate from high school, they can then become cadets?
Correct, so they do have to apply for it. So the difference being that once you're a junior cadet, you're having more exposure to the police department, you have better understanding of practices, culture, that kind of thing. It allows you to explore different things like forensics, for example, community policing. In some cases, some of the activities that they've done as well have included, for example, a turkey giveaway or just going to a community meeting, that kind of thing, to show the interaction and partnerships between the police department and the community. We've also done other things such as, I think, ice skating, for example, with Johns Hopkins, various different things too. Just trying to integrate fun activities to keep people interested too. But it also allows them the opportunity to see things like Foxtrot or helicopter over at the hangar. Just things that are captivating and actually provide useful information so that they're better prepared when they choose to go into the cadet program, for example.
And do you have any sense of the number of cadets that were junior cadets? Like, what does that pipeline look like?
So it's low, I'll say that. We do have an example of someone recently who actually went through the Patterson High School Public Safety Program. He started out as a junior cadet, or as an explorer rather, when they were still called that. And then he actually became a cadet, and then became, in fact, a police officer recently. So he actually just went through a training academy. So if he hasn't graduated already, he will now, but it's actually a relatively rare thing. So we are seeing progress in that this is the first story that we have to tell in a long time, frankly. So we are seeing positive momentum.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know, and I'm sure the junior cadet program has a bunch of good things that are happening that, you know, are good activities that still apply even if you don't end up becoming a cadet afterwards. But obviously, going back to this whole idea of having, you know, pipelines into career readiness from city schools, and also making sure that our sworn officers have a, you know, we've got a good representation from people who grew up in the community as well. That's certainly something that I'd be interested in learning more about, what can be done to strengthen the pipeline aspect of the program.
Absolutely. So part of what we're doing right now is, as we get our youth advisory board off the ground, frankly, we've been more involved with schools and really partnering with not only principals, but also the educators themselves and teachers is really important. When we actually hosted the table over at ACE Academy recently, I had people asking me about becoming a police officer. I had people asking me about the cadet program, youth advisory board too. But they're all really integrated, because when you start at that level, you're seeing a lot of interest in different things that fit different needs for different people.
Sure.
So that is a really good thing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Manager. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Gray?
And as a point of focus, I also wanted to mention the apprenticeship program as well. I don't know exactly where that falls into the cadet program, but I just wanted to ensure that we are still maintaining the apprenticeship program. So if you could just speak a little bit about that, please.
Yes, sir. So I will say that recruitment is going to have a component of that question too. For what I can speak on with the public safety apprenticeship program, something that we did with specifically our youth workers was we actually involved them in a youth advisory board. So we did discuss topics like 2015 civil unrest. That was something that we went over. Something else that we're going to be discussing during these youth advisory boards is also going to be police policy as well, because we do want young people to give us feedback on these policies so we can better adapt them to make sure that they're suited to the communities that we are serving.
And so the apprenticeship program is just doing youth works?
So it's a combination, really. So we have the component with the junior cadets. I think it's a part of that entire bill, the recent law. So you're going to have the recruitment aspect of it. You're going to have also junior cadets. You're also going to additionally, beyond that, be looking at the breakdown of who is actually in each group for the junior cadets too. So we took a look at that, and we're able to try and make sure it's going to be as diverse as possible too, by reaching out to many different schools. Just looking at the program too, overall, it's a good opportunity just to make sure that we're reaching out not only for the junior cadet program, the cadet program, police officers, youth advisory board, and just building relationships, frankly.
Yep, and I love everything I'm hearing. I just want to ensure that the purpose of the apprenticeship program is just to, as you guys are doing with the junior cadet, is to funnel our youth into the police department in whatever capacity they would like, whether it's patrol, whether it's in the office.
Yes.
And so just ensuring that the intent of what the bill was is still being, there's still a follow through with it.
Correct. So I do know from recruitment's response that I have knowledge of, I believe that they have been assisting with getting cadets' driver's licenses so they can actually be prepared once they're ready to become police officers. So that has actually been a part of the program. I think Major Johnson kicked that off initially, but it's continuing as well. So trying to make things more accessible to people, removing barriers and obstacles is a key highlight, something that we're trying to do as well. But that's something that we're focusing on too, sir. Thank you.
To the Major's point, he's correct. So it's the driver's license for free, credits towards college, tuition support, and assist them in learning the newest and latest technology. So yes.
If I can make a request on behalf of the committee in light of some of the questions around the youth program, I know there are some still difficulties that we're trying to work out, recruiting folks, keeping them in the program, making sure they have the proper supports. I think it'd be helpful if you guys can just give an update on that piece as well. Like, how is it going so far? Where are we seeing pain points? And if you have recommendations on how we might either change the program or better support young people that are being considered in the program. Because I think we all want to see this program not only exist, but truly succeed and help recruit young people that eventually become officers within our department. So yeah, if for Councilman, I know this was something that I know you worked on before coming on the council, and probably something you probably still want to follow up on. What might be an appropriate time? We say 30 days? Yeah. All right, so in the next month, if we can maybe have an update on how the program's going, I think that'd be helpful.
Yes, Mr. Conway. If I may, just to add something additional, I believe with regards to the Public Safety Apprenticeship Program, if you're also potentially talking about the Patterson High School program that we have, which is public safety based, that was something that our Officer Cromer really got off the ground, frankly, along with the fire department. So making sure that we have a presence within schools, so that there is a track actually within some high schools for public safety in particular. That was an important part of why Patterson was involved in that process.
Yeah, and the program's been running for about 2 years now, or we passed the bill maybe 2 years ago, but it's been running for maybe a year. Is that right?
So I believe the program itself that I'm referring to might be different, but it's related, if that makes sense. So it is a school program, but it's not specifically within the bill that you're describing, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? I got one more before I forget. We talked a little bit, Councilman Blanchard asked a question around the traffic fatalities, and it made me think about traffic enforcement and if we've seen any change in traffic enforcement that may have played a role in the fatalities or even reckless driving throughout the city. You guys know just as well as everybody else knows here, sometimes we have folks who just completely ignore traffic laws, especially folks who tend to have Virginia tags. I know this is an issue that they're working on in Annapolis, but I know it's something we continue to see around the city. I'm curious, have we done anything around traffic enforcement that is new or different? And has that maybe changed any behavior?
Yes, sir. So initially, since COVID, we did department-wide, we instituted a fatal crash reduction team that was focusing on specific.
Can you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We since COVID, when we realized the increase in fatalities, we created a fatal crash reduction team. Once we applied them to specific areas where we were seeing a lot of density for this, and they would redeploy as necessary. We've seen this reduction. Thus, we've transitioned that team to some other areas where we're doing traffic enforcement. So it's still a redeployment and a focus of our motors unit, of our traffic unit, to focus on these things. I'll pass it to Colonel Lee for his specifics since he oversees that, but it's always on our radar. But since we've seen that reduction, the request for them and the training for them and their need has definitely changed based on what we're seeing in the change in reduction in fatalities.
For the record, Ryan Lee, Chief of Patrol. Not only are we taking dedicated traffic resources, using data to focus them, as well as including community complaints to focus them into prime areas, we're also emphasizing traffic as a primary mechanism of community contact and enforcement for the entire patrol division. So all 9 districts, that's an emphasized effort for contact. They're on top of contacting numerous individuals of the community in prime areas where we're not just seeing traffic-related problems, but criminal-related activity and the benefits from that. We're seeing significant reductions in fatal crashes in the city. I don't want to misquote the number, it eludes me, but it's in the 40% plus reduction range year to date for fatalities from last year this time. Traffic enforcement is one of the few things in policing that we know by increasing enforcement and education, we actually see significant reductions. So we're seeing less significant injury crashes, less fatal crashes with a focused effort on it. We're exploring new options to expand our ability to do more directed traffic enforcement as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's good to see the fatalities go down. It's to your point, fatalities have gone down 43.2%, which is great, great news. And I think we still have, regardless of the fatalities, this sort of reckless driving and just complete disregard of speed limits, stop signs, red lights, U-turns, you call it. They're out there doing it, and I see it all the time. And I really worry that I'm going to be going through a green light one day and someone's blowing through a red light, and that could be really tragic. So, I really wonder what more we can do. If there's anything more comprehensive, certainly there's considerations at the legal level in Annapolis around Virginia tags. Every single time that this has happened, it's been a car with a Virginia tag that I've seen, which is just insane, because I would expect that in Maryland we'd see more Maryland tag cars doing some of this stuff, but that's not what I see. It's the Virginia tags time and time and time again. And I would probably say we all see it. It's a lot. So I'm curious what we can do, either how the council can support, whether it's advocating for something here at the local level or potentially at the state level that might help us be more effective in addressing that issue, and just generally traffic issues throughout the city, because I think there's a perception that unless there's like a camera there, you're probably going to get away with whatever you do while driving. So, just something, I've spoken to a lot of fathers who have children and worry about their kids on sidewalks, not in the street, but on sidewalks, in part because of some of the speeding and reckless driving that we see around the city. So this is an issue that we've been dealing with for a really long time, and I don't think it's gonna go away easily, but I do think something's gotta change, and I'm not sure where it changes. So maybe it's something we can discuss and look at our options. We're not gonna solve it here, but it's a frustrating point, I would say, for a lot of folks, so.
Well, I can help a little bit too, is because what happened is Virginia didn't do us any favors. Virginia was just handing out tags without any Virginia address. Yeah. So we have Maryland residents with Virginia tags, but we put out some guidance last month about the requirements when you have a Virginia tag. Mm-hmm. We'll start doing, I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do because our officers are going to do it. And if the Virginia tag shouldn't be on the car, or there's a Maryland tag that should have been on the car, we have avenues to abate that. But I think Virginia has stopped that now, but there's so many Virginia tags in the city. So every time we see a problem like that, you're also going to see more and more. We started this a couple years ago, just pushing more and more vehicle stops, because as we increase the numbers, we're going to start pulling over more of those problem drivers and getting them off the street. But now a lot of the emphasis that I'd like to see our focus on, quite honestly, are these mopeds, scooters, that just seem to think they can drive in and out of traffic without any. There are laws that they have to obey as well, and we put guidance out for that, and you'll start to see we've had several car stops where we've gotten handguns or vehicle stops from people on mopeds, dirt bikes. So that is the biggest push for us is vehicle stops, and we're going to be having within the next month, we'll have a traffic officer in each district. That'll be their sole function each day, is to do traffic stops.
That's good to hear. I think we'll continue these kind of conversations on traffic. I think it's a tricky problem because it's everywhere all the time, and you can't possibly be everywhere all the time. But happy to hear that we're putting a focus on this in respective districts. All right, any further questions for the police department? I understand that the commissioner's got to run for an emergency. I want to thank you. All right, thank you, Commissioner. If you do have to go, you're welcome to. I know we're going to have Aaron here to hold down the police department. To that end, we're going to turn over to the second half of our hearing with a focus on returning citizens. We've got some guests here today, DPSCS and parole and probation. We've got folks from Prepare joining us virtually. And we've got a good friend of mine, Harold Bailey, to kind of speak from his personal experience. I'm going to start off with DPSCS before we get into Monty, and I think MOED, Economic Employment Development, will also present it. There we go. All right, so we'll start with DPSCS. And please say your name for the record, and maybe even introduce the folks who are here with you for the record.
Sure. Thank you so much. Before I begin this afternoon, I would just like to extend my wishes to all who are celebrating today, L'Shana Tova, and Happy New Year, everybody. Today I have, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about DPSCS reentry. My name is Ellen Rappaport, Executive Director of Reentry Services for DPSCS, and I also have my colleague, Assistant Secretary Garino, who is in charge of all of the data. Reentry is not just about helping someone find their footing. It's about making sure people have the tools to successfully navigate transition to the community so they do not return to prison. Equally important is the acknowledgement that the incarcerated individual's active involvement in this process is essential for their success. The goal of the reentry unit's commitment is to reduce recidivism and help people succeed in the community. At 180 days prior to release, our reentry team conducts an exit orientation interview, which includes a needs assessment to evaluate each individual's specific needs before release. Each individual has different circumstances, and by identifying those needs early, we can work with the individual to create a specific reentry plan for them. There are critical areas the DPSCS multidisciplinary team believe are essential to making reentry effective. Not in any particular order. Community connections, meaning family, mentor, and local organizations providing support, housing, stable and affordable options, employment, job readiness, training, and partnerships with local businesses, behavioral health, access to mental health and substance use treatment, education and skills, vocational training, higher education, and GED programming. The key is starting early. Reentry preparation starts at intake and continues throughout incarceration. Providing the incarcerated individual with opportunities along the way to build skills, supports, and connections on the inside before they leave custody will give the best chance of succeeding outside in the community. Preparing individuals is only half of the equation. We must educate our community how to receive and how to support our returning citizens. I would like to share a couple of innovative ways DPSCS educates our community members. Recently, DPSCS provided a hands-on simulation held at the War Memorial in Baltimore City that guided members through a path of a returning citizen. Participants took on the role of someone just released and navigated the same challenges: obtaining vital documents, finding housing, applying for jobs, accessing treatment, and meeting supervision requirements. This builds empathy by showing how overwhelming reentry can feel while educating not only the public, but service providers and employers about real barriers the returning citizen faces. Participants reported they left with a better understanding of why reentry support matters and created momentum that strengthens new partnerships and fosters community solutions. Another innovative approach to educating community partners is that DPSCS hosts 12 to 15 resource fairs a year within the facility, statewide. Community agencies are invited inside the facility to meet directly with incarcerated individuals before release. This creates an opportunity for the incarcerated individual to meet with and leave with concrete contacts. By opening the facility doors to community partners, we help incarcerated individuals connect to jobs, housing, healthcare, mentors before release. This builds relationship and trust before returning home, creating a warm handoff to community resources. DPSCS is pleased to share that our Baltimore City partners, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, Department of Labor and Jobs, American Job Centers, Goodwill Industries, ROCA, Living Classrooms, Turnaround Tuesday, Baltimore City Health Department, Healthcare for the Homeless, Healthcare Access Maryland, Center for Urban Families, and so many more city partners have participated in our resource fairs, even on the Eastern Shore. And the collaboration and support of large network of the Baltimore City community provides returning individuals with connections and support needed upon release. Reentry works best when preparation inside meets opportunity outside. Together, we can ensure that returning citizens don't just go back home, they go back ready to contribute to the community, making our neighborhoods safer, our families stronger, and our city healthier. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon to share a brief overview of our reentry and work that we're doing alongside our community partners to support returning citizens in the community. I'd like to pass this off to my colleague, Assistant Secretary Garino, to review data trends and recidivism.
Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the council. My name is Angelina Greeno. I'm the Assistant Secretary of Data Policy and Grants within DPSCS. And I'm here to discuss the state's recidivism rates and specifically impacts and reflections upon Baltimore City. To begin, I think it's very important to get a kind of baseline context for where this fits within the history of public safety within Maryland and those measurements. The state's definition of recidivism has changed drastically over the past 20 years, which makes historical comparison difficult, but one general trend has stayed consistent, which is that Maryland's 3-year recidivism rate has decreased steadily since 1997. Since the state fiscal year 2016, the state measures recidivism according to a 3-year timeline, which is standard within criminal justice as a longitudinal outcome, and includes 3 criteria for recidivating. That includes conviction to Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, so for a state-eligible offense, return for any reason within a 3-year period, or initiation of a probation case within the community. That last component is one that is rather unique to Maryland, but more accurately reflects the entirety of an individual's potential interaction with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, regardless of whether or not it's preceded directly by a period of incarceration. What does that mean kind of for all of us on a day-to-day? To break it down a little more easily, for every 10 people that go home every year from a DPSCS facility, regardless of how long they were there, 3 of them will come back to touch to the department in any way, whether that's probation after a year, whether that's return for a technical revocation, or whether that's conviction for a new offense and return sentencing to DPSCS. But of those 3, only 1, on average, will come back for a new offense. So it's very important to disambiguate recidivism to really understand how it should inform our public safety strategy, that recidivating does not necessarily mean committing a new offense within our communities. So when Maryland was able to calculate recidivism again in 2016, it stood at 37.1% and has remained consistently below the national average of 39% since then. Like most other states, we saw a decrease during the COVID period due to differences in criminal justice operations, as well as just public patterns of behavior and limited movement. But that steady decrease has remained when we consider the current rates and what our normal was prior to COVID. So we did not see an increase even after the implementation of the Justice Reinvestment Act, which reduced some of those nonviolent sentences to prison. The impact of community supervision, as Director Rappaport spoke to, is really significant when it comes to the day-to-day experience of those returning from incarceration, because 74% of them on average return under some form of community supervision. So that may mean they're released on parole, or they're released with a period of mandatory supervision that could range from 30 days to 12 months. But recidivism is generally something that is driven by two primary trends that we see consistently in our data, and that's age at the time of release and the conditions under which someone was released. So recidivism is generally driven by higher rates amongst younger adults. That's not unique to Maryland or even the United States. So emerging adults, those between aged 18 and 26, have the highest recidivism rate at 43.8%, compared to 11.9% for individuals who are, say, age 65 or older at the time of release. But the other large disparity affecting rates are the conditions under which someone is released. For example, those supervision that I mentioned before. So the difference between someone who is released onto some form of community supervision, those individuals have a greater set of responsibilities in order to remain compliant than an average everyday citizen, including standards of behavior that do not involve criminal activity. So that's one of the drivers that we see when we see that individuals come back to incarceration for technical revocations. Those are responsible for 40% of the state's recidivism, but don't constitute a new criminal offense. There are large drivers specifically in first-year recidivism, which is when recidivism tends to be the highest. And on average, individuals return to prison sooner for a revocation than they do for a newer crime. But individuals who've been released on continued supervision, so individuals who've maybe been released before and struggled in that reentry period, especially initially after release, they have the highest rate of coming back at about 44%, so equivalent to what we see for emerging adults. But that group, it's really important to note, does not return for new offenses more than other release groups. So only 16.9% of those released on any form of continued supervision in FY21 were returned for a new offense within 3 years. The department doesn't measure recidivism based on where an individual returns home to. It's evaluated categorically for everyone, but we do see some breakdowns of outcomes based upon sentencing jurisdiction. So that's what we do have that's specific to Baltimore City. But I will note that individuals sentenced in Baltimore City, they had an overall higher recidivism rate than the state rate. So Baltimore City sentenced individuals returned at 35.2% compared to 32.15% for the state. But as we all know, working in public safety, just because someone is charged in Baltimore City and that's the sentence that they're adjudicated on doesn't mean that they lived in Baltimore City at the time of that incident, lived in Baltimore City after release, and approximately 16% of the released population have sentences from multiple jurisdictions. But one thing that makes Baltimore City unique is that this is the only jurisdiction in which the state is also in charge of local detention, which is a circumstance shared by less than a handful of other states in the nation. So individuals do also return from DPSCS custody after short-term jail sentences, which tend to be 18 months or less. So individuals leaving under that group have a slightly higher recidivism rate, 33.61%, compared to those with lengthier sentences. But that also is not an outlier. It's very common to see a higher rate of recidivism for individuals coming from local detention than from state detention.
You guys done? Awesome. Really, really helpful. It looks like you were reading from a report. Would you be able to share that, or is that available somewhere?
Certainly. Those were just my personal notes, but we elaborate all of this in 27 pages of colored graphed glory in our annual Joint Chairman's Report, which is available publicly. We'd be happy to share the latest copy.
I'll make sure we comb through that. I think it's interesting. As you were talking, you made it a lot more complicated than I appreciated, but I also appreciate there's a lot of nuance in the data. And I think as we, as a city, try to figure out how we support folks who are returning from prison, having understanding of all those nuances are important. Who's coming back for parole and probation, who's coming out without any requirements, and the difference in expectations for both of those people and their likelihood of recidivating, age, and so on and so forth. So I appreciated all those points. I'm going to do this. I'm going to offer a round of questions because you threw out a lot there, and I'm sure my colleagues have thoughts or questions. And if they don't, then we can move on and come back to you at the end. But folks, are any quick questions before we move on to the next presentation? There's a lot. He has questions, but he can't think of the questions at the moment. I'll make sure we get back to you. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. To that end, I'm going to turn over to Monty for their presentation.
Thank you, Chair Conway, Councilman Blanchard, and Councilman Gray. Stephanie Mavronis, Director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. I want to recognize some members of my team who are here in the audience, as well as just a thank you to the staff of the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. I think having that grounding in the data allows us to have a richer conversation here. And also our partners from the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, also saw partners from the University of Maryland, Baltimore, Embrace Reentry and Resource Center. So really just a demonstration of some of the partnership that we're leveraging here at the local level. All right, perfect. So just by way of background, we see roughly 2,000 people re-enter Baltimore annually. City residents make up about 40% of the total prison population, despite accounting for just 9% of the state's general population, which, hence the need for robust and coordinated support to ensure that we are doing everything we can to prevent the risk of recidivism and ensure long-term stability. This was a goal outlined in Baltimore's Comprehensive Violence Prevention Plan. We are in the final year of implementation of that first 5-year plan, and we'll soon be developing that next 5-year plan, which we'll present to the City Council. There were a few goals established in that. Establishing the Reentry Action Council, a group that's been convened, which we're in the process of officially appointing. I think we just closed the first round of applications for that council. Launching the Returning Citizens Behind the Wall initiative. I'll share some metrics from that. This was something that we were able to do with American Rescue Plan Act funds. The program is currently ended just from the end of ARPA funds, but definitely are looking for ways to continue that work as we move forward. The development of safe return plans for returning citizens prior to release. I'll share some more in just a few slides about that, but that's really the heart of our work, making sure that we can join with the reentry planning that's happening at DPSCS and continue to work with people when they make that transition home and from there. And then also officially standing up the Office of Returning Citizens. We are in the phase of building out what that looks like. This legislation was signed into law in April 2024, and so working on kind of a multi-year plan for growing that. It was, of course, passed without a corresponding budget note or additional positions, and so just trying to do what we can do to be creative there as we continue the work. So these 3 core components, I would say, are the heart of Monty's reentry approach. Of course, beginning reentry planning prior to release. This is one of the things that for Mayor Scott has been a clear mandate in our approach for reentry. We can't assume that people will be successful if we're not doing everything we can well in advance of their release to ensure that those barriers are removed and that they have what they need to be successful. And so this is where our strong partnership comes in with DPSCS, and we're actively having conversations about how we can expand that to reach even more people beyond the initial population that we've been reaching. Supporting returning citizens post-release, maintaining that connection upon release for the folks that we worked with behind the wall, while also providing general support for returning citizens. I can tell you, just being out, setting up our table 2 times a week in Penn North, the number of returning citizens that we engage with and make connections with, whether they're a few days out, a couple weeks out, a few years out, there's definitely that need for a local central hub for these services, and that's what we're aspiring to build here. And then through it all, really centering the perspectives and experiences of our returning citizens. We want to make sure that people with lived experience of incarceration can directly inform policy and programs here in the city. And so just to jump right into the work of safe return planning, I've talked a little bit about what this was. Essentially, what we've been doing is developing personalized reentry plans for people while they are still serving out their sentence, typically working with them up to 18 months prior to their release. This includes monthly case management meetings, connections to services, and contact after release to ensure follow-up is happening. We started this work with our Returning Citizens Behind the Wall initiative, so really working with that population of people who were returning home to Baltimore City, who were also eligible for work release. And we've expanded that to additional people at the Baltimore City Correctional Center, in addition to incorporating more recently the Maryland Correctional Institute for Women. And then we've also, as I mentioned, been doing some of this safe return planning work for people who are technically already returned, but who need some additional support and planning since their release. So just to look at what we've been able to do so far, and I'll caveat this by saying, on MONSE staff, we have one dedicated reentry coordinator. So the numbers that you see here are the work product of one staff member who's currently carrying out this work. I'll talk in a little bit about some of the things that are to come that will allow us to expand our staffing capacity there. But we've developed 224 safe return plans to date, 183 of which were developed pre-release, and then you can see the 41 or so that we've developed in working with people just through our community engagement events, stabilization events, and other things. I know one of the questions that was posed by the council as we were coming into this hearing was just really to get into what are the greatest needs that we're seeing for people who are returning home. And so just looking through those safe return plans that we've developed to date, you could see a tabulation of the kinds of needs that are showing up in those plans. Housing, by far, probably not a surprise to anyone, is the #1 need. It is also one of the hardest and most challenging things to come by. It's one of the areas, as I talk to other providers, advocates in this space, it is certainly the #1 need and probably the #1 determining factor for someone's success. Employment is a close second, and mental health support, peer support, substance use treatment, education, many more that aren't included on this slide, but just to kind of give what we're seeing so far from some of the folks that we've been working with. I mentioned at the top our work with Returning Citizens Behind the Wall. This was an initiative that we launched in spring of 2023 with American Rescue Plan Act funds. A little under $1 million investment went into that work, and we wrapped up our efforts here, I think, around July of this year. We supported 199 people who were preparing to return home to Baltimore, connecting them to meaningful $15 an hour employment opportunities, skills training. This also was paired with the work of safe return plans. One of the things, and we did this work, I should mention, in partnership with Employment Development and Baltimore City Recreation and Parks. As everyone may be aware, for work release, people who are incarcerated, they are receiving a set wage, I think around $3 an hour. So the balance of that $15 an hour is something that would be saved, and upon release of that incarcerated individual, they would get everything that they had accrued really to help them in that next phase of their life. So we saw 80% of people who have been released so far, there's still some folks who participated who haven't yet had their release date, were being released with at least $10,000 in accumulated wages. And so really a significant amount to start and invest in that next phase of life. This is something that I would absolutely love to see continue, and I've had some preliminary conversations with the budget office and others about how we might be able to do that. I know Department of Public Works, other city agencies have been interested in becoming a part of this, and we'd also love, to the extent possible, to see this kind of work release also go beyond the role of physical labor type jobs. I think those are sort of the easiest connections that have been made to date, but certainly would love to see that expanded, and it was a great way for us to do some deep engagement with folks returning home to Baltimore. Because the numbers only tell one part of the story, I wanted to share just one story of transformation for one of our participants. And you can see from this quote here, it gave me money to help me build a life. Parks and Recs really helped me. It gave me something positive to look forward to. I looked at all the positive aspects of being in the program. I've been a taker all my life, and now I'm a giver. It's a wonderful feeling to be able to help people, and I'm proud of myself because I never thought I'd be where I am in life, and I'm not going to take it for granted. Just one of the testimonies from one of the participants in this work. We also talked to that person's son, who also recognized and noticed some of the transformation in their father's life through participation in the program and connection to some of those additional supports. And so I think just a testimony that this is the kind of work that we should absolutely be investing in and seeking ways to expand. All right. So I mentioned at the top some of the kind of creative ways, some of the ways that we're trying to go and look for additional funds to provide direct support for people returning home to Baltimore City, also looking for funds that we can use to begin to expand the staffing of what will be the Office of Returning Citizens. In fiscal year 25, we were awarded a little over $278,000 for an innovative transitional housing initiative, which provided returning citizens across Baltimore. We served 33 people throughout this grant period who were returning home to Baltimore with security deposit and 6 months rent, a pretty significant investment to help people get set up. We identified landlords in Baltimore City and Baltimore County who worked with us in this initiative, and we're really grateful that we just a few months ago received notice that we were again awarded a slightly increased amount in fiscal year 26 to continue this transitional housing work. In the funds that we received in fiscal year 26, we also received funding for a housing coordinator. And so I think that position may already be posted as of earlier this week. We're working through the Board of Estimates process now, but this is going to be, the first way we're able to continue to increase the staffing of this office. And then one other really important way that we are continuing to grow and build partnerships involves our group violence reduction strategy. Our GVRS lane is actively working with the Reentry and Transition Service Unit within DPSCS to do the work of delivering custom notifications to people behind the wall, people who are soon to be returning home to Baltimore City, who qualify, who identified as being associated with group violence dynamics. Having that custom notification the same way we might do in the community, but doing that while they're actually behind the wall. This work was just getting started around the end of last year, and so we've conducted 18 of those custom notifications so far with participants, and have a few upcoming, as well as people who are under the supervision of parole and probation. So really looking at all the connection points that we can make in this work. My last slide here just is regarding sort of the future of reentry work, kind of at a high level. Of course, first on the list is really getting the investment and building out and promoting the Office of Returning Citizens within Muncie. We have a lot of great partners in the reentry space in the city of Baltimore. I think we seek to be a central hub for people at the local level who need support, who may be returning citizens, to help people coordinate and navigate that system on their own, and continue to deepen our partnership with the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services behind the wall. We want to that end, strengthen our key partnerships. We want to expand our pre and post-release case management for people returning home, including youth. I think that's a really key piece. I know we just had a great discussion with our DPSCS partners about this, and also as well as people who are detained pre-trial, people who may be serving time pre-trial for a few weeks or a few months. Really important still to make that connection so that we're not seeing people come back into our institutions. And then formally appointing the Reentry Action Council. So I mentioned, I think as of the 20th, it was our first cutoff for applications. I will say publicly though, applications are accepted on a rolling basis. So if there are folks listening to or attending this hearing who are interested in serving in this body, which really is going to advise on policies and reforms for the mayor, for the city council, that please go out and fill out that application. We'll do some promotion of that as well. But these names will then be coming through the city council as formal executive appointments, at which time the body will be officially appointed. We have been convening some people under the banner of the Reentry Action Council in an informal way, really just discussing some of the areas of focus for a future council, discussing experiences of our returning citizens, making connections between businesses who really want to be supportive in this area and want to be leaders in this area. And so there's a lot of interest, and we want to serve as that home here at the local level. And so with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues at the Mayor's Office of Employment Development, if that's okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Conway and council members. I'm honored to be here today to address this city council hearing. My name is Craig Lewis. I'm the Assistant Director, Chief of Adult Services with the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. And with me is my colleague, Greg Alexander. workforce manager of our reentry center at the Northwest Career Center. It is both a privilege and a responsibility to advocate for returning citizens and the wraparound services needed to reduce recidivism. As some of you may know, MOED operates the Reentry Center at the Northwest Career Center, the largest provider of reentry services in Baltimore City. Annually, we serve 1,800 justice-involved individuals, including at least 500 individuals that are on active supervision. As this body knows, each year thousands of Baltimore residents return home from incarceration with the determination to rebuild their lives. MOED meets them where they are by providing wraparound services such as employment readiness, skills training, case management, along with other supportive services like transportation, housing referrals, assistance with ID documentation, stipends, milestones, incentives. We also partner with employers to expand hiring opportunities to create pathways to family-sustaining wages, and by integrating workforce development with strong community and social supports, MOED helps reduce recidivism and contribute to safer, more vibrant neighborhoods. I think our center shows that when returning citizens are given the tools and the opportunity to succeed, they not only transform their own lives, but also strengthen the economic and social fabric of Baltimore City. I look forward to sharing more details on our strategies and impact and the work that we're doing to support our returning citizens. And very quickly, I just want to run through some of the slides that speak to our work. Through an agreement with DPSCS, we're funded, as I mentioned earlier, to serve 1,800 justice-involved individuals with a minimum of 500 under active supervision, with a placement goal of 400 individuals placed in unsubsidized employment. We also have another grant that we received from the General Assembly, and this is our DCREP, which is the District Court of Reentry Project. This is a diversion program that allows individuals who may be, well, as a condition of probation or in lieu of jail, they can participate in a workforce program. Also, we get some general funds from the city to support individuals who are justice involved or returning citizens, and so this program engages them in job readiness, resume building, and life skills, and also we connect individuals to occupational skills training in some targeted sectors. We also receive funding that is strictly for folks who are incarcerated 180 days or less, or I should say 180 days, and that is to engage them in occupational skills training and also provide them with some wraparound support such as transportation, stipends, and milestone incentives. And these are some of the barriers that we see at our reentry center, and we support numerous individuals with their ID, their birth certificates, so that they have their I-9 documentation so that they can go to work. And these are some of the supportive services that we provide at our reentry center. Again, assisting them with their I-9 documentation, birth certificates. We also have our financial empowerment counseling program that assists residents with debt reduction, savings, credit, and access to safe and affordable banking products. We also provide transportation supports, expungement and legal services through our partners who are co-located in the space, either part-time or full-time. And then I mentioned earlier about the stipends and the milestones incentives. So individuals who are engaged in occupational skills training, we support them with a weekly stipend. And as they obtain certain milestones, we also support them with a milestone incentive, including once they become employed, They get a milestone incentive for when they become employed, 30 days of employment, 90 days of employment, just so that we're keeping them on the right track. And also we support them with technology for those that are in occupations where they need access to technology. Over the last 3 years, just some of the impact, we've served more than 6,000 justice impacted individuals. We've placed more than 1,200 in employment at an average wage of approximately $19 an hour. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate the work you guys are doing. We have a couple more presentations. One, I've got Harold Bailey, who's here, a returning citizen himself, to provide some of his insight. He's a huge advocate in this world, and wanted to give him an opportunity to share his what he's seeing across the state and certainly here in Baltimore, but then also speak from his own experience. And then I've got Ann Bocchini-Pack, who is joining us virtually, and we'll come to you right after Harold. Harold.
Thank you, Chairman Conway, and committee members, and members of Department of Public Safety Correctional Services and Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement that are here, as well as the public. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak about my lived experience with incarceration and reentry. I hold a master's degree in education, vocational rehabilitation counseling. I've been incarcerated for 28 years, confined in the Maryland prison system. During that time, the only job that I held was as a literacy tutor. When I came out from 20 years incarceration from 1985 to 2005, I had a bachelor's degree. I had 2 years prior to going into prison, the Maryland Penitentiary, when the death penalty was in existence in this state. And I was housed in the Maryland Penitentiary when someone was executed. And I didn't realize until years later how traumatic that was to me. We went through Central Intake and Booking, Old City Jail at the time, and we went to the Maryland Penitentiary, and he was executed prior to 12 others that were on death row prior to him because he was convicted of killing a police officer. That was a traumatic experience I've learned. Reentry starts from day one has been touted by the Division of Corrections for decades now. And photo IDs, there's been a Department of Transportation has a van that is supposed to go to all the prisons when these individuals are captive. You know who they are, despite of aliases. Photo IDs has not been implemented effectively. When I came out in 2005, and maybe that predated the van, I had incredible family support. Within 72 hours, I opened a bank account. The photo ID from the Division of Corrections was no good. The Bank of America wouldn't accept $100 from me. So I got my driver's license reissued. I also purchased a vehicle, became employed within 72 hours. So I hit the ground running, which in reach is the best to prepare people, prisoners, when they come out. And I had incredible family support. Additionally, I had 8 years of confinement from 2015 to 2023. I've just been out 2 years this month. I haven't been able to get a job. And I have applied for jobs as custodial assistant. I was willing at the time to do that, not anymore. I'm blessed to have lived as long as I have. And in spite of those years of incarceration, I've worked starting at age 15 and paid into the Social Security system where I'm able to draw down on my retirement. I retired early at age 62. I self-directed my rehabilitation while I was incarcerated. When I came out in 2005, I went through a series of jobs, and I secured a job through my own efforts as a GED instructor, Baltimore City Community College. I worked at the Northwest Career Center as a GED instructor at that time. Transitions through many jobs since that time, and I have designed the curriculum, have facilitated instruction, and managed 2 separate employment readiness training programs in Baltimore City. The first was in 2009 at America Works. That program is still in existence. It's called the Baltimore Ex-Offender Reentry Employment Program. In 2012, I received an Open Society Institute fellowship, and in partnership with Turk House for 18 months, I went to each of their 4 recovery centers, 3 in Baltimore City, 1 exclusively for women, and 1 in Howard County. My expertise is in online guided career exploration, resume preparation, mock interviewing, just to prepare individuals for the workforce. I would suggest maybe if you all have any influence to increase the minimum wage, because $15 an hour is not a living wage. The reentry resources that I can cite that have been helpful to me, let me back up just a minute. I am the last living family member, so I have no one else in the world, and I've successfully reintegrated into society in the past, and the pain of my own incarcerations has led to a passion, a moral incentive, I feel, to assist others that are similarly situated. 50% of the population of incarcerants have a high school diploma, and of those 50%, many cannot read, they cannot write, and they cannot compute, so they cannot effectively navigate societal systems. They don't qualify as classification of disabled, but in fact they are. So the family is integral in helping navigate the landscape of society post-release. Family support provides financial, housing encouragement. I would say that I've been very fortunate to have the parole agent I do, because the rest of the Division of Parole and Probation has been no help to me as far as employment. Another agency that has been very helpful is New Vision House of Hope for housing. They have provided housing to me, and I have noted that they also provide housing to individuals with sexual offense. Very rare is an agency that will assist that population. The reentry resources that have been less beneficial, there are 2. Eastside Career Center and the South Baltimore Employment Connection Center. At the Eastside Career Center, I was informed about a stipend training, welding. I'm not doing anything else. I'm retired, but I am volunteering at 3 different agencies that I'll cite across the state. And come to find, I became a welder straight out of high school. I worked at Sparrows Point Shipyard in 1980 and made 2.5 times minimum wage. My siblings graduated from Yale University, Brown University, and Loyola College University here in Maryland, and I was making more money than them. After I was laid off after just 7 weeks, I enlisted in the Marine Corps, 1980, and spent 3 years doing that. The Eastside Career Center, when I went there, I was asking about a work opportunity tax credit. It used to be called Targeted Job Tax Credit. I learned about that when I was at America Works implementing the program that I designed. And it is one feather in an individual's cap that has criminal history that's sitting in an interview. Work opportunity tax credit, I've since learned, is between $2,400 to $9,000. This is a tax credit for employers that will hire individuals in certain categories. Disabled individuals, 1, and individuals with a criminal history. The staff at the Eastside Career Center directed me to the supervisor because none of them knew about this work opportunity tax credit. The supervisor told me he didn't know anything about it. I asked him how long he'd been on staff. 10 years. I let him know, in my humble opinion, even the receptionist should know this information to inform individuals that come through their doors. A federal bonding letter is the second feather in the cap for individuals with criminal history that sit for interview. And during mock interviews, I inform individuals of this. I give them handouts so that they can review this information. And when the time comes in an interview, which typically happens, why should we hire you for this job? Because I'm one of the few potential employees that could make you money with this work opportunity tax credit. Some employers don't know about it. So the vocational development that I've done is the 2 programs. And I've also, I've learned, I was a case manager at Prisoners Aid Association, agency that's no longer in existence. I was also an employment specialist. At that time, they had over 100 subsidized housing units across the city. And I learned that if you do not document your work, it never happened. So when I was a recipient of the Open Society Fellowship, I hired a lawyer to compile a training manual. It's 115 pages. It's based on a model of train the trainer. So it's not just me reaching 1, 2, 3 individuals. It is trainers that can prepare exponentially prepared employment seekers. Literacy is a problem. Many individuals, unfortunately, don't have that support in the home. When I was young, I learned to read. When I was incarcerated, I read to learn more. One instance at Maryland Correctional Training Center, in preparation for my release, most recently, I asked the head psychologist if I could speak to him because many of the staff they couldn't relate to me. This head psychologist told me the only time that I could speak to him is if I was medicated. So I didn't access him. I am currently volunteering for 3 different agencies. The Mayor's Office of Employment, the Mayor Reentry Action Council, Mayor's Office. For the past year, I've been a member. The Prince George's Community Collaboration Center, which I go twice a month down there. And I was suggested to go down there once my background was learned by State Delegate Lorik Sharkoudian. I was gifted with a Volunteer of the Year award because of my efforts in mediation. I'm currently undergoing 70 hours training. I've completed 22 hours of that. And it's not reentry specific, but mediation is to forestall any retaliatory violence for petty disputes in the home, in the neighborhood, at work, or in school settings. Baltimore City historically has been the hub of reentry services. People as far away as Annapolis will come to Baltimore City. No more. Prince George's County is the hub because of the former county executive, current Senator Angela Also Brooks. She's implemented some great work down there. And I'd like to share this. I have been networking for the past 2 years. I'm not used to traveling at horse and buggy speed. And what I have related, if difficulties in employment for me, I can only imagine that this information can be extrapolated, the experiences, to individuals that are not as well educated.
Mr. Bailey, I want to make sure we move on. If you could begin to wrap up.
Okay. I requested a meeting with the mayor of Baltimore City, 15-minute meeting, December of last year, and this is my last point. The scheduling team told me I'd hear from them in 2 weeks. At the 6-month point, I let some staff at Monzi know, even if I hear back, I probably wouldn't even take the meeting. I have found that many so-called professionals are not professional. They don't conduct themselves as such. They don't return voicemail messages or emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. I appreciate your story. It's a remarkable one. And I think it's indicative of some of the challenges that we continue to see in the program and the processes. And I think each of the folks that have spoken thus far have provided some light on that. I want to be careful not to challenge folks directly in that way, as you did with a member of this meeting, if we can avoid that going forward. Last but not least, I have Ann Bocchini-Pack from Prepare to tell us a little bit about her experience. Ann?
Thank you, and I apologize for not being able to be present today. I had a pre-planned trip, but I thank you for allowing me to speak in this space. I'm not going to go back over statistics that have already been given, but I will highlight that 20 years ago, when you left prison, you had about the chance of a coin flip. It was worse than a coin flip. Recidivism rates were over 50%. We are running a marathon right now, and we are doing a fantastic job. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, when I would go and try to seek treatment, they would find a reason to turn me away. And now throughout Baltimore neighborhoods, we have no wrong door services, places that I can help people get to, no matter what state they're in, no matter what they need, and connect them with the services that they need in the moment. And this is really important because Prepare is a 501c3 nonprofit. We have a mission to empower people to make their best case for parole and develop and execute successful reentry plans. And I work with a lot of the good people that have already presented today. And what I am also, I should say, a formerly incarcerated person who has co-founded Prepare while I was incarcerated at MCIW. I started this work in 2017, was able to co-found Prepare from behind the walls in 2021, which shows the level of investment that the department has and the willingness they have to hear our voices. And after release, I've been able to scale across the state. We find many of the same things that have already been said. We develop 12 months in advance of a parole hearing or 12 months in advance of a mandatory release, a holistic reentry plan. And that reentry plan is going to include things like housing and employment, but it's also going to include things like treatment and community support groups and even where to get your food bank or where to get your clothing that you may need to go on a job interview. Part of it is finding and connecting people to those resources, but another part of it is getting them thinking about those things well in advance of their release. And that's something that I can speak to particularly well as a formerly incarcerated person, because when I was behind the walls, a lot of what I thought was if I could just get to the other side of the gatehouse, then everything would be okay. And when I was incarcerated, my definition of success was getting somebody through the gates, getting somebody a parole release, but I didn't think in the long term what that looked like afterwards. And this is reflected in the numbers that a lot of us don't, because if you look at that 27-page report that Assistant Secretary Guarino referred to, you will find the month by month of when recidivism happens. And what you'll see every year is a huge spike in the time between that kind of a couple months post-release on to 12 months post-release. There's just a huge amount of recidivism that happens in those early months of reentry. And a lot of that is, in my experience, us not thinking about what challenges am I actually going to face, us not going through the logistics of our reentry plan piece by piece and figuring out, is this really going to work in practice? Which is why these exit orientations that Director Rappaport spoke about are so important. It's why having peer organizations like Prepare working directly with other impacted people. I can say our reentry coaches are individuals with lived experience. We've all completed our own successful reentry. And so when we're helping somebody, we're looking at it from that perspective. It really has to do with having as well those partnerships. I know we've heard from MOAD, we've heard from MONSE. Division of Parole and Probation is not here, but they now have a social work department. They themselves, just as we do at Prepare, have peers in their offices. We have treatment centers. Like I said, you have walk-in treatment centers. You have a whole expanse of community resources that are now available through this targeted investment that has been going on for years that is bearing fruit. And that fruit is being born in what we heard earlier. Baltimore is the safest it's been in my lifetime. So how can we keep this going is coordination, right? Right now we have a department at the state level working with the agencies at the city level who are now opening the doors to people like me who have lived experience and are bringing to the table the practices that we find that work with our population. The few things that I see coming down the pike that scare me a little bit is the funding. As mentioned, the Behind the Walls program, I went in and would assist people with reentry plans. I was one of the community providers with that program. That was on ARPA money. You have a federal funding environment that is shifting. So how can we get creative in looking at funding opportunities, looking at ways that we can work together and collaborate? How can we bring funding in? We have an opportunity now with opioid money. We have an opportunity now looking at substance use disorder, something that impacts a huge number of people, both behind the walls and in the community, and something that also through our Certified Peer Recovery Specialist program, which is conducted as a partnership between the Department of Labor and DPSCS, of which I am actually a graduate of their first class at MCIW, where people can get vocational training while they're behind the walls, and people can come home to this field that is so readily willing to hire people with backgrounds and put us to work helping other people make a successful transition into the community. So we start working together and we look at things like that. How can we invest in programs like Behind the Walls? How might we be able to bring programs like that together to get people who are currently incarcerated on work release out into the community working in these peer roles? What opportunities exist for us now as we look forward? Because like I said, we are running a marathon, and I think that we might be in the middle of it, but we're doing great. And I don't want us to hit a wall with some of these little bumps in the road that we're about to face. I look out and I see so many people that I work with successfully, and I know that we can keep moving these programs forward for a better future for Baltimore. And thank you for listening, and thank you for letting me share here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ann, and I appreciate your experience as well and your advocacy on this work. Councilman Blanchard, I understand you have to leave it a few, and I'm sure you have a ton of questions in light of all that you've heard, so I'm going to hand off to you first.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Conway. Thank you both to both of you who gave testimony. I will briefly say that I have an immediate family member who spent 4 years of my childhood in Louisiana State Prison, and watching them, this was back before things like Ban the Box and whatnot were popular, perhaps, and like it was hard for him to find a place to rent, right? Like just like the incredible amount of barriers available structurally, not just socially, at the time. So the work that all of y'all are doing is incredibly important and valuable both to the individuals and to our communities. Couple notes. One, I feel like it's rare that we have a hearing like this where I don't find it very relevant to point out to whoever from MOGR is here at the time. And so for Ty Lord, this is the part of the hearing where I thank the mayor for his leadership on the Housing Options Opportunities Package, his bill specifically. I mean, whether we're talking about homeless individuals, whether we're talking about returning citizens, et cetera. Director Mavronis made the point about how incredibly important housing is, and having housing that is where people need it at prices they can afford it at is, this is another very important category of citizens who need this. And that legislation is going to play a really important role in allowing for that. So thank you to the mayor and his team there. Also, I appreciate Dr. Mavonis for noting the point about the Returning Citizens Beyond the Wall program. And so if I understand it correctly, so the funding, it's ARPA funded, and so that's running out for this at the end of this calendar year, or like when is that money gone?
The ARPA money concluded, I think, at the end of June of this year.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. So this is something the program has been suspended due to lack of funds, and it would be something that your office is hopeful to get into the budget for FY27.
Definitely want to see the program continue. I think we have a lot of analysis to do of the program that occurred, just getting a better sense of what actual monthly rosters of, the people who are eligible for work release look like, how much funding we would need to sustain that. I'll defer specific requests about budget figures and things to the administration, to the government relations office. But we definitely want to see the program continue. And I think what ARPA allowed us to do was show proof of concept that this is something that's worthwhile to invest in, that it has transformative potential. And while the employment component has suspended. All of the funds that were invested from ARPA went directly into the wages for the returning citizens. It was a simple budget in that way. But while that part has been suspended for now, the partnership with Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services in no way has. So still looking to make sure that that's as strong as ever.
Yeah. Yeah, all great to be aware of on that one. The one question that I've had kind of in this whole sort of conversation, I think it's something like this year compared to, I know arrests have gone up in the city a little bit in 25, over 24, over 23. But compared back to like early 2010s into 2000s and the 90s, I mean, my understanding is I think we're at like, in the city, we're arresting at like 1/5 the rate that we were 15 years ago. And there's just sort of national trend in, I saw that I think there are more incarcerated individuals who are in their 60s now than in their 20s. It's something to that effect. What does it do to have, which is good, obviously, right, that we have a lot fewer individuals going through this process, but what does it mean for DPSCS that we have such a big drop in the population that is, incarcerated and set to return?
You're absolutely correct, Councilman. When we take a look at even the commitment rates coming into custody and releases prior to the COVID period, we're still lower than we were back then, which is, I think, the direction that we all see as perhaps a more sensible approach. What I will say is that it's, like many other environments, less is not always less. While we are seeing a reduction in the overall number of individuals being sentenced to the Division of Public Safety and Correctional Services, what is then changing is the length of those sentences that they're serving. And in many instances, what we would consider maybe the acuity of those individuals. Individuals coming in perhaps with more traumatic brain injuries, individuals coming in with different levels of need. And what that means to us, and I was remiss in maybe not framing this, I'm very grateful to Ann for mentioning it, is that when we take a look at our cohorts and our reentry populations, it's more of a formula for where the need is and where we have to direct services. So a graying population behind the wall means more supports for individuals returning over the age of 50, especially those who may not yet have healthcare access in the way that older returning individuals will. It also means greater accessibility of substance use treatment services. That's something that the state is pursuing in partnership with the Maryland Department of Health in our Reentry 1115 expansion waiver. But especially it means that the interventions that we're intending and the eligibility criteria of available programming has to meet the population, 86% of whom are serving a sentence for a crime against another person. So when we take a look at some of those incentives that were made available under the Justice Reinvestment Act, when we take a look at what jobs may be available, we have to face the fact that a number of these individuals may be coming back with lengthier criminal histories, potentially crimes of violence under 14101, and making sure that we're not leaving them out of meaningful transformative and rehabilitation opportunities.
Yeah, so with the drop in who gets incarcerated, you're more likely to have incarcerated individuals who are either have more violent histories or sort of like higher acuity, like have more challenges like in their life psychologically, health-wise, socially, whatever, that's going to make it harder for them to succeed in their return to society. And so that's a really interesting point. And then my very last question, can someone talk about the Office of Returning, I guess it's probably Monty, but the Office of Returning Citizens. So that is still being stood up, and I'm sorry if I'm looking at the wrong person, but that's still being stood up, and what exactly is it supposed to do?
So the Office of Returning Citizens, per the legislation that was passed by the City Council, established an Office of Returning Citizens under the banner of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. That would be the office that, under which all of the reentry work services, local coordination would sit, also the operation of the Reentry Action Council. While our reentry services are active within the agency, as I mentioned, the office was created without any accompanying funding or positions. And so to the extent that it's stood up, we still have investment to make into that office. Like I mentioned during my presentation, we have one dedicated reentry coordinator, and soon we'll be bringing on a dedicated housing coordinator to assist with some of those grant-related responsibilities. We did see an increase in within the fiscal year 26 budget for Muncie, two positions that are core to the operation of reentry services within our team, the Chief of Community Engagement and Opportunity, under which reentry sits, and our reentry coordinator. Both were previously ARPA funded. Those were built into the budget for fiscal 26. So we are seeing sort of like that incremental investment into the office, but we have work to do for sure.
Okay, and so those roles for that office will be presumably kind of pins moved from either Muncie or Moed? Like if it's unstaffed, right, then the positions would come from folks who are currently working for Muncie or for MOAD? Is that the thought process? Like where do we get the people in that office from? I guess that's still
I think there would need to be the creation of positions that are dedicated for that office. I know, like, if we were to take other pins that exist within Muncie, for example, we would be taking them from other areas of programming that we're also mandated to do. So we don't have the ability to do that today, but I'm hopeful that it's something, and actively engaged in conversation with the administration, something that we can plan for and invest in over time. And in the short term, we have a lot of partnerships to leverage. I think what is one thing we're very committed to doing is making sure the work isn't just stopped, because we have some investment to do in fully building out, what should be a full-fledged Office of Returning Citizens. But, the positions can't come out of thin air, so we have some work to do there too.
I'll say this. One, I really appreciate the data that you guys were able to share today. What would actually help better inform potentially future budgets that might allow us to fund some of the efforts in the Office of Returning Citizens would be that sort of breakdown of how many folks are impacted and what the actual outcomes and results of those safe return plans are and their outcomes. So like you provided here, the 224 plans and the different types of plans that people needed. What would be interesting for me is whether or not these folks recidivated or not, and whether or not these plans made some difference beyond recidivation in their overall well-being. So for folks who are now in housing, let's say this happened in 2023 or 2024, where are they now? How are they doing? Are they more stable? And did these plans that your office was able to help with have a significant impact on their outcomes compared to the additional 1,770 something people that didn't get plans and didn't get support, so that we can really defend putting general funds toward this office in the future? Does that make sense?
Definitely. Yeah. And I think some of those plans, now that we're, for some of the people I mentioned before, like we worked with in Returning Citizens Behind the Wall, we did safe return planning with them. Not all of them have been released yet, and some of them may have only been released for a short amount of time. But through the partnership with DPSCS, I think we have a great opportunity to make sure we're able to track recidivism in those same ways. Like we obviously want to know who's coming back from a new offense versus someone who had a technical violation that's sending them back. But absolutely, we're thinking about it in similar ways, and I hope to be able to share that kind of data with the council in a future hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Along those lines, I'm very curious. So Craig, you brought up some of the things that you guys sort of provide regarding supportive services for folks who are returning citizens. And my immediate thought, you brought up driver's licenses, birth certificate, financial empowerment counseling, transportation assistance, expungement services, stuff like that. Some of those things I feel like we can either provide or even line up behind the wall. And I'm sure we do that. I'm curious what we can do, or if there's any additional coordination that can happen to, as much as possible, provide folks returning with these critical essentially paperwork, with critical paperwork, before they come out?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. We have memorandums of understanding from the Social Security Administration, Vital Records, and the MVA. There's a timeline that we apply for certain documents. You need 2 documents in order to get a real ID. You need your birth certificate and you need your Social Security card. We cannot start that process of doing a Social Security card until 180 days before somebody's leaving. That's a projected release date. The department, we have...
Wait, by law you cannot?
By our MOU.
Oh, okay.
That's a federal restriction.
That's a federal,
Federal restriction.
And so we've had multiple discussions. We've tried to educate the federal stakeholders of what is that, what that causes. Because in any case, if we have a projected release date, let's say of 180 days, and we have some credits and it's moving, so it might not be 6 months, it could be 3 months, and then we're scrambling. So it is, and we try to educate our community partners as well. It is frustrating on the fact that we are doing everything we can, but we have those restrictions. We have some success stories about that, and we just did an innovative project to ask the incarcerated population on their tablets. We did a survey. Do you know the importance of having an ID? And we got a response rate of about 15%. And we did a video to give them the opportunity to go to their case managers and apply and really try to engage with the case management team at 6 months to try to see if that trajectory will go up. So we're hoping to find that there's an increase in that by doing it right away and not delaying anything at that point.
Yeah, it was interesting. So Mr. Bailey talked about a couple of things, reading, writing, educational components, basic math, and otherwise that folks come out of prison and don't have those core skill sets on top of paperwork and stuff like that. And it really makes me wonder, I know folks are eligible for education otherwise behind the wall, but it really makes you wonder where some of the low-hanging fruit exists there. And, even for some of the ID components, if we can just, automate or streamline or what exists there for us to make that as easy as possible for folks. Because, they're a captive audience for the months that they're behind bars. And if we can, I'm not sure what the barriers are while behind bars for getting that paperwork, but I'd be very curious to see if there's ways to streamline or automate that information, because I would imagine a lot of the information necessary you probably gather through the legal system that puts them behind bars. So all the verification, all that stuff happens after an arrest or judgment or whatever the case is. So I think there's got to be a way to cut some of the red tape there. So just a thought as I was.
Right, and it is a priority for the department because we know that identification and vital documents are critical to anything, any access to any services.
I'll say this, I brought everybody here today because I realize that this is an issue that will always be. And if we make critical tweaks to our systems, we can really see significant benefits for folks on the tail end. And we have all the right people here today, folks with lived experience, and you guys that are trying to provide services and opportunities for folks. And you're the folks who really understand some of the barriers that exist. And it sounds like we've made some significant progress in the last couple of years, which is great, which is really encouraging. And I applaud Monty for the program that they've rolled out. I think this is exactly the kind of stuff that we need to continue to support people. But I see this as an opportunity, when someone commits a crime, and I've said this, Stephanie's heard this a bunch of times, Erin has heard this a bunch of times. When someone commits a crime, they're waving a red flag, telling us that they're having issues. There are pressures in their lives, instabilities otherwise, that lead them to make a decision to commit a crime. Now, once that person has waved that red flag, whatever justice may be, it is our opportunity to do everything in our power to prevent that person from making that mistake again. Sometimes that's enforcement, but sometimes that's just help. Sometimes just it's housing, it's a job, it's education, it's an opportunity, it's a job at $20 an hour that can make all the difference in making sure that person doesn't make that mistake again. And I think, as someone here alluded to, each person is going to have a different need. Not everybody needs housing. Not everybody's going to need a job or mental health support. Some people may need all of it. But as we think about how to better support folks, I want to continue to pull everybody together and think together about how we can streamline these efforts or improve these efforts. Because I think, folks want folks who are coming out of prison to succeed. We don't want folks to be a burden, and they certainly don't want to be a burden on their communities if they can avoid it. And in instances where folks are and they don't care, then we'll see them again. But most don't want to go back. And so we don't want them to go back either. Councilman Gray, any questions?
I just want to thank everyone for being here and thank you for sharing your experiences. I wanted to look at the Safe Return Plan and Common Needs. So it says Safe Returns Plan developed to date was 224. That's not for the year end, right? It's over the course since the creation of the program?
I think we began, I need to check to be sure, at least since the beginning of 2024.
Okay. All right. So it is pretty accurate. So for the 159 folks that had a plan included, the grant was only able to help 33 of them, correct? For the, I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place.
You're talking about where housing was identified as a need, the 159.
Yes, and through the
there.
ARPA funding, yeah.
So the state grant that we got did support those 33 people. I think we got the state grant probably midway into our creation of some of these safe return plans. So for those, again, not all of those 159 plans and people who had those plans that were identified have yet been released. Some of them may still be kind of in that work of preparing. But for the grant that we did have, it did support 33 people. As we're preparing to deploy the fiscal year 26 dollars, once we get Board of Estimates approval, we are considering how we can extend that in the greatest way possible so that we're helping people get on their feet, but possibly able to serve more people with the funds that we have. But to your point, and like I've shared during my presentation, housing is by far the greatest need. The expense of housing, increasing rent prices, even being able to find landlords who are willing to work with people who are returning citizens, because I think that's something that we've navigated a lot, is just at times the bias that may exist, the perception that these are not people who can be trusted to live in their own spaces is something that needs to be overcome, and we need more resources in this area, absolutely.
Yep, and so that's what I wanted to kind of highlight. Are you guys working outside of receiving the state funding? Are there any other alternatives or innovative ways you guys are looking at it to help address the other folks? I know that everyone looks at Muncie as the one-stop shop, and so I also look to you to at least have some type of ideas. I know you can't do everything, but are you guys working towards any new innovative plans to kind of address that, or hand off those folks that you aren't able to help to maybe other partner organizations?
We are trying to leverage partnerships in that space. So I will say, though, talking to partners for people who do serve this population, this is still one of their greatest needs. And even just finding the physical spaces where people can go, for people who want to stay in the Baltimore area, who want to be in this region, there's a need both for financial support to assist with housing costs, and there's a need for more spaces that are suitable for someone who is coming out of incarceration. Because I know, like, I had a great conversation last week with the team at University of Maryland Embrace Center, just talking about the realities and struggle with housing, the number of people who leave our institutions who may not even have a substance use program, who have to enroll in a residential program with substance use rules in order just to have a shelter. Those are not the kind of things that we want to see people having to go to just as a term of their release or being, by way of being a returning citizen. So this is something I will tell you every single month that we've been convening people, returning citizens, other stakeholders in this space with the Reentry Action Council. Housing is something we're consistently talking about, and it's on the minds of everyone in a time when resources can be scarce in this area. I'm a believer that we have to leverage the partnerships because we all may know different people. Monty, for our part, will continue to cultivate relationships with private landlords too, who are open to working in this space and who understand the work we're doing and who believe in giving people a second chance. So we'll continue to cultivate the relationships. We're always going to be keeping an eye out for additional grant funds and even looking at the ways, possibly in future budgets that we can make some additional direct investment into this space.
Yeah, thank you for that. And what you just said actually leads me to my my follow-up to the housing. As someone who grew up in Baltimore City his entire life and had members of my family that were incarcerated and then released, I know that one of the biggest factors, at least anecdotally, is that person returning to that same neighborhood. You guys could do all the work to change them, but they get around all their friends that were not incarcerated, they have not changed. And whether that's substance abuse or just staying out of the life of crime, often going back to that very neighborhood can be the actual detriment and actually contributes to them coming right back to prison. How are you guys addressing that? Are you guys giving any advice? Are you working to actively ensure or give advice to say, hey, maybe you might want to move to the east side if you live on the west side, or to this neighborhood, to get yourself on your feet and then you're stable. And then when you're stable, by all means, you're free to move anywhere. Are there any types of talks like that going on, or have you guys looked into that?
I know in the process of developing safe return plans, I think, for people who are returning home to Baltimore who are currently incarcerated, many of them are keenly aware of some of the risk involved that you just mentioned. I know when we're having conversations about housing and developing that individualized plan, it's not rare for someone to say just that, like, I can't go here, or maybe I want to explore housing in a different space. Like, I want to be close to Baltimore, but maybe just outside or something. So I would say that these are absolutely conversations that are happening. We always want to give people self-determination in what they know is best for them. But I think also for people who are preparing to return home, when they're thinking about what they're going to need to be successful, our reentry coordinator is starting each and every conversation off with, like, what do you need so that you don't come back here? And I think it opens up the conversation a little differently of whether that's housing, whether that's looking to get your, on a stable plane that maybe is outside of the neighborhood that you came up in. All of those things are happening as a facet of those conversations.
Yeah, and I just have one more question, Chair. For the mental health support, it says 34. How are you identifying folks that actually need that help? Because I would venture to say everyone that leaves out of prison needs mental health support, whether it's from actual prison or anything that contributed to them going to prison. And so we know how important mental health is, but we also know that most of the folks that are probably coming home are people of color, and how when people of color commit a crime, they're just criminals, while other people commit a crime and it's always linked to something that happened or some type of mental health issue. And so in trying to make sure that we have true equity, how are you guys identifying the 34 versus the other ones? And is there any type of continued work that partners have, because I know once again you guys can't do everything, but partners have, are you guys looking to do to make sure that everyone has on the base level like some type of mental health support leaving from prison?
Sure, and I'll, in just a moment, I'll turn it over to Kyla Graves, who's been serving as our reentry coordinator, really sitting with people, having those conversations, who can speak to how this has come up in conversation, how people self-identify that need. What I'll say is that we have a roster of partners who provide therapy, group support, just a number of things that speak to mental health and support people with their mental health needs. Many of them work with us already in the victim services space. And so we have providers who understand that when we need to make a connection as the city government agency, we need that connection to be now. Someone doesn't need to just kind of sign up and wait months and months to get an appointment. So we've been cultivating those relationships. We have a lot of providers who are committed in this area. And I'll let Kyla speak a little bit to how that's come up in some of those conversations.
Good afternoon.
Press the button on the right and then state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So typically when I'm Kyla Graves. I'm the reentry coordinator with Monty. I go behind the wall and meet with the incarcerated individuals, and we develop a safe return plan. So typically, how the mental health is identified is those 30-something people, they were the ones who were honest to say, I actually need the mental health. It is a barrier for especially men and African-American men to come out and say that I need help. Most of the incarcerated individuals that I meet with have been incarcerated for over 10 years. So they don't necessarily feel like I need help. What I need help with is housing. What I need help with is employment. They don't necessarily think mental health is a thing. What I do every month though is I keep trying to push, like, you have been in here for 10 years. It's different when you come outside. Outside is fast. It's faster than being incarcerated for 10 years, and it may be a culture shock. So it would be good to have that support. I've been with my community-based organizations coming. Most of them all offer some sort of mental health. So if I'm connecting them to the case management, they are still having those conversations, trying to get them connected to the mental health.
Yeah, and I thank you for that answer, because I had a family member who went to jail in like 1983 and came home in 2000, I don't know, like 8 and just seeing the transition and how that person tried to just cope with the realities of life, like leaving when there was a boombox and then coming home when there was an iPad, like something like that you don't think about, but just like life moved on. And the rationalization probably for that person didn't hit until, you're a week or 2 or 3 months in. And that's really tough. And so I know that you guys can't do that, but I just wanted to highlight that just to see just if the prison system is committed to ensuring that people are going home and not coming back, that there has to be some type of investment into mental health, because these folks, whether you're there for 20 years or 2 months, it's not a normal circumstance for anyone to be in prison. And so some type of mental health support has to be there. And I thank you for all the work that you do, and Monty and all of our partners. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Gray. I think we're out of questions here. We do have some time and space for public testimony. We have 3 folks signed up. I'm going to afford 2 minutes of public testimony, first starting with Jeanette Graham. And Ms. Graham, when you come up, you press the button on the right side. Perfect. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeanette Graham. I'm the founder and executive director of No Struggle, No Success. It's a full-service reentry program for youth and adults throughout the state of Maryland, where we do personalized reentry plans of 220 annually. I've been doing this work since 2018. There was no reentry roadmap at the time that I did this. I interviewed 22 different agencies and organizations at that time, and it was more so of a drug program, not a holistic-based approach or evidence-based approach. The word reentry was never used back then, which was, felt like 2 seconds ago. And so it was real bare minimum, and it wasn't enough. With my leadership in reentry, I've been able to save the state of Maryland over $6 million. This is showing exactly the reason why reentry is very important and why they're not returning back to prison through the eyes of no struggle, no success. This also includes, in those reentry home plans, it is mandatory that someone has mental health. It is mandatory that someone gets restorative justice when they enter my program, simply because what they were exposed to before prison, during prison, and to prepare them when they come home. The needs of people are far more than drug treatment. Why did many pick up from the very beginning? They have been faced with poverty, grief, trauma, and lack of opportunities. After incarceration, those basic human challenges remain, and their families aren't even prepared for them when they come home. The battle of growth and accountability is much. Most of the time, let's be clear, that people are going to come home regardless, whether on parole, sentence modification, or mandatory release. And SNS have walked out over 200 individuals from prison personally. These individuals are in our neighborhoods, they are in our schools, our workplace, our banks, and our malls. Why not find the real solutions to ensure that these struggles are addressed? I am the only female multicultural woman in the state of Maryland that do this without any university or any hospital doing it. I do support and I do appreciate Monty and DCPS for having MOU agreements and collaborations so I can get the work done. There's enough research, there's enough statistics out here. Is that beeping for me?
You can finish up, go ahead.
Okay, there's enough research out here. There's mountains of it. It tells the same story where the preschool to prison pipeline exists, when there's a lack of correctional officers and police officers, lack human service training, when judges and lawyers and prosecutors lack basic reentry awareness. Little to no access to healthcare, grief counseling, digital and financial literacy skills. There's always going to be a gap in public safety for myself and others around. Typically, SNS do serve individuals 10 years to life. They don't fit into the traditional of getting vital records. They come out on different ways, so it's really hard for a grassroots organization to get it done, but we've been able to get it done with the resources we had bare minimum. Imagine if we had the support of you guys and others around to ensure that reentry program does exist for those ones that serve in time. I'm never going to be here to complain. I'm always going to be a part of the solution. We need funding, we need resources. The framework has been done by community-based organizations.
If you could begin to wrap up.
I'm sorry, I am.
Yeah.
And then families do struggle, but they don't want their loved ones to stay behind, so they give an address. It's very important that individuals have a reentry home plan. Thank you for today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Graham. Next up, we have Candy Kerr.
I'm Candy Kerr, Communications Manager at Baltimore Harm Reduction Coalition. I want to get this all in, so I'm going to speak quickly and I can send it to you later. Returning citizens, particularly within the first 2 weeks of release, face a risk of opioid overdose that is estimated to be 40 times higher than that of the general population. I want to shout out Baltimore Jail Support for setting up outside of central booking, an intake center, and BHLI for being outside the intake center, offering Narcan and other services. Some of the neighborhoods with the highest number of returning citizens are returning to neighborhoods with the highest levels of drug use and overdoses within the city, and those areas are predominantly Black. Thankfully, the city has a lot of programs to help reentry for returning citizens who have substance abuse disorder, including drug court, in which the recidivism rates of people returning are lower than those who haven't gone to drug court. But a lot of programs are outside of the areas with the highest levels of returning citizens and drug use in the community. In addition to more traditional methods of supporting returning citizens who use drugs, in order to catch people who are falling through the cracks, there are harm reduction strategies such as SSPs, drop-in centers, and OPCs, which are overdose prevention centers. They can be implemented within those areas and improve quality of life. SSPs can provide access to services such as naloxone, the overdose prevention drug, new tools for use, and testing strips. Beyond those services, we can also connect people to physical and mental health help, housing, jobs, and expungement fairs. Drop-in centers typically provide provide all of those things as well as give people the chance to access meals, a shower, and clothing, and can act as a place for people to receive their mail. Overdose prevention centers provide all of those things with the distinction to allow people to use their pre-obtained drugs in a space where they can be monitored to catch an overdose before it becomes fatal. As you've heard, all these harm reduction services can build on one another. At BHRC, we're a syringe service program and have helped people connect to the legal services they may need after being picked up or detained. As well as providing services, data shows the implementation of SSPs in Baltimore City do not significantly increase crime. Neither does crime increase around OPCs in New York City, too. Also, when looking at quality of life crimes, survival rates, or survival labor, SSPs, drop-in centers, and OPCs can help with loitering, drug use, public drug use, sex work, and access to housing beyond living in abandoned buildings and more. Focusing on these public health services are only one piece of support for returning citizens, but are crucial for those returning who use drugs.
Thank you, Candy, and I always appreciate your advocacy on the harm reduction front. Last but not least on this list is Donald Smothers.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Donald Smothers.
You can lift the mic up that we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Smothers. This Marcy program, this reentry program really helped me a lot. I wouldn't even be speaking on this podium today if it wasn't for them. I came home, I had life plus 28 years and 6 months, for something that I was not involved in. I was young, I didn't know the law, I had to study the law and I had to come home. I had 2 co-defendants too. Both of us is home today, but when I got released from doing 17 years, I was released with $50, no ID, no nothing. It took more than $50 to get where I was going, my destination. Now, coming home from 17 years, just like I heard someone say, radios has changed. My 3-year-old grandson showed me how to work the radio. I didn't know about home, audio, none of that. So when I came home, I was like a 3-year-old baby. So I kept being around the same people and going around the same neighborhood with the same mindset because I'm around these people. What this program did for me stopped me from being incarcerated, because when I came home before, I was going back and forward to prison. But I realized I didn't have a foundation. This program gave me a foundation, gave me a job, helped me with employment, anything I asked them for, they was there for me. And they put me where I needed to be, the lane that I needed to be in, they put me in that lane. So I thank y'all for this program, and it helped me a lot, and I'm very reformed from this. I work for Catholic Charities right now, Safe Street. So thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Smothers, and I think your story is exactly why we're having this conversation, and the lessons that we learn from you and experience from people who've gone through similar experiences as you is exactly why we're having this conversation. We don't want that to happen to folks. We want people to hopefully land as close as possible on 2 feet so that they can move in the right direction and be productive citizens in our city. It's to their benefit, and it's certainly to our city's benefit. So I want to thank you. I appreciate your testimony and appreciate your story. And likewise, Mr. Bailey, and likewise, Ms. Pack, join us virtually. I think it's really, really important for us to appreciate what people are experiencing. And as we continue to improve, as we already have, and we are always looking to do more, I want to thank the folks who are doing this work and our agencies. Thank you, DPSCS. Thank you, MONSE, for continuing to try to innovate on this work. Thank you, MOED, for doing all the hard work for supporting folks who don't have the pieces they need. And I'm going to push us and encourage us to continue to do more, because I think to the slide that you presented earlier, Ms. Mavronis, 40% of the folks who are returning from state prisons are coming back home, or at least call Baltimore home in that moment. And anything that we can do to support that 40%, I think benefits Baltimore. So that is all I have for public testimony. Is there anyone else who would wish to testify that is here today? All right. I want to thank everybody for coming out. This hearing is in recess.
There's a brand new season of Discover Baltimore, now playing on CharmTV-Baltimore.com and on CharmTV Channel 25.
Hi, I'm Courtney Mims. On this edition of Commuter Connections, MTA Police are looking for a few good men and women to join its ranks. We'll hear from them on their important recruiting efforts. MTA is gearing up for the upcoming fall service changes. A look ahead at how these changes might affect your commute. Also on the program, we've got a few tips on how to remain safe around trains and railroad crossings. We'll introduce you to a group dedicated to assisting MTA commuters in their travels, and we have a real success story involving the MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. And of course, our Social Media Minute with Chris Moore. All here on this edition of Commuter Connections. The MTA Police Force is looking for a few good men and women to fill the ranks in its mission to protect and serve. Perhaps you have what it takes to join them. MTA Police Lieutenants Crystal Briley and Janera Lawson are here with more on these MTA Police recruiting efforts. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you for having us.
So we have a lot to talk about. So first, we just want to jump in. What is the mission of the MTA Police?
The mission of the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force is to professionally enforce the law and to protect its transit community, employees, and facilities with dignity and respect.
So what area are MTA Police responsible for serving and protecting?
The areas that MTA Police are responsible for serving and protecting will be a wide range of transit-related areas to include bus, metro subway, MARC train, commuter bus. In addition to those that I've named, we also are responsible for the safety of MTA property-owned infrastructures to include stations, light rail yards, rail yards, maintenance facilities, and administrative offices. Even with that being said, we have our jurisdiction expands throughout the state of Maryland.
So that's a lot of territory to cover. So how many people do we have that are sworn in on the force?
So currently MTA Police Force has 230 sworn and non-sworn members combined. Together, these individuals play a critical role in ensuring the safety and security of the MTA Police public safety network.
With all the territory we have to cover and 230 members on the force, it seems like we have some hiring to do.
Quite a bit.
So tell me a little bit about the hiring and what we're looking for.
So we're looking for entry-level police officers, certified and lateral police officers to join the ranks, within the ranks. Also with those, in addition to the sworn police officer positions, we're looking for a variety of civilian roles. Those roles include the police communication, uniformed civilian personnel, as well as administrative positions. The opportunity has arose for us to have these newly created positions due to the expansion of the department. So vacancies have also risen due to promotion, retirement, and also the overall growth of the agency. I would say that our staffing does a great job with doing assessment and making those adjustments according to the operational demands. So with that being said, that is the reason why our numbers tend to fluctuate with openings, but we are definitely hiring for a lot of different positions.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit about the qualifications to become an MTA police officer?
Some of the qualifications to become a Maryland Transit Administration police officer is you must be 21 years of age by the time you graduate the academy, have a valid driver's license, be a U.S. citizen, have a high school diploma or GED, and you also must meet the minimum standards required by the Maryland Police Training Commission.
So say someone meets all of those requirements. What type of personality are you looking for someone to join the force?
Okay, so I would say a combination of things. We would have personality qualities as well as our professional traits. We ask that integrity, because that's one of our essentials, in having a great integrity basis, and having excellent communication. Interpersonal skills is important and very crucial dealing with the public. Would say emotional resilience, which is at an all-time high now, being able to, manage your stress levels, because we have a lot of officers who deal with high-pressured situations. And overall, just problem solving, critical thinking skills, being able to be a team player, and just having a high level of professionalism. People who want to do the job are pretty much our best ones for the job.
Okay. So we got all that clear. Now the question that I'm sure our viewers want to know, what is the starting salary and the benefits for this type of position? The starting salary with MTA Police Force is $58,593. When you graduate the academy, your salary will increase by $13,000. For certified and lateral officers, the salary is different. It's higher depending on the years of service. Also, why MTA Police? We offer a generous pension plan. We also offer medical benefits. We have 10 paid vacation days per year. When you graduate the academy, you'll get 44 college credits. And also we offer tuition reimbursement, which I am proudly taking a part of now. Awesome. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And so how does one apply for these positions?
Well, there's two ways you can apply. You can apply with our website, which is mta.maryland, Maryland spelled out, .gov/police, where you can apply online, or you can take advantage of our walk-in testing. We conduct those twice out of the month, one on a Saturday and one on a Sunday, where you can come in and just take advantage of the opportunity of doing a fast track of the overall hiring process.
And after someone has applied, what can they expect? So after you put in an application, you will attend a walk-in testing session. At this session, you will do a written examination, a physical agility test. Then you will do an oral interview and complete a detailed background investigation packet. Okay, so we have our next steps. Say I get hired. What's the training process like?
Well, the training process is typically 6 to 8 months. It depends on the academy the candidate attends. Once they attend that, there's a series of essential objectives that that candidate will have to cover, to include constitutional law and criminal law, report writing, de-escalation techniques, defensive tactics. Also within that curriculum, you will have to cover use of force policies, emergency vehicle operations, field sobriety, and also firearm proficiencies. Our object is to actually have the candidate and the officers prepared to just be mentally and physically prepared and have all the skills and the necessary knowledge to serve and protect the community.
Wonderful. And now I just want to go, say I get hired, I've done all of the process. What about upward mobility? So there's numerous opportunities for upward mobility within the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force. We have several specialized units. We have the anti-terrorism team, the criminal investigation unit, we have the motorcycle unit, and the K-9 unit, just to name a few. Additionally, if officers wish to take a leadership role, there's plenty of opportunity to do so in our competitive promotional process. For viewers who might have questions about becoming an MTA police officer, where can they go for more information?
Sure, you can go to our website, which is mta.marylandspelledout.gov/police, or you can give us a call at 410-454-1641, where you could speak with a recruiting officer who will guide you through the process.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for having us. MTA's efforts and focus is not just in the area of recruiting. It's also in developing new talent, all through its MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. It's an initiative which is making a difference. Our Austin Todd introduces you to the success story of Anita Bush, an apprenticeship program participant.
Bus maintenance, a tough hands-on job that keeps our city moving. And for years, it's been a male-dominated field, but times are changing. Meet Anita Bush, the first female apprentice in the MTA's Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program, and a trailblazer in every sense of the word. For Anita, the journey began behind the wheel as a bus driver. but she wanted to understand the machines she drove from the inside out.
When I was on the street driving the bus, I always wondered why was the bus shutting down. Now I'm here in maintenance knowing why the bus shut down, and sometimes it can be a simple thing as low coolant, and I'm able to fix that now.
Guiding Anita through grease and grit is her mentor, a veteran in the field with more than 2 decades under the hood.
Well, I wanted to be able to pay it forward to the next generation of mechanics. I think Anita is awesome. She listens, she has a great mindset, and she don't hesitate to ask any questions. It don't matter how many times. And like my goal is just to make sure she in a safe space where it's like she can ask those questions.
Jamal, he's so amazing, but his patience and compassion for me learning, and not just for what he's teaching me, but for me as a person, and I'm so grateful for it. But all this is new to me. I've never worked on cars, anything maintenance work prior to here, so I've probably asked a question like 4 times, and he will break it down fully each time. I've always wanted to be in maintenance. Being a bus driver, I became stagnant, and it gave me the push to apply for the apprentice program. I always want to be the woman who can do a man's job, honestly.
Bus maintenance has long been male-dominated. Anita's presence challenges old perceptions and sometimes comes with its own set of challenges.
A lot of attention, and first it was overwhelming, but now everyone is saying that I'm doing the job just like any man could. I feel really good, and I'm so proud of myself that I'm here, and I was granted the opportunity to do so.
As a mentor in and out of the shop, Gemma says there are a few key things every mentor should do.
The main thing is just listening, just hearing them out and not assuming anything, and just understanding that people come from different backgrounds and just having a certain level of patience. Just being able to like give back, and then when the person get that aha moment, you able to like share it with them. Just because you're a good mechanic doesn't mean that you're gonna be a good teacher. So just being able to like, cause I'm learning too as I'm teaching.
I feel anybody can be an apprentice, but it's your mindset. If you want to come here and actually do the work and actually learn, then anybody could.
Anita's goal, growing to be the best mechanic she can be.
Electrical work is what I really want to be the best at. Everything here but electrical work, because it's more of a challenge, and I want to take that on. And honestly, to pass all the knowledge that I've learned to women who wants to enter this field, and hopefully they can see the confidence in me and they can gain it as well. But it's really becoming the best mechanic I can be and soaking it all in.
From driver to mechanic, now apprentice and role model, Anita's journey is helping to rewrite the future of bus maintenance.
Summer is here, but MTA is already gearing up for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. We've got information on how your service will be affected. Stay with us.
Trains are wider than you think. Don't work too close to the tracks. Instead, stay back, stay away, stay safe.
Hey boss, the truck just stalled on the tracks. I'm gonna need a tow truck.
If stuck on the tracks, don't stay in your vehicle. Instead, get out, get away, and call the number on the blue and white ENS sign.
I need to report that my truck is stuck on the tracks. Do you need the crossing number?
Never work on the tracks. Trains can run on any track, at any time, in either direction. Always expect a train. See tracks, think train. Visit oli.org for more information.
While you continue to enjoy all summer has to offer, MTA is hard at work preparing for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. Daryl Clark, MTA Director of Service Development, is here with a look at how these changes will affect your commute. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you.
So glad to have you here and discuss all things fall service changes.
Yep.
So when do the fall service changes take place?
Fall service change goes into effect August 24th, 2025.
And what are the service changes and why are they necessary?
Service changes are necessary to provide access and equity to the riders in our region. It also gives us the opportunity to be strategic about the way we use our resources, like our buses and our operators.
So service changes are a good thing.
Service changes are a great thing.
And how many times a year does MTA do these service changes?
We do service changes 3 times a year. We start with the winter service change, which happens early to mid-February. Then we have a summer service change, which coincides with school ending in June. And then we do the fall service change, which is we do our annual service plan.
So this sounds like a lot of effort. You said 3 times a year.
Yes.
So what goes into making these adjustments possible?
A lot goes into it. As soon as we finish with one service change, we're off to the next one. They're very book-ended. We don't have a lot of time in between. So while schedulers are working hard to create the schedules and things of that nature, I also have planners in the background looking at each route and how they're doing, the efficiency of that route, reliability and things like that. And we take the time out to reflect on those things to try to improve the service for our riders.
Awesome. So how far in advance are you able to plan for something like this?
For the annual service plan that when we do in our fall service change, we actually start that the previous October. So we take like 10 months to do those service changes. Those take a lot. The winter and the summer schedule changes, those are pretty smaller. We don't do a lot there. We may change like run times to make buses go faster, things of that nature. So we don't spend a lot of time on those, but our annual service plan, we do take 10 months to do.
How many people are a part of making the schedule changes happen?
Besides the 30 or so employees at the Office of Service Development, we do work with all of MTA, from bus maintenance to bus operations to support services. It really does take a village to create our service changes.
I can attest to that, being in communication. So tell us a little bit about how you get the information out to the patrons.
Okay, we have a bunch of ways that we get the information out to our riders. We do car cards on the buses. We also do PSAs on the buses that play out loud, so if you don't have your earphones on, you can hear those. We also do newspaper and TV ads, and we also do radio ads. We also are big on social media, so like Instagram and Facebook. You'll see a lot of posts if you follow MTA Maryland on those social media networks.
So follow us and get the information.
Yes, definitely follow MTA Maryland.
If a rider needs more information about service changes and what can affect them, where can they go for more information?
If a rider needs more information, they can call our Transit Information Contact Center at 410-539-5000, or they can go online at mta.maryland.gov to get that information.
Sounds great to me. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, a look at how you can remain safe in your travels on and around rail service. That's next. Stay with us.
Life is a journey, and you are starting to realize what choices you have ahead. This path you are on is the road to your future. Today's decisions help you discover your tomorrow. Every decision you make, even the smallest ones, will shape your life and the person you become in ways that you can't predict. Choose wisely.
See tracks? Think train. Visit oli.org to learn more.
A number of people are injured or killed at railroad crossings in the U.S. each year. Many of these occurrences are avoidable by practicing good safety measures and caution. Mark Rail Deputy Director of Operations Dave Johnson is here with a few safety tips for those who travel around trains and railroad crossings. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Courtney.
So as I said, unfortunately, some people have lost their lives or been seriously injured because they didn't exercise that type of caution that we need. So do you have any idea of how many people, the number of people that have been injured or killed, unfortunately, by these accidents?
Yes, in 2024, there were approximately 2,200 collisions between trains and vehicles, be it cars, trucks, buses, vans, etc. Sadly, that resulted in over 220 deaths and 760 injuries. Most of those, I would say at least 95% of them are completely avoidable by practicing good safety.
And how important is rail safety to MTA and MARC?
Well, rail safety is our #1 priority at MARC Train and all of the MTA. We put safety before anything else, and we work to educate our customers on not just riding the train safely, but being around trains in a safe way.
What would you say are some common misconceptions that people have about trains?
Well, there's several. One of them is that a train isn't going as fast as it appears. When you are standing next to a train track and you see a train in the distance, it doesn't look like it's coming that fast, but in reality, the trains, especially in the MARC train service area, can travel at speeds of up to 125 miles an hour. The faraway train gets close to you very quickly, and before you know it, whoosh, it's by you, and it can happen faster than you think. Another misconception is that trains are like, train tracks are like highways or streets. All the trains come down the right side track in one direction and all the trains come down the track in the other direction. That is not the case. Trains can come on any track, at any direction, at any time, at any speed, at any time of day. So it's always important to keep that in mind when you are around railroad tracks.
And you said about a train can get up to 120 miles per hour. So how difficult is it to stop a train?
It's extremely difficult, and that's another common misconception. Unlike cars, trucks, buses, trains cannot, so to speak, slam their brakes on. They can. There is such a thing as an emergency brake application, but those trains can take up to and even more than a mile to come to a complete stop. So once the engineer, who is the individual who drives the train, controls the movement of the train, once he or she identifies an obstruction or a person or a car, even if they initiate that emergency stop, it is not going to be a stop as quick as you can do in your car or even a bus or truck could do.
So if I can see the train, chances are it cannot stop before it gets.
Absolutely, yes.
What are some warning signs that rail passengers should be aware of when they're traveling?
There's several things. When you come up to a crossing, be it a pedestrian or a highway crossing of train tracks, there's the universal railroad crossing, white X with black letters. That tells you you're at a grade crossing. Many grade crossings, especially many in our area here in the Baltimore region, have lights and bells, red flashing lights, an audible bell, and then a gate arm that comes up and down to stop vehicular traffic from crossing the tracks.
And that's universal for any type of train?
Yes, for like MARC train type trains, for light rail. The Baltimore Metro does not have grade crossings. That is, the Baltimore Metro, Washington Metro, systems like that do not have places where cars can cross the tracks. But that doesn't mean that you still have to be safe around them. You still never cross Metro tracks, never cross any kind of track other than at a designated crosswalk location.
And what are some of the initiatives that MTA and MARC are promoting around safety?
Well, we do several things. We just finished a safety blitz with the Operation Lifesaver group. They're an international safety group that promotes rail safety. We did pop-up customer outreach at several MARC stations. We identified some stations that have had some higher instances of higher safety incidents with interaction between people and trains. Martin State Airport, Bowie State University, Point of Rocks out west near Frederick, and we did safety outreach to customers at those stations.
So you've already said that many of the incidents that happened in 2024 were preventable. So can you give us some sort of do's and don'ts to make sure that we're safe around these railroad crossings?
The simplest don't is don't cross railroad tracks except at designated marked locations. Do not play on the tracks. Do not take pictures on the tracks. This is a time of year we have a lot of young people getting their senior portraits ready. That is a major problem. They feel that, a great senior picture would be walking down the tracks, kind of like, the tracks of their life, or kind of a euphemism for their future. Train tracks are not meant for that. There was an incident several years ago in Montgomery County where 2 high school seniors were taking their high school pictures and were sadly hit by an Amtrak train. So do not ever take any kind of pictures, but especially your senior or graduation pictures on train tracks.
Wow, that's really sad. Are there any more do's that we should be aware of?
Absolutely. Do always look both ways before you cross the track. And kind of like you were taught in driver's ed, look to the left, look to the right, and then look back to the left, always to make sure there are no trains coming before you cross. Again, do only cross at designated locations, and just be situationally aware. When you're around train tracks, it's best not to wear headphones or earbuds. You want to be able to hear trains coming, you want to be able to hear horns, the warning horns from the train, so do pay full attention.
Is there any place where commuters can go online to get more information on safety?
Yes, the best clearinghouse for railroad safety is the Operation Lifesaver International website, www.oli.org. There are a number of resources there. They also have the ability to request a speaker to come to your school group, church group, civic group, what have you, to give a presentation on rail safety. They especially like to do that with school children, and definitely recommend if you have a group that's interested in learning more about rail safety, reach out to Operation Lifesaver, and they'll be more than happy to help you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us and sharing this very important information.
Thank you, Courtney.
On your game day travels to Oriole Park or M&T Bank Stadium, you've probably sought the assistance of one of MTA's transit ambassadors for a question about transit. MTA Deputy Director of Customer Relations, Elaine Flannery, joins us with a look at this important group and their mission. Welcome back to Commuter Connections.
Thank you, Courtney. Happy to be here.
So what is the big picture of the MTA Transit Ambassadors?
Our transit ambassadors are at special events. They're also there to provide customer service. Very often, they're the first point of contact for some of our customers.
What's been the response from our customers about having these transit ambassadors?
Our customers are very appreciative because our motto is, don't leave any customer stranded. So there are many times when they have to get on the phone and they call because it's the end of the day. We've got a customer here, they're waiting for a bus, they're waiting for the train, you know, what's going on? And they're very appreciative. And a lot of our customers, when our transit ambassadors are out there working, a lot of them are not frequent riders. They're folks going to a Ravens game, an Orioles game, Artscape, and they don't really know the system, how it works, so they're very appreciative to have the transit ambassadors out there. They help them with how to get there, where you want to go, and where do you want to go next? You know, what time you need to be back to get on the train. So they're very helpful, and our customers really appreciate it.
I know I've definitely seen the transit ambassadors out on the system when attending Orioles games or Ravens games. Are there other special events they are out on the system for?
Yes, absolutely. We work Artscape, State Fair, the Preakness shuttle buses. They play a big role there. We also recently, the last couple of years, we started to work most of the CFG Arena events because there's a light rail stop right there. So a lot of those patrons are our patrons.
That sounds great. So anything major going on in Baltimore, our transit ambassadors are out there. And are they MTA employees?
Actually, the service is a contracted service. However, we do have some internal staff members that help. And on top of that, all of our employees are really transit ambassadors when they're out in the system. They're eyes and ears, and they're helpful to our customers when they need to be, fortunately.
And what would you say makes a good transit ambassador? What type of personality traits?
Somebody that has a smile on their face. They're friendly, they're courteous, willing to be proactive, to walk up to someone and, can I help you? Do you need some help? Respectful. Someone who maybe uses our system and knows it well. If not, they'll learn it. So, and willing to work long hours in any kind of weather.
Any kind of weather. Is MTA presently looking to expand the workforce of the transit ambassadors?
As I mentioned, we expanded the last few years to include CFG Arena events. And as the city grows with new events and they involve our transit system, we'll be out there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Courtney.
Now we check in with Chris Moore for a look at what's up in the world of social media. Here's Chris with the Social Media Minute.
Hey, it's Chris back again with your Social Media Minute. In this edition, we're shining a well-deserved spotlight on some of the unsung heroes of Team MTA, our incredible bus cleaners. These dedicated team members work hard every day to keep our buses clean and ready to serve riders across the region. We're proud to celebrate their commitment in our latest video series, now live on our social media channels. And this is just the beginning. Over the next few months, we'll be putting out more videos featuring the amazing people who keep MTA moving day in and day out. Be sure to follow us at MTA Maryland to catch all the highlights and stories. That's it for now. I'm Chris. This has been your Social Media Minute. Back to you in the studio, Courtney.
Thanks, Chris. That brings us to the end of another Commuter Connections program. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
When I was testing out and like making the red lipstick and I like showed my mom, she was like, your grandfather would be so proud, because he would always say like, you always remember a woman that walks in with a red lipstick. Yeah. And so to me in my culture, you know, it just made sense. I look like a boss in this lipstick.
Hi, I'm Courtney Mims. On this edition of Commuter Connections, MTA Police are looking for a few good men and women to join its ranks. We'll hear from them on their important recruiting efforts. MTA is gearing up for the upcoming fall service changes. A look ahead at how these changes might affect your commute. Also on the program, we've got a few tips on how to remain safe around trains and railroad crossings. We'll introduce you to a group dedicated to assisting MTA commuters in their travels. And we have a real success story involving the MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. And of course, our Social Media Minute with Chris Moore. All here on this edition of Commuter Connections. The MTA Police Force is looking for a few good men and women to fill the ranks in its mission to protect and serve. Perhaps you have what it takes to join them. MTA Police Lieutenants Crystal Briley and Janera Lawson are here with more on these MTA Police recruiting efforts. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you for having us.
So we have a lot to talk about. So first we just want to jump in. What is the mission of the MTA Police?
The mission of the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force is to professionally enforce the law and to protect its transit community, employees, and facilities with dignity and respect.
So what area are MTA Police responsible for serving and protecting?
The areas that MTA Police are responsible for serving and protecting will be a wide range of transit-related areas to include bus, metro subway, MARC train, commuter bus. In addition to those that I've named, we also are responsible for the safety of MTA property-owned infrastructures to include stations, light rail, yards, rail yards, maintenance facilities, and administrative offices. Even with that being said, we have our jurisdiction expands throughout the state of Maryland.
So that's a lot of territory to cover. So how many people do we have that are like sworn in on the force?
So currently MTA Police Force has 230 sworn and non-sworn members combined. Together, these individuals play a critical role in ensuring the safety and security of the MTA Police public safety network.
With all the territory we have to cover and 230 members on the force, it seems like we have some hiring to do.
Quite a bit.
So tell me a little bit about the hiring and what we're looking for.
So we're looking for entry-level police officers, certified and lateral police officers to join the ranks, within the ranks. Also with those, in addition to the sworn police officer positions, we're looking for a variety of civilian roles. Those roles include the police communication, uniform civilian personnel, as well as administrative positions. The opportunity has arose for us to have these newly created positions due to the expansion of the department. So vacancies have also risen due to promotion, retirement, and also the overall growth of the agency. I would say that our staffing does a great job with doing assessment and making those adjustments according to the operational demands. So with that being said, that is the reason why our numbers tend to fluctuate with openings, but we are definitely hiring for a lot of different positions.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit about the qualifications to become an MTA police officer?
Some of the qualifications to become a Maryland Transit Administration police officer is you must be 21 years of age by the time you graduate the academy, have a valid driver's license, be a U.S. citizen, have a high school diploma or GED, and you also must meet the minimum standards required by the Maryland Police Training Commission.
So say someone meets all of those requirements. What type of personality are you looking for someone to join the force?
Okay, so I would say a combination of things. We would have personality qualities as well as our professional traits. We ask that integrity, because that's one of our essentials, having a great integrity basis, and having excellent communication. Interpersonal skills is important and very crucial dealing with the public. Would say emotional resilience, which is at an all-time high now, being able to, manage your stress levels because we have a lot of officers who deal with high-pressured situations. And overall, just problem solving, critical thinking skills, being able to be a team player, and just having a high level of professionalism. People who want to do the job are pretty much our best ones for the job.
Okay. So we got all that clear. Now the question that I'm sure our viewers want to know, what is the starting salary and the benefits for this type of position?
The starting salary with MTA Police Force is $58,593. When you graduate the academy, your salary will increase by $13,000. For certified and lateral officers, the salary is different. It's higher depending on the years of service. Also, why MTA Police? We offer a generous pension plan. We also offer medical benefits. We have 10 paid vacation days per year. When you graduate the academy, you'll get 44 college credits. And also we offer tuition reimbursement, which I am proudly taking a part of now.
Awesome. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And so how does one apply for these positions?
Well, there's two ways you can apply. You can apply with our website, which is mta.maryland, Maryland spelled out, .gov/police, where you can apply online, or you can take advantage of our walk-in testing. We conduct those twice out of the month, one on a Saturday and one on a Sunday, where you can come in and just take advantage of the opportunity of doing a fast track of the overall hiring process.
And after someone has applied, what can they expect?
So after you put in an application, you will attend a walk-in testing session. At this session, you will do a written examination, a physical agility test. Then you will do an oral interview and complete a detailed background investigation packet.
Okay, so we have our next steps. Say I get hired. What's the training process like?
Well, the training process is typically 6 to 8 months. It depends on the academy the candidate attends. Once they attend that, there's a series of essential objectives that candidate will have to cover, to include constitutional law and criminal law, report writing, de-escalation techniques, defensive tactics. Also within that curriculum, you will have to cover use of force policies, emergency vehicle operations, field sobriety, and also firearm proficiencies. Our object is to actually have the candidate and the officers prepared to just be mentally and physically prepared and have all the skills and the necessary knowledge to serve and protect the community.
Wonderful. And now I just want to go, say I get hired, I've done all of the process. What about upward mobility?
So there's numerous opportunities for upward mobility within the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force. We have several specialized units. We have the anti-terrorism team, the criminal investigation unit, we have the motorcycle unit, and the K-9 unit, just to name a few. Additionally, if officers wish to take a leadership role, there's plenty of opportunity to do so in our competitive promotional process.
For viewers who might have questions about becoming an MTA police officer, where can they go for more information?
Sure, you can go to our website, which is mta.marylandspelledout.gov/police, or you can give us a call at 410-454-1641, where you could speak with a recruiting officer who will guide you through the process.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
MTA's efforts and focus is not just in the area of recruiting. It's also in developing new talent, all through its MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. It's an initiative which is making a difference. Our Austin Todd introduces you to the success story of Anita Bush, an apprenticeship program participant.
Bus maintenance, a tough hands-on job that keeps our city moving. and for years it's been a male-dominated field, but times are changing. Meet Anita Bush, the first female apprentice in the MTA's Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program, and a trailblazer in every sense of the word. For Anita, the journey began behind the wheel as a bus driver, but she wanted to understand the machines she drove from the inside out.
When I was on the street driving the bus, I always wondered why was the bus shutting down. Now I'm here in maintenance knowing why the bus shut down, and sometimes it can be a simple thing as low coolant, and I'm able to fix that now.
Guiding Anita through grease and grit is her mentor, a veteran in the field with more than 2 decades under the hood.
Well, I wanted to be able to pay it forward to the next generation of mechanics. I think Anita is awesome. She listens, she has a great mindset, and she don't hesitate to ask any questions. It don't matter how many times. And like my goal is just to make sure she in a safe space where it's like she can ask those questions.
Jamal, he's so amazing, but his patience and compassion for me learning, and not just for what he's teaching me, but for me as a person, and I'm so grateful for it. But all this is new to me. I've never worked on cars, anything maintenance work prior to here, so I've probably asked a question like 4 times, and he will break it down fully each time. I've always wanted to be in maintenance. Being a bus driver, I became stagnant, and it gave me the push to apply for the apprentice program. I always want to be the woman who can do a man's job, honestly.
Bus maintenance has long been male-dominated. Anita's presence challenges old perceptions and sometimes comes with its own set of challenges.
A lot of attention, and first it was overwhelming, but now everyone is saying that I'm doing the job just like any man could. I feel really good, and I'm so proud of myself that I'm here, and I was granted the opportunity to do so.
As a mentor in and out of the shop, Gemma says there are a few key things every mentor should do.
The main thing is just listening, just hearing them out and not assuming anything, and just understanding that people come from different backgrounds and just having a certain level of patience. Just being able to like give back, and then when the person get that aha moment, you able to like share it with them. Just because you're a good mechanic doesn't mean that you're gonna be a good teacher. So just being able to like, cause I'm learning too as I'm teaching.
I feel anybody can be apprentice, but it's your mindset. If you want to come here and actually do the work and actually learn, then anybody could.
Anita's goal, growing to be the best mechanic she can be.
Electrical work is what I really want to be the best at. Everything here but electrical work, because it's more of a challenge, and I want to take that on. And honestly, to pass all the knowledge that I've learned to women who wants to enter this field, and hopefully they can see the confidence in me and they can gain it as well. But it's really becoming the best mechanic I can be and soaking it all in.
From driver to mechanic, now apprentice and role model, Anita's journey is helping to rewrite the future of bus maintenance.
Summer is here, but MTA is already gearing up for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. We've got information on how your service will be affected. Stay with us.
Trains are wider than you think. Don't work too close to the tracks. Instead, stay back, stay away, stay safe.
Hey boss, the truck just stalled on the tracks. I'm gonna need a tow truck.
If stuck on the tracks, don't stay in your vehicle. Instead, get out, get away, and call the number on the blue and white ENS sign.
I need to report that my truck is stuck on the tracks. Do you need the crossing number?
Never work on the tracks. Trains can run on any track at any time in either direction. always expect a train. See tracks, think train. Visit oli.org for more information.
While you continue to enjoy all summer has to offer, MTA is hard at work preparing for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. Daryl Clark, MTA Director of Service Development, is here with a look at how these changes will affect your commute. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you.
So glad to have you here and discuss all things fall service changes.
Yep.
So when do the fall service changes take place?
Fall service change goes into effect August 24th, 2025.
And what are the service changes and why are they necessary?
Service changes are necessary to provide access and equity to the riders in our region. It also gives us the opportunity to be strategic about the way we use our resources, like our buses and our operators.
So service changes are a good thing.
Service changes are a great thing.
And how many times a year does MTA do these service changes?
We do service changes 3 times a year. We start with the winter service change, which happens early to mid-February. Then we have a summer service change, which coincides with school ending in June. And then we do the fall service change, which is we do our annual service plan.
So this sounds like a lot of effort. You said 3 times a year.
Yes.
So what goes into making these adjustments possible?
A lot goes into it. As soon as we finish with one service change, we're off to the next one. They're very book-ended. We don't have a lot of time in between. So while schedulers are working hard to create the schedules and things of that nature, I also have planners in the background looking at each route and how they're doing, the efficiency of that route, reliability and things like that. And we take the time out to reflect on those things to try to improve the service for our riders.
Awesome. So how far in advance are you able to plan for something like this?
For the annual service plan that when we do in our fall service change, we actually start that the previous October. So we take like 10 months to do those service changes. Those take a lot. The winter and the summer schedule changes, those are pretty smaller. We don't do a lot there. We may change like run times to make buses go faster, things of that nature. So we don't spend a lot of time on those, but our annual service plan, we do take 10 months to do.
How many people are a part of making the schedule changes happen?
Besides the 30 or so employees at the Office of Service Development, we do work with all of MTA, from bus maintenance to bus operations to support services. It really does take a village to create our service changes.
I can attest to that, being in communication. So tell us a little bit about how you get the information out to the patrons.
Okay, we have a bunch of ways that we get the information out to our riders. We do car cards on the buses. We also do PSAs on the buses that play out loud, so if you don't have your earphones on, you can hear those. We also do newspaper and TV ads, and we also do radio ads. We also are big on social media, so like Instagram and Facebook. You'll see a lot of posts if you follow MTA Maryland on those social media networks.
So follow us and get the information.
Yes, definitely follow MTA Maryland.
If a rider needs more information about service changes and what can affect them, where can they go for more information?
If a rider needs more information, they can call our Transit Information Contact Center at 410-539-5000, or they can go online at mta.maryland.gov to get that information.
Sounds great to me. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, a look at how you can remain safe in your travels on and around rail service. That's next. Stay with us.
Life is a journey, and you are starting to realize what choices you have ahead. This path you are on is the road to your future. Today's decisions help you discover your tomorrow. Every decision you make, even the smallest ones, will shape your life and the person you become in ways that you can't predict. Choose wisely.
See tracks? Think train. Visit oli.org to learn more.
A number of people are injured or killed at railroad crossings in the U.S. each year. Many of these occurrences are avoidable by practicing good safety measures and caution. Mark Rail Deputy Director of Operations Dave Johnson is here with a few safety tips for those who travel around trains and railroad crossings. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Courtney.
So as I said, unfortunately, some people have lost their lives or been seriously injured because they didn't exercise that type of caution that we need. So do you have any idea of how many people, the number of people that have been injured or killed, unfortunately, by these accidents?
Yes, in 2024, there were approximately 2,200 collisions between trains and vehicles, be it cars, trucks, buses, vans, etc. Sadly, that resulted in over 220 deaths and 760 injuries. Most of those, I would say at least 95% of them, are completely avoidable by practicing good safety.
And how important is rail safety to MTA and MARC?
Well, rail safety is our #1 priority at MARC Train and all of the MTA. We put safety before anything else, and we work to educate our customers on not just riding the train safely, but being around trains in a safe way.
What would you say are some common misconceptions that people have about trains?
Well, there's several. One of them is that a train isn't going as fast as it appears. When you are standing next to a train track and you see a train in the distance, it doesn't look like it's coming that fast, but in reality, the trains, especially in the MARC train service area, can travel at speeds of up to 125 miles an hour. The faraway train gets close to you very quickly, and before you know it, whoosh, it's by you, and it can happen faster than you think. Another misconception is that trains are like, train tracks are like highways or streets. All the trains come down the right side track in one direction and all the trains come down the track in the other direction. That is not the case. Trains can come on any track, at any direction, at any time, at any speed, at any time of day. So it's always important to keep that in mind when you are around railroad tracks.
And you mentioned, you said about a train can get up to 120 miles per hour. So how difficult is it to stop a train?
It's extremely difficult, and that's another common misconception. Unlike cars, trucks, buses, trains cannot, so to speak, slam their brakes on. They can. There is such a thing as an emergency brake application, but those trains can take up to and even more than a mile to come to a complete stop. So once the engineer, who is the individual who drives the train, controls the movement of the train, once he or she identifies an obstruction or a person or a car, even if they initiate that emergency stop, it is not going to be a stop as quick as you can do in your car or even a bus or truck could do.
So if I can see the train, chances are it cannot stop before it gets.
Absolutely, yes.
What are some warning signs that rail passengers should be aware of when they're traveling?
There's several things. When you come up to a crossing, be it a pedestrian or a highway crossing of train tracks, there's the universal railroad crossing, white X with black letters. That tells you you're at a grade crossing. Many grade crossings, especially many in our area here in the Baltimore region, have lights and bells, red flashing lights, an audible bell, and then a gate arm that comes up and down to stop vehicular traffic from crossing the tracks.
And that's universal for any type of train?
Yes, for like MARC train type trains, for light rail. The Baltimore Metro does not have grade crossings. That is, the Baltimore Metro, Washington Metro, systems like that do not have places where cars can cross the tracks. But that doesn't mean that you still have to be safe around them. You still never cross Metro tracks, never cross any kind of track other than at a designated crosswalk location.
And what are some of the initiatives that MTA and MARC are promoting around safety?
Well, we do several things. We just finished a safety blitz with the Operation Lifesaver group. They're an international safety group that promotes rail safety. We did pop-up customer outreach at several MARC stations. We identified some stations that have had some higher instances of higher safety incidents with interaction between people and trains. Martin State Airport, Bowie State University, Point of Rocks out west near Frederick, and we did safety outreach to customers at those stations.
So you've already said that many of the incidents that happened in 2024 were preventable. So can you give us some sort of do's and don'ts to make sure that we're safe around these railroad crossings?
The simplest don't is don't cross railroad tracks except at designated marked locations. Do not play on the tracks. Do not take pictures on the tracks. This is a time of year we have a lot of young people getting their senior portraits ready. That is a major problem. They feel that, a great senior picture would be walking down the tracks, kind of like, the tracks of their life, or kind of a euphemism for their future. Train tracks are not meant for that. There was an incident several years ago in Montgomery County where 2 high school seniors were taking their high school pictures and were sadly hit by an Amtrak train. So Do not ever take any kind of pictures, but especially your senior or graduation pictures on train tracks.
Wow, that's really sad. Are there any more do's that we should be aware of?
Absolutely. Do always look both ways before you cross the track, and kind of like you were taught in driver's ed, look to the left, look to the right, and then look back to the left. Always to make sure there are no trains coming before you cross. Again, do only cross at designated locations, and just be situationally aware. When you're around train tracks, it's best not to wear headphones or earbuds. You want to be able to hear trains coming. You want to be able to hear horns, the warning horns from the train. So do pay full attention.
Is there any place where commuters can go online to get more information on safety?
Yes, the best clearinghouse for railroad safety is the Operation Lifesaver International website, www.oli.org. There are a number of resources there. They also have the ability to request a speaker to come to your school group, church group, civic group, what have you, to give a presentation on rail safety. They especially like to do that with school children, and definitely recommend if you have a group that's interested in learning more about rail safety, reach out to Operation Lifesaver, and they'll be more than happy to help you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us and sharing this very important information.
Thank you, Courtney.
On your game day travels to Oriole Park or M&T Bank Stadium, you've probably sought the assistance of one of MTA's transit ambassadors for a question about transit. MTA Deputy Director of Customer Relations, Elaine Flannery, joins us with a look at this important group and their mission. Welcome back to Commuter Connections.
Thank you, Courtney. Happy to be here.
So what is the big picture of the MTA Transit Ambassadors?
Our transit ambassadors are at special events. They're also there to provide customer service. Very often, they're the first point of contact for some of our customers.
What's been the response from our customers about having these transit ambassadors?
Our customers are very appreciative because our motto is, don't leave any customer stranded. So there are many times when they have to get on the phone and they call because it's the end of the day. We've got a customer here, they're waiting for a bus, they're waiting for the train, what's going on? And they're very appreciative. And a lot of our customers, when our transit ambassadors are out there working, a lot of them are not frequent riders. They're folks going to a Ravens game, an Orioles game, Artscape, and they don't really know the system, how it works, so they're very appreciative to have the transit ambassadors out there. They help them with how to get there, where you want to go, and where do you want to go next? What time you need to be back to get on the train. So they're very helpful, and our customers really appreciate it.
I know I've definitely seen the transit ambassadors out on the system when attending Orioles games or Ravens games. Are there other special events they are out on the system for?
Yes, absolutely. We work Artscape, State Fair, the Preakness shuttle buses. They play a big role there. We also recently, the last couple of years, we started to work most of the CFG Arena events because there's a light rail stop right there. So a lot of those patrons are our patrons.
That sounds great. So anything major going on in Baltimore, our transit ambassadors are out there. And are they MTA employees?
Actually, the service is a contracted service. However, we do have some internal staff members that help. And on top of that, all of our employees are really transit ambassadors when they're out in the system. They're eyes and ears, and they're helpful to our customers when they need to be, fortunately.
And what would you say makes a good transit ambassador? What type of personality traits?
Somebody that has a smile on their face. They're friendly, they're courteous, willing to be proactive, to walk up to someone and, can I help you? Do you need some help? Respectful. Someone who maybe uses our system and knows it well. If not, they'll learn it. So, and willing to work long hours in any kind of weather.
Any kind of weather. Is MTA presently looking to expand the workforce of the transit ambassadors?
As I mentioned, we expanded the last few years to include CFG Arena events. And as the city grows with new events and they involve our transit system, we'll be out there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Courtney.
Now we check in with Chris Moore for a look at what's up in the world of social media. Here's Chris with the Social Media Minute.
Hey, it's Chris back again with your Social Media Minute. In this edition, we're shining a well-deserved spotlight on some of the unsung heroes of Team MTA, our incredible bus cleaners. These dedicated team members work hard every day to keep our buses clean and ready to serve riders across the region. We're proud to celebrate their commitment in our latest video series, now live on our social media channels. And this is just the beginning. Over the next few months, we'll be putting out more videos featuring the amazing people who keep MTA moving day in and day out. Be sure to follow us at MTA Maryland to catch all the highlights and stories. That's it for now. I'm Chris. This has been your Social Media Minute. Back to you in the studio, Courtney.
Thanks, Chris. That brings us to the end of another Commuter Connections program. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
John Tyler plays the saxophone, he plays the electric and acoustic guitar, the keyboard.
I remember my 5th grade graduation, there was a talent show. I formed a band. We played at the talent show. It was standing ovation, everything. It was fantastic. And from that moment, I was like, I know this is what I want to do.
Oh, love grooving. Oh, I know you feel it.
Hi, I'm Courtney Mims. On this edition of Commuter Connections, MTA Police are looking for a few good men and women to join its ranks. We'll hear from them on their important recruiting efforts. MTA is gearing up for the upcoming fall service changes. A look ahead at how these changes might affect your commute. Also on the program, we've got a few tips on how to remain safe around trains and railroad crossings. We'll introduce you to a group dedicated to assisting MTA commuters in their travels. And we have a real success story involving the MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. And of course, our Social Media Minute with Chris Moore. All here on this edition of Commuter Connections. The MTA Police Force is looking for a few good men and women to fill the ranks in its mission to protect and serve. Perhaps you have what it takes to join them. MTA Police Lieutenants Crystal Briley and Janera Lawson are here with more on these MTA Police recruiting efforts. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you for having us.
So we have a lot to talk about. So first, we just want to jump in. What is the mission of the MTA Police?
The mission of the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force is to professionally enforce the law and to protect its transit community, employees, and facilities with dignity and respect.
So what area are MTA Police responsible for serving and protecting?
The areas that MTA Police are responsible for serving and protecting will be a wide range of transit-related areas to include bus, metro subway, MARC train, commuter bus. In addition to those that I've named, we also are responsible for the safety of MTA property-owned infrastructures to include stations, light rail, yards, rail yards, maintenance facilities, and administrative offices. Even with that being said, we have our jurisdiction expands throughout the state of Maryland.
So that's a lot of territory to cover. So how many people do we have that are sworn in on the force?
So currently MTA Police Force has 230 sworn and non-sworn members combined. Together, these individuals play a critical role in ensuring the safety and security of the MTA Police public safety network.
With all the territory we have to cover and 230 members on the force, it seems like we have some hiring to do.
Quite a bit.
So tell me a little bit about the hiring and what we're looking for.
So we're looking for entry-level police officers, certified and lateral police officers to join the ranks, within the ranks. Also with those, in addition to the sworn police officer positions, we're looking for a variety of civilian roles. Those roles include the police communication, uniform civilian personnel, as well as administrative positions. The opportunity has arose for us to have these newly created positions due to the expansion of the department. So vacancies have also risen due to promotion, retirement, and also the overall growth of the agency. I would say that our staffing does a great job with doing assessment and making those adjustments according to the operational own demands. So with that being said, that is the reason why our numbers tend to fluctuate with openings, but we are definitely hiring for a lot of different positions.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit about the qualifications to become an MTA police officer?
Some of the qualifications to become a Maryland Transit Administration police officer is you must be 21 years of age by the time you graduate the academy, have a valid driver's license, be a U.S. citizen, have a high school diploma or GED, and you also must meet the minimum standards required by the Maryland Police Training Commission.
So say someone meets all of those requirements. What type of personality are you looking for someone to join the force?
Okay, so I would say a combination of things. We would have personality qualities as well as our professional traits. We ask that integrity, because that's one of our essentials, having a great integrity basis, and having excellent communication. Interpersonal skills is important and very crucial dealing with the public. Would say emotional resilience, which is at an all-time high now, being able to, manage your stress levels because we have a lot of officers who deal with high-pressured situations. And overall, just problem solving, critical thinking skills, being able to be a team player, and just having a high level of professionalism. People who want to do the job are pretty much our best ones for the job.
Okay. So we got all that clear. Now the question that I'm sure our viewers want to know, what is the starting salary and the benefits for this type of position?
The starting salary with MTA Police Force is $58,593. When you graduate the academy, your salary will increase by $13,000. For certified and lateral officers, the salary is different. It's higher depending on the years of service. Also, why MTA Police? We offer a generous pension plan. We also offer medical benefits. We have 10 paid vacation days per year. When you graduate the academy, you'll get 44 college credits. And also we offer tuition reimbursement, which I am proudly taking a part of now.
Awesome. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And so how does one apply for these positions?
Well, there's two ways you can apply. You can apply with our website, which is mta.maryland, Maryland spelled out, .gov/police, where you can apply online, or you can take advantage of our walk-in testing. We conduct those twice out of the month, one on a Saturday and one on a Sunday, where you can come in and just take advantage of the opportunity of doing a fast track of the overall hiring process.
And after someone has applied, what can they expect?
So after you put in an application, you will attend a walk-in testing session. At this session, you will do a written examination, a physical agility test. Then you will do an oral interview and complete a detailed background investigation packet.
Okay, so we have our next steps. Say I get hired. What's the training process like?
Well, the training process is typically 6 to 8 months. It depends on the academy the candidate attends. Once they attend that, there's a series of essential objectives that candidate will have to cover, to include constitutional law and criminal law, report writing, de-escalation techniques, defensive tactics. Also within that curriculum, you will have to cover use of force policies, emergency vehicle operations, field sobriety, and also firearm proficiencies. Our object is to actually have the candidate and the officers prepared to just be mentally and physically prepared and have all these skills and the necessary knowledge to serve and protect the community.
Wonderful. And now I just want to go, say I get hired, I've done all of the process. What about upward mobility?
So there's numerous opportunities for upward mobility within the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force. We have several specialized units. We have the anti-terrorism team, the criminal investigation unit, we have the motorcycle unit, and the K-9 unit, just to name a few. Additionally, if officers wish to take a leadership role, there's plenty of opportunity to do so in our competitive promotional process.
For viewers who might have questions about becoming an MTA police officer, where can they go for more information?
Sure, you can go to our website, which is mta.marylandspelledout.gov/police, or you can give us a call at 410-454-1641, where you could speak with a recruiting officer who will guide you through the process.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
MTA's efforts and focus is not just in the area of recruiting. It's also in developing new talent, all through its MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. It's an initiative which is making a difference Our Austin Todd introduces you to the success story of Anita Bush, an apprenticeship program participant.
Bus maintenance, a tough hands-on job that keeps our city moving. And for years, it's been a male-dominated field, but times are changing. Meet Anita Bush, the first female apprentice in the MTA's Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program, and a trailblazer in every sense of the word. For Anita, the journey began behind the wheel as a bus driver, but she wanted to understand the machines she drove from the inside out.
When I was on the street driving the bus, I always wondered why was the bus shutting down. Now I'm here in maintenance knowing why the bus shut down, and sometimes it can be a simple thing as low coolant, and I'm able to fix that now.
Guiding Anita through grease and grit is her mentor, a veteran in the field with more than 2 decades under the hood.
Well, I wanted to be able to pay it forward to the next generation of mechanics. I think Anita is awesome. She listens, she has a great mindset, and she don't hesitate to ask any questions. It don't matter how many times. And like my goal is just to make sure she in a safe space where it's like she can ask those questions.
Jamal, he's so amazing, but his patience and compassion for me learning, and not just for what he's teaching me, but for me as a person, and I'm so grateful for it. But all this is new to me. I've never worked on cars, anything maintenance work prior to here, so I've probably asked a question like 4 times, and he will break it down fully each time. I've always wanted to be in maintenance. Being a bus driver, I became stagnant, and it gave me the push to apply for the apprentice program. I always want to be the woman who can do a man's job, honestly.
Bus maintenance has long been male-dominated. Anita's presence challenges old perceptions and sometimes comes with its own set of challenges.
A lot of attention, and first it was overwhelming, but now everyone is seeing that I'm doing the job just like any man could. I feel really good, and I'm so proud of myself that I'm here, and I was granted the opportunity to do so.
As a mentor in and out of the shop, Gemma says there are a few key things every mentor should do.
The main thing is just listening, just hearing them out and not assuming anything, and just understanding that people come from different backgrounds and just having a certain level of patience. Just being able to like give back, and then when the person get that aha moment, you able to like share it with them. Just because you're a good mechanic doesn't mean that you're gonna be a good teacher. So just being able to like, cause I'm learning too as I'm teaching.
I feel anybody can be an apprentice, but it's your mindset. If you want to come here and actually do the work and actually learn, then anybody could.
Anita's goal, growing to be the best mechanic she can be.
Electrical work is what I really want to be the best at. Everything here but electrical work, because it's more of a challenge, and I want to take that on. And honestly, to pass all the knowledge that I've learned to women who wants to enter this field, and hopefully they can see the confidence in me and they can gain it as well. But it's really becoming the best mechanic I can be and soaking it all in.
From driver to mechanic, now apprentice and role model, Anita's journey is helping to rewrite the future of bus maintenance.
Summer is here, but MTA is already gearing up for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. We've got information on how your service will be affected. Stay with us.
Trains are wider than you think. Don't work too close to the tracks. Instead, stay back, stay away, stay safe.
Hey boss, the truck just stalled on the tracks. I'm gonna need a tow truck.
If stuck on the tracks, don't stay in your vehicle. Instead, get out, get away, and call the number on the blue and white ENS sign.
I need to report that my truck is stuck on the tracks. Do you need the crossing number?
Never work on the tracks. Trains can run on any track at any time in either direction. Always expect a train. See tracks, think train. Visit oli.org for more information.
While you continue to enjoy all summer has to offer, MTA is hard at work preparing for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. Daryl Clark, MTA Director of Service Development, is here with a look at how these changes will affect your commute. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you.
So glad to have you here and discuss all things fall service changes.
Yep.
So when do the fall service changes take place?
Fall service change goes into effect August 24th, 2025.
And what are the service changes and why are they necessary?
Service changes are necessary to provide access and equity to the riders in our region. It also gives us the opportunity to be strategic about the way we use our resources, like our buses and our operators.
So service changes are a good thing?
Service changes are a great thing.
And how many times a year does MTA do these service changes?
We do service changes 3 times a year. We start with the winter service change, which happens early to mid-February. Then we have a summer service change, which coincides with school ending in June. And then we do the fall service change, which is we do our annual service plan.
So this sounds like a lot of effort. You said 3 times a year.
Yes.
So what goes into making these adjustments possible?
A lot goes into it. As soon as we finish with one service change, we're off to the next one. They're very book-ended. We don't have a lot of time in between. So while schedulers are working hard to create the schedules and things of that nature, I also have planners in the background looking at each route and how they're doing, the efficiency of that route, reliability and things like that. And we take the time out to reflect on those things to try to improve the service for our riders.
Awesome. So how far in advance are you able to plan for something like this?
For the annual service plan that when we do in our fall service change, we actually start that the previous October. So we take like 10 months to do those service changes. Those take a lot. The winter and the summer schedule changes, those are pretty smaller. We don't do a lot there. We may change like run times to make buses go faster, things of that nature. So we don't spend a lot of time on those, but our annual service plan, we do take 10 months to do.
How many people are a part of making the schedule changes happen?
Besides the 30 or so employees at the Office of Service Development, we do work with all of MTA, from bus maintenance to bus operations to support services. It really does take a village to create our service changes.
I can attest to that, being in communication. So tell us a little bit about how you get the information out to the patrons.
Okay, we have a bunch of ways that we get the information out to our riders. We do car cards on the buses. We also do PSAs on the buses that play out loud, so if you don't have your earphones on, you can hear those. We also do newspaper and TV ads, and we also do radio ads. We also are big on social media, so like Instagram and Facebook. You'll see a lot of posts if you follow MTA Maryland on those social media networks.
So follow us and get the information.
Yes, definitely follow MTA Maryland.
If a rider needs more information about service changes and what can affect them, where can they go for more information?
If a rider needs more information, they can call our Transit Information Contact Center at 410-539-5000, or they can go online at mta.maryland.gov to get that information.
Sounds great to me. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, a look at how you can remain safe in your travels on and around rail service. That's next. Stay with us.
Life is a journey, and you are starting to realize what choices you have ahead. This path you are on is the road to your future. Today's decisions help you discover your tomorrow. Every decision you make, even the smallest ones, will shape your life and the person you become in ways that you can't predict. Choose wisely.
See tracks? Think train. Visit oli.org to learn more.
A number of people are injured or killed at railroad crossings in the U.S. each year. Many of these occurrences are avoidable by practicing good safety measures and caution. MARC Rail Deputy Director of Operations, Dave Johnson, is here with a few safety tips for those who travel around trains and railroad crossings. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Courtney.
So as I said, unfortunately, some people have lost their lives or been seriously injured because they didn't exercise that type of caution that we need. So do you have any idea of how many people, the number of people that have been injured or killed, unfortunately, by these accidents?
Yes, in 2024, there were approximately 2,200 collisions between trains and vehicles, be it cars, trucks, buses, vans, etc. Sadly, that resulted in over 220 deaths and 760 injuries. Most of those, I would say at least 95% of them, are completely avoidable by practicing good safety.
And how important is rail safety to MTA and MARC?
Well, rail safety is our #1 priority at MARC Train and all of the MTA. We put safety before anything else, and we work to educate our customers on not just riding the train safely, but being around trains in a safe way.
What would you say are some common misconceptions that people have about trains?
Well, there's several. One of them is that a train isn't going as fast as it appears. When you are standing next to a train track and you see a train in the distance, it doesn't look like it's coming that fast, but in reality, the trains, especially in the MARC train service area, can travel at speeds of up to 125 miles an hour. The faraway train gets close to you very quickly, and before you know it, whoosh, it's by you, and it can happen faster than you think. Another misconception is that trains are like, train tracks are like highways or streets. All the trains come down the right side track in one direction and all the trains come down the track in the other direction. That is not the case. Trains can come on any track, at any direction, at any time, at any speed, at any time of day. So it's always important to keep that in mind when you are around railroad tracks.
And you mentioned, you said about a train can get up to 120 miles per hour. So how difficult is it to stop a train?
It's extremely difficult, and that's another common misconception. Unlike cars, trucks, buses, trains cannot, so to speak, slam their brakes on. They can. There is such a thing as an emergency brake application, but those trains can take up to and even more than a mile to come to a complete stop. So once the engineer, who is the individual who drives the train, controls the movement of the train, once he or she identifies an obstruction or a person or a car, even if they initiate that emergency stop, it is not going to be a stop as quick as you can do in your car or even a bus or truck could do.
So if I can see the train, chances are it cannot stop before it gets.
Absolutely, yes.
What are some warning signs that rail passengers should be aware of when they're traveling?
There's several things. When you come up to a crossing, be it a pedestrian or a highway crossing, of train tracks. There's the universal railroad crossing, white X with black letters. That tells you you're at a grade crossing. Many grade crossings, especially many in our area here in the Baltimore region, have lights and bells, red flashing lights, an audible bell, and then a gate arm that comes up and down to stop vehicular traffic from crossing the tracks.
And that's universal for any type of train?
Yes, for like MARC train type trains, for light rail. The Baltimore Metro does not have grade crossings. That is, the Baltimore Metro, Washington Metro, systems like that do not have places where cars can cross the tracks. But that doesn't mean that you still have to be safe around them. You still never cross Metro tracks, never cross any kind of track other than at a designated crosswalk location.
And what are some of the initiatives that MTA and MARC are promoting around safety?
Well, we do several things. We just finished a safety blitz with the Operation Lifesaver group. They're an international safety group that promotes rail safety. We did pop-up customer outreach at several MARC stations. We identified some stations that have had some higher instances of higher safety incidents with interaction between people and trains. Martin State Airport, Bowie State University, Point of Rocks out west near Frederick, and we did safety outreach to customers at those stations.
So you've already said that many of the incidents that happened in 2024 were preventable. So can you give us some sort of do's and don'ts to make sure that we're safe around these railroad crossings?
The simplest don't is don't cross railroad tracks except at designated marked locations. Do not play on the tracks. Do not take pictures on the tracks. This is a time of year we have a lot of young people getting their senior portraits ready. That is a major problem. They feel that, a great senior picture would be walking down the tracks, kind of like, the tracks of their life, or kind of a euphemism for their future. train tracks are not meant for that. There was an incident several years ago in Montgomery County where 2 high school seniors were taking their high school pictures and were sadly hit by an Amtrak train. So do not ever take any kind of pictures, but especially your senior or graduation pictures on train tracks.
Wow, that's really sad. Are there any more do's that we should be aware of?
Absolutely. Do always look both ways before you cross the track, and kind of like you were taught in driver's ed, look to the left, look to the right, and then look back to the left. Always to make sure there are no trains coming before you cross. Again, do only cross at designated locations, and just be situationally aware. When you're around train tracks, it's best not to wear headphones or earbuds. You want to be able to hear trains coming. You want to be able to hear horns, the warning horns from the train. So do pay full attention.
Is there any place where commuters can go online to get more information on safety?
Yes, the best clearinghouse for railroad safety is the Operation Lifesaver International website, www.oli.org. There are a number of resources there. They also have the ability to request a speaker to come to your school group, church group, civic group, what have you, to give a presentation on rail safety. They especially like to do that with school children, and definitely recommend if you have a group that's interested in learning more about rail safety, reach out to Operation Lifesaver, and they'll be more than happy to help you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us and sharing this very important information.
Thank you, Courtney.
On your game day travels to Oriole Park or M&T Bank Stadium, you've probably sought the assistance of one of MTA's transit ambassadors for a question about transit. MTA Deputy Director of Customer Relations, Elaine Flannery, joins us with a look at this important group and their mission. Welcome back to Commuter Connections.
Thank you, Courtney. Happy to be here.
So what is the big picture of the MTA Transit Ambassadors?
Our transit ambassadors are at special events. They're also there to provide customer service. Very often, they're the first point of contact for some of our customers.
What's been the response from our customers about having these transit ambassadors?
Our customers are very appreciative because our motto is, don't leave any customer stranded. So there are many times when they have to get on the phone and they call because it's the end of the day. We got a customer here, they're waiting for a bus, they're waiting for the train, what's going on? And they're very appreciative. And a lot of our customers, when our transit ambassadors are out there working, a lot of them are not frequent riders. They're folks going to a Ravens game, an Orioles game, Artscape, and they don't really know the system, how it works. So they're very appreciative to have the transit ambassadors out there. They help them with how to get there, where you want to go, and where do you want to go next? What time you need to be back to get on the train. So they're very helpful, and our customers really appreciate it.
I know I've definitely seen the transit ambassadors out on the system when attending Orioles games or Ravens games. Are there other special events they are out on the system for?
Yes, absolutely. We work Artscape, State Fair, the Preakness shuttle buses. They play a big role there. We also recently, the last couple of years, we started to work most of the CFG Arena events because there's a light rail stop right there. So a lot of those patrons are our patrons.
That sounds great. So anything major going on in Baltimore, our transit ambassadors are out there. And are they MTA employees?
Actually, the service is a contracted service. However, we do have some internal staff members that help. And on top of that, all of our employees are really transit ambassadors when they're out in the system. They're eyes and ears, and they're helpful to our customers when they need to be, fortunately.
And what would you say makes a good transit ambassador? What type of personality traits?
Somebody that has a smile on their face. They're friendly, they're courteous, willing to be proactive, to walk up to someone and, can I help you? Do you need some help? Respectful. Someone who maybe uses our system and knows it well. If not, they'll learn it. So, and willing to work long hours in any kind of weather.
Any kind of weather. Is MTA presently looking to expand the workforce of the transit ambassadors?
As I mentioned, we expanded the last few years to include CFG Arena events. And as the city grows with new events and they involve our transit system, we'll be out there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Courtney.
Now we check in with Chris Moore for a look at what's up in the world of social media. Here's Chris with the Social Media Minute.
Hey, it's Chris back again with your Social Media Minute. In this edition, we're shining a well-deserved spotlight on some of the unsung heroes of Team MTA, our incredible bus cleaners. These dedicated team members work hard every day to keep our buses clean and ready to serve riders across the region. We're proud to celebrate their commitment in our latest video series, now live on our social media channels. And this is just the beginning. Over the next few months, we'll be putting out more videos featuring the amazing people who keep MTA moving day in and day out. Be sure to follow us at MTA Maryland to catch all the highlights and stories. That's it for now. I'm Chris. This has been your Social Media Minute. Back to you in the studio, Courtney.
Thanks, Chris. That brings us to the end of another Commuter Connections program. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Hey there, Baltimore, I'm Angel, and today we're going to explore one of Charm City's most charming places, the Rawlings Conservatory. The Rawlings Conservatory is an architectural gem located near the zoo in Drew Hill. It's like a little present you can't wait to open, yet once you do, you'll enjoy it over and over. So come along with me as we visit this pretty little place today on Discover Baltimore.
Hi, I'm Courtney Mims. On this edition of Commuter Connections, MTA Police are looking for a few good men and women to join its ranks. We'll hear from them on their important recruiting efforts. MTA is gearing up for the upcoming fall service changes. A look ahead at how these changes might affect your commute. Also on the program, we've got a few tips on how to remain safe around trains and railroad crossings. We'll introduce you to a group dedicated to assisting MTA commuters in their travels. And we have a real success story involving the MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. And of course, our Social Media Minute with Chris Moore. All here on this edition of Commuter Connections. The MTA Police Force is looking for a few good men and women to fill the ranks in its mission to protect and serve. Perhaps you have what it takes to join them. MTA Police Lieutenants Crystal Briley and Janera Lawson are here with more on these MTA Police recruiting efforts. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you for having us.
So we have a lot to talk about. So first, we just want to jump in. What is the mission of the MTA Police?
The mission of the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force is to professionally enforce the law and to protect its transit community, employees, and facilities with dignity and respect.
So what area are MTA Police responsible for serving and protecting?
The areas that MTA Police are responsible for serving and protecting will be a wide range of transit-related areas to include bus, metro subway, MARC train, commuter bus. In addition to those that I've named, we also are responsible for the safety of MTA property-owned infrastructures to include stations, light rail, rail yards, maintenance facilities, and administrative offices. Even with that being said, we have our jurisdiction expands throughout the state of Maryland.
So that's a lot of territory to cover. So how many people do we have that are sworn in on the force?
So currently MTA Police Force has 230 sworn and non-sworn members combined. Together, these individuals play a critical role in ensuring the safety and security of the MTA Police Public Safety Network.
With all the territory we have to cover and 230 members on the force, it seems like we have some hiring to do.
Quite a bit.
So tell me a little bit about the hiring and what we're looking for.
So we're looking for entry-level police officers, certified and lateral police officers to join the ranks, within the ranks. Also with those, in addition to the sworn police officer positions, we're looking for a variety of Yeah, civilian roles. Those roles include the police communication, uniform civilian personnel, as well as administrative positions. The opportunity has arose for us to have these newly created positions due to the expansion of the department. So vacancies have also risen due to promotion, retirement, and also the overall growth of the agency. I would say that our staffing does a great job with doing assessment and making those adjustments according to the operational demands. So with that being said, that is the reason why our numbers tend to fluctuate with openings, but we are definitely hiring for a lot of different positions.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit about the qualifications to become an MTA police officer?
Some of the qualifications to become a Maryland Transit Administration police officer is you must be 21 years of age by the time you graduate the academy, have a valid driver's license, be a U.S. citizen, have a high school diploma or GED, and you also must meet the minimum standards required by the Maryland Police Training Commission.
So say someone meets all of those requirements. What type of personality are you looking for someone to join the force?
Okay, so I would say a combination of things. We would have personality qualities as well as our professional traits. We ask that integrity, because that's one of our essentials, having a great integrity basis, and having excellent communication. Interpersonal skills is important and very crucial dealing with the public. Would say emotional resilience, which is at an all-time high now, being able to, manage your stress levels because we have a lot of officers who deal with high-pressured situations. And overall, just problem solving, critical thinking skills, being able to be a team player, and just having a high level of professionalism. People who want to do the job are pretty much our best ones for the job.
Okay, so we got all that clear. Now the question that I'm sure our viewers want to know, what is the starting salary and the benefits for this type of position?
The starting salary with MTA Police Force is $58,593. When you graduate the academy, your salary will increase by $13,000. For certified and lateral officers, the salary is different. It's higher depending on the years of service. Also, why MTA Police? We offer a generous pension plan. We also offer medical benefits. We have 10 paid vacation days per year. When you graduate the academy, you'll get 44 college credits. And also we offer tuition reimbursement, which I am proudly taking a part of now.
Awesome. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And so how does one apply for these positions?
Well, there's two ways you can apply. You can apply with our website, which is mta.maryland, Maryland spelled out, .gov/police, where you can apply online, or you can take advantage of our walk-in testing. We conduct those twice out of the month, one on a Saturday and one on a Sunday, where you can come in and just take advantage of the opportunity of doing a fast track of the overall hiring process.
And after someone has applied, what can they expect?
So after you put in an application, you will attend a walk-in testing session. At this session, you will do a written examination, a physical agility test. Then you will do an oral interview and complete a detailed background investigation packet.
Okay, so we have our next steps. Say I get hired. What's the training process like?
Well, the training process is typically 6 to 8 months. It depends on the academy the candidate attends. Once they attend that, there's a series of essential objectives that candidate will have to cover, to include constitutional law and criminal law, report writing, de-escalation techniques, defensive tactics. Also within that curriculum, you will have to cover use of force policies, emergency vehicle operations, field sobriety, and also firearm proficiencies. Our object is to actually get in the officers prepared to just be mentally and physically prepared and have all these skills and the necessary knowledge to serve and protect the community.
Wonderful. And now I just want to go, say I get hired, I've done all of the process. What about upward mobility?
So there's numerous opportunities for upward mobility within the Maryland Transit Administration Police Force. We have several specialized units. We have the anti-terrorism team, the criminal investigation unit, we have the motorcycle unit, and the K-9 unit, just to name a few. Additionally, if officers wish to take a leadership role, there's plenty of opportunity to do so in our competitive promotional process.
For viewers who might have questions about becoming an MTA police officer, where can they go for more information?
Sure, you can go to our website, which is mta.marylandspelledout.gov/police, or you can give us a call at 410-454-1641, where you could speak with a recruiting officer who will guide you through the process.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
MTA's efforts and focus is not just in the area of recruiting. It's also in developing new talent, all through its MTA Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program. It's an initiative which is making a difference. Our Austin Todd introduces you to the success story of Anita Bush, an apprenticeship program participant.
Bus maintenance, a tough hands-on job that keeps our city moving. And for years, it's been a male-dominated field, but times are changing. Meet Anita Bush, the first female apprentice in the MTA's Bus Maintenance Apprenticeship Program, and a trailblazer in every sense of the word. For Anita, the journey began behind the wheel as a bus driver, but she wanted to understand the machines she drove from the inside out.
When I was on the street driving the bus, I always wondered why was the bus shutting down. Now I'm here in maintenance knowing why the bus shut down, and sometimes it can be a simple thing as low coolant, and I'm able to fix that now.
Guiding Anita through grease and grit is her mentor, a veteran in the field with more than 2 decades under the hood.
Well, I wanted to be able to pay it forward to the next generation of mechanics. I think Anita is awesome. She listens, she has a great mindset, and she don't hesitate to ask any questions. It don't matter how many times. And like my goal is just to make sure she in a safe space where it's like she can ask those questions.
Jamal, he's so amazing, but his patience and compassion for me learning, and not just for what he's teaching me, but for me as a person, and I'm so grateful for it. But all this is new to me. I've never worked on cars, anything maintenance work prior to here, so I've probably asked a question like 4 times, and he will break it down fully each time. I've always wanted to be in maintenance. Being a bus driver, I became stagnant, and it gave me the push to apply for the apprentice program. I always want to be the woman who can do a man's job, honestly.
Bus maintenance has long been male-dominated. Anita's presence challenges old perceptions and sometimes comes with its own set of challenges.
A lot of attention, and first it was overwhelming, but now everyone is seeing that I'm doing the job just like any man could. I feel really good, and I'm so proud of myself that I'm here, and I was granted the opportunity to do so.
As a mentor in and out of the shop, Jamma says there are a few key things every mentor should do.
The main thing is just listening, just hearing them out and not assuming anything, and just understanding that people come from different backgrounds and just having a certain level of patience. Just being able to like give back, and then when the person get that aha moment, you able to like share it with them. Just because you're a good mechanic doesn't mean that you're gonna be a good teacher. So just being able to like, cause I'm learning too as I'm teaching.
I feel anybody can be an apprentice, but it's your mindset. If you want to come here and actually do the work and actually learn, then anybody could.
Anita's goal, growing to be the best mechanic she can be.
Electrical work is what I really want to be the best at. Everything here but electrical work, because it's more of a challenge, and I want to take that on. And honestly, to pass all the knowledge that I've learned to women who wants to enter this field, and hopefully they can see the confidence in me and they can gain it as well. But it's really becoming the best mechanic I can be and soaking it all in.
From driver to mechanic, now apprentice and role model, Anita's journey is helping to rewrite the future of bus maintenance.
Summer is here, but MTA is already gearing up for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. We've got information on how your service will be affected. Stay with us.
Trains are wider than you think. Don't work too close to the tracks. Instead, stay back, stay away, stay safe.
Hey boss, the truck just stalled on the tracks. I'm gonna need a tow truck.
If stuck on the tracks, don't stay in your vehicle. Instead, get out, get away, and call the number on the blue and white ENS sign.
I need to report that my truck is stuck on the tracks. Do you need the crossing number?
Never work on the tracks. Trains can run on any track at any time in either direction. Always expect a train. See tracks, think train. Visit oli.org for more information.
While you continue to enjoy all summer has to offer, MTA is hard at work preparing for the upcoming fall service schedule changes. Daryl Clark, MTA Director of Service Development, is here with a look at how these changes will affect your commute. Welcome to Commuter Connections.
Thank you.
So glad to have you here and discuss all things fall service changes.
Yep.
So when do the fall service changes take place?
Fall service change goes into effect August 24th, 2025.
And what are the service changes and why are they necessary?
Service changes are necessary to provide access and equity to the riders in our region. It also gives us the opportunity to be strategic about the way we use our resources, like our buses and our operators.
So service changes are a good thing.
Service changes are a great thing.
And how many times a year does MTA do these service changes?
We do service changes 3 times a year. We start with the winter service change, which happens early to mid-February. Then we have a summer service change, which coincides with school ending in June. And then we do the fall service change, which is we do our annual service plan.
So this sounds like a lot of effort. You said 3 times a year.
Yes.
So what goes into making these adjustments possible?
A lot goes into it. As soon as we finish with one service change, we're off to the next one. They're very book-ended. We don't have a lot of time in between. So while schedulers are working hard to create the schedules and things of that nature, I also have planners in the background looking at each route and how they're doing, the efficiency of that route, reliability and things like that. And we take the time out to reflect on those things to try to improve the service for our riders.
Awesome. So how far in advance are you able to plan for something like this?
For the annual service plan that when we do in our fall service change, we actually start that the previous October. So we take like 10 months to do those service changes. Those take a lot. The winter and the summer schedule changes, those are pretty smaller. We don't do a lot there. We may change like run times to make buses go faster, things of that nature. So we don't spend a lot of time on those, but our annual service plan, we do take 10 months to do.
How many people are a part of making the schedule changes happen?
Besides the 30 or so employees at the Office of Service Development, we do work with all of MTA, from bus maintenance to bus operations to support services. It really does take a village to create our service changes.
I can attest to that, being in communication. So tell us a little bit about how you get the information out to the patrons.
Okay, we have a bunch of ways that we get the information out to our riders. We do car cards on the buses. We also do PSAs on the buses that play out loud. So if you don't have your earphones on, you can hear those. We also do newspaper and TV ads. And we also do radio ads. We also are big on social media. So like Instagram and Facebook, you'll see a lot of posts if you follow MTA Maryland on those social media networks.
So follow us and get the information.
Yes, definitely follow MTA Maryland.
If a rider needs more information about service changes and what can affect them, where can they go for more information?
If a rider needs more information, they can call our Transit Information Contact Center at 410-539-5000, or they can go online at mta.maryland.gov to get that information.
Sounds great to me. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, a look at how you can remain safe in your travels on and around rail service. That's next. Stay with us.
Life is a journey, and you are starting to realize what choices you have ahead. This path you are on is the road to your future. Today's decisions help you discover your tomorrow. Every decision you make, even the smallest ones, will shape your life and the person you become in ways that you can't predict. Choose wisely.
See tracks? Think train. Visit oli.org to learn more.
A number of people are injured or killed at railroad crossings in the U.S. each year. Many of these occurrences are avoidable by practicing good safety measures and caution. MARC Rail Deputy Director of Operations, Dave Johnson, is here with a few safety tips for those who travel around trains and railroad crossings. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Courtney.
So as I said, unfortunately, some people have lost their lives or been seriously injured because they didn't exercise that type of caution that we need. So do you have any idea of how many people, the number of people that have been injured or killed, unfortunately, by these accidents?
Yes, in 2024, there were approximately 2,200 collisions between trains and vehicles, be it cars, trucks, buses, vans, etc. Sadly, that resulted in over 220 deaths and 760 injuries. Most of those, I would say at least 95% of them are completely avoidable by practicing good safety.
And how important is rail safety to MTA and MARC?
Well, rail safety is our #1 priority at MARC Train and all of the MTA. We put safety before anything else, and we work to educate our customers on not just riding the train safely, but being around trains in a safe way.
What would you say are some common misconceptions that people have about trains?
Well, there's several. One of them is that a train isn't going as fast as it appears. When you are standing next to a train track and you see a train in the distance, it doesn't look like it's coming that fast, but in reality, the trains, especially in the MARC train service area, can travel at speeds of up to 125 miles an hour. The faraway train gets close to you very quickly, and before you know it, whoosh, it's by you, and it can happen faster than you think. Another misconception is that trains are like, train tracks are like highways or streets. All the trains come down the right side track in one direction and all the trains come down the track in the other direction. That is not the case. Trains can come on any track, at any direction, at any time, at any speed, at any time of day. So it's always important to keep that in mind when you are around railroad tracks.
And you mentioned, you said about a train can get up to 120 miles per hour. So how difficult is it to stop a train?
It's extremely difficult, and that's another common misconception. Unlike cars, trucks, buses, trains cannot, so to speak, slam their brakes on. They can. There is such a thing as an emergency brake application, but those trains can take up to and even more than a mile to come to a complete stop. So once the engineer, who is the individual who drives the train, controls the movement of the train, once he or she identifies an obstruction or a person or a car, even if they initiate that emergency stop, it is not going to be a stop as quick as you can do in your car or even a bus or truck could do.
So if I can see the train, chances are it cannot stop before it gets by.
Absolutely, yes.
What are some warning signs that rail passengers should be aware of when they're traveling?
There's several things. When you come up to a crossing, be it a pedestrian or a highway crossing, of train tracks. There's the universal railroad crossing, white X with black letters. That tells you you're at a grade crossing. Many grade crossings, especially many in our area here in the Baltimore region, have lights and bells, red flashing lights, an audible bell, and then a gate arm that comes up and down to stop vehicular traffic from crossing the tracks.
And that's universal for any type of train?
Yes, for like MARC train type trains, for light rail. The Baltimore Metro does not have grade crossings. That is, the Baltimore Metro, Washington Metro, systems like that do not have places where cars can cross the tracks. But that doesn't mean that you still have to be safe around them. You still never cross Metro tracks, never cross any kind of track other than at a designated crosswalk location.
And what are some of the initiatives that MTA and MARC are promoting around safety?
Well, we do several things. We just finished a safety blitz with the Operation Lifesaver group. They're an international safety group that promotes rail safety. We did pop-up customer outreach at several MARC stations. We identified some stations that have had some higher instances of higher safety incidents with interaction between people and trains. Martin State Airport, Bowie State University, Point of Rocks out west near Frederick. and we did safety outreach to customers at those stations.
So you've already said that many of the incidents that happened in 2024 were preventable. So can you give us some sort of do's and don'ts to make sure that we're safe around these railroad crossings?
The simplest don't is don't cross railroad tracks except at designated marked locations. Do not play on the tracks. Do not take pictures on the tracks. This is a time of year we have a lot of young people getting their senior portraits ready. That is a major problem. They feel that, you know, a great senior picture would be walking down the tracks, kind of like, you know, the tracks of their life, or kind of a euphemism for their future. Train tracks are not meant for that. There was an incident several years ago in Montgomery County where 2 high school seniors were taking their high school pictures and were sadly hit by an Amtrak train. So do not ever take any kind of pictures, but especially your senior or graduation pictures on train tracks.
Wow, that's really sad. Are there any more do's that we should be aware of?
Absolutely. Do always look both ways before you cross the track, and kind of like you were taught in driver's ed, look to the left, look to the right, and then look back to the left. Always to make sure there are no trains coming before you cross. Again, do only cross at designated locations, and just be situationally aware. When you're around train tracks, it's best not to wear headphones or earbuds. You want to be able to hear trains coming. You want to be able to hear horns, the warning horns from the train. So do pay full attention.
Is there any place where commuters can go online to get more information on safety?
Yes, the best clearinghouse for railroad safety is the Operation Lifesaver International website, www.oli.org. There are a number of resources there. They also have the ability to request a speaker to come to your school group, church group, civic group, what have you, to give a presentation on rail safety. They especially like to do that with school children, and definitely recommend if you have a group that's interested in learning more about rail safety, reach out to Operation Lifesaver, and they'll be more than happy to help you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us and sharing this very important information.
Thank you, Courtney.
On your game day travels to Oriole Park or M&T Bank Stadium, you've probably sought the assistance of one of MTA's transit ambassadors for a question about transit. MTA Deputy Director of Customer Relations, Elaine Flannery, joins us with a look at this important group and their mission. Welcome back to Commuter Connections.
Thank you, Courtney. Happy to be here.
So what is the big picture of the MTA Transit Ambassadors?
Our transit ambassadors are at special events. They're also there to provide customer service. Very often, they're the first point of contact for some of our customers.
What's been the response from our customers about having these transit ambassadors?
Our customers are very appreciative because our motto is, don't leave any customer stranded. So there are many times when they have to get on the phone and they call because it's the end of the day. We've got a customer here, they're waiting for a bus, they're waiting for the train, you know, what's going on? And they're very appreciative. And a lot of our customers, when our transit ambassadors are out there working, a lot of them are not frequent riders. They're folks going to a Ravens game, an Orioles game, Artscape, and they don't really know the system, how it works. So they're very appreciative to have the transit ambassadors out there. They help them with how to get there, where you want to go, and where do you want to go next? You know, what time you need to be back to get on the train. So they're very helpful, and our customers really appreciate it.
I know I've definitely seen the transit ambassadors out on the system when attending Orioles games or Ravens games. Are there other special events they are out on the system for?
Yes, absolutely. We work Artscape, State Fair, the Preakness shuttle buses. They play a big role there. We also recently, the last couple of years, we started to work most of the CFG Arena events because there's a light rail stop right there. So a lot of those patrons are our patrons.
That sounds great. So anything major going on in Baltimore, our transit ambassadors are out there. And are they MTA employees?
Actually, the service is a contracted service. However, we do have some internal staff members that help. And on top of that, all of our employees are really transit ambassadors when they're out in the system. They're eyes and ears, and they're helpful to our customers when they need to be, fortunately.
And what would you say makes a good transit ambassador? What type of personality traits?
Somebody that has a smile on their face, They're friendly, they're courteous, willing to be proactive, to walk up to someone and, can I help you? Do you need some help? Respectful, someone who maybe uses our system and knows it well. If not, they'll learn it. So, and willing to work long hours in any kind of weather.
Any kind of weather. Is MTA presently looking to expand the workforce of the transit ambassadors?
As I mentioned, we expanded the last few years to include CFG Arena events. And as the city grows with new events and they involve our transit system, we'll be out there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Courtney.
Now we check in with Chris Moore for a look at what's up in the world of social media. Here's Chris with the Social Media Minute.
Hey, it's Chris back again with your Social Media Minute. In this edition, we're shining a well-deserved spotlight on some of the unsung heroes of Team MTA, our incredible bus cleaners. These dedicated team members work hard every day to keep our buses clean and ready to serve riders across the region. We're proud to celebrate their commitment in our latest video series, now live on our social media channels. And this is just the beginning. Over the next few months, we'll be putting out more videos featuring the amazing people who keep MTA moving day in and day out. Be sure to follow us at MTA Maryland to catch all the highlights and stories. That's it for now. I'm Chris. This has been your Social Media Minute. Back to you in the studio, Courtney.
Thanks, Chris. That brings us to the end of another Commuter Connections program. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
I'm excited to roll up my sleeves and get to work and get some pointers on potholes from the maintenance supervisor, Kendall Abu Hakim, and his crew. This is gonna be exciting. If someone wants to report a pothole problem, what should they do?
Well, there's three options. You can call in to 311 to report a pothole. You can use the 311 app on your mobile device, or you can submit a request through our website at balt311.baltimorecity.gov.
Good morning. The September 17, 2025 meeting of the Board of Estimates is now called to order. The board continues to meet in a hybrid format. For those here in person, please take a moment to silence your cell phones and other electronic devices. For those attending virtually, if you desire an opportunity to speak, we ask that you please keep yourself on mute until the chair recognizes you. When you are called upon, please announce your name, organization, and speak loudly and clearly as you present. I would ask our clerk, Celeste Amato, for any corrections, additions, and noted abstentions for today's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, everyone. We have the following corrections to note this morning, and I do want to preface the first few. These are all third-party travels, and we had a little clerk error where I need to put in the correct dollar amount for these items. So for SB 2513168, this is a travel request for the Honorable Zeke Cohen. This is a third-party funded travel for $2,811.31. SB 2513172 for the Baltimore Police Department. This is a travel request for Jennifer Morgan, and we need to strike $0 and insert $987. For SB 2513294, this is a travel request for Selenia Gibson, and we are striking 0 and inserting $1,292.20. And finally, SB 2513192, this is also a travel request for Joseph Mulhausen, and we are striking 0 and inserting $1,502.96. And again, those are third-party funded travels. We also have one additional correction, SB 2512678 for the Bureau of Procurement. This is a renewal of SCON 001808, supply and delivery of lumber to various agencies. For the secondary agency, we are striking Recreation and Parks and inserting Department of General Services. We have no walk-ons to share this morning. We do have 2 deferrals, SB 25-13002 for the Bureau of Procurement Award RFQ 000652 Janitorial Services, Groups 1 through 3. This item is deferred until October 15th, 2025 at the request of the agency. And SB 25-11364, Department of Public Works, partial release of retainage for Metra Industries, Inc. This item has been deferred until October 1st, 2025 at the request of the agency. We have one item being withdrawn from the agenda this morning. That is SB 25-12807 for the Bureau of Procurement. This is a selected source award, RFQ 040069, City Watch CCTV Maintenance Support and Expansion Agreement for $13,040,000. This item has been withdrawn at the request of the agency. We have no protests or other statements to note this morning. And the following items will be heard as part of the non-routine agenda. SB 25-13214. This is for BBMR to create administrative manual updates 413-51, grant subrecipient monitoring and management. And SB 25-13213 for BBMR, creating administrative manual updates for 413-21, federal grants, registration, and unique entity identifiers. SB 25-12601 for the Department of General Services and Emergency Procurement for drain cleaning services for $551,000. SB 25-12752 for the Department of Human Resources Personnel, Mayor's Office of Overdose Response position creation for $161,465. And SB 25-12472, Bureau of Procurement, unauthorized procurement for dredge boats for $198,600. And lastly, SB 25-12910, Bureau of Procurement. This is a renewal for SCON 002177, Armed Security Guard Services, an agreement for $5,500,000. We have the following abstentions to note this morning. The Honorable Mayor Brandon M. Scott is abstaining on SB 25-13060, Health Department Provider Agreement, Johns Hopkins University, and SB 25-13052, Health Department Provider Agreement, Johns Hopkins University Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics. CAO Faith Leach has no abstentions to note this morning. The Honorable President Zeke Cohen has no abstentions to note this morning. The Honorable Comptroller Bill Henry is abstaining on all travel requests and travel reimbursements. City Solicitor Ebony Thompson has no abstentions to note this morning. And the Deputy Director of Public Works, Alan Robinson, has no abstentions to note this morning. We also have no, I'm sorry?
Apologies for that. I think that was on us. Please note the Council President as abstaining on the travel reimbursement.
So noted.
Thank you.
And we have no votes to acknowledge for the routine agenda this morning. And Mr. President, that concludes our opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I ask for a motion to approve and adopt the opening statement as read by the clerk.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The opening statement has been adopted. I now direct the board members' attention to the memorandum from my office dated September 17th, 2027, identifying matters to be considered as routine agenda items, together with any corrections, additions, abstentions, and no votes that have been noted by the clerk. I will entertain a motion to approve all the items contained on the routine agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor of approving the items on the routine agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The routine agenda items have been adopted. Seeing no further questions, we will now move to the non-routine agenda. The first two items on the non-routine agenda are subsequently similar, so I will call them together for one discussion and call each for their individual vote at conclusion. These items are requested from the Bureau of Budget and Management Research to approve revisions to the administrative manual to improve compliance with federal rules on grant subrecipient monitoring. These items are SB 25-13214, create AM 413-51, grant subrecipient monitoring and management, SB 13213, create AM 413-21, federal grant registration and unique entity identifier. On behalf of BBMR, we have Grants Director Ashley Meyer as well as Director Laura Larson. Thank you both for being here. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Council President, Mr. Comptroller, members of the Honorable Board. My name is Laura Larson. I'm the city's budget director, joined by Ashley Meyer, who's the director of our Grants Management Office. We are here today to propose 2 new rules that will be added to the city's administrative manual. BBMR is bringing these items forward because we are charged as the owners of the administrative manual for the organization. In this role, we collaborate with agencies who have oversight of individual rules to ensure that they are current and reflect current operating procedures. We are currently doing a review of policies within the administrative manual to identify those that are outdated and need updated, as well as gaps within the existing policies. Today, the Grants Management Office is bringing forward 2 new rules that address 2 gaps within our existing grants management policies. I'll now turn it over to Ashley Meyer, who will walk us through those modifications.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, members of the board. Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
Good. All right. I do have a short presentation. If I am getting long-winded, just feel free to cut me off. Before we talk about the policy specifically, I think it's important to just define a few key terms because these policies are written to address some of these key terms for the benefit of those that may be watching elsewhere. First, 2 CFR 200, the Federal Uniform Guidance. That is the comprehensive set of rules and regulations established by the Office of Management and Budget for federal grant administration and management. So we are bound to those rules whenever we accept federal funds. The unique entity identifier is a unique number that's assigned to businesses and organizations that you must register with the federal government and obtain a UEI for accepting any federal awards. And this replaces the DUNS number. It's a required number. You must have one if you are getting federal funds. Then finally, the System for Award Management, or known colloquially as SAM.gov. That's the official government website that centralizes all the federal procurements. It's a centralized registration system for any entity seeking federal funds, and it also verifies your eligibility to receive those funds. So all 3 of these things are required anytime you want to receive a federal grant. And then just really quickly to walk through how we developed and prepared these policies. I started with the city a year ago, and in that time, my team, the Grants Management Office and the Department of Finance, we've undertaken several different actions in collaboration with the other agencies that receive grants to make sure that we are putting together policies that address what we need to address. So we did hold a unique entity identifier working group last fall to talk about how we use the UEI internally in the city to evaluate how we are tracking UEIs for all of our federal subrecipients. And then based on that working group, we worked to develop the UEI policy. We did conduct a citywide grants needs assessment last fall so that we could sort of catalog and identify all the various grants issues across the city. We provided 5 separate subrecipient monitoring trainings to all citywide grant receiving agencies since last year. We've also provided a bunch of subrecipient monitoring templates such as reporting documents, risk assessment templates, and things like that. All of these have been presented to the city agencies and entities, and they are available on our centralized SharePoint site. We also, when we drafted these policies, we did post these on our SharePoint management site. All of the city grant agencies have access to it. They were posted there for review and comment for about 6 weeks. We did get some feedback from different agencies and incorporated that feedback into the drafts of the policies. And then most importantly, these policies are written to address the process improvements that we outline in our corrective action plans for our federal external audit every year. We do have audit findings related to subrecipient monitoring and to our use of the UEI, so these policies address what we have outlined in our corrective action plans. So to talk about the key provisions in the subrecipient monitoring and management policy, we start off by making sure that we are specifying what the federal uniform guidance is regarding federal subrecipient evaluation, monitoring, documentation. This is basically to make sure that the city as a whole is in compliance with the federal uniform guidance. We require the city entities who are subawarding their federal funds to verify their subrecipients have a UEI, that they are in good standing with the State Department of Assessments and Taxation. They're in good standing and not on an exclusion list with SAM.gov. And this is not something that was previously consistently done across the city, so now we standardize it. And then we go through the official approval process within the city for approving all subawards, which includes all of the data that is required in the federal subaward grant agreements, such as your assistance listing number, your UEI, your federal award identification number. We go through the process of having law review the grant agreements, taking them to the small business office, and then finally the board approval. Again, this was not something that was consistently widely done and inconsistently practiced, so we are standardizing it. And then we also require all city entities to conduct an initial risk assessment for all of their subrecipients and then develop a monitoring plan based on the risk results. So this is a federal requirement. If you are subawarding federal funds, you must conduct a risk assessment and develop a monitoring plan. Again, we were not consistent as a city as a whole. There are agencies that do this, but there are some maybe who do not do it as well or as often. And then we also require the agencies to specify the results of the risk assessment and the monitoring plan with their subrecipient to ensure that the subrecipient knows what is expected of them and that it's all been discussed and agreed upon beforehand. And then we require the city entities to actually review their subrecipient monitoring, their reporting, all of their metrics in a manner and cadence that's consistent with the monitoring plan. We also direct the city subrecipients to maintain their accurate and timely record keeping for the federal awards that they're getting from the city. We also codify and standardize what the subrecipient monitoring practice is going to look like across the city, and this policy supersedes any individual agency SOPs. And then this policy really was written because it addresses that historic lack of consistency across the city. These federal requirements are things that we are meant to do across the city with federal funds, full stop, and it's just not something that was widely done or consistently done. There are many agencies that do adhere to these things, and this is just an assurance that we are now all following the federal uniform guidance and making sure that we are doing what we are meant to be doing. Switching over to the federal grants registration and UEI policy, this policy specifies, again, that the federal uniform guidance regulations require a UEI for all entities who are recipients and subrecipients of a federal award, so the City of Baltimore as well as all of our subrecipients. It requires us to verify all of our subrecipients have a UEI. It requires us to go and check that they are not on the SAM.gov exclusion list. And this is something that, again, was not previously consistently done across the city, but is a federal requirement. It also talks about the city's own UEI policy, so it confirms that all Baltimore entities applying for federal funds must use one consistent UEI. Some agencies have their own, some do not, and while we work to determine if we want to go one UEI for the city or have every agency use their own, we want to make sure that for the time being, all agencies are running their UEI usage through the Grants Management Office. It also directs the agencies to collaborate with my office, the Grants Management Office, to maintain their annual UEI registration to make sure that it doesn't lapse. These are things that historically have not been centralized, and so now we are just working to standardize and make sure that they are all centralized going forward. And I'll now take any questions.
I want to commend the administration for making these changes and being responsive to findings from the audits process. Thank you, Director Meyer and Director Larson and the team. This will help protect the city and improve our grant process and keep us away from any risk related to the feds. So appreciate you taking it very seriously.
Thank you.
Board. All right.
I can make a humorous comment, but nothing substantive.
A little levity never hurt.
I just want to say, I want to add my thanks and also say during your presentation, which I had a chance to preview, and I appreciated that, I was looking around the room and I was watching all the people whose eyes were glazing over as you were going through this, and I wanted to just call to their attention. Ashley works with this all the time. And this is an excellent example of the finance department getting in there and doing the stuff that no one else wants to be doing so that the rest of us can be doing the stuff we like to be doing more effectively and more openly and transparently for the people. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Comptroller Henry, and thank you, Director Meyer. Any additional questions? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Or I'm sorry, these items separately.
Oh, yeah. Are you going to call them separately?
Yep. Okay. Do I have a motion for SB 2513214 BBMR, create AM 413-51, grant recipient, monitoring and management, $0.
Motion to approve.
Second. All those in favor of approving this item say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The item is approved. Do I have a motion for SB 2513213, BBMR, administrative manual revisions, $0?
Motion to approve.
All those in favor of approving the, I'm sorry, I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor of approving this item say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The item is approved. The next item on the non-routine agenda is SB 2512601. This is a request from the Department of General Services to note the extension of an emergency procurement with EGA Enterprises LLC for draining. Please feel free to introduce yourself on behalf of DGS.
My name is King Bennett with DGS. We're here today, well, good morning, Controller, Council President, and board members.
Morning.
We're here today introducing this item, emergency procurement, EGA Enterprises, which is a drain cleaning service that the city uses for various locations. This is a $551,000 increase and a one-year extension from June 1st, 2025 through May 31st, 2026. This is a stopgap which will allow us to continue services throughout the city. As we know, drain cleaning is important. Not only does DGS use it in various locations, including City Hall and our police districts, but also fire stations and rec and parks use it quite often in their rec centers. And so this stopgap services will make sure that we can continue to provide that service, which is important for the safety of those who visit, staff as well as those who visit. And so we not only are asking for this extension, but it is not the long term. The long term is being worked on with a cooperative contract, which should be in place well before the year is over, at which time we will stop and convert over, which is a 3-year with 2 1-year extensions as options. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, this item is noted. Thank you. The next item on the non-routine agenda is SB 2512752, a position creation in the Mayor's Office of Overdose Response. This position will be responsible for carrying out the Mayor's executive order on opioid restitution funds and ensuring Baltimore's compliance with paragraph 97 of the consent decree for the Baltimore Police Department. On behalf of the Mayor's Office of Overdose Response, we have Executive Director of Overdose Response, Sarah Whaley. Director Whaley, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Council President, Comptroller, and honorable board members. I'm Sarah Whaley, the Executive Director of the Baltimore City Mayor's Office of Overdose Response. This item this morning relates to a new position in the BC Moore office, the Behavioral Health Quality Assurance, Quality Improvement Program Manager. This position is very specific to the work of paragraph 97 of the consent decree. Paragraph 97 of Baltimore's consent decree requires that the city identify gaps in its behavioral health service systems, recommend and implement solutions through collaboration with stakeholders and ultimately transform the systems to better meet community needs for individuals with behavioral health issues. The role of QA/QI program manager will work to develop and implement a multi-agency quality assurance, quality improvement process that has been laid out very specifically in paragraph 97's agreement, outlined in the implementation plan, and approved by the monitoring team. This role identifies gaps and obstacles, reducing police involvement in behavioral health crises, identifies opportunities to redirect individuals in crisis to more appropriate behavioral health care, and regularly evaluate data from 911 and 988 calls, on-scene referrals, Baltimore Police Department contacts, mobile crisis runs, and community-based programs. This role would conduct a semi-annual random audit of behavioral health CAD incidents and crisis-related calls, and would use the findings of all of these activities to share system-wide trends and inform implementation work of the Behavioral Health Collaborative. The mayor's office plays a really important role in the multi-agency collaboration of the consent decree work. Paragraph 97 implementation includes multi-agency initiatives and partnerships, including the 911 diversion efforts, which is a coordination between Baltimore Police Department and the Baltimore City Fire Department, and in collaboration with community partners and Behavioral Health Systems Baltimore. This work is well aligned with the BC Moore office because we are also working for multi-agency collaborations around the overdose response, and several of the components of the paragraph 97 consent decree work are in our overdose response strategic plan. This position is not duplicative of any currently existing positions or planned positions in the new Division of Behavioral Health in the Health Department. However, this position would work really closely with other agencies, including the new division in the Health Department, but is very specific to paragraph 97 and the work outlined there. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Director Whaley, and appreciate your leadership on our overdose response. I'm going to press on that last point that you made. We just held a hearing. You were there talking about our crisis response and just the muddle and fragmentation that exists within the space. While fully supportive of this position, do want to understand, you said that it will not be duplicative of anything within the Office of Behavioral Health. Help me get there in terms of where this position starts versus that other division. How will we ensure that it is not overlapping, and how will we make sure that there is a direct collaborative relationship and yet still clear lines of accountability?
Yeah, so the work of paragraph 97 in the consent decree has lived within the mayor's office for some time now. And so there is already...
Do you mind just pulling the mic a little closer?
Yeah, sorry, I am soft-spoken.
That's okay.
The work of paragraph 97 has lived within the mayor's office for some time now, and there is already a program manager that's leading that work. So this is a complementary position to that kind of coordinator position, and is specific to the QA/QI work. The new division in the Health Department, I'm not going to speak a lot to that because that is really...
Could you just for the audience, can
Yeah.
you define QA/QI work?
Quality assurance, quality improvement. So they're really looking at how the systems are working. The new division in the Health Department is... we've looked at what the Health Department has proposed, and there's no duplicative positions. The consent decree work, while they are involved in that, related to the programs and services that they provide and oversee, but there's not consent decree work within the new division or existing already in the Health Department.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that this would specifically respond to a concern enumerated in paragraph 97 of the consent decree, and would not bump into other work being done. Could you further elaborate on how, again, the line I'm trying to draw in my head is, I think we have this challenge in this space generally with a lot of partners, a lot of really great nonprofit organizations, agencies, folks doing this work and often working extremely hard, but a lack of coordination, a lack of sort of top-end accountability. Just trying to understand, and I appreciate the comment about how this is sort of directly related to what paragraph 97 asks of us, but help me understand where this starts, where the behavioral health division ends, and just kind of how those two will be in concert with each other.
I'm happy to take that.
I see City Administrator Leach.
Yes, I'm happy to take that. And I'm also want to take the opportunity to push on this point about there being muddle or confusion in the city's behavioral health system. So I don't see this as there being muddle. It's very similar to the city CVI system. So you have the behavioral health systems of Baltimore. They serve as the behavioral health entity by the state of Maryland that is responsible for behavioral health within the city of Baltimore. Their board is chaired by the health commissioner. That has been standard within the city for several years. Now, where all of this connects is we see an opportunity within the health department to build our own muscle and internal capacity around behavioral health. A lot of that work was centralized within the mayor's office. Alexandria Smith took the lead and essentially did a lot of the work around behavioral health coordination, as well as working with Behavioral Health Systems Baltimore and supporting paragraph 98. There are multiple reports. I want to say they're released almost monthly. We talk about this at the consent decree hearings that outlines all of our work. There is a regular coordination meeting and a behavioral health collaborative that brings all of the partners together. Again, it's very similar to the CVI ecosystem in space, where you have CVI infrastructure within the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and then they work in partnership with community-based organizations. So again, there is a collaborative that's coordinating, that's working together, that's meeting regularly, that's working with community-based partners, and then we also are building our own behavioral health capacity within the health department to also support behavioral health efforts throughout the internal city government agencies. And this position is specific to paragraph 97, which Alexandria Smith, who was in the mayor's office, coordinated. And so, again, this is being responsive specifically to what was outlined in the consent decree.
Madam Solicitor.
Thank you, Council President. I echo everything that the CA says, and I really want to, coming from the perspective of representing the city in the consent decree and understanding what paragraph 97 is and the importance of it. This position, and having sat in that seat, Stephen sits in it often now, where we have Judge Bradar, who is a consent decree judge, advocating all the time for having an internal person in the mayor's office to coordinate all of these efforts, because we see how important behavioral health is. So this is going to be looking at straddling multiple agencies, so between BPD, MOHS, fire with 911 diversion, behavioral health calls, and then also monitoring how well we're doing. So it's not just it's not just that we have a process, but we are being measured in terms of our progress. And I think that this position is integral to that, and the reason why has been so advocated for in the consent decree, in our hearings with the judge and DOJ and the monitoring team. In 2023, I know that we went through this whole paragraph 97 and trying to identify this, and that's why it's so important to have someone that's working on all different agencies, because as we all know, this just is not a BPD problem. This is not just a health problem. This hits multiple different agencies, and to combat this from all different angles, as the consent decree judge and monitoring team and DOJ sees, that we need to have a coordinated approach, and that is best served. And I also want to say that this should not live in the House of Health, because if you are monitoring the progress of someone, that agency shouldn't be monitoring themselves if they are part of the single agency. So it absolutely should be with the mayor's office, and we do miss Allie. So.
We do, Miss Sally, indeed. No, look, I appreciate that. I appreciate both comments. I cannot sit here and not acknowledge an entire committee of the whole hearing where community told us again and again and again there is a lack of clarity in this space. I do appreciate what this is seeking to do, what this position is seeking to add to the mix, and why it is critically important that we are staying aligned with the consent decree, particularly paragraph 97, which is, I think everyone would acknowledge, an important corrective for our city. I just want to be clear, when we create new positions within the administration, within any agency, even within the city council, that just want to understand the clear purpose. I think we are getting there. Understand that it is separate from the Division of Behavioral Health within the health department. What I am ultimately going to be looking for in partnership and in conversation with you is understanding the interconnectedness, understanding, again, where one starts, the other stops, and understanding how ultimately who is at the top to be fully accountable to the work that needs to be done in this space. Again, I am glad that we're creating this position and want to have real clarity in this entire space.
Yeah, we're happy to offer.
Madam City Administrator.
Sure, we're happy to offer some briefings and to share more about the work that has been happening in this space for a significant amount of time. I want to take an opportunity here to actually lean in on the work that is happening in the behavioral health space. And I want to start with an acknowledgement that we are far from perfect. I kept comparing us to what is happening in the CVI space, and we're far from perfect when it comes to community violence intervention and interruption. But having worked in multiple cities, what I can tell you is that there are other jurisdictions that look to the city of Baltimore because we are doing the work and have the pieces of the puzzle that other folks would dream to have. Thinking about our award-winning 911 diversion program and all the efforts that we are doing there. Now you have the 988 and the work that's happening there, and you have BC More that's being added to the space. And so what I think we have here is an opportunity. There are so many people in this city that care so deeply about behavioral health, and there is so much more that we need to do to better coordinate our response around behavioral health. But what we have are evidence-based strategies, and what we have are committed leaders in the space who are working together day in and day out to make sure that we are responding to our residents in a way that protects their dignity, especially when they are going through a mental health crisis. So I want to take the opportunity to commend all of our nonprofit partners, all of our community-based organizations, and all of our government leaders who are doing this very, very difficult work day in and day out, and to commit ourselves to continuously improving, which a part of this position is focused exactly on that, quality assurance and continuous improvement. And so just want to thank you, Council President, for continuing to shine a light on this issue, but also want to acknowledge all of the incredible work that's happening and the pieces of the puzzle, and to just reinforce and recommit ourselves to doing even more to make sure that we have the best behavioral health system in the country.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and particularly the last sentiment. I think that Baltimore said this during the Health Commissioner's confirmation, said this during the Committee of the Whole hearing on this very topic. I think that Baltimore really does have some of the best public health infrastructure in the United States of America. We were first in the nation to do trauma-informed care. Several cities have now followed, Cincinnati and others. We were way ahead of the curve in terms of CVI and the very significant reductions we've seen in violence as a result. We have always been a leader going back years and even decades in public health. I think it is exactly that point of I want us to be best in the country at this, because we have so much infrastructure and we have so many people, as the city administrator acknowledged, that are doing this work on a daily basis. We have so many hospitals, we have so many nonprofits, for-profits, folks who every single day, day in, day out, are committed to improving our behavioral health outcomes. I think it's also extremely incumbent on us to make sure the pieces are all fitting together, make sure the puzzle is complete, and that is going to continue to be my push. And I know the mayors and many other folks as well. And again, I do appreciate the good work that you've been doing. Thank you for joining this team. Thank you for leaving academic life behind for a minute and coming into government, which is a different thing, but it is really good to have your expertise, and I am very much looking forward to this position being created and continued conversations, hearings, briefings, all the different things to make sure we're getting there toward best in class. Comptroller Henry, did you want to jump in?
I do want to jump in, but I'm going to shift directions just into a little clarification. This position is listed here at $161,465. That's not salary. That's salary and OPCs?
Yes.
What's the projected salary?
I believe it's 125.
Yeah, okay. That was what I was thinking. All right, thank you.
Noted. Other questions from the board? Hearing and seeing none. I would entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor of approving this item say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is SB 2512910 for the request to approve an armed security guard service contract renewal with Urban Development Solutions, Inc. for armed security at certain city-owned locations for $5,500,000. On behalf of the Bureau of Procurement, we have Chief Procurement Officer Adam Manny. Mr. Manny, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. President, Mr. Comptroller, Madam CA, honorable board members. We're here before you asking for the first renewal of two one-year renewals to Urban Development for armed security guards for an amount of $5,500,000 to move forward. These services are provided at several buildings and facilities across the city. As we move forward, they have been a good business partner with the city. After discussion with the agencies that are using these services, we have come before you to ask to move this forward, and then we will probably come back in a year's time, if approved, to do the final renewal. Then after that, we would go out for a new solicitation. So this would take us through the 26th, and then we would option the last renewal option, which would get us to 27, and between 26 and 27, a new solicitation would be issued for these services. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know I have members of the departments with me who can get into some more specifics if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Manny. How did we consider the wages of the employees in this contract?
This is, again, we have the living wage, but these are at a much higher rate because these are armed security personnel. The wages for these individuals who are doing this service for the city, depending upon certain situations, varies anywhere between $30 an hour to $50 an hour. If it's a night, weekend, an emergency, it'll be at a higher rate. If it's a standard work day, it'll be at the lower rate.
And so I know there's a lot of conversation going on about best value versus lowest bid, but specifically when we're looking at someone like, apologies, I want to make sure I get the name right, Urban Development Solutions, are we factoring the way they're paying their workers as we're doing this kind of procurement?
We do not, sir. We have the rules and regulations set by the city when it comes to living wage and prevailing wage. Those are primarily. We don't look at benefit packages or the wages above that or below those for any of our business partners or contractors. It's a matter of logistics. It's also a matter of knowledge, skills, and abilities. I do not have the knowledge, and I don't think we have the staff where we could look at it and say, this is the proper thing across the nation for something of that sort. It's more of an HR function. This board and the city council has said that if you are doing business with the city and you meet these skill sets, you have to pay the prevailing wage, which is the minimum. It's a floor, not a ceiling. And if you are in the other labor categories, this is the floor for the living wage if you want to do business with the city. Those entities do supply that information to the Wage Commission, who does review it. They do have authority to issue citations and other things, but we do not, as a city, and I don't know of any public entity at this time, I could be mistaken, who actually goes into that level of detail when they're doing it.
Mr. Manny, could you remind me, for the record, what is considered living wage here in Baltimore?
The living wage is a minimum floor that has to be paid on an hourly basis to what is considered unskilled workers. That's a classification, nothing against them. Please take mind of that. That says if you're doing business with the city and you have a class of workers that meet these items, you must pay them this minimum amount. The companies can pay them higher, but as a minimum, they must pay it. They also must submit their time and their payroll sheets to the Wage Commission as we move forward, and there are other information they have to submit to SMB&D to ensure that they're doing their part as we move forward.
No, understood and appreciated, but I'm asking, what is that living wage?
I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say it's $15 or maybe.
I thought it was 17.
17 could be.
I might be wrong.
I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Could somebody check on that? I think
We can
it's
find that.
actually important. Whether it's $15 or $17 an hour, just is that a living wage? I know this is not your. I'm asking a little outside of your area, but when I think about what it costs to live in the city of Baltimore, particularly if there's family, if there's more folks, it seems very low. $21.15 is living wage. $21.15. Does that? It feels like a very low living wage.
Living in an urban environment, sir, is always going to be more than a rural. Living in the city of Baltimore compared to living in, for example, the city of New York and Manhattan, it's two different items. I defer to the Wage Commission on that. They are the experts on where it is, but for that, we work specifically with Wage and the Wage Commission to ensure that it's enforced because they are the subject matter experts. The decision of if it's too high or too low, I'm an advocate. Of course, I would love to say pay more, but I'm not the elected officials. That's what this board is and the city council. And again, I'm not trying to pass the buck, but that's a determination that needs to be made by the elected officials because it becomes policy and then enacted into law. Once it's done, it's my responsibility to make sure that we are following that and our business partners are living up to it, and as we work with SMB&D and the Wage Commission to make sure that they're doing the right thing as directed by this board and the council.
Totally understand. I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but just to get a little more into the weeds on this contract, I've tried to understand and still don't have like total clarity. Where do we deploy armed security? Like, what are the specific sites around the city?
Neiman Avenue, Montebello, the Park Terminal, Haven Street, Washington Boulevard, the Franklin Street Yard. I know it's used very heavily by the Department of Public Works, and I know the Department of General Services might also use them also. It's traditionally in areas where we've run into issues with items happening to our property where it needs just a little more that's going on.
Could you be just slightly more specific than that?
I would defer
So
that to.
I'm sorry. I'm happy to provide.
Madam City Administrator.
I'm happy to provide some feedback, and then we also have our colleagues from DPW and DGS that can speak to specifics. But what I believe that there are 7 facilities that utilize this contract. The majority of those facilities are some of our solid waste yards or some of the yards that are within the Department of Public Works. But again, I believe the armed security are often used for overnight or late evening, and again, we've had issues at these areas prior to, but we can also have our partners at DPW to provide some specific details.
Good morning, Honorable Board, Madam CA, Mr. President, Mr. Comptroller, and the remainder of the board, Madam Clerk. We deploy our security resources depending on the posture that it calls for. To the CA's point, if we have overnight, if we have a large parcel of property to patrol, it's much safer for the security guard to have some form of firearm in order to protect themselves. They're typically on the perimeter of the properties or something like that. We try to keep unarmed security forward-facing, public-facing, because they're more typically going to be kind of a check-in and check-out of the property. It just needs to be documented, whether it be contractors, the public, or whoever it may be. That's how we figure out, and we're currently reviewing that posture again to see what makes sense for each of our locations.
Okay. Appreciated. Just like give me a little bit of an analysis of why we would use armed security versus a BPD. Is it because they're going to be there guarding that facility for the duration of a day and day night? Is that just want to understand where we?
Sure.
Yeah.
To answer your question, yes. We're going to typically deploy them where we have had either historical issues of theft or trespassing or folks being threatened on that particular property or where they are. So that's typically how we will slice them up and figure out where we should have armed and where we can have unarmed.
So if there's been an actionable threat, if there's been where we've seen a problem, we're going with.
Or if there's, say, a large parcel of property, to patrol around. On the overnight hours, it's much safer, again, for the guard to have a firearm.
Understood. Appreciate it. I want to go back to the question of the living wage. I actually don't think $21 for the city of Baltimore is accurate. I believe it's $15.38.
Actually, that was raised on July 1st to 45.
45.
Oh, 7 whole cents. That's a great year last year.
I would just state for the record, and again, you are 100% right, Mr. Manny, it is not your job to determine what that calculation looks like. I actually think the 21 number may come from, I saw there's an MIT calculator thing that's sort of supposed to be what a living wage would look like indexed against a whole bunch of different factors. I would just state for the record, and I know it is not, this is armed security, so it is not relevant to this contract, but $15 in any amount of cents to me is not a wage that one could live on in the city of Baltimore. And it very much begs a question about us as a board, as the city council, as the administration, taking up this issue and really having a hard look because that is a very, 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 very low wage, especially given that the state's minimum wage has now been raised to 15. Are we at 15 yet? We're close. Either way, my last question, and again, just want to reemphasize the point around that living wage is extremely low. My last question on this specific contract. So you mentioned that where we will deploy armed security folks has to do with specific threats that have been enumerated, or there's been some issue. Just again, trying to get a little more texture into when something like that happens. BPD obviously gets called, right? Then there's a 911 call, and then we determine, we go through an analysis and say, okay, this incident happened, it begs for a permanent armed security presence at this facility. Let's work with urban development or whichever other group and have folks there. Is that about right?
I will defer to the expert.
I'm not that expert, but anyway, yes, if there's any kind of actual crime that occurs, an assault, a threat, anything like that, BPD is always engaged. The armed security is only there for the immediate and to make sure our employees and the public are protected that are on that property at that time. Anything that goes into a legal situation, BPD will be called to respond.
How does the wages of BPD versus armed security compare?
I wish I could answer that question for you. I'm not sure of the hourly wage of a police officer. I do know what is on the contract that we have here, and I think Adam spoke to $20 to $50 or $30 to $50 an hour. But I could not speak to where that goes with BPD or how it lines up.
Okay. I will just note this is an area of interest to the Baltimore City Council, particularly how we're paying security officers, both from a fairness, equity, and worker, the need to support our workforce perspective, and also from a public safety perspective, as I think, Chekhov had this line in his play where if you got a gun, there is an expectation that at some point in the third or fourth act, it may go off. And so we are, it's high risk work that folks are doing. Appreciate it. Other questions from the board, Mr. Comptroller?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't expecting the Chekhov reference. I'm not sure this question is for DPW or procurement even, because I think it was DGS that heads up the internal work group that is supposed to be assessing agencies' requests for armed security, and whether the need is actually for armed versus unarmed security. And I know we had a very robust public conversation about this about 2 years ago, and DGS had said they were setting up this internal process. It occurs to me now that it was less clear from the outcome of that. Is that Burkay behind you? Okay, all right. I was like, because I was like, I thought I saw you. You were just blocked. Okay. I thought when we set this up, that's great. Adam, I want you to know all the agency heads are right behind you. At all times. I realized we set up, or you guys set up this, I thought, very good process to determine. What I'm now realizing was it was less clear that there was anything in the process to go back and regularly review existing contracts. And so I know the way you had it set up, anytime somebody new came in and said, hey, we need this, how do you, how does the process you have deal with sort of updating and taking DPW's, DPW is taking for granted right now that it is better to have armed security patrolling a yard or a facility. And at some point, we set that up. But is there any way that we go back and periodically go, is it still worth it to be paying essentially twice as much to have armed security rather than unarmed security, given that I would hope that armed security is still relying on BPD for backup. I mean, it's not like they're urban development solutions. Like if they have some type of